Chapter 1. A decade of slumber. The world remains unchanged. Bah, bah, bah. The pristine moonlight cascaded upon the inky earth as a young man spat out the dirt from his mouth. They claimed the golden silk Namu would not decay for a millennium, and yet here it turns to dust in just a few years. Curse that Li the Lame for daring to deceive me with counterfeit goods. After clearing his mouth of the soil, Chun Changsheng flexed his somewhat stiff limbs. In the dim glow of the moonlight, one could vaguely discern the rounded contours of his form. However, at this moment, Chun Changsheng appeared indifferent to his nocturnal stroll. System, has the decade of slumber concluded? Replying to the host, the 10 years of sleep have ended, and the attribute points have been credited. Upon hearing the system's response, Chun Changsheng turned his gaze inward to the panel within his mind. Host, Chun Changsheng. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Defense, 1. Spiritual power, 0. Lifespan, 80. Indeed, Chun Changsheng was a genuine traveler from another world. Yet, the system he possessed was neither a signing-in system nor a formidable invincibility system, but rather the mundane longevity system. As long as Chun Changsheng remained in slumber, he would acquire corresponding lifespan and attribute points. However, there were limitations to the duration of his sleep, specifically that it could not exceed the upper limit of his lifespan. Moreover, any lifespan he had already lived would recharge upon awakening. This meant that if Chun Changsheng had lived for 80 years before entering slumber, even if he slept for merely a day, upon awakening, his lifespan would extend to 80 years in one day, rather than just one day. Additionally, following his awakening, the interval before his next slumber must not be less than 1/10 of his total lifespan. Thus, theoretically speaking, as long as Chun Changsheng developed cautiously, he could truly embody his name and achieve genuine longevity. Gazing at the 10 attribute points he had acquired, Chun Changsheng chose not to allocate them immediately. Instead, he retrieved a set of clothing from the system's space and donned it. He then oriented himself based on his memories and swiftly descended the mountain. A decade had passed. The turmoil of war should have subsided. The beloved, separated by strife, ought to have returned. Steaming hot buns. As he walked through the bustling marketplace, Chun Changsheng was enveloped in a sense of disorientation. Though the town remained the same, the familiar faces had vanished. 10 years may seem neither short nor long, yet it is sufficient for many changes to unfold. Observing the transformations in the town, Chun Changsheng followed his recollections toward a familiar location. Before long, he arrived at a farmhouse on the outskirts of the town. Upon seeing that well-known house, a smile involuntarily crept across his face, and he inquired, "Is Nianci home?" At the sound of his voice, a delicate girl peered out from within. "Who are you looking for?" Taken aback by the sight of this young girl, Chun Changsheng hesitated. "Is this not Nianci's home?" "I do not know Nianci. You must have the wrong place." The girl's words flickered a glimmer of disappointment in Chun Changsheng's eyes. During the time of turmoil, Nianci was merely an ordinary person. Perhaps she was long gone. With that thought, he prepared to turn away. "Changsheng, is that you?" A familiar voice rang out from behind him, causing Chun Changsheng to feel as if struck by lightning. Calming his racing heart, he slowly turned around, and the once familiar face came into view. Thud! The basket of vegetables the woman held tumbled to the ground. Upon recognizing the person before her, Nianci instinctively covered her mouth, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Do not bully my mother." Seeing her mother in tears, the little girl rushed out, arms wide open, positioning herself protectively between the two. Hearing the little girl's words, Chun Changsheng cast a puzzled glance at his childhood companion. Meeting his gaze, Nianci did not shy away. Instead, she gently reached out to caress Chun Changsheng's face. "It has been 10 years you remain just as you were. Why?" Chun Changsheng finally voiced the question that lingered in his heart. In response, Nianci smiled softly and lowered her head to affectionately stroke the little girl's hair. "After we parted, I was pursued by bandits, and it was he who rescued me from the brink of death. Half a year later, I healed from my wounds, and the war had ceased. He accompanied me back here. At that time, Li the Lame mentioned that you had purchased a coffin from him, and I waited for you for 3 years." At this, Nianci paused, a flicker of disappointment and helplessness crossing her eyes. She then took a deep breath and smiled. "For these past 3 years, He has taken care of me. He has truly been wonderful." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng was momentarily stunned. He then smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. 10 years of slumber felt but a fleeting moment to him. Yet, for Nian Si, a decade was an eternity. How many decades can one truly experience in life? When they had parted ways, both he and Nian Si were merely 20. Now, a decade later, he still bore the appearance of a 20-year-old, while Nian Si had reached the age of 30. From the moment he arrived in this world, it seemed as though they were destined to inhabit separate realms. With this realization, Chen Changsheng knelt down and affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, smiling. "Little girl, what is your name?" In response to his query, the little girl glanced back at her mother, as if seeking her approval. "Tell uncle, tell big brother, he is my mother's old acquaintance." With her mother's consent, the little girl chirped, "My name is Li Niansheng, and I am 6 years old." Niansheng. Chen Changsheng repeated the name a few times before smiling. "What a lovely name. My name also contains the character Sheng, but I am called Chen Changsheng. You may call me Brother Changsheng." With that, he rose and prepared to leave. Noticing this, Nian Si instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" At her words, Chen Changsheng paused momentarily, turning away from the mother and daughter as he waved his hand. "My original house no longer exists, but I see the Lame's coffin shop is still here. I will stay there for a while." As he spoke, his silhouette gradually receded into the distance. Watching Chen Changsheng's retreating form, Li Niansheng looked up and asked, "Mother, is Brother Changsheng your friend?" "Not a friend, he is a very familiar old acquaintance." "Then who is the Nian Si he is looking for?" "Perhaps she was a childhood sweetheart after all. Nian Si is a name that sounds like a term of endearment from a man to his beloved. So that is how it is. Will Brother Changsheng be able to find his beloved? I do not know, perhaps he has already found her." Nian Si mused aloud, then turned to Li Niansheng with a smile. "All right, your father will be back soon. Shall we prepare a meal for him?" "Okay," Li Niansheng exclaimed joyfully, bouncing off toward the kitchen. Chapter 2. The Endless Passage of Time and the Cycle of Life. Lee the Lame. "There is an issue with your coffin. I demand a refund." "Nonsense. Never has anyone complained about my coffins." A figure suddenly sat up from within the coffin, eyes ablaze with fury as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of the scoundrel who dared to besmirch his craftsmanship. However, upon recognizing the individual at the door, Lee the Lame was so startled that he promptly lay back down. "It appears my time has truly come. What brings that wretched Chen Changsheng to seek me out?" Listening to Lee the Lame's muttering, Chen Changsheng broke into a grin and approached the coffin directly. "Lee the Lame, you once assured me that if there were any issues with the coffin, I could return it for a refund. Are you now attempting to shirk your promise?" Reluctantly, Lee the Lame opened his eyes. "I have no money, but if you seek a life, take whatever you fancy here." Chen Changsheng could not help but chuckle at Lee the Lame's bluntness. "Aren't you afraid of me? You were the one who buried the soil atop my grave." Lee the Lame cast a sidelong glance at Chen Changsheng and replied, "I am 60 this year. The doctor says I have at most 3 years left. I, Lee the Lame, have no offspring nor cherished companions. Do you think I care whether I live 3 years less or more? Besides, I knew you would return when you first came to buy a coffin. Why is that? I have seen many who purchase coffins for themselves, but you are the first to do so with such delight." As he spoke, Lee the Lame scrutinized Chen Changsheng again and hesitated. "By the way, lad, would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? I'll provide you with food and lodging, but no wages. This trade suits a solitary person like you perfectly. Moreover, mastering my craft will likely ensure you never go hungry. After all, in this world, everything is scarce except for the dead." Chen Changsheng found himself intrigued by Lee the Lame's proposition. While he could indeed expect to live a long time, he was still vulnerable to harm, and starvation was a common cause of death. Initially, he intended to stay here for a brief period, but suddenly having a reliable source of sustenance seemed quite appealing. "Lee the Lame, your terms are rather stingy. Can't you offer me a little compensation?" In response to Chen Changsheng's complaint, Lee the Lame pulled out a book on funerary rites and tossed it towards him. "With your lively demeanor, how could you possibly die before me? Once I'm gone, everything will belong to you. This cramped space is all you have. The coffin beside you shall serve as your bed, just right for someone who enjoys sleeping in coffins." With that, Lee the Lame prepared to return to his coffin for more rest. However, Chen Changsheng seized him by the arm. "Wait, Aren't you supposed to teach me how to make coffins? What use is this book to me? Rolling his eyes at Chen Changsheng's confusion, Li the Lame replied. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills never burdens the bearer. If you only sell coffins, who will take care of your business? To be frank, I am adept in all aspects of funeral services. There is much for you to learn. Having said that, Li the Lame shook off Chen Changsheng's grip and lay back in his coffin. Holding the book on funerary rites, Chen Changsheng paused momentarily before smiling, while said, "A multitude of skills never burdens the bearer." He then climbed into another coffin. Truth be told, having grown accustomed to sleeping in coffins, a bed felt quite uncomfortable. As the seasons changed and 8 years slipped by like fleeting shadows, Chen Changsheng settled permanently in Li the Lame's coffin shop, spending his days reading and honing his coffin-making skills. During the rare occasions of funerals, he enjoyed a modest feast. Unfortunately, in these peaceful times, such opportunities were few and far between. As for the 10 attribute points, Chen Changsheng invested them all into defense. Theoretically, as long as he could survive for a mere fraction of his lifespan, he would attain an extraordinarily lengthy life. Thus, defense became Chen Changsheng's most cherished attribute. Notably, Li the Lame did not pass away in the 3rd year. After Chen Changsheng's arrival, he lived for a full 5 years longer. Yet ultimately, he could not outlast Chen Changsheng. One fateful night, after lying in his coffin, Li the Lame never rose again. "Brother Changsheng." The door to the coffin shop swung open as a young girl entered. Chen Changsheng, roused from his slumber, sighed in resignation as he emerged from the coffin. "Nianxing, how many times must I tell you? This is a coffin shop. What business does a young girl have here?" In response, Li Nianxing stuck out her tongue. "I don't care what they say. Let them talk. Besides, with the plague rampant, who has time to bother with me? I'm going to cook for you now. So get out of that coffin and stop sleeping in it all day." With that, Li Nianxing made her way to the kitchen with ease. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. The plague had ravaged the land for an entire year. At its onset, Nianxi and her husband had passed away. Chen Changsheng had even assisted in arranging their funeral. The interval between periods of slumber should never fall below 1/10 of one's total lifespan. 8 years had already elapsed since his last awakening. Logically, he could enter another slumber now. However, seeing that this girl was now alone in the world, he could not bear to leave her to fend for herself. With this thought, Chen Changsheng shook his head and jumped out of the coffin. "Never mind, whether I sleep early or late. I'll wait until this little girl is married first." Soon, 2 steaming bowls of breakfast were set upon the table. Chen Changsheng and Li Nianxing silently sipped their plain porridge. Suddenly, Li Nianxing looked up and asked, "Brother Changsheng, are you an immortal? What nonsense are you spouting?" He replied, "If I were an immortal, how could I bear to witness your mother and others perish from the plague? Your mother was a dear friend of mine." At Chen Changsheng's answer, Li Nianxing lowered her gaze to the bowl in her hands. "Brother Changsheng, I am 14 this year. I am no longer a little girl. Some things you cannot deceive me about." Seeing this, Chen Changsheng affectionately ruffled Li Nianxing's hair and chuckled. "What nonsense are you rambling on about today? It's not that I don't want to buy you candied hawthorn. It's just that your teeth can't handle it anymore. I'll take you to buy some another day." Nianxi was my mother's nickname. Before Chen Changsheng could finish his sentence, Li Nianxing interrupted him, causing him to set down the bowl in his hand. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Immortal, Exceptional Water Spiritual Root. "Do you blame me for not saving your mother?" Chen Changsheng spoke softly. Li Nianxing hurriedly replied, "No, I have never blamed you. When my mother passed away, I saw the sorrow and pain in your eyes. Since childhood, you have cared for me like a sister. I know you all too well. If you had the means to save her, you would not have let her die. This secret was revealed to me by my mother before she passed. She knew I." Before Li Nianxing could finish her words, a bun was shoved into her mouth. Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "Tomorrow, I will take you rabbit hunting. Let's put this matter to rest." With that, he resumed drinking his porridge, seemingly unaffected by Li Nianxing's words. Observing his demeanor, tears welled in Li Nianxing's eyes. "Why?" she exclaimed. "You missed an opportunity once before. Must you repeat the same mistake now?" Faced with Li Nianxing's agitation, Chen Changsheng reluctantly put down his bowl and replied gently, "I wish for your descendants to bury you, not me. Do you understand what I mean?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yinxing clenched her fists. 18 years ago, before she was born, Qin Changsheng had already shared a profound bond with her mother. Yet, 18 years had passed, and Qin Changsheng still appeared but 20 years old. Although she could not comprehend the reason behind this anomaly, Lin Yinxing understood that Qin Changsheng could live for an exceedingly long time, longer than mortals could fathom. Thinking of this, her lips trembled, but she forced a smile and said, "Brother Changsheng, you are always so easy to deceive. I have tricked you again. As punishment, what will you give me today?" Noticing the tears that slipped from her eyes, Qin Changsheng retrieved a small wooden rabbit from his pocket and handed it to her. "This is your birthday gift." Taking the rabbit, Lin Yinxing clutched it tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. "Brother Changsheng, I heard that tomorrow an immortal will come to select disciples in the town. I wish to try my luck. If I become an immortal, perhaps I can stay by your side forever." Yinxing, becoming an immortal is not so simple. "Brother Changsheng, please let me indulge this once, will you?" Qin Changsheng's words were cut short by Lin Yinxing's interruption. Seeing her stubborn expression, he nodded, saying, "Very well, it shall be as you wish." With his reply, Lin Yinxing stood and declared, "I shall return now. Brother Changsheng, do spend more time under the sun. Do not remain confined in that coffin." As she turned to leave, she paused at the door. "Brother Changsheng, have you ever heard the saying that one is shackled by unattainable desires in their youth? What you do now may only serve to bind you further." With her words lingering in the air, Lin Yinxing vanished from sight. Qin Changsheng remained silent, contemplating the direction in which she had disappeared, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, a yellow talisman emitted a brilliant golden light above the town. Under this illumination, the plague that had enveloped the town was swiftly dispelled. The townsfolk expressed their heartfelt gratitude for the immortal's miraculous intervention. Yet, the woman standing upon her flying sword maintained an air of aloof indifference. With a wave of her hand, a massive stone, towering 10 feet high, soared from her ring and crashed to the ground, causing the earth to crack like spiderwebs. Those under 16 who seek immortality may come forth to test their affinity. Though it was but a brief statement, it ignited excitement throughout the town. If the imperial throne and bureaucracy represented an unattainable status for ordinary people, then an immortal was an entity beyond their wildest dreams. Becoming an immortal not only meant liberation from hunger, but also escape from the cycle of reincarnation, granting one unparalleled freedom. Even an emperor seated upon the dragon throne would bow before a legendary immortal. Soon, the townsfolk brought their children to test their potential. Unfortunately, such opportunities were rare. Many children had already tested their fates, yet only a handful could cause the stone to glow. Even among the fortunate few, the radiance was faint. After a long wait, Lin Yinxing finally approached the stone. As she gently placed her hand upon it, the stone emitted a dazzling blue light. Seeing this, the woman who had been floating in the air immediately appeared beside Lin Yinxing, scrutinizing her constitution. "Indeed, you possess an exceptional water spiritual root." Once her potential was confirmed, the woman, adorned in sheer veils, exclaimed with excitement, "Child, do you wish to take me as your master?" Initially elated at the prospect of being accepted by an immortal, Lin Yinxing's smile soon faded, her expression turning uncertain. Noticing her hesitation, the woman remained patient. "Are you concerned for your family?" Lin Yinxing looked up and asked, "Immortal, if I become your disciple, can I return home?" "Of course. After you complete your training, you may descend the mountain. Additionally, I have something you can take to your family." With that, the woman retrieved a bundle from her spatial ring and handed it to Lin Yinxing. "What is this, immortal?" Lin Yinxing inquired, puzzled. "You shall discover its contents upon your return home. You have 1 hour to settle your affairs. After that, I shall take you with me." With the parcel in hand, familiar memories of her mother flooded her mind. Lin Yinxing bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, immortal. Allow me to take care of a few matters." Turning to leave, she felt the woman's gaze upon her, narrowed in contemplation. In her experience of recruiting disciples, she had encountered many who were reluctant to leave. For those of mediocre talent, she could easily dismiss them, but an exceptional water spiritual root was a rarity indeed. Had she not fortuitously passed through this place, the sect might have missed this incredible opportunity. Such a chance must not be allowed to slip away. In the coffin shop, Qin Changsheng leaned against the coffin, reading the funeral scriptures. When Lin Yinxing entered, her lips pressed together. "Brother Changsheng, an immortal wishes to take me as a disciple," she announced softly. Chapter 4. A journey of 50 years for longevity. Upon hearing Lin Yinxing's words, Chen Changsheng set aside the book in his hands. During the test of celestial affinity, he had been amidst the crowd, but he had merely returned a step ahead of her. Observing Lin Yinxing, who averted her gaze, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and inquired, "Do you truly wish to go?" "Yes," she replied. "For what purpose?" At this, Lin Yinxing's grip tightened, and she softly uttered, "For longevity." Those 4 words floated lightly from her lips, yet they bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. For only by attaining longevity could one remain eternally with longevity. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle as he approached her. Many individuals have transformed from mortals into immortals, yet none have ever reverted from immortal to mortal. This underscores that the path to longevity is a one-way journey. Should you tire one day, merely glance back and you'll find that Brother Changsheng is forever behind you. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng enveloped Lin Yinxing in a warm embrace. However, during the embrace, he swiftly whispered in a low tone, "The pursuit of immortality is a treacherous endeavor. One must be ever vigilant." After speaking, Chen Changsheng released her with a smile. "Alas, the presence of an immortal graces my humble abode, truly illuminating this place." Chen Changsheng exaggeratedly bowed to the woman at the door, his demeanor no different from that of the townsfolk. However, the woman at the entrance exhibited a hint of disdain at his flattery. She never anticipated that someone of such extraordinary talent would emerge from a dilapidated coffin shop. This girl possesses celestial potential. Her future is boundless. Although she found Chen Changsheng detestable, the prospect of acquiring such a gifted disciple compelled her to respond curtly. Upon hearing her words, Chen Changsheng's smile grew even brighter. All of this was thanks to the immortal's discerning eye. Yinxing had been mischievous since childhood, and she would surely require the immortal's guidance in the future. By the way, may I inquire where the immortal resides? If time permits, I will be delighted to pay a visit. At Chen Changsheng's words, the woman's impatience grew more palpable. Far to the south, a sect named Linglong Zong exists, a journey that would take an ordinary person 30 years to traverse. Should you wish to come, then so be it. After speaking, she turned to Lin Yinxing, stating, "I have a mission to attend to. We must set off promptly." Hearing this, Lin Yinxing gently placed down her bundle. "Brother Changsheng, I will remember your words. I will surely seek you out." With that, she departed alongside the woman. Once the two had left, Chen Changsheng, radiant with joy, busied himself tidying the room, continuously muttering cheerful phrases. An hour later, he suddenly grew solemn, coolly declaring, "You've hidden long enough. Come out." His voice echoed within the coffin shop, yet aside from the cold, lifeless coffins, there was no other presence. "Still not emerging? Do you intend for me to summon you?" Chen Changsheng remarked with a stern expression, awaiting a response. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed in relief. "It appears that old woman has truly departed. How impressive to fly! I could sleep for 1,000 or 1,800 years and still soar. You best not harbor ill intentions toward Yinxing, or I shall unearth your ancestral grave." With that, Chen Changsheng directly stored the coffins and Yinxing's bundle into the system space. He had lingered here for 8 years, and his appearance had remained unchanged throughout. Such an anomaly had already sparked rumors in the town. Should he continue to stay, it would no longer suffice to attribute it to mere upkeep. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng strode out of the coffin shop he had inhabited for 8 years. 30 years may be unreachable, but can I not traverse 50? I possess an abundance of time. After another round of complaints directed at the woman, Chen Changsheng vanished at the end of the street. His disappearance prompted extensive speculation among the townsfolk regarding his fate. Some claimed that he had ascended to greatness, taking Yinxing along with him due to the immortal's favor. Others suggested that a conflict had ensued, resulting in his demise at the hands of the immortal. Regardless, a myriad of theories circulated, yet as time passed, the memory of Chen Changsheng gradually faded. Qi training, foundation establishment, golden core, primordial infant. Chen Changsheng reclined on a patch of grass, perusing a tattered book. It had been 2 decades since he departed that small town. Naturally, he examined the contents of the bundle left by Nianqing. Inside were few items: a manual, a pill, and some gold and silver. The manual's content was simplistic, almost rudimentary, outlining the realms of cultivation and including the methods for qi training. Initially, upon acquiring this material, Chen Changsheng regarded it as a treasure, for it was indeed a cultivation technique. Mastering such knowledge would spare him the lengthy slumber required to traverse the heavens and the earth. However, after witnessing the vastness of the world, he realized just how inferior the items in his possession truly were. In the realm of cultivation, only those who reached the foundation establishment stage could be deemed as genuinely embarking on the path to longevity. Moreover, cultivators were not as rare as he had once imagined. The reason he had yet to encounter any was solely due to the remoteness of his dwelling. The qi training manual he held was nothing more than common fare in the martial world. While not ubiquitous, one could easily procure a copy for a few thousand or 1,800 taels of silver. With this realization, Chen Changsheng sat up and tossed the manual into the fire. Over the past 20 years, he had perused it daily, memorizing every word. System. It states here that achieving the first layer of qi training within 3 days marks one as a genius, within a day as a top genius, and within an hour as a once-in-a-century prodigy. What, then, does it make me, who has taken 20 years to reach the first layer? Host. Realm is merely one standard of measuring strength, not the sole criterion. Cultivation techniques are but one means to enhance power, not the only method. The cultivation system of this era may not suit the host, but that does not imply the next era system will be unsuitable as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. System, what does the next era entail? There exists no eternal dynasty. The realm of cultivation is no exception. Beings believe certain things will endure forever simply because their existence is fleeting. Chapter 5. The Nameless Coffin Shop. The first business as one lives long enough. They come to realize that nothing in this world remains unchanged. Such is the way of heaven, and likewise, the nature of humanity. The system, as always, spoke in its own peculiar manner. Chen Changsheng rose with a smile, glancing at the dawn breaking on the horizon. He extinguished the campfire with a flick of his wrist and set off southward once more. When a person possesses an interminable lifespan, they tend to become not only cautious but also rather bored. In the face of such profound tedium, Chen Changsheng set a modest goal for himself, to ascertain how Nianqing was faring. However, in pursuing this small ambition, he uncovered another passion, learning. Whenever he encountered a field of interest, he would pause and dedicate several years to its study. Over the course of 2 decades, Chen Changsheng had experienced life as a beggar, sold tofu, and even mastered the art of winemaking. Yet among all these trades, his greatest affinity lay with the business of funerals. The reason was simple. Unlike the world of beggars, which was rife with disputes over territory, the trade of coffins offered a far more tranquil existence. Thieves had no interest in stealing, and bandits did not rob, regardless of one's status, be it commoner or aristocrat. All were bound to the same fate sealed within those wooden boards. Moreover, Chen Changsheng's skills in geomancy flourished. Others relied solely on theoretical knowledge from books, the efficacy of which remained uncertain. In contrast, Chen Changsheng observed the families he helped lay to rest, tracking their fortunes over time. His longest observations spanned 5 years, a testament to his methodical approach. Thus, over the course of 20 years, he had traversed merely 3,000 miles. Linglong Town. As he gazed up at the silhouettes flitting above him, Chen Changsheng could not help but sigh. No wonder that woman had looked so disdainful upon hearing of my visit. It had taken me 50 years to arrive here. For ordinary folk, merely reaching the age of 50 was a formidable challenge. After a moment of lamenting the relentless passage of time, Chen Changsheng began his search for a suitable storefront within the town. This was a small settlement beneath the auspices of the Linglong sect, frequented by low-ranking cultivators and the sect's attendants. Initially, Chen Changsheng had intended to infiltrate the Linglong sect to gather information about Nianqing. However, upon arriving in Linglong town, he abandoned this thought. The tales of Lin Yinxing's prodigious talent echoed throughout 100 miles, claiming she was a once-in-a-millennium genius who achieved the golden core stage in a mere 50 years. Astounding even the reclusive sect leader. Countless young aspirants vied for her attention, eager to forge a bond with such an extraordinary figure. Yet, in response to their advances, Lin Yinxing would always reply with a single phrase: "None of you, combined, can compare to Changsheng." Over time, she became known in the cultivation world as the most devoted practitioner, her obsession with longevity unparalleled. In stark contrast to Lin Yinxing's prominence, Qin Changxing's presence could hardly be described as noticeable. No one in Linglong town took heed of the humble coffin shop that had opened in the most secluded corner, capable of holding only a few coffins. "Is anyone here?" A small, bald-headed boy peered cautiously into the coffin shop. Upon hearing a rustle, a figure suddenly sat up within a coffin, startling the boy. Once he confirmed the occupant was alive, he exhaled in relief. "How can you be lying in a coffin?" "Coffins are for the deceased," the boy remarked earnestly. Qin Changxing chuckled at the boy's seriousness. Having operated this coffin shop for 3 years with little to no business, he would have been forced to shutter it long ago were it not for the low-grade spirit herbs he occasionally sold. "Ah, young monk, your statement is misguided. Regardless of whether one is mortal or a cultivator, death is the ultimate fate we all share. Why, then, should the living disdain their final resting place?" Contemplating Qin Changxing's words, the young monk tilted his head and then clasped his hands together, uttering, "Amit Ba, thank you for your guidance, esteemed one. It is I who was mistaken." "Hey, hey, hey." Qin Changsheng was pleasantly surprised by the boy's perceptiveness despite his youth. "So, tell me, young monk, what brings you to my humble establishment?" The boy lowered his gaze. Recently, the Tianfui Temple and the Linglong sect joined forces to subdue a nefarious demon cultivator. Although he was a villain, I do not wish to see him left to rot in the wilderness, so I seek a coffin to give him a proper burial. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng raised an eyebrow. "Do you have the means to pay?" "I am in the business of commerce, and cannot afford to incur losses." "I have prepared the funds," the boy replied, producing 3 medium-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch. Examining the valuable stones, Qin Changsheng smiled and took one. "With 1 medium-grade spirit stone, you shall receive my finest service. When shall we depart?" "Right now would be best. If we delay, the body will begin to decompose," the monk urged. Without hesitation, Qin Changxing agreed and followed the boy. As for the coffin shop, he did not even close the door. With only 2 coffins inside, any rational thief would think twice before attempting to steal such ordinary items. In the wilderness, guided by the young monk, Qin Changxing finally encountered the so-called demon cultivator. At that moment, the figure bore no resemblance to the living. If anything set him apart, it was the half of his face that had been completely shattered. Observing this scene, Qin Changsheng could not help but comment, "Young monk, is there truly such a lack of compassion among cultivators?" Regardless of his past transgressions, he was captured through great effort. Surely, a grave should be dug for him, rather than leaving him exposed in this desolate place. In the realm of cultivation, it seemed only this young monk retained some semblance of humanity. In response to Qin Changxing's words, the monk silently recited verses from the sutras. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng shook his head and commenced the task of collecting the remains. Chapter 6. Artificial Spiritual Roots. Qin Changxing's unexpected gain after wiping away the bloodstains. He meticulously stitched the fragmented flesh back together. He removed the tattered clothing, replacing it with a pristine burial garment. Qin Changsheng methodically arranged the remains before him, attending to each detail with unwavering diligence. After half an hour, the deceased's visage was largely restored. Even the scattered teeth around were carefully collected by Qin Changsheng. Once everything was in order, he clapped his hand against the animal skin pouch at his waist, and a fine coffin appeared before him. Gently placing the body within, he began to search for a suitable burial site using a compass. The tasks of digging the earth, excavating the grave, and lowering the coffin took him a full 2 hours, even with the little monk assisting him. However, when it came time to erect the gravestone, Qin Changsheng paused in his work. The gravestone requires the name of the deceased and the name of the person erecting it. "What is his name?" he inquired. In response, The little monk clasped his hands together and replied, "This benefactor is the leader of the heavenly demon sect, known as the blood demon ancestor. His true name is unknown. As for the person to erect the gravestone, you may handle that yourself." Bound by the rules of his sect, the little monk could not perform the task. Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng clicked his tongue and inscribed upon the stone, "Here lies the blood demon ancestor of the heavenly demon sect, erected by the mourner." Observing the words on the gravestone, the little monk queried, "Benefactor, is your nickname Mourner?" "Indeed," Chun Changsheng replied. "I am a coffin seller, specializing in collecting corpses and conducting burials. Is there any other title I could bear?" With that, he turned to leave, waving his hand as he said, "I have completed my duties and shall take my leave. Should similar matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my services." Watching Chun Changsheng's departing figure, the little monk tilted his head in contemplation, for it was his first encounter with such an unusual individual. There was an indescribable aura about this man. Linglong Town. Upon returning to his coffin shop, Qin Changsheng promptly shut the door and curiously examined a tooth he held in his hand. This tooth had been discovered on the body of the blood demon ancestor. At first glance, it appeared to be like any ordinary tooth. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate array patterns etched upon its surface. Had Qin Changsheng not been engaged in preparing the remains of the blood demon ancestor, he would never have fathomed that a tooth could conceal such secrets. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Chun Changsheng pondered aloud. It seems to possess storage-type array patterns. Given the blood demon ancestor's meticulous planning, the contents within are likely extraordinary. With a wave of his right hand, dozens of thick tomes materialized before him. All these books pertain to the study of arrays. Chun Changsheng's innate talent for cultivation was dismally poor. After 50 years, he had barely reached the third level of qi refinement. Such a realm could be attained by most prodigies in a mere meal's time. Realizing his lack of aptitude for cultivation, Chun Changsheng redirected his focus toward arrays and alchemy. As these were disciplines that allowed for accumulation, a process he favored. Lighting an oil lamp, he commenced his study of the array inscribed on the tooth. Although he had only grasped some fundamental knowledge of arrays, the complexity of the blood demon ancestor's formation presented no insurmountable challenge. Fortune Changsheng was blessed with a long lifespan. If one day proved insufficient, a month would suffice, and if a month fell short, then a year would do. As long as he persisted, the mysteries of the array inscribed upon the tooth would eventually yield to his determination. 3 months swiftly passed, during which Chun Changsheng remained sequestered within his shop. Fortunately, his coffin business rarely attracted attention. Otherwise, it would have certainly raised suspicions. With a sigh of relief, Qin Changsheng stretched his stiff body. After dedicating 3 months, he had finally unraveled the array left by the blood demon ancestor. Pseudo-spiritual root? He mused, gazing at the title of the book in his hand, his face a canvas of confusion. Spiritual roots are the foundation of a cultivator's abilities and serve as a measure of one's innate talent. The most common types are the 5-element spiritual roots, which further classify into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. Exceptional spiritual roots denote the pinnacle of cultivation talent, alongside some extraordinary variants that possess their own strengths, albeit contingent on circumstances. Yet among the myriad terminologies for spiritual roots, he had never encountered the term pseudo-spiritual root. Intrigued by this revelation, Chun Changsheng's curiosity was piqued, for he relished the pursuit of knowledge unknown to him. How fascinating! I must discover what this pseudo-spiritual root truly entails. Muttering to himself, he opened the first page of the book. As the words materialized before him, he realized that this tome was not a manual of techniques or secret arts. Rather, it was an autobiography chronicling the life and cultivation journey of the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor's innate talent was dismal, ranking among the lowest in the cultivation world. His spiritual root was a mixed 5-element type, and the quality of his root was abysmally poor. After struggling for years during the qi refinement period, the blood demon ancestor conceived an audacious thought. If spiritual roots exist, could their quality be enhanced through postnatal cultivation? With this notion taking root in his mind, he immediately embarked on a series of experiments. However, given the audacity of this idea, he was reluctant to test it upon himself. Thus, he began experimenting on living subjects. As the number of lives lost at his hands grew, he indeed uncovered some insights regarding spiritual roots. He discovered that the quality of spiritual roots could not be enhanced through pills, techniques, or arrays, methods currently known to practitioners, but could be improved by the consumption of other spiritual roots. Upon uncovering this secret, the blood demon ancestor truly embarked on a path of resurgence. By devouring the spiritual roots of weaker practitioners, he enhanced the quality of his own. Through this virtuous cycle, his strength burgeoned, ultimately elevating him to a formidable power. However, as time progressed, this method began to backfire, and his frenzied slaughter attracted the ire of rival sections. At this juncture, the autobiography abruptly concluded. TSK. Chun Changsheng exclaimed, "What a remarkable individual the blood demon ancestor was, to devise such an unusual method." With that, he stowed the book back into the system space. System, do you believe the artificial spiritual roots mentioned by the blood demon ancestor could indeed be realized? The latter half of this autobiography repeatedly references the concept of artificial spiritual roots, accompanied by numerous hypotheses from the blood demon ancestor. I find them quite compelling. Chapter 7, Master Ikkyu, a reunion after 80 years. As Chun Changsheng concluded his words, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Since the host harbors doubts, why not seek the truth for yourself? Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng rolled his eyes and waved dismissively. Do not jest. I would never undertake such a perilous endeavor myself. If an accident were to occur, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, I have no desire to be relentlessly pursued like that blood demon ancestor. Host, I merely suggest that you seek the safest and most reliable method. Chun Changsheng paused at this statement. Is there really such a method? Why do you believe there isn't? Nothing in this world is ever truly constant. The blood demon ancestor resorted to such hasty measures due to his impending demise. However, you are different. You possess an almost infinite lifespan. Over time, this dilemma may yet be resolved. Reflecting on the system's response, Chun Changsheng tilted his head thoughtfully and remarked, indeed, while time may appear weak and ineffectual, it is the sharpest of blades. Regardless of whether one is a venerable ancestor or a formidable weapon, none can withstand the ravages of time. In the face of time, all matters diminish to insignificance, and this minor cultivation issue is certainly no exception. The concept of artificial spiritual roots was another hypothesis proposed by the blood demon ancestor, who sought to implant foreign entities within a person's body to create spiritual roots. However, this method is fraught with challenges yet to be overcome. Questions such as what rare materials are suitable for becoming spiritual roots and how to prevent these materials from being absorbed by the body remain unresolved. Nevertheless, Chun Changsheng did not feel pressed to solve these issues, for he had ample time at his disposal. After engaging in a brief exchange with the system, Chun Changsheng climbed into the coffin he often used for rest. After 3 months of relentless toil, it was time for him to enjoy a well-deserved respite. The matter of collecting the blood demon ancestor's remains did not stir any significant commotion, and Chun Changsheng resumed his tranquil and solitary existence. Notably, the kind-hearted little monk would frequently visit Chun Changsheng. Sometimes he would ask Chun Changsheng to assist in collecting remains, and, at other times, he would share his insights into cultivation. However, their most common topic of discussion was Buddhist doctrine. Over the decades, Chun Changsheng had immersed himself in reading, from sacred Buddhist texts and Taoist scriptures to popular tales and lowbrow novels. Anything that recorded knowledge was not overlooked by him, coupled with his 50 years of worldly experience. It was often Chun Changsheng who emerged victorious in their debates. Chun Changsheng, today I must challenge you to 300 rounds of debate. A bald figure clad in monk's robe strode into the coffin shop. Observing the monk's carefree demeanor, Chun Changsheng cast him a sidelong glance and remarked coolly, "You are, after all, a disciple of the heavenly Buddha temple, known as Master Ikkyu to many. If others were to see you in such a state, it would be quite the laughingstock." In response to Chun Changsheng's words, Ikkyu rolled his eyes and casually perched himself atop a coffin. "Let them laugh if they wish. Even if they exalt me to the heavens, it cannot change the fact that I have lost for 20 years. Indeed, the monk before Qin Changsheng was the same little monk who had once implored him to collect the blood demon ancestor's remains. Time had flown, and the once small monk had transformed into a capable young man. Hearing Ikkyu's complaint, Qin Changsheng set down his book and inquired, "So, you wish to debate with me today?" "Of course. What else would I come here for?" Ikkyu replied eagerly. "Among all the people I know, you are the only one who can truly challenge me in Buddhist doctrine. That said, your talent for cultivation is quite lamentable. 20 years ago, you were at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, and now you are merely at the 4th level. Your progress is dreadfully slow. I genuinely worry that you might accidentally meet your demise one day. Then who would I debate with?" With a faint smile, Qin Changsheng retorted, "My cultivation talent is not something I can control. What can I do about it? I can assist you despite your lack of spiritual roots. While I cannot alter the fact that you lack them, I can extend your lifespan. You never tell me how long you have lived. I do not wish to lose a friend like you." In response to Ikkyu's insistence, Qin Changsheng merely smiled without offering a direct answer. One of the greatest benefits of mingling in the cultivation realm is the absence of concern over aging, for longevity elixirs are far from rare. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is governed by the heavens. Do not place too much importance on longevity. Just let things unfold naturally. Today, I have no desire to debate. I have a favor to ask of you. Not a chance. Ikkyu promptly rejected Qin Changsheng's request. "Unless you agree to let me extend your lifespan." Seeing Ikkyu's obstinate demeanor, Qin Changsheng could only chuckle in resignation. "Very well. If you assist me with this favor, I will consent to your request to prolong my life." Upon hearing this, Ikkyu leapt down from the coffin with excitement. "What is it? Speak freely. Master Ikkyu guarantees it will be done. You came to Linglong sect to attend the ceremony for the longevity fairy assuming the position of elder, correct? Are you eager to witness it?" "Not at all," Qin Changsheng replied, shaking his head. "I wish for you to deliver this item to the longevity fairy." As he spoke, Qin Changsheng produced a wooden carving resembling a tiger from his pocket. Upon seeing the item in Qin Changsheng's hand, Ikkyu's expression contorted. "Qin Changsheng, please do not tell me you have feelings for the longevity fairy. This woman has no interest in matters of companionship. You would only be wasting your efforts. Simply ensure that the item reaches her without unnecessary conversation. If you accomplish this, I will agree to your extending my lifespan." Ikkyu scratched his head in a fluster over Qin Changsheng's difficult request. Ultimately, he took the wooden carving from Qin Changsheng's hand and said, "Let me be clear. I can deliver the item, but I cannot mention your name. If the longevity fairy's suitors discover this, you may find yourself in grave peril." Agreed. After receiving Qin Changsheng's affirmation, Ikkyu left the coffin shop with the wooden carving in hand. Watching Ikkyu's retreating figure, Qin Changsheng murmured softly, "Little monk, until we meet again in 80 years. With that, Qin Changsheng embedded several spirit stones into the floor. Instantly, intricate patterns emerged in the coffin shop. These were the random teleportation arrays he had spent a decade arranging. The range and destination of the teleportation remained unknown, designed to prevent anyone from tracing his location through the arrays. With a hum, a brilliant light flashed, and Qin Changsheng vanished into the array, leaving the random teleportation array rendered completely useless. Chapter 8. The Endless Path to Longevity. Looking back, I find myself still at Linglong's sect. Countless cultivators converge from all directions. Some travel on swords, others ride clouds, while still others command formidable flying beasts. Their sole purpose for gathering here is to celebrate the ascension of the longevity fairy to the position of elder. The longevity fairy arrived at Linglong sect 70 years ago, and through her innate talent for cultivation, she reached the nascent soul stage in a mere 70 years, a feat unheard of throughout the entire Dacian dynasty. Yet, what captivates people most about the longevity fairy, beyond her extraordinary cultivation ability, is her unwavering determination and resolute heart. She engages in no disputes, forms no romantic attachments, and remains indifferent to the sect's power. If anyone inquires about her motivation for such arduous cultivation, her response is invariably two simple words: longevity, Nianxing. The ceremony is about to begin. A voice roused Lin Nianxing, who was lost in thought atop the mountain. Upon hearing the call, Lin Yinxing sighed and slowly turned. The speaker was none other than her mentor, Shui Linglong. Gazing at Shui Linglong, Lin Yinxing softly expressed, "Master, I do not wish to become an elder. I simply desire to cultivate in peace." In response, Shui Linglong asked, "You still cannot let him go?" "I embarked on the path of cultivation for him. Without him, everything would be devoid of meaning. But he is immortal, and 70 years have passed. He has likely become a frail old man, perhaps resting beneath the earth. You understand that you are from two different worlds, do you not?" Listening to Shui Linglong's words, Lin Yinxing smiled faintly and replied, "Master, you do not comprehend. Brother Chongqing's words will surely hold true. He said that the path to longevity is long, and if one day I look back, he will certainly be standing behind me. If he said it, then he will make it happen." Confronted with Lin Yinxing's stubbornness, Shui Linglong could only sigh. Since joining Linglong's sect, Lin Yinxing had begun to shine brightly, yet her obsession with that man grew ever stronger. The sect leader was aware of this, and to help resolve Lin Yinxing's fixation, the sect dispatched someone to her hometown with the intent of bringing Chen Chongqing to her. Extending a mortal's lifespan by several decades would require minimal resources, and if it could alleviate Lin Yinxing's fixation, it would be the most advantageous deal imaginable. Unfortunately, by the time the sect's emissaries arrived, the coffin shop was already deserted. After some inquiries, they learned that Chen Chongqing had left shortly after Lin Yinxing did. Finding a mortal in the vast sea of humanity was no simple task. Seeing Shui Linglong fall silent, Lin Yinxing's smile widened. "Very well, master, I shall accept the position of elder. Only by becoming an elder of Linglong's sect can I acquire more resources and better techniques. I do not wish to halt my progress on this path. For I know Brother Chongqing will not stop either." With that, Lin Yinxing skipped away towards the sect, and watching her cheerful demeanor, Shui Linglong's brow furrowed even deeper. For these 70 years, only when Chen Chongqing was mentioned did a smile grace her face. Yet how long could such a fragile fantasy endure? Longevity is a desire cherished by all cultivators, yet no cultivator has ever achieved it, especially not a mortal. If one day Lin Yinxing's dreams shatter, her heart of Tao would likely crumble in an instant. With this thought, Shui Linglong could only sigh once more, for it was an unsolvable dilemma. At the sect's martial arts arena, gifts of congratulations were presented one after another. Qingjing Temple sends 2 Lioli pills. Tianfu Temple sends a sutra. Countless gifts that made many cultivators envious were offered, yet Lin Yinxing sat quietly at the elder's table, not even casting a glance at them. As the gift from Tianfu Temple was presented, Ishio felt anxious, scratching his head, for he did not know how to present Chen Chongqing's wooden carving. Moreover, Chen Chongqing was quite obstinate. If Ishio failed to fulfill their agreement, he would never allow Ishio to extend his life. As the next sect prepared to present their gift, Ishio braced himself and said, "Uncle Chongqing, I have another gift to present." His words instantly silenced the ceremony, all eyes turning to him. The gift from Tianfu Temple had already been delivered, and now Ishio was offering another gift, clearly something he had prepared himself. In such a setting, a man presenting his own gift carried an unmistakable implication. Upon hearing Ishio's words, Lin Yinxing slightly turned her head, her expression unchanging as she remarked, "You are thoughtful." Lin Yinxing's cool demeanor was expected by all, yet they watched with keen interest. The most promising heir of Tianfu Temple had developed feelings for the longevity fairy, who was wholly devoted to her path. This gossip would surely last for at least 20 years. Gulp. Struggling to swallow, Ishio, under immense pressure, presented the wooden carving with both hands. After this commotion, he feared a scolding from his master upon returning, and perhaps he wouldn't step out of Tianfu Temple for 10 years. As Ishio revealed the gift, countless minds swiftly scanned it. Upon realizing it was merely a simple wooden carving, many nearly burst into laughter. Young people often engaged in such whimsical antics. Over these 70 years, the longevity fairy had received many gifts symbolizing affection, yet all had been burned to ashes in her fire. Just when everyone assumed this occasion would unfold like the others, the previously calm longevity fairy suddenly stood up. With a swish, her formidable nascent soul power brought her before Ishio in an instant. Gazing at the wooden carving in Ishio's hands, Lin Yinxing's body trembled slightly. Picking up the carving, she gently traced the marks left by the carving knife, feeling Chun Chongsheng's presence anew. This unique animal shape could only be crafted by Brother Chongsheng. Indeed, he had not broken his promise. He had always been with her. With this thought, Lin Yinxing clutched the carving tightly, then revealed a smile radiating enough brilliance to eclipse the heavens. I truly like this gift. After the ceremony, you must come to see me alone. Remember, alone. All the guests were taken aback. What was happening? The longevity fairy had taken a liking to a mere foundation establishment monk. The sect leader of Linglong's sect thought, thank the ancestors of Linglong's sect, Nianqing has finally come to her senses. Although Ishio's status, strength, and age fell slightly short, it was not a significant issue. Once the elderly monks of Tianfu Temple retired, Ishio's status would naturally rise. However, strength was a different matter. It seemed Linglong's sect lacked suitable dual cultivation techniques. Chapter 9. The Golden Brick Embraced by Women 3 years older. Artificial spiritual roots upon realizing that Lin Yinxing might harbor feelings for Ishio. The leader of Linglong's sect swiftly devised several schemes. Ishio, dear nephew, how fares your master, the wise Huaihai Zen master? Ishio was taken aback by the enthusiastic greeting from the notoriously aloof Chongsheng fairy. He could not fathom how such a seemingly ordinary wooden sculpture could evoke such interest. Moreover, it appeared that a misunderstanding had arisen. Returning to the sect leader, my master is in good health. He merely sent me here due to recent insights. Such composure, truly a testament to a distinguished mentor, the leader remarked. As for matters of the heart among the youth, we elders shall not interfere. When a century has passed and your cultivation has stabilized, remember to come to Linglong's sect to seek my blessing. Ishio was bewildered. Sect leader, you misunderstand. I am not. Before he could complete his sentence, the leader interrupted. Oh dear, young people should not dither, nor should you feel bashful about your momentary shortcomings. As the saying goes, women 3 years older embrace golden bricks. Women 30 years older bequeath kingdoms. Women 3,000 years old ascend to the ranks of immortals. Though my beloved disciple is 50 years your senior, this poses no significant issue for one on the path of cultivation. As for your master, I, Zhao Dizhus, shall speak with him personally. After all, there have been precedents of couples formed in Tianfu Temple, and your master owes me this favor. Seeing as we have known each other for over 300 years, seeing the situation worsen, Ishio abandoned his attempts at clarification. The only solution now was to explain everything to Chongsheng Shishu during their private meeting. Lin Yinxing returned to the elder's seat, and the ceremony of Linglong's sect resumed. In Linglong town, Ishio explained, Shishu, it is as follows. This wooden sculpture does not belong to me. This place was originally a coffin shop. You must believe me. Gazing at the now empty coffin shop, Ishio felt tears of anxiety welling up. The sudden disappearance of Chun Chongsheng left him at a loss for words. After the ceremony concluded, Ishio hurried to find Lin Yinxing to clarify the situation. To convince Lin Yinxing, he recounted his encounters with Chun Chongsheng over the years. However, when Ishio brought Lin Yinxing to meet Chun Chongsheng to prove his innocence, the coffin shop had vanished, and all traces of Chun Chongsheng's existence had disappeared, leaving only an empty storefront, as if he had never been there at all. Yet, throughout Ishio's distress, Lin Yinxing remained composed. After a long silence, Lin Yinxing spoke. Ishio, do you wish to be my partner in the Tao? Upon hearing this, Ishio's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Not now, nor in the future. Best if it remains that way, Lin Yinxing nodded. Should you even entertain such thoughts, I shall remove your bald head from your shoulders. From now on, should anyone inquire, you are forbidden to mention the name Chun Chongsheng. If you dare to utter a single word, your life shall be forfeit. Realizing the gravity of Lin Yinxing's ominous threat, Ishio quickly understood something was amiss. Chongsheng Shishu seemed to know Chun Chongsheng, and it appeared their acquaintance spanned a considerable length of time. Rest assured, Shishu, I promise not to divulge a single word, but I frequently visit this place. If someone were to investigate, they might uncover some clues. How shall I respond then? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yinxing replied, you may recount your experiences, but omit any details regarding his appearance or name. If anyone insists on a title, say he refers to himself as the Undertaker. Understood. But will I still be able to see him? Most likely, for he is a person who values old ties. With that, Lin Yinxing turned and departed. Ishio, glancing at Lin Yinxing's retreating figure in the desolate coffin shop, felt a multitude of questions swirling within him, but no one could provide answers. The only key to unraveling these mysteries, it seemed, was time itself. In a certain wild expanse, the left azure dragon, the right white tiger, the front vermilion bird, and the back black tortoise. Indeed, a place of auspicious geomancy. After carefully examining the compass in his hand, Chen Changsheng could hardly contain his excitement, slapping his thigh in delight. Upon activating the teleportation array, he found himself transported to this wilderness. Once there, Chen Changsheng immediately set to work seeking a prime location. After spending 8 years accompanying Yinxing and 50 years journeying to Linglong's sect, he spent another 20 years in Linglong town. With a lifespan of 80 years, he now had only 2 years remaining. As he was on the verge of entering a deep slumber, Chen Changsheng was determined to find a good place. Once the location was confirmed, he promptly began the excavation. Yet this endeavor consumed an entire year. Simply perfect. How could I have conceived such a brilliant idea? Chen Changsheng beamed as he inspected the cave he had laboriously carved into the mountainside. To prevent disturbances during his slumber, he meticulously camouflaged the cave entrance. Above the entrance, he piled a substantial amount of soil, mixing in various seeds. When it rains, the loose soil would wash away, covering the stones blocking the entrance. Once the seeds naturally grew over a year or two, the traces of his excavation would vanish without a trace. Pleased with his design, Chen Changsheng retrieved a jade coffin from his system space, filled with a fragrant liquid. This was the second task he needed to complete before his slumber, the creation of artificial spiritual roots. System, will this method truly work? Whether it works or not, the host shall know once he tries. The worst outcome is merely wasting time you hardly care about, the system replied. Nodding in agreement, Chen Changsheng said, indeed, even if it fails, I stand to lose nothing. With that, he stripped off his clothes, immersed himself in the fragrant liquid-filled jade coffin, and commenced his 80-year slumber. After acquiring the Blood Demon Ancestor's autobiography, Chen Changsheng had spent a decade contemplating the creation of artificial spiritual roots, ultimately devising a safe and reliable method. Chapter 10. 80 years of slumber at the outset, Chen Changsheng struggled to find the right approach. Though the spiritual root resided within the human body, its true form remained a mystery, unbeknownst to anyone. Consequently, Chen Changsheng ventured a bold hypothesis that the notion of a spiritual root within the human body was a mere construct. The spiritual roots spoken of by numerous cultivators were simply a measure of one's sensitivity to certain attributes. The greater the sensitivity, the superior the quality of the spiritual root. With this hypothesis in mind, Chen Changsheng devised a safe and harmless method to immerse himself in the essence of plants. Given that the attribute of herbal essence was wood, prolonged exposure should enhance sensitivity to wood attribute spiritual energy, thus bestowing upon him the so-called wood spiritual root. Moreover, during his slumber, his body would enter a state devoid of vitality, effectively circumventing the challenge of his body actively absorbing the herbal essence. In simpler terms, Chen Changsheng regarded himself as a medicinal herb soaking in a concoction. Boom! As the coffin lid was sealed, Chen Changsheng's life force vanished entirely. At that moment, all his organs ceased to function, rendering him indistinguishable from the dead. With life stagnated, his body no longer absorbed any energy. Yet, the herbal essence within the jade coffin continued to permeate his being, albeit at a slow pace, never ceasing. Time flew by, and 80 years may have passed for Chen Changsheng in the blink of an eye, but for the myriad beings in the world, 80 years was a significant span. The mountain where Chen Changsheng lay had witnessed countless plant cycles. The sapling at the cave's mouth had now grown into a towering tree, thick as a man's waist. The disconcerting sound of friction echoed within the cave, as the once resplendent jade coffin had lost its luster. The heavy coffin lid began to shift slowly. Snap! A green-furred hand grasped the edge of the coffin, followed by the emergence of a humanoid creature entirely covered in green fur, sitting upright. Whoosh! A faint green mist escaped the creature's mouth. Indeed, this green-furred entity was none other than Chun Changsheng, awakening after 80 years of slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, Chun Changsheng did not hasten to allocate his attributes. Instead, he retrieved a device to test his spiritual root. Placing his green-furred hand upon the crystal orb, it instantly radiated a vibrant green light. Witnessing this, Chun Changsheng could not suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha! The artificial spiritual root was indeed feasible. He no longer had to worry about being captured for research by powerful beings. Since entering the realm of cultivation, Chun Changsheng had harbored a persistent fear, the dread of having his secret of longevity discovered. While slumbering allowed him to gain attribute points, the time required to grow powerful enough to confront those formidable beings at the transformation and nascent soul stages was uncertain. Any unforeseen event during that protracted period could spell his doom. Therefore, he needed to acquire a means of self-preservation during this transitional phase, and cultivation was an excellent approach. After confirming his possession of a high-grade wood spiritual root, Chun Changsheng turned his attention to the system panel in his mind. Host, Chun Changsheng Strength, 1 Speed, 1 Defense, 11 Spiritual Power, 0 Lifespan, 160 Chun Changsheng. His expression was filled with confusion as he pondered the system's revelations. What is this? Why have my attributes regressed? If memory serves, I was at the 4th level of Qi cultivation before my slumber. Though my strength was slight, I had made progress in all my attributes. Why have they reverted to that of an ordinary person? In response to Chun Changsheng's queries, the system's voice resounded in his mind. During your slumber, the spiritual power within your body gradually dissipated. Without the support of spiritual power, your attributes naturally return to the standards of a mortal, with the exception of power gained through attribute points. Chun Changsheng shrugged and soon accepted the explanation. The 4th level of Qi cultivation is nothing to lament. With my newfound high grade with spiritual root, it would take merely a few days to regain that level. Subsequently, Chun Changsheng allocated all 80 attribute points to his defense. Observing the towering figure of 91 points in defense, he remarked contentedly, System, what level of cultivator's attack can my 91 points of defense withstand? Host, with 91 points of defense, any attack below the mid-stage of foundation establishment will not breach your defenses. Attacks from mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators may injure you, while those from late-stage foundation establishment could inflict severe harm. At the perfect stage of foundation establishment, there exists a risk of death. Any attack surpassing that stage would undoubtedly lead to your demise. Just then, an explosion resonated from the cave entrance, followed by a figure leaping in with exuberance. Heaven has favored me. This time, I shall surely break through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. As the figure spoke, they froze upon noticing the jade coffin within the cave. More alarmingly, they beheld a corpse seated upright, entirely covered in green fur, staring directly at them. Ah! A shriek pierced the air. The figure instinctively brandished a flying sword, launching an attack at Chun Changsheng. Reacting on impulse, Chun Changsheng raised his hand to block. Clang! The sharp sword was instantly deflected. Witnessing that even their most formidable technique proved futile, the figure's mind raced with visions of the 99 ways they might meet their demise. Overwhelmed by fear and despair, their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. Observing this, Chun Changsheng scratched his head in bewilderment before stepping out of the coffin. As he approached, he realized that the intruder was a young girl of the demon clan, adorned with 2 fluffy fox ears atop her head and clad in coarse linen garments. Appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. What brings a demon to this place? There are no treasures here. Chun Changsheng pondered, perplexed by the sudden intrusion. When selecting a place to slumber, he had deliberately avoided areas rich in spiritual energy to prevent anyone from discovering him during their treasure hunts or cultivation. Yet, it seemed this fox-eared girl had intentionally sought to blast her way in. However, this mystery did not linger long, as Chun Changsheng soon discerned the reason. The fox-eared girl clutched a rejuvenation herb tightly in her hand. Judging by its growth, It had at least 80 years of medicinal age. The rejuvenation herb was a common spiritual medicine in the realm of cultivation. He had casually scattered its seeds at the cave entrance. Unbeknownst to him, this particular herb had transcended its growth limits, surviving for a full 80 years. If his guess was correct, it was this rejuvenation herb that had drawn her here. Chapter 11. The clever yet foolish fox, understanding the underlying reason. Chun Changsheng was preparing to depart from this place. However, the unconscious fox-eared maiden suddenly regained consciousness. Upon noticing the green-haired corpse staring intently at her, she instinctively curled up in fright. "Woo, please don't eat me. My flesh is sour." Seeing her reaction, Chun Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. How can you ascertain its sourness if you have never tasted it? Besides, with such a delicate appearance, you would surely be quite delectable. Upon hearing this, the fox-eared maiden became even more flustered. "I'm not delicate at all. I merely have a bit of baby fat. In reality, I'm quite thin, all skin and bones. If you were to consume me, it would surely be a toothache." As she spoke, the maiden covered her face with her small hands, her fox ears drooping in fear. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated pain did not arrive. She cautiously parted her fingers, her round eyes peering through the gaps to observe her surroundings. To her surprise, the green-haired corpse had donned a garment, and the green hair on its face had been somewhat tidied. "Are you not a corpse that cannot decay?" In response, Chun Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied, "A body that remains uncorrupted for 100 years transforms into a zombie. One that persists for 1,000 years becomes an incorruptible bone. Incorruptible bones are formed from the gathering of the world's deathly energy, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blades and swords. If such a legendary calamity were to manifest, I fear you would be reduced to naught but dust." Upon confirming that the figure before her was not the fabled incorruptible bone, the fox-eared maiden immediately prostrated herself in reverence. "I apologize for disturbing your serene cultivation, esteemed senior. Please forgive me." Observing the maiden kneeling before him, Chun Changsheng initially intended to dismiss her with a few casual remarks and part ways. However, after a moment's thought, he resolved to extract some information from this naive fox-eared maiden. Having been randomly transported here 80 years ago, he had spent the remaining time constructing his tomb, leaving him utterly ignorant of the surrounding environment. Blindly wandering could easily lead to unnecessary troubles. Contemplating this, Chun Changsheng pondered for a moment and inquired, "How did you come to this place alone? Where are your kin?" The fox-eared maiden promptly replied with respect, "Esteemed senior, I have wandered here alone, without any kin nearby. What year is it today, and what changes have transpired in this land? It is now the 380th year of the great Qian dynasty. All is well here, and no significant upheavals have occurred. However, I have heard that 300 miles to the east, a powerful being from the Shangqing Temple has emerged." Upon hearing the name of Shangqing Temple, Chun Changsheng began to search his memory. To prevent himself from getting lost after his transportation, he had diligently gathered numerous maps. While he could not claim to know the entire Great Qian dynasty, he was certainly familiar with more than half. If I recall correctly, Shangqing Temple is approximately 1,000 miles away from Linglong sect. I never expected to have been transported such a distance. Muttering this to himself, Chun Changsheng spoke. "Considering your unintentional intrusion, I shall not hold you accountable for trespassing. You may leave." "Ah," the fox-eared maiden exclaimed. "Am I to leave just like this?" Her innocent remark prompted Chun Changsheng to respond coldly. "What else do you wish to do? But under such circumstances, shouldn't you bestow upon me an opportunity? Who told you that? Such are the rumors." Seeing the naive and innocent look in her eyes, Chun Changsheng couldn't help but feel amused. It was said that foxes were cunning, yet this was the first time he had encountered one so innocent. "Very well, since our meeting is fate, I shall grant you a modicum of opportunity." With that, Chun Changsheng casually shared some insights regarding foundational cultivation. Insights that he had previously discussed with a little monk named Ikkyu. The young monk would frequently visit him for conversations, and aside from the secrets of the Tianfu Temple, he knew all about Ikkyu, including the fact that he wet the bed until he was 5. After sharing his thoughts, Chun Changsheng waved his hand and said, "Our connection ends here. You may depart. Should you appear before me again, your life may be in jeopardy. Thank you for your guidance. esteemed senior. Humaingyang shall forever be grateful. After bowing deeply once more, the fox-eared maiden promptly turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Changsheng smiled, and then took his leave in the opposite direction. Although his defenses were formidable, his offensive capabilities were practically non-existent. In other words, he could not contend with this little fox. If she were to discover any weakness, it could spell disaster. As for the insights on foundational cultivation, Qin Changsheng was uncertain of their efficacy, having never attained that level himself. Having exited the cave, where he had slumbered for 80 years, Qin Changsheng began to wander aimlessly once more. Niansheng had moved on to her own life and no longer required his concern. The only task remaining for Qin Changsheng was to seek a new objective to navigate through his protracted period of wakefulness. Qin Changsheng, a furious shout echoed within the library. As a valiant man clad in a Taoist robe scanned the area, seemingly searching for something. Hearing the shout, Qin Changsheng, still bleary-eyed and wearing a robe, abruptly lifted his head from the pile of books. Upon recognizing the visitor, he broke into a smile and said, "Senior brother Qingfeng, is there something you need?" Seeing Qin Changsheng's utterly innocent expression, Qingfeng felt a pang of frustration. "Junior brother Changsheng, you have been at Shanqing Temple for 10 years. After a decade, you are still languishing at the 9th level of Qi training. Do you not wish to establish your foundation?" In response, Qin Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, foundation establishment cannot be rushed. Taking it slow is not a grave error. Life's journey is long. A slower pace is quite agreeable." Upon hearing this, Qingfeng's eyelids twitched. His junior brother had arrived at Shanqing Temple a decade ago, possessing a commendable aptitude with a high grade with spiritual root. The entire temple had adored this little brother, for he was always cheerful, meticulous in his work, and remarkably patient. He did not engage in intrigue or strive for fame. He spent his days either engrossed in Taoist texts or devoted to cultivation. Such a junior could easily become the beloved of any sect. However, as time passed, people gradually recognized the issue with junior brother Changsheng. He was excessively patient. With a high grade with spiritual root, one would typically establish a foundation within 5 years. Yet, Changsheng had stubbornly taken 10 years without achieving that milestone. Chapter 12. The thunderstruck coffin regarding Qin Changsheng's peculiar patience. Qingfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically and remarked, "This isn't merely a matter of being slow. You never intended to establish a foundation, did you? While others extend their time in the Qi refinement stage to lay a solid groundwork, none have taken as long as you, 10 whole years. Though you possess the 9th level of Qi refinement, you cannot even best a 7th level outer disciple. What exactly are you aiming to achieve?" Faced with Qingfeng's heartfelt admonition, Qin Changsheng smiled serenely. "Cultivation is simply cultivation. Why complicate it with ulterior motives? Moreover, with you as my senior brother, there's no need for me to engage in fighting. Whether I am present or absent makes no difference. Please, spare me your incessant pressure." As Qin Changsheng prepared to retreat into the stacks of books, Qingfeng, unwilling to let him off so easily, seized him by the collar and hoisted him up. "Qin Changsheng, cease this pretense. Establishing a foundation is a directive from our master. You must break through, regardless of your inclinations. The infinite secret realm is about to open, and our master has personally secured a spot for you. There's no escaping this." With that, Qingfeng dragged the reluctantly compliant Qin Changsheng away from the scripture pavilion. In the grand hall of the Upper Clarity Temple, an elder with an ethereal presence stood amidst the assembly. The 10 inner disciples stood respectfully to the sides, while Qin Changsheng lingered at the rear. After a considerable pause, the elder spoke, "Changsheng, how long have you been with us at Upper Clarity Temple?" Upon hearing his master's direct inquiry, Qin Changsheng promptly clasped his hands and replied, "Master, the disciple has been in the temple for 10 years. The elder nodded thoughtfully. "A decade ago, coinciding with the return of our ancestral master from seclusion, you fortuitously passed by Upper Clarity Temple. Our ancestral master selected you from the throngs of people and brought you to the temple, proclaiming your affinity for the Tao and bestowing upon you the status of an inner disciple." As the elder approached Qin Changsheng, he gently placed his hand on Qin's shoulder. Ouch! Chun exclaimed, Master, you're going to break my bones. Be gentler. Despite his struggles, Chen's feeble strength was no match for the temple's headmaster, the spirit master. At this moment, the spirit master's expression twisted slightly as he forced a smile, grimacing. Whether you possess an affinity for the Tao is still an open question. However, can you elucidate why the thunderstruck Jujube, wood that has rested at the back mountain for 3 centuries, has transformed into a coffin? Upon hearing this, Chen's 9 senior brothers all twitched their mouths in disbelief. The favored disciple of the master was none other than this little junior brother. While certain areas of the Upper Clarity Temple were off-limits to other disciples, there were no such restrictions for him. He could roam freely, even in the secluded areas where the ancestral master meditated. Yet, none could have anticipated that he would dare to touch something so precious to the master. Master, the little junior brother acted without intention. Please forgive him this once. Qing Feng stepped forward to plead for Chun Changsheng, and the other senior brothers joined in. Without intention? The spirit master retorted, I only provided him with the route for the outer array. I never disclosed the core array's route. 3 years ago, that Jujube wood was perfectly fine where it was, but when I checked yesterday, it had become a splendid coffin. I am curious about what kind of unintentional act could silently breach my grand array and transform the wood into a coffin. As the spirit master turned his gaze back to Chun Changsheng, the latter appeared somewhat guilty. Master, that piece of thunderstruck wood has been there for a long time. Though such material is rare to you at your current level, it might be somewhat superfluous. Listening to Chun Changsheng's evasive reasoning, the spirit master released his grip on Chen's shoulder and instead grasped his ear. Despite the sternness of his words, deep down, he felt a pang of concern for his disciple. Among the inner disciples, Chun Changsheng was the weakest and had the lowest cultivation level. If he were not careful, he might inadvertently injure him. Whether that wood is of use to me is not for you to instruct. I intended to carve the statue of the 3 purities from it. When outsiders visit Upper Clarity Temple and behold the magnificent statue of the 3 purities, they will surely develop a sense of reverence for our Tao. Now that the thunderstruck wood is gone, what do you propose we do about this? Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng immediately shrank his head to evade the spirit master's grasp. He then pointed at the clay statue of the 3 purities in the hall and declared, The Tao resides in the heart. The clay statue of the 3 purities suffices. If one wishes for others to understand our Tao, what need is there for external objects? With that, Chun Changsheng retrieved a brush and strode toward the hall's entrance. Observing his actions, the spirit master was momentarily taken aback. According to custom, if the boy merely admitted fault and his other disciples interceded, he would have no choice but to let him off the hook. But with this unexpected turn, he found himself at a loss. In no time, the spirit master and Chun Changsheng's 9 senior brothers followed him outside. There, Chun Changsheng used his spiritual energy to smooth the couplets outside the hall, and with deft strokes, 22 elegant characters appeared before the onlookers. Harboring malevolent intentions yields no benefit. Even if one burns incense, standing upright and honorable, what harm is there in not bowing to me? Excellent, Qing Feng exclaimed, impressed by Chun Changsheng's composition. This little brother indeed has an affinity for the Tao. These 22 characters embody the spirit of our sect. Though Chun Changsheng merely smiled in response to Qing Feng's praise, the spirit master maintained a stern expression and remarked, Your comprehension is commendable, yet your strength is utterly lacking. For now, we shall set aside the matter of the thunderstruck wood. Should you fail to establish a foundation in the infinite secret realm, beware of the consequences. Now be gone. Your presence vexes me. Seeing that their master had not yet calmed down, the senior brothers promptly escorted Chun Changsheng away. Once he was gone, the spirit master contemplated the couplet before him with great scrutiny. Chapter 13. The bookworm Chun Changsheng, after reciting the text 10 times, the master Yuan Shun expressed his satisfaction, stating that only his disciple could compose couplets of such profound elegance. Look at these characters. They're like iron and silver, exuding an extraordinary grace that few can replicate. He scoffed at the likes of the bald monk Hui Hai and that scoundrel Zhao Dizhus, who flaunted their prowess due to having a promising disciple. Once Changsheng establishes his foundation, I shall surely curtail their arrogance. With that, The master Yuan Shun strode away, hands clasped behind his back, brimming with pride. Moments later, a vague silhouette appeared at the entrance of the previously empty hall. After a millennium of cultivation, I still have no disciple who perceives the truths clearly. How intriguing. Before he could finish his thought, the indistinct figure vanished once more. Numerous streaks of light darted across the sky. The mortal onlookers gazed in awe, for those lights represented the omnipotent immortals of their realm. Yet, unbeknownst to them, within that luminous display was a rather unambitious immortal. Senior brother, could you not channel a bit more of your spiritual power? The wind is so fierce that I can hardly concentrate on my reading. A phantasmal flying sword soared swiftly through the air, while Qing Feng, the eldest disciple of the Shangqing Temple, stood poised at its tip. Behind him sat a young man in meditation, the gusts from the flight continually pressing down his pages. Observing his junior's laid-back demeanor, Qing Feng waved his right hand, increasing the protective, spiritual energy around them, which quieted the flapping pages. Changsheng, you spend all your time with books. What, pray tell, do you read? In response, Qin Changsheng offered a faint smile and replied, I delight in all forms of literature. Not only do I cherish reading, but I also yearn to observe every facet of this world. However, the world is vast, and even if I were to spend a millennium, I cannot behold it all. Thus, I choose to read first, then observe. 4 books are the creations of individuals who wish to immortalize their perceptions and experiences through words. To finish a book is akin to understanding a person's entire life. While one may not grasp the entirety, glimpses can be gleaned. Intrigued by Chun Changsheng's explanation, Qing Feng inquired, with all your reading, has it proven beneficial? Certainly. Without my studies, how could I decipher my master's core formations? At this revelation, not only did Chun Changsheng's brothers take an interest, but even a master Yuan Shun perked up his ears. The thought of Chun Changsheng crafting a coffin from thunderwood tugged at the master Yuan Shun's heartstrings. Yet what perplexed him more was how a disciple of the 9th layer of Qi could unravel a formation laid by a master in the nascent soul stage. Are you suggesting there exists a formation set by our master within the scripture repository? The elder brother chuckled. Surely you jest. Master is not adept in the ways of formations. So how could the repository contain such knowledge? Replied the master Yuan Shun, slightly wounded. I am your master, a being of the nascent soul, while you, at the 9th layer of Qi, have no standing to critique me. If the scripture repository does not house our master's formations, how did you breach them? Even if our master lacks proficiency in formations, those established by a nascent soul cultivator are not meant for you to comprehend. You are correct. By conventional wisdom, I would be unable to decipher my master's formations. Yet, you overlook a critical principle. All things in this world follow a traceable path. Our master, being the head of the Shangqing Temple, naturally inherits the teachings of the temple. I have diligently perused the tomes on formations in the scripture repository. Having read nearly all of them, our master's studies pertain to the 5 elements formation lineage. While delving into these texts, I stumbled upon notes and insights left by our master years ago, thus gaining some understanding of his formation habits. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng turned to his second brother, Mingyue, and asked, Mingyue, you oversee the scripture repository. Does our Shangqing Temple house the 5 elements formation lineage? After pondering, Mingyue replied, although I lack the extensive knowledge of our junior brother, I am somewhat familiar with the general classifications of the repository. I have never heard of the 5 elements formation lineage. Realizing the situation, Chun Changsheng chuckled. Of course, you wouldn't know. You have overseen the repository for 30 years. But the 5 elements formation was removed over 50 years ago. This particular methodology flourished in the cultivation world a century ago, but was gradually supplanted by other formations. At this, Mingyue stared at Chun Changsheng in disbelief. Junior brother, do not tell me you ventured into the book grave. Ha ha ha. Mingyue's keen insight was indeed correct. I did indeed visit the book grave. Mingyue felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. There is nothing in this world that remains unchanged. And the cultivation realm's techniques and knowledge are no exception. From grand methods for cultivating to the foundational knowledge of formations, everything evolves. Consequently, the scripture repository undergoes a cleansing every 50 years to replace outdated texts. The discarded volumes are sent to a designated storage location, colloquially referred to as the book grave by the disciples of Shanqing Temple. Having stood for a millennium, no one knows the extent of the collection within the book grave. Its contents remain a mystery. Mingwei had visited the place a few times upon entering the sect, and had even discovered a mundane tale, the plum in the golden vase. After confirming that most of the books there were of little use, he had not returned. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Mingwei cautiously asked, "Junior brother, you did not read through every book in the book grave, did you?" "Senior brother, do not jest. I have only been a disciple for 10 years. How could I have finished them all? However, I have read through about 30%. 30%, Mingwei exclaimed. That must amount to at least 40,000 volumes. Not quite. The book grave houses a total of 98,352 books. Over the years, I have read 28,635 volumes, which is roughly 1/3. Upon hearing this, Mingwei fell into silence, as did the other disciples. Even the master Yuan Shun in the nascent soul stage could not escape the weight of this revelation. Chapter 14. The Thunderstruck Wood Meets Its Fate. Time and people have changed after a few breaths. Qingfeng finally recovered from the shock and spoke. "The five-element formation you mentioned, I believe I have heard my master speak of it. It was a signature skill of a certain sect from 200 years ago, but it has since been rendered obsolete. If that is the case, the scriptures housed within the scripture repository should also contain the fundamentals and some introductions to the five-element formations. Are you suggesting that you can break your master's grand formation using just this knowledge?" "Certainly not," Chun Chongxing replied, shaking his head. "I mentioned earlier that my master inherited his teachings from the Shanqing Temple and is not adept in formations. Under such circumstances, it is highly unlikely that he could have created a formation of his own. Therefore, his skills and formations must have been derived from the scripture repository of Shanqing Temple. During my second year as his disciple, he showed me the piece of thunderstruck wood. In order to decipher the core formation he left behind, I spent an entire year poring over every formation manual in the scripture repository. After thorough comparison, I discovered that the formation laid out by my master was a fusion of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation and the Big Dipper formation, with some modifications of his own. Despite numerous attempts, I was unable to breach the formation for a whole 5 years. Later on, I came across the text on the 5-element formation in a book grave and gained insights from my master's own reflections on formations. With this newfound understanding, I finally grasped how he integrated the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation with the Big Dipper formation, utilizing the principles of the 5-element formation. Once I comprehended the arrangement of the formation, I resumed my attempts and invested another year and a half to break through. Ultimately, 10 days ago, I completed the crafting of the coffin. Upon hearing Chun Chongxing's account, the others fell into silence. Qingfeng cast a sympathetic glance at the Yuanshan master, as if to convey, "Master, your thunderstruck wood did not perish in vain." The Yuanshan master found Chun Chongxing's actions both amusing and exasperating. This fellow spent a full 8 years transforming a mere piece of thunderstruck wood into a coffin. He was at a loss whether to commend his perseverance or scold him for his folly. 8 years is not a trivial span for a cultivator. The lifespan of mortals barely exceeds a century, while foundational cultivators may live up to 200 years. Golden core cultivators reach around 500 years, and those in the nascent soul stage may live approximately 800 years, with only the transformation ancestors surpassing a millennium. His disciple, however, devoted 8 years to such a trivial matter. Was he truly unconcerned about his lifespan? In the infinite secret realm, various sects had gathered at the entrance. "Oh my, is that not the Yuanshan master? After 50 years, you have surprisingly advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. Truly commendable." As Qin Changsheng and his companions descended, Zhao Dezhu, the leader of the Linglong sect, approached with a beaming smile. However, the Yuanshan master did not reciprocate Zhao Dezhu's enthusiasm with a pleasant demeanor. "There is no need for pleasantries. I prefer not to engage in excessive discourse with one of your crass nature," he replied curtly. Zhao Dezhu, feigning sorrow, responded, "Yuanshan Taoist, you are a member of the Taoist sect. How can your temper be so volatile? While my cultivation may be slightly superior, and my disciple marginally more capable than yours, There is no reason for you to harbor resentment over trivial matters. I know you are envious of my exceptional disciple, who, at under 200 years of age, has already reached the late nascent soul stage, a talent unparalleled in the entire Deqian Empire. If I could find someone for you, I would certainly help, given our friendship. Bah, I have no interest in your mediocre disciple. I possess someone far superior. While your disciple may reach the late nascent soul stage before 200, mine will achieve it before the age of 100. Just wait and see. With that, the Yuanshan master stormed off, taking Chun Changsheng and the others with him in a huff. Zhao Dezhu merely smirked, humming a tune as he made his way toward the ceiling point of the infinite secret realm. Enough. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Qingfeng, take your junior brothers in first. I shall confront that scoundrel Zhao Dezhu again. After parting ways for a brief moment, the Yuanshan master found himself increasingly irate and returned to seek out Zhao Dezhu once more. Observing his master's demeanor, Qingfeng chuckled but chose not to intervene. He had witnessed the banter between Zhao Daizhu and his master for 150 years. At that moment, Chun Changsheng surveyed his surroundings and spoke up, "Senior brother, was it not said that the Linglong sect has a prodigy named Changxing Fairy? Why have I not seen her? Changxing Fairy has gone to the border of the Deqian Kingdom. Not only her, but even Master Ishio from the Tianfu Temple has gone as well." Master Ishio? Upon hearing that name, Chun Changxing couldn't help but express his surprise. Qingfeng, assuming Qin Changsheng was unfamiliar with the name, began to explain. Master Ishio is the heir of the Tianfu Temple and is regarded as a talent second only to Changxing Fairy in the Deqian Empire. He reached the late Golden Core stage by just over 100 years of age and is said to be the most likely candidate to surpass Changxing Fairy. Upon learning that the timid and kind-hearted little monk had grown into an independent figure, Chun Changsheng felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The little monk had frequently sought him out for debates, often ending in defeat. Time, indeed, is the most formidable skill in existence, after merely a nap. The once little monk had transformed into the current master. After a moment of reflection, Chun Changsheng inquired once more, "Senior brother, what are they doing at the border? What else could they be doing but waging war with the Night Moon Kingdom? As a nation of demons, the Night Moon Kingdom engages in battle with the Deqian Empire every 200 years. Although the Deqian Empire has achieved victory multiple times, it has never been able to eradicate them. Recently, however, the Night Moon Kingdom has surprisingly initiated war ahead of schedule. Merely 170 years since the last conflict, 30 years earlier than expected, which is indeed perplexing." Upon hearing this, the smile on Chun Changxing's face gradually vanished. He had seen records of the war between the Deqian Kingdom and the Night Moon Kingdom in the Bookgrave. It was a catastrophic battle involving both cultivators and mortals, the brutality of which words could scarcely convey. Even a nascent soul master faced the peril of falling. Moreover, the premature declaration of war by the Night Moon Kingdom filled Chun Changsheng with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Chapter 15. The Infinite Secret Realm and the Mysterious Coffin, seeing Chun Changsheng in a daze. Qingfeng assumed he was preoccupied with concerns about the impending war between the two nations. With a smile, he reassured him, "Do not worry. Such a national conflict can only be participated in by those at the Golden Core stage. By the time you reach that level, the war may well be over. The Infinite Secret Realm is about to commence. You should enter with your senior brother Yuanshan." With that, Qingfeng gently urged Chun Changsheng and Yuanshan forward. At that moment, the three supreme cultivation sects, Tianfu Temple, Linglong Sect, and Shangqing Temple, joined forces to unseal the Infinite Secret Realm. A deep black hole suddenly appeared above the altar, and those who had already been selected were instantly drawn into it. After a dizzying swirl, Chun Changsheng and Yuanshan found themselves amidst a sea of flowers. Observing their surroundings, Yuanshan tugged at Chun Changsheng's sleeve and inquired, "Junior brother Changsheng, where are we?" Faced with his somewhat timid ninth senior brother, Chun Changsheng could not help but smile wryly. Before arriving at Shangqing Temple, there had been 9 inner disciples, each possessing unique skills and distinct personalities. His ninth senior brother was famously timid, having only just turned 13. Despite his youth, his talent was remarkable, as he possessed both water and fire's spiritual roots. Yuan Shan, as a mid-foundation cultivator, do not be so cowardly, Chen Changsheng chided lightly. Hearing this, Yuan Shan wore a bitter smile. Brother Changsheng, you know well that I was brought to Shangqing Temple by our master at the age of 3. My days have been filled solely with cultivation, leaving me little knowledge of the outside world. Chen Changsheng grinned. Then will you heed my words? Of course I will, Yuan Shan replied. When you sneaked away to borrow the master's thunderstrike wood, it was I who kept watch for you. Since you agree, let's begin gathering flowers now. Gather flowers? The request filled Yuan Shan's face with confusion. Brother Changsheng, what purpose do we have for gathering flowers? To brew wine, Chen Changsheng explained. This must be the 100-flower sea of the infinite secret realm, where flowers of all seasons thrive. I read in ancient texts of a celestial wine called 100-flower wine, made from the blossoms of all seasons, with the stipulation that all flowers must be fresh. The conditions are exceedingly stringent, which is why I have never managed to brew it before. Now, however, we have a divine opportunity. Observing Chen Changsheng crouched on the ground collecting petals, Yuan Shan scratched his head and said, but our master sent us here to search for opportunities. If we gather flowers to brew wine, how will we explain ourselves upon our return? I have studied the map of the infinite secret realm and found that 30 miles east of here lies a dilapidated bronze ancient temple. Within that temple lies the opportunity you seek, but one must undergo trials to obtain it. I'm aware of this, and surely others are as well. Thus, 2 choices present themselves to you. First, go to the bronze ancient temple to face the trials and compete fiercely against other sect disciples. Or second, stay here with me to brew 100-flower wine. Given our master's fondness for fine wine, he may overlook any transgressions if we present him with the 100-flower wine. Considering Chen Changsheng's options, Yuan Shan tilted his head in thought for a moment before squatting down to join the flower-gathering effort. As time passed, many talented individuals who entered the infinite secret realm were fervently searching for opportunities, often clashing violently in their pursuit. In stark contrast, Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan enjoyed a leisurely existence. They gathered dew-kissed petals in the morning, lounged in the floral sea gazing at the sky during midday, and in the afternoon, they followed ancient methods to recreate the 100-flower wine. Their lives stood in sharp relief against the frantic endeavors of the other cultivators. Brother Changsheng, come quickly and see what this is. Yuan Shan's call pulled Chen Changsheng from his reverie. He saw Yuan Shan waving excitedly, seemingly having discovered something. What is it? Chen Changsheng approached instinctively, and Yuan Shan pointed at the ground. Brother Changsheng, there's a patterned stone slab here. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng knelt down and gently brushed away the dust, revealing a beautifully carved stone slab. Examining the intricate designs, he frowned and remarked, "This seems to be quite substantial. We should excavate it." Thus, the duo commenced their digging efforts. After an hour of labor, a colossal coffin emerged before them, adorned with peculiar inscriptions atop its surface. Yuan Shan scrutinized it closely and asked, Brother Changsheng, what language is this? I cannot comprehend it. You cannot understand it, because these are characters from 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years? The Great Qian dynasty was only established 1,800 years ago. This coffin must predate it. Silence. Chen Changsheng interrupted. I have only encountered some of these characters in ancient texts, and there are some I do not recognize. Allow me a moment to ponder. After hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yuan Shan promptly covered his mouth with his hand and stood quietly in place. An hour passed, and Chen Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow and said, So that is the case. We have truly stumbled upon good fortune. Seeing Chen Changsheng finally speak, Yuan Shan eagerly asked, Brother Changsheng, what does it say? It is a brief biography of a person. I began my cultivation at a young age, and by 18, had fought 3,981 battles, winning 756 and losing 3,225. At 80, I fought 4,498 battles, winning 1,325 and losing 3,173. At 200, I fought 1,650 battles, winning 985 and losing 780. At 500, I fought 130 battles, winning 115 and losing 15. At 1,000, I fought 9 battles and won them all, only to find that I was unmatched upon looking back at the world. Alas, I sought a rival throughout my life, but could not find one, which is indeed a profound loneliness. I once sought a retreat to live in solitude, yet upon reflection, I chose another place, unwilling to let my legacy end. Thus, I have buried this stone coffin beneath the sea of flowers. The journey of life is long, and only those with true sincerity may attain it. Having recited the inscription on the coffin, Yuan Shan was left in stunned silence, his mouth agape. Brother Changsheng. This individual was truly formidable. He fought so many battles in his lifetime, yet why did he fight fewer as he aged? That is obvious. As time passes, there are fewer who can match him in battle. Changsheng replied. When he was 1,000 years old, those 9 battles must have been earth-shattering encounters. Though simply stated as 9 battles, 9 victories, those words cannot conceal his exhilaration. Surely, those 9 battles were the most satisfying of his life. Chapter 16. The undefeated immortal and the urgent situation at the border. Listening to Changsheng's words, Yuan Shan suddenly spoke up. Brother Changsheng, since that senior left behind a legacy, why are there no trials set here? Is he not afraid that his treasures would be casually taken by others? Who says there are no trials? The entire infinite secret realm is the greatest trial of all. The reason it is called infinite is that this place is nearly limitless. It has been accessible every 50 years since the establishment of the Dacian dynasty over 1,000 years ago, and yet the treasures here remain untouched. In the face of such an inexhaustible gold mine, who would still pay heed to this picturesque but utterly useless sea of flowers? We cultivate to seek the path. Some pursue martial arts, while others seek the way of longevity. Regardless of the path one follows, the most crucial aspect is to remain untempted by external distractions. Yet, look at those who have entered the secret realm. They are all entranced by the treasures here, forgetting their original intentions. How could those who have forgotten their intentions pause to admire this sea of flowers? Yuan Shan, seemingly grasping Changsheng's words, nodded slightly. Brother Changsheng, what is the name of that senior? I do not know. It is not written above. Let us open it, and perhaps we will find a clue. Great. Upon hearing that they were to open the coffin, Yuan Shan immediately became excited. With a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache, the heavy stone coffin was pried open a crack by the two of them. As the gap widened, before Yuan Shan could peer inside, a brilliant light shot forth from the coffin, enveloping both of them. After a dizzying whirl, Changsheng and Yuan Shan found themselves in a vast, white space. At the center stood a man whose features were indistinguishable, hands clasped behind his back. Having obtained this opportunity proves you are not yet swayed by external distractions. I excel in boxing. This set of boxing techniques embodies my lifelong learning. I hope future generations cherish it well. As he spoke, the figure began to demonstrate his boxing techniques. The moves were not complex, yet each strike contained an ineffable elegance. Soon, the demonstration concluded, and the figure spoke again. This boxing technique does not focus on the forms but rather on the intent. In my later years, facing 9 opponents, I unleashed 9 strikes and all 9 were defeated. With that, the surrounding environment transformed once more, revealing the figure atop a mountain peak, surrounded by 9 powerful shadows. Gradually, the figure began to throw punches. Though the speed was excruciatingly slow, the mountains and rivers around him crumbled under each strike. Changsheng and Yuan Shan were left speechless, mesmerized by the scene before them. Each punch delivered by the figure carried a distinct essence, a realm so profound that neither Changsheng nor Yuan Shan could comprehend it. Once the battle concluded, they found themselves back in the white space. Future practitioners of my boxing must remember, the technique may falter, but the spirit must never wane. When you strike, it should rend your opponent's heart and guts. As he finished speaking, the surrounding space began to collapse, and the figure gradually faded away. Changsheng, shaken from his astonishment, clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, senior?" At this, the once dull figure seemed to gain a flicker of awareness. The world knows me as the undefeated immortal. Thank you, immortal, for granting us this opportunity. May I inquire what this boxing technique is called? In my hands, It is merely my boxing. In yours, it becomes your boxing. Thus, it is nameless. With the final word spoken, the figure of the undefeated immortal completely vanished. And Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan found themselves back amidst the sea of flowers. Observing their familiar surroundings, Chen Changsheng felt a sense of surrealism wash over him. Brother Changsheng, I have reached the golden core stage, Yuan Shan exclaimed, joyfully displaying his newfound cultivation. Upon seeing Yuan Shan leap from mid-foundation to the golden core stage, Chen Changsheng sensed something amiss and hurriedly checked his own realm. To his surprise, he realized that he had unknowingly achieved full foundation establishment, mere steps away from the golden core stage. Brother Changsheng, what is happening? How could I have reached the golden core in less than an hour? In response to Yuan Shan's confusion, Chen Changsheng smiled gently. It was not merely an hour. We have spent at least 2 months inside. 2 months? Is that possible? Indeed. When we unearthed this coffin, we disturbed many of the surrounding flowers. Yet look around. They have already regrown. Although the infinite secret realm is rich in spiritual energy, it cannot reach this level without at least a month or 2. Hearing this, Yuan Shan glanced around and found Chen Changsheng's words to be true. The reason we felt we hadn't stayed long is that the immortal S realm is so high that it created an illusion for us. Furthermore, when the immortal demonstrated the boxing techniques, our bodies unconsciously practiced along with him many times. With such a powerful predecessor guiding us, how could we not improve? Ah, I see. If 2 months have indeed passed, does that mean we are about to leave the secret realm? It should be soon. The infinite secret realm opens for 5 months. We spent 2.5 months brewing wine and over 2 months learning the immortal's boxing techniques. We should gather our belongings quickly. We might soon be expelled from the realm. With that, Chen Changsheng made his way toward the temporary wooden hut he had constructed, where he had stored 10 jars of the exquisite flower wine he had painstakingly brewed. Suddenly, the altar trembled, and numerous figures were expelled from a black vortex. Some appeared excited, others frustrated, and a few bore expressions of malice. However, it soon became clear that something was amiss. Most of their sect's elders were absent, and only 1 or 2 individuals had come to greet them. Sixth Senior Brother, why are you the only one here? We're Master and Big Senior Brother, Chen Changsheng inquired. With a forced smile, the Sixth Senior Brother replied, the border is an urgent need. Master and Big Senior Brother left 2 months ago. It seems you both have made significant gains, which puts my mind at ease. For the time being, you two will oversee the Qingqing Pavilion. We will return shortly. Having spoken, the Sixth Senior Brother immediately took to the skies on his sword and departed. Watching him leave, Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed in concern. The Sixth Senior Brother was known for his composure. What could have happened at the border to make him so anxious? With a sigh, Chen Changsheng shook his head. For his worries extended beyond just his master and senior brothers. He was also concerned about a young monk and a girl. Chapter 17. The Reappearance of the Undertaker. Defeat at Shangqing Temple. The words of the Sixth Senior Brother stirred a faint sense of unease within Chen Changsheng. However, this feeling did not linger for long, as he soon found solace. After traversing the mortal realm for several decades, Chen Changsheng had come to understand a profound truth. When circumstances exceed your capacity to influence them, they will transpire irrespective of your desire to avert them. Rather than fret incessantly, it is far more prudent to embrace each day with joy, for time will ultimately reveal all truths, including the validity of one's conjectures. Upon returning to Shangqing Temple, Chen Changsheng resumed his leisurely existence. His daily routine involved either perusing texts at the book mound or practicing the nameless fist technique of the 100 defeats immortal to keep his body active. During the journey to the frontier, the presence of the sage of Yuan Shan had drained over half of Shangqing Temple's resources. Consequently, although the young Yuan Shan was still in his formative years, with Chen Changsheng's assistance, he managed to sustain the temple's operations. Moreover, as Yuan Shan encountered more experiences, his growth accelerated, and it was not long before Chen Changsheng assumed the role of a mere bystander. However, during this period, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The conflict between the Qin dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom would persist for a full 20 years. By the 5th year, even the long-secluded ancestor of transformation had made his way to the front lines. At the book mound of Shangqing Temple, having gently placed the final tome down, Chun Changsheng stretched his somewhat stiff body. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a Taoist robe approached, his sword-like brows and starry eyes captivating. "Have you given any thought to our conversation from yesterday?" he inquired. Chun Changsheng cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "No." "Why not? 10 years ago, you promised that once I finished reading the books at the book mound, I would be allowed to go to the frontier. Now that I have finished, why am I not permitted to leave? Do not forget, I am the acting head of Shangqing Temple." Observing the man before him, who now roared at him, Chun Changsheng chuckled. "It has been 20 years since that little brat who sought my counsel in all matters finally dares to confront me. Well done, you have made progress." Listening to Chun Changsheng's words, the now matured Yuan Shan's eyes began to redden, and with a quivering voice, he lamented, "Seventh senior brother has perished. Fifth senior brother is blind. And our beloved senior brother has lost an arm. Brother Changsheng, I am now at the late stage of the Golden Core. I can assist them. I truly do not wish to see my brothers suffer any longer." Gazing into Yuan Shan's reddened eyes, Chun Changsheng was momentarily at a loss for words. He had been closely monitoring the situation at the frontier over the years, and the circumstances for the Qian dynasty were far from optimistic. More than 10 formidable beings at the nascent soul stage had perished, and rumors suggested that even those at the transformation stage had begun to fall in battle. Such a brutal battlefield would undoubtedly spell death for Yuan Shan if he were to be sent forth. In that environment, even a golden core cultivator was little more than an elevated cannon fodder. Just as Chun Changsheng contemplated finding an excuse to prevent Yuan Shan from heading to the battlefield, a familiar aura suddenly emanated from above Shangqing Temple. Sensing this presence, both Chun Changsheng and Yuan Shan hurried out to greet it. However, what they beheld was their third senior brother, drenched in blood, with his left hand severed and his right eye blind. "From this moment on, I am the head of Shangqing Temple, and ninth junior brother Song Yuan Shan shall be the deputy head. All branches of Shangqing Temple shall retreat 3,000 miles west." Once languid, the third senior brother now exuded an air of decisiveness, having no time to exchange pleasantries with his long-absent junior brothers. After issuing a series of commands, the tension that had gripped him finally eased. Observing his drastically changed demeanor, Yuan Shan trembled as he approached. "Third senior brother, what about Master and the others?" In response to Yuan Shan's inquiry, the third senior brother spoke with a hoarse voice, for reasons unknown. "The Night Moon Kingdom has unexpectedly doubled its forces at the nascent soul stage. Master was besieged by 3 of their late-stage nascent soul cultivators and ultimately fell at Phoenix Mountain. We, as senior brothers, were acting together but were suddenly ambushed. Senior brother sacrificed himself to ensure my escape. The Qian dynasty has suffered defeat, ceding 5,000 miles of territory to the Night Moon Kingdom, starting from the frontier." Upon hearing this news, Yuan Shan felt as though the world was spinning beneath him. He then seized the third senior brother's collar and fiercely demanded, "What of Master's body? Why did you not bring it back? Do you wish to see Master's corpse crafted into a puppet?" Faced with Yuan Shan's fury, the third senior brother offered no resistance, only an abyss of silence. "Stop shaking him, or you shall rattle him to death." Chun Changsheng's calm voice resonated from behind. Yuan Shan instinctively halted his movements. Upon turning, he noticed that Chun Changsheng had mysteriously brought back the thunderstruck wooden coffin from the back mountain. Before Yuan Shan could comprehend Chun Changsheng's intentions, the latter had already approached the third senior brother. He retrieved a porcelain vial and administered a pill to the third senior brother. It was as if the recent harrowing news had not affected Chun Changsheng in the slightest. "You have injured your foundation, and my abilities are insufficient to save you. The Night Moon Kingdom's offensive is relentless. Their ambitions extend far beyond a mere 5,000 miles. They seek to engulf the entire Qian dynasty. Yuan Shan possesses commendable talent, albeit with a touch of immaturity. You must nurture him well over the next 50 years, for the future of Shangqing Temple rests upon him." With that, Chun Changsheng stowed the thunderstruck wooden coffin into the system space and turned to leave. At that moment, the dazed third senior brother regained his composure and exclaimed, "Changsheng, what are you planning to do?" Hesitating for a moment, Chun Changsheng responded, I am going to retrieve the bodies of Master and the brothers. I fear you may mock me, but before arriving at Shanxing Temple, my previous vocation was that of a coffin seller. That thunderstruck wooden coffin was prepared in advance for Master, and now it is perfectly suited for use. Our pursuit of immortality is ultimately for the sake of longevity. Many believe that upon achieving eternal life, one will attain boundless freedom, yet they fail to realize that true longevity can be the greatest suffering. The world is akin to a sea of bitterness, and to live eternally means to drift endlessly upon those turbulent waters. Master and the others have escaped this sea of sorrow. We should rejoice for them. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng hesitated once more, then turned to the third senior brother and offered a radiant smile. I recall you once shared a tale from the cultivation realm to frighten Yuan Shan. You spoke of a mysterious entity who collects the corpses of those whose lifespans have expired. When this being appears, it signifies that death is imminent. No one knows this entity's name, only that it is called the Undertaker. Chapter 18. The 5,000-mile funeral journey. Upon hearing the name of the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom, the third senior brother's gaze flickered, yet he remained silent. Chen Changsheng, however, continued to regale the past with a cheerful demeanor. Furthermore, upon conducting a detailed investigation into the matter, you discovered that the first appearance of the funeral bearer was to conduct the funeral of the blood demon ancestor a century ago. In addition, the funeral bearer has intricate ties with Master Ikkyu of the Tianfu Temple. To this, I wish to convey that the funeral bearer is not as terrifying as you claim. He is merely a coffin seller. With that said, Chen Changsheng turned and waved his hand, striding outward. Yet, Far Mountain called out to Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, Brother Changsheng, will you return? I have crafted a coffin for you all. I shall return when you require it. With those words, Chen Changsheng vanished from sight. Watching him depart, the third senior brother felt a surge of emotions. In truth, from a moment this junior disciple arrived at the Shanxing Temple, he sensed something amiss. Time seemed to leave no mark upon Changsheng. While the cultivation world possesses elixirs that can preserve youth, time not only etches lines upon the flesh, but also leaves imprints upon the heart. Over the span of 10 years, the 3-year-old Far Mountain transformed into a 13-year-old youth, and everyone undergoes some degree of change. Yet, after a decade, Changsheng's gaze remained as clear as when he first arrived at the Shanxing Temple. Initially, he attributed this to Changsheng's superior state of mind. However, 2 decades later, upon returning to the Shanxing Temple, Changsheng's eyes retained that same clarity. Reflecting on this, the third senior brother sighed softly and said, Far Mountain, in due time, announced to the world that a disciple of Shanxing Temple fell into madness and perished. But Brother Changsheng is living well. Just follow my words. Changsheng has his own path to tread, and his connection with the Shanxing Temple has reached its end. Upon hearing this, Far Mountain fell silent for a moment, but eventually nodded. He had been brought to the Shanxing Temple by his master at the age of 3. Although he entered a few months earlier than Changsheng, thus holding the title of senior brother, he had always regarded Changsheng as his elder brother. If possible, he genuinely wished to prevent Changsheng from leaving. Yet in this world, gatherings are never eternal. Sensing Far Mountain's melancholy, the third senior brother gently patted his shoulder with his remaining hand and said, Our ancestral master often said that those who enter the Tao are both emotionally shallow yet deeply loyal. Others may not understand him, but we cannot feign ignorance. Upon exiting the Shanxing Temple, Chen Changsheng gazed up at the azure sky and then at the celestial beings returning from the border, chuckling, Oh, my prideful master, you cherish your reputation so dearly. How could you allow yourself to be buried in a foreign land after death? Allow me, your disciple, to bring you home. This time, I will not demand spirit stones in our teacher-student bond. With that, Chen Changsheng set forth towards the border. The Dacian dynasty had suffered defeat, and the path ahead was already engulfed in flames of war. However, Chen Changsheng had never been concerned about this situation. His sole purpose now was to seek out old friends and ensure their peaceful resting place. Human entry into the city requires 3 copper coins. 2 members of the demon race barred Chen Changsheng's way. Observing their cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement, Chen Changsheng obediently presented 3 copper coins. Having paid the entry fee, he smoothly entered the city. As he felt the faint spiritual energy within the city, Chun Changsheng sighed. Indeed, refraining from displaying my cultivation was the right choice. Even such a small town is guarded by golden core cultivators. How could the Night Moon Kingdom have suddenly grown so powerful? With this puzzlement in mind, Chun Changsheng found an inn to stay in. For this journey of collecting corpses along the border, Chun Changsheng chose not to fly with his sword or utilize spiritual energy. Instead, he opted for the most primitive method, walking step by step. The place he intended to reach had already been occupied by the Night Moon Kingdom. A human golden core cultivator flying brazenly above would undoubtedly attract attention. His cautious approach proved to be wise. As he gradually neared the Night Moon Kingdom, Chun Changsheng began to understand why the Dacian dynasty lost so thoroughly. The number of demon race cultivators was overwhelming. Foundation establishment cultivators walked freely. Golden core cultivators were as common as dogs, and one could see Yuanian cultivators every few moments. Facing such a multitude of cultivators, it was no wonder the Dacian dynasty met its downfall. After a moment of contemplation on the circumstances of both nations, Chun Changsheng ordered several local delicacies, preparing to savor them before continuing his journey. However, his appetite was interrupted by the conversation between two demon race individuals. Have you heard? Our demon king's daughter is publicly selecting a husband. Anyone above Foundation establishment can participate. Of course, I've heard, but what does that have to do with us? Our demon king is of the noble Silver Moon Wolf clan. Do you think we are worthy to become his son-in-law? Lack of qualifications aside, it wouldn't hurt to witness it, right? I heard the Fox clan is preparing a Yuanian puppet as a congratulatory gift. A Yuanian puppet? You can't be serious. Why would I lie? This Yuanian puppet was obtained by the Fox clan from Phoenix Mountain. To kill this cultivator, the Fox clan dispatched 3 late-stage Yuanian ancestors. Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng could only mutter helplessly, "Master, I have spent 5 years to arrive here, and now you present me with such a formidable challenge. As one of the powerful clans in the Night Moon Kingdom, how am I to retrieve you from the Fox clan? I cannot contend with them alone." Faced with this dilemma, Chun Changsheng anxiously scratched his head. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. The Fox clan is a powerful clan of the Night Moon Kingdom, and the Demon King is the Silver Moon Wolf King. If I were to become the son-in-law of the Silver Moon Wolf King, would I not have a chance to procure this puppet from the Fox clan? Although this notion seemed absurd, theoretically, it appeared plausible. Chun Changsheng kept murmuring to himself, and the more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. In the Night Moon Kingdom's palace, a commanding voice resonated. "Your Majesty, the princess has fled. Then hurry and send someone to search. If my daughter loses even a single wolf hair, you shall pay with your heads." As this authoritative voice echoed, the entire palace erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, on a hillside outside the royal city, a lively young woman stuck her tongue out at the distant capital. "Humph. If you wish to marry, then go marry on your own. This lady shall not accompany you." Chapter 19. Trouble descends from above. While one remains at home, what should be offered as a betrothal gift? Chun Changsheng sat atop a mountain peak deep in thought. Ever since he learned that the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom was seeking a suitor, he had been pondering how to win the heart of the enchanting wolf maiden. However, after much contemplation, he realized that apart from his handsome appearance and profound knowledge, he possessed little else. Just as he found himself at a loss, a distant cry for help suddenly echoed through the air. Upon hearing the cry, Chun Changsheng focused his gaze and discerned 2 golden core-level demon beings pursuing a Foundation establishment-level woman. As he observed the unfolding scene, the pursued woman promptly changed her direction and flew toward him. "Senior, save me. They wish to kill me." Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Changsheng activated all his cultivation and fled. The woman was taken aback. "Wait, shouldn't you be the hero saving the damsel in distress? You just ran off. Don't you feel even a hint of curiosity?" The woman's resentment did not impede Chun Changsheng's speed as he continued to escape. Seeing him distance himself further while the 2 pursuers closed in, she gritted her silver teeth and took out a jade talisman, shattering it. As the talisman broke, a beam of golden light shot forth, binding the woman to Chun Changsheng. In an instant, she teleported behind him, maintaining perfect pace with his flight. Chen Changsheng was bewildered. Why are you sticking to me? Senior, they're intent on killing me. Please lend me your assistance. The woman beseeched him once more. Enough with your poor acting. They are not here to kill you, he retorted. If they truly wished you harm, they would not simply chase you without striking. Moreover, look at yourself. You're adorned with treasures. Is it reasonable for a foundation establishment cultivator to possess so many artifacts? You must be the daughter of a wealthy family who has run away, and they are here to bring you back. The woman's jaw dropped at his astute analysis. It was evident they had never met before, yet he had deduced so much from merely observing her from afar. Realizing her ruse had been uncovered, she decided to drop the pretense. Since you figured it out, I won't pretend any longer. They are indeed here to take me back. If I am caught, I will merely face a scolding and a few days of confinement. But you are different. If you do not help me escape, I will claim that you lured me away. Just imagine how my family would deal with you. Ignoring her threats, Chen Changsheng focused intently on the binding talisman. The woman, however, was unperturbed, confident that he could not unravel the spell. Don't waste your efforts. This talisman was crafted by a nascent soul cultivator. You, a mere golden core, will never be able to break it. Instead of wasting time, you should run faster. The two pursuing me are at the late golden core stage, and they're closing in. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to see the two late golden core demon beings narrowing the distance. Feeling the urgency of the situation, a flicker of anger arose within him. My dear lady, I have no desire to meddle in your family affairs, nor do I wish to become entangled with you. Let us forget this encounter, please. Do not cling to me any longer. In response, the woman raised a protective orb above her head. I will do as I please. What can you do to stop me? If you have the ability, then shatter my protective shield, since you refuse to heed my warning. Do not blame me for what comes next. With a cold expression, Chen Changsheng began to weave a series of intricate hand seals. Initially, the woman dismissed his actions, viewing him as an insignificant golden core cultivator. However, as he progressed, she sensed something was amiss. This is the blood escape of the upper clear sect. You are the human race. With a grin, Chen Changsheng replied, Congratulations on your correct guess, but there is no reward. Upon hearing this, the woman attempted to break the binding talisman. However, it was too late. Chen Changsheng's blood escape had already been completed. With a spurt of blood from his mouth, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the horizon. The two demon pursuers were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a mid-golden core cultivator could wield such a sophisticated escape technique. Furthermore, they were perplexed as to how a mysterious human could appear in the heart of the Night Moon Kingdom. What do we do now? One of them asked, only to be met with a sharp slap from his companion. What do you mean? What do we do? Hurry and pursue. If the princess is taken by a human, we can expect our entire clan to face annihilation. With that, the two immediately began to chase Chen Changsheng, sacrificing their own essence to enhance their speed. Yet, how could two ordinary late golden core cultivators hope to catch up to him? Having spent years in the upper clear sect, Chen Changsheng had not mastered the art of combat, but had refined his escape techniques to perfection. Not even ordinary nascent soul cultivators could hope to match his speed. 300 miles away, in a tranquil valley, two figures emerged, Chen Changsheng and the mysterious woman. As the blood escape concluded, he wasted no time in deploying several array flags around them. With an intricate series of hand seals, he activated a formation with a level of skill that spoke of countless repetitions. Array activate. A luminous barrier enveloped both him and the woman. On edge, the woman drew an ancient dagger, demanding, What are you planning? I warn you, if anything happens to me, your fate will be worse than death. Hearing her threats, Chen Changsheng, having completed the formation, shrugged and replied, I had no intention of stirring up trouble, but you approached me, so the consequences are on you. Chapter 20. The Acquisition of a Pet. The Bald Little White Wolf. With such a formation, you think you can trap me? Dream on. As she spoke, the young woman immediately summoned two powerful magical artifacts, intent on breaking free from the array. However, as soon as the artifacts took flight, she felt her body weaken and collapse to the ground. In a state of panic, she gazed at her uncontrollable form and exclaimed, What have you done to me? Nothing much, merely suppressed the bloodline within you, came the calm reply. You are quite right. This formation is indeed quite flawed. It is a remnant I discovered in an ancient text, patched together just enough to function. Its purpose is simple, to suppress the bloodline of the demonic race, forcing it to reveal its true form. Upon hearing this, the fear on the woman's face intensified. Impossible. If humanity possessed such a formation, the great Qian dynasty would have utilized it long ago. Oh dear, how can a creature of the demon race lack such common knowledge? This type of formation certainly has its limitations. The grand array in the ancient text can affect demon creatures at the golden core stage. But the formation I reconstructed only works on those at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, as you can see, this formation is quite fragile. It would crumble with a mere jolt. Had you not squandered the opportunity with idle chatter, your outcome could have been vastly different. As she spoke, the woman's body began to shrink gradually until she transformed completely into a pure white wolf. Picking up the storage ring she had dropped, Chun Changsheng surveyed its contents and inquired, "What is the method to the restrictions?" "Don't even think about it. I won't tell you. If you dare, just kill me," the little white wolf retorted. "I certainly lack the courage to kill you, but I can shave off your fur," Chun Changsheng replied, a mischievous glint in his eye. At this, the little white wolf grew agitated. "You wouldn't dare. Why wouldn't I?" With that, Chun Changsheng produced a razor. Swish! The blade glinted, and a strip of pink skin appeared atop the little wolf's head. Feeling the sudden chill, tears welled up in her eyes. "Woo woo woo. I'll tell you, you're such a terrible person." Having successfully obtained the method to the restrictions, Chun Changsheng emptied the contents of the storage ring onto the ground. Observing the mountain of spirit stones and magical artifacts, he swallowed hard and remarked, "Your wealth is quite impressive. Most cultivators of the nascent soul stage would struggle to match your fortune." With that, he swiftly stored everything into his system space. Though the items were valuable, he was wary of using them hastily, as it was evident this creature had an extraordinary background. Who knows if these artifacts bore any tracking marks? The safest course of action was to place them within the confines of the system space. With the system's protection, even the mightiest adversary would be unable to trace his whereabouts. Watching as her possessions were stripped away, the little white wolf, now on the ground, tearfully pleaded, "You've taken everything. Can you at least let me go now? If you still feel unsatisfied, I can offer more. My father is." Before she could finish her sentence, Chun Changsheng pinched her mouth shut. "I have no interest in knowing who you are or who your father might be. If you remain silent, I will release you once I complete my business. But if I discover your identity, you will face certain death. Do you understand?" The little white wolf, with her mouth restrained, nodded in understanding. "Good. Now, I shall perform a slight transformation on you, ensuring you emerge anew." As he spoke, Chun Changsheng lifted the little wolf with a wicked smile. "Ah!" The woman's screams echoed through the valley, as if subjected to some cruel form of punishment. "In the Night Moon Kingdom's palace, what did you say?" The Silver Moon Wolf King rose from his throne, his presence instilling fear in the demon creatures within the hall. The two golden core demon beasts who had lost the princess were paralyzed with terror. The abduction of the demon princess by a human was a matter of great consequence. Not only could they not bear the weight of such an event, but it could also jeopardize their entire clan. In light of this situation, the Wolf King furrowed his brow and began to calculate the whereabouts of his daughter using intricate hand gestures. Moments later, he spoke. "Losing the princess is your dereliction of duty. You shall face punishment." "Thank you, Wolf King." The two golden core cultivators expressed their gratitude profusely before hastily exiting the Grand Hall. The Wolf King then waved his hand, signaling for those present to withdraw. "Elder Turtle, what are your thoughts on this matter?" In response, an elderly man leaning on a cane replied, "I believe this situation is far from simple. After the princess was taken, I immediately attempted to divine her location. However, it seems her whereabouts have been obscured by some force, as my predictions yielded only chaos. Such a tactic is beyond the capabilities of a mere golden core human cultivator." Indeed, Elder Turtle continued, "I too attempted to deduce the situation and found the threads of fate to be incomprehensible. To interfere with the celestial mechanisms requires at least a cultivator at the divine transformation stage. The one who took the princess seems to have come well prepared. Hearing this, the Wolf King narrowed his eyes. Is it the saber-toothed tiger clan? It is not just the saber-toothed tiger clan. The fox clan is also showing unusual activity. They seem to recognize that the princess is the key to everything. The Wolf King declared, if they wish to play, then let us engage in their game. It is time they learn who truly reigns over the Night Moon Kingdom. In the capital of the Night Moon Kingdom, Chun Changsheng cradled a small, pitch-black, bald dog in his arms, curiously observing his surroundings. Despite being the royal capital of the demon race, it bore a striking resemblance to a human city, bustling with numerous transformed demon creatures. Suddenly, Chun Changsheng gasped in surprise. Looking down, he saw the little dog fiercely biting his arm. Let go. I won't. You owe me my pristine white fur. I've told you countless times, this ink cannot be washed away. To restore your coat, I must shave it completely and allow new fur to grow in its place. And seeing how distressed you are, I shall name you Little White to commemorate your lost color. Little White the Wolf. This is too much. Just wait. Chapter 21. The Marriage Proposal Conference. The disappearance of the immortal maiden as Chun Changsheng strolled leisurely through the streets. He engaged in conversation with the little white wolf nestled in his arms. By the way, during the conflict between the Night Moon Kingdom and the Great Qian dynasty, many cultivators from the Great Qian were utterly defeated by your kind. However, I have heard that the immortal maiden of Linglong's sect and Master Ishio from Tianfu Temple have vanished within the borders of the Night Moon Kingdom. Have they met their demise at your hands? The little white wolf, with an air of disdain, replied, If we could have killed them, we would have done so already. Undoubtedly, they are among the most formidable adversaries faced by the Great Qian dynasty. Who could have anticipated that they would? Suddenly halting mid-sentence, the little wolf looked up at Chun Changsheng. You are attempting to extract information from me. Just a casual inquiry. If you are unwilling to disclose, then so be it. Chun Changsheng responded nonchalantly. Is that truly a mere casual inquiry? The blood escape technique you employ is a closely guarded secret of the Shanqing sect, reserved solely for inner disciples. The three sects, Tianfu Temple, Linglong sect, and Shanqing sect, serve as the pillars of the Great Qian dynasty, with interconnections among them. Given your sudden curiosity regarding the whereabouts of these two individuals, do you truly expect me to believe it is merely a casual question? Chun Changsheng lowered his gaze at the small wolf in his arms. You are quite astute. However, your earlier words have only deepened my confusion. The blood escape is an esoteric art of the Shanqing sect. It is unlikely that even some outer disciples are familiar with it. Yet you seem to possess considerable knowledge. Could you enlighten me as to why? The little white wolf shifted into a more comfortable position in Chun Changsheng's embrace, yawning before responding, I am of the demon race, and you are of the human race. Our origins and nations differ. Do you truly think I would divulge such matters to you? However, I'm rather curious about your identity. The Shanqing sect has 9 true disciples, of which 4 are particularly outstanding. Their names, when strung together, form a verse. The clear breeze and bright moon are priceless. Near water and far mountains are filled with sentiment. 2 of these, the clear breeze and bright moon, have already fallen, and Li Jingshui has fled severely injured. You cannot possibly be him. With such mastery of formations, could it be that you are the 9th true disciple of the Shanqing sect, Song Yuan Shan? In response to the little wolf's eloquence, Chun Changsheng remarked, You possess an impressive understanding of the Shanqing sect. Indeed, more than many cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty. It appears there is a traitor within the Great Qian. Indeed, there is a traitor in the Great Qian. Why not take a guess as to who this traitor might be? The little wolf challenged. I have no desire to guess, nor do I wish to. The rise and fall of dynasties is beyond my control. I merely wish to return the remains of my master and brothers, Chun Changsheng replied. At this, the little wolf grew even more arrogant. Oh dear, so that is your intention. It seems you are incapable of achieving it. The body of the Shanqing sect's master, Yuan Shun, has already been turned into a puppet by the Fox clan. The Fox clan is a formidable race in the Night Moon Kingdom, boasting numerous skilled individuals, including a divine transformation realm cultivator. What can a mere golden core practitioner like you accomplish? Perhaps you should release me. Who knows? I might feel generous and return your master's remains to you. Thank you for your kind offer, but I shall not release you until I am assured of my own safety. Furthermore, I must inquire. You do not happen to possess any markings left by your elders at home, do you? Yes, the little wolf retorted, brimming with defiance. Unfazed, Chen Changsheng simply regarded it with a calm demeanor, saying, I have checked numerous times, and there are no markings within you. However, this does not rule out the possibility of more advanced techniques that I may have overlooked. Thus, for precaution's sake, I will implant 87 restrictions within you. Should any untoward incident occur, you shall meet an untimely demise. Upon hearing this, the little wolf panicked. You dare? It is not a matter of daring. I have already done so. Otherwise, do you think I would be holding you all this time? Chen Changsheng said, as he pointed with his right hand, causing intricate patterns to appear upon the little wolf's body. Subsequently, the wolf's ability to speak was irrevocably lost. Bark, bark, bark. The little wolf, now reduced to frantic yapping, prompted a slight smile to grace Chen Changsheng's lips as he strode purposefully toward the venue of the marriage proposal in the Night Moon Kingdom. At the marriage proposal conference of the Night Moon Kingdom, the Wolf King sat alone upon a high throne, beneath which stood an elderly man with a white beard. This man was the Wolf King's trusted aide, Old Turtle. Mysterious in origin, few in the Night Moon Kingdom knew of his background. Had it not been for his significant contributions during the conflict between the two nations, his name would likely remain obscure. As the anticipated races gathered, the Wolf King rose and declared, The people of the Night Moon Kingdom are well aware that I, Wan Yin Agazhou, have a cherished daughter, Wan Yin Yu. Now that she has reached the age of marriage, I wish to select the most outstanding young man among the world's elite to bestow her hand in matrimony. Any young talents who are interested may step forward. Upon his proclamation, excitement rippled through the crowd. To become the son-in-law of the Wolf King would be tantamount to gaining dominion over the entire Night Moon Kingdom. Your Majesty, I have long admired Princess Wan Yin and wish to make my intentions known, proclaimed a robust young man with bronze skin as he stepped forward, radiating the unmistakable aura of a mid-golden core cultivator. He was none other than Lin Hu, the scion of the saber-toothed tiger clan. Ha! Lin Hu's declaration was swiftly met with another voice. Brother Lin, I too have held the princess in high regard. It seems we shall have to engage in a fair competition. Before Lin Hu could finish speaking, another dashing young man emerged, wielding a folding fan and exuding a pressure that matched Lin Hu's own. Lin Hu squinted, saying, Hu Zhan, I was unaware you had feelings for Princess Wan Yin. Surely, you must be jesting. Ha! Hu Zhan chuckled. Brother Lin, it is not necessary to broadcast one's affection for a woman as you do. The Fox clan is cultured and refined. We would never engage in such impolite behavior. Lin Hu, in response, merely scoffed, unwilling to engage further. The Fox clan was notorious for their sharp tongues, and arguing with them would yield no advantage. As the two clan heirs stepped forward, other demon clans felt a sense of despondency, recognizing they could not match their backgrounds or prowess. Even if they participated, it would merely be a formality. With the two leading contenders in place, several other demon clans gradually stepped forward, yet their strengths paled in comparison to Lin Hu and Hu Zhan. As the crowd fell silent, the Wolf King prepared to announce the contest procedures. Suddenly, a figure leapt up from the throng, exclaiming, Wait, I wish to participate as well. Chapter 22, Arriving at the Hum Manor, an encounter with an old friend upon entering the Hum Manor. Chen Changsheng discovered that others intended to participate in the marriage selection event. The powerful beings of the demon clan present exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. Although the event was ostensibly designed to select from the most talented youths across the realm, it was, in reality, a selection from within the demon clan. Now that all eligible races had sent their representatives, the sudden appearance of this individual raised questions. Excuse me, please make way. I apologize. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Chen Changsheng struggled to navigate through the crowd, adjusting his slightly disheveled attire before bowing. I am Chen Changsheng of the human race, here to pay my respects to the Wolf King. Although I have yet to meet Princess Wan Yin, I wish to participate in the marriage selection event. At these words, the gathering erupted in uproar. Initially, many assumed a young demon had arrived late, but to their astonishment, it was a human. The notion of a human participating in a demon marriage selection was met with derision. Humans should leave the Night Moon Kingdom, someone shouted, prompting a chorus of jeers from the demon clan. Yet, in the face of their vitriol, Chun Changsheng maintained a serene smile, seemingly unfazed. Observing this, the Wolf King raised his hands to quell the tumult. You wish to wed my daughter. On what grounds do you claim such a right? Merely on the strength of my sincere heart, Chun Changsheng replied. To attend the demon clan's marriage selection as a human requires immense courage. My presence here should suffice to demonstrate my intentions toward Princess Wanyan. Hearing this, the Wolf King's lips curled into a slight smile. A heart filled with sincerity, indeed. Your courage compels me to allow your participation in the marriage selection. Let it be known that any cultivator of Foundation establishment or above may join this event. Though you are the human race, you meet the criteria. The selection trials commence tomorrow. Whether you succeed will depend upon your abilities. With that, the Wolf King stood to depart, but hesitated halfway, addressing an elder. Old Turtle, this human cultivator has traveled a long way and likely lacks accommodation. Please arrange for him to stay at the Home Manor. We must not allow humans to think that our demon clan lacks hospitality. Understood, the elder replied, quickly organizing living arrangements for Chun Changsheng before the Wolf King vanished from sight. Despite their dissatisfaction with a human attending the marriage selection, the demons had no choice but to disperse, their spirits dampened. Greetings, Brother Hu. I may be imposing on you for the next few days. Chun Changsheng cheerfully greeted Hu Zhan, who scrutinized the unexpected human with a smile. Brother Chun, your audacity is truly admirable. It is an immense fortune to share a roof with you, Hu Zhan responded warmly. Witnessing their camaraderie, Lin Hu felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Your Fox clan seems fond of such disgraceful displays. This human-s attire is clearly from the great Qian dynasty. A defeated foe has no right to stand before us. Chun Changsheng remained silent, his gaze unwavering, unaffected by Lin Hu's slurs. Hu Zhan, however, retorted with a cold smirk, Lin Hu, if your mind is clouded, refrain from embarrassing the demon clan. The great Qian dynasty may have fallen to the Night Moon Kingdom, but they were vanquished, not the human race. Should your words reach the ears of powerful humans, it could incite a conflict between our races. Can you bear the consequences of such folly? Lin Hu found himself at a loss for words, silenced by Hu Zhan's pointed remarks. The notion of inciting a racial war was a heavy burden he dared not shoulder. In his fury, Lin Hu's aura surged, and he prepared to confront Hu Zhan. Yet before they could clash, Old Turtle ambled into their midst. Under the bright sun, do you wish to provide entertainment for outsiders by squabbling amongst yourselves? With Old Turtle's intervention, Lin Hu snorted derisively before turning to leave. Once Lin Hu departed, Hu Zhan turned to Chun Changsheng with an apologetic smile. Brother Chun, I apologize if my earlier words inadvertently touched upon a painful subject. Though the Night Moon Kingdom is at war with the great Qian dynasty, my Fox clan has always maintained close ties with the human race. I hope you will not take offense. Not all, Brother Hu. Your candidness is refreshing. I would never be petty enough to hold a grudge, Chun Changsheng replied, moving toward a nearby tree to cradle a scruffy little black dog that had been barking incessantly. Ah, is this your battle pet? Hu Zhan inquired with curiosity. Not at all. I encountered it by the roadside, and upon seeing its pitiful condition, I could not bear to leave it behind, Chun Changsheng explained. How admirable of you, Brother Chun. With laughter and light conversation, Hu Zhan and Chun Changsheng made their way to the Home Manor, oblivious to the struggles of the little black dog in Chun Changsheng's arms. In the royal palace of the Night Moon Kingdom, the Wolf King sat silently upon his throne, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. Just then, Old Turtle entered. Your Majesty, the human has been accommodated at the Home Manor. Very well, the Wolf King acknowledged, contemplating the implications. A human has taken my daughter away, and now another appears at the marriage selection. Old Turtle, do you suspect there is a connection between the two? After a moment of reflection, Old Turtle replied, this individual's origins are unclear, and his timing is too coincidental to dismiss. He is surely linked to the princess's disappearance. However, even if he is connected, He cannot be the mastermind. A golden core cultivator lacks the power to conceal such schemes. He is likely a pawn sent by the true orchestrator. Until we ascertain the princess's whereabouts, we must refrain from acting hastily. You speak wisely. I shall entrust this matter to you. Investigate this human-s background. I wish to uncover who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Understood, Old Turtle affirmed before departing, leaving the Wolf King with a cold demeanor. His daughter had been abducted, and now a golden core human cultivator had come to insult him. Should he uncover the true architect of this plot, he vowed to exact a brutal revenge. At the Home Manor, Chun Changsheng was preparing to rest when an unexpected visitor arrived. Senior, do you remember me? I am Yang. A beautiful woman stood before him. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Changsheng recognized her as the fox-eared demon he had encountered 30 years prior upon his awakening. Is it truly you? What brings you here? He inquired, surprised. Senior, let us speak inside. This is not a proper place for conversation, she suggested, glancing around. Chapter 23. The Grand Deception and the Betrayal of the Demon Clan. Hume Nyang anxiously pulled Chun Changsheng into the room. The reunion with an old acquaintance stirred a multitude of emotions within her, and countless words yearned to escape her lips, yet they became lodged in her throat. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she could only reiterate, Senior, you should not have come to the Night Moon Kingdom. It is a land fraught with peril. Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng offered a faint smile and replied, It seems you, my little fox, are well aware of many matters. However, this does not concern me. My intentions are simple. I merely wish to marry Princess Wanyan. Everything else is of no consequence. Observing Chun Changsheng's nonchalant demeanor, Hume Nyang grew increasingly anxious. Senior, you have never met Princess Wanyan. I know you cannot be here for her. But no matter your reason, please leave the Night Moon Kingdom at once. The marriage selection event is nothing but a ruse, and your presence here bodes ill for you. Bark, bark, bark. At this moment, the little white wolf, tethered nearby, began to howl furiously, seemingly denouncing the traitor of the demon clan. Unfortunately, Hume Nyang, being of the fox tribe and not the canine tribe, could not comprehend the wolf's barks. A deception? Chun Changsheng found this intriguing. Both the Fox Clan and the Tiger Clan, the pillars of the Night Moon Kingdom, were participating. How could this possibly be a deception? Furthermore, even if it were, how could a mere demon know of it? Faced with Chun Changsheng's inquiry, Hume Nyang found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she bit her silver teeth and said, Senior, had it not been for the opportunity you bestowed upon me back then, I fear I would never have reached the foundation establishment stage. However, I cannot disclose the truth behind the marriage selection event. I can only tell you that its location will undoubtedly be in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom. Should you venture there without possessing the crucial item, you would be courting death. The Fox and Tiger clans have already secured the key item. Thus they face no mortal peril. If you insist on going, you must seek out others of your kind in the forbidden grounds. 5 years ago, during the war between the two nations, 2 human beings possessed certain secrets and were later pursued into the forbidden grounds by powerful entities of the Night Moon Kingdom. If they're still alive, they may be your only hope of survival. With that, Hume Nyang left the room in a state of panic. After her departure, Chun Changsheng picked up the howling little bald dog from the floor and removed some restrictions placed upon it. A traitor. She is nothing short of a traitor to the demon clan. I will ensure she meets a gruesome end. The little white wolf raged, its fury palpable. Listening to the wolf's tirade, Chun Changsheng gently stroked its fur and remarked, Little White, can you now divulge the secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom? If I am not mistaken, those 2 who were driven into the forbidden grounds must be the immortal maiden Changsheng and Master Ishio. In response, the little white wolf cast a disdainful glance at Chun Changsheng and retorted, Don't even think about it. Even if you were to kill me, I would never disclose such information. Let me tell you, you must not release me. Otherwise, I will ensure that Hume Nyang, that wretched fox, meets a tragic end. The Fox clan showed her mercy back then, only for her to turn against us and aid outsiders. She deserves to die. Observing the little white wolf's fury, Chun Changsheng calmly stated, It appears the Night Moon Kingdom has undergone a significant purge. When I first encountered Hume Nyang, She was merely a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and her transformation was incomplete. At that time, she spoke with an innocence that belied the struggles of a lowly cultivator. I found it perplexing that a young lady from a prominent demon family would venture out alone. It now seemed she was not here by choice, but was driven out by your kind. The little white wolf coldly retorted. Who said Hume Nyang is from a prominent family? She is just an ordinary demon. Ha ha. Chen Changxing chuckled. Your words reek of denial. This is understandable, as you have never witnessed the life of a lowly cultivator. The cultivation world is a place where the strong prey upon the weak, and the lower echelons are especially brutal. Sometimes, friends as close as siblings would spill blood over a mere spirit stone. Had Hume Nyang not been of noble birth, given her character back then, she would have long since met a grim fate. Now that she has returned to the Fox clan, she likely seeks vengeance for the deep-seated grievances of the past. Huh! The little white wolf scoffed. With her mere foundation establishment cultivation, she dares to seek revenge? Let alone her, even combined with you, you two would hardly stir up any waves in the Night Moon Kingdom. I have said it many times. I am not interested in the secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom, nor do I care if you seek to eradicate the Great Qian Kingdom. I only wish to bring my master and brother's remains back home. Why can you not understand this? If all you wanted was to retrieve the remains of your old friends, why go to such lengths? I even suspect that our encounter was meticulously orchestrated by you. You harbor ulterior motives, seeking to overthrow the Night Moon Kingdom. As the little white wolf's thoughts spiraled further into absurdity, Qin Changsheng helplessly shook his head and secured it to the bedside. Think what you will. I'm going to sleep. How dare you? You would make me sleep on the floor? Do you believe I won't kill you? The little white wolf threatened. In the face of its menacing words, Chun Changsheng waved his right hand, instantly silencing the little wolf's mouth. This way, no matter how much anger the little wolf harbored, it could not disturb Chun Changsheng's sweet dreams. Morning dawned, casting the first rays of sunlight upon the earth. The little white wolf, having caused a ruckus throughout the night, now curled up at the foot of the bed, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a large hand grasped the nape of its neck, lifting it up. Awaken, we must set forth. Rubbing its sleepy eyes, the little white wolf shot Qin Changsheng a glance before promptly closing its eyes again. Not minding this, Qin Changsheng chuckled softly, cradled the little white wolf in his arms, and exited the room. Brother Chun, did you rest well last night? Hujan greeted Chun Changsheng with a broad smile as he awaited outside. Chun Changsheng replied with a smile. I slept soundly last night. Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Hu. At this moment, Hujan noticed the bald little dog in Chun Changsheng's arms and curiously asked, Brother Chun, do you intend to bring it along for the trial? Indeed, Little White and I are inseparable. Wherever I go, it follows. Upon hearing the name Little White, Hujan paused momentarily before laughing. Brother Chun, you are quite amusing. You named it Little White. How delightful. I had no choice. Little White always fantasizes about possessing a coat of pure white fur, so I named it accordingly. By the way, bringing Little White along for the trial won't pose any issues, will it? It will not. This trial imposes no restrictions on methods, and that includes battle pets. Please follow me, Brother Chun. Chapter 24. Encountering the ancient bronze palace in the forbidden land of Night Moon Kingdom, following Hujan's footsteps. The group traversed for a considerable distance until they finally arrived at the entrance of a valley. Sensing the multitude of formidable presences surrounding them, Chun Changsheng inquired, Brother Hu, what is this place? This is the forbidden ground of our Night Moon Kingdom, the site of the suitor selection trials. Deep within this forbidden area lies a flower known as the Other Shore Flower. Whoever can pluck it shall gain the right to wed Princess Wanyan. Ah, I see. But why do I not see any other contestants from the demon race? In response, Hujan remarked, they have already ventured inside. I specifically came to fetch you, Brother Chun, which is why I did not enter with them. Oh dear. Qin Changsheng felt a wave of embarrassment for having delayed Hujan. I truly apologize for wasting your time. Alas, Hujan reassured him, there is no need for such self-reproach. We have become acquainted as if old friends. This minor matter is of no consequence. Moreover, those who have entered may not necessarily hold an advantage. Only the one who retrieves the Other Shore Flower shall truly prevail. With that, Hu Zhan led Chun Changsheng into the forbidden land of Night Moon Kingdom. As they traversed the long canyon, they soon found themselves in a dense forest filled with towering ancient trees. The humid warmth and the floating miasma in the air seemed to narrate the inherent dangers that lurked within. Observing the situation, Hu Zhan cast a subtle glance at Qin Changsheng, but refrained from verbal advice. The miasma within the forbidden land posed a significant threat to cultivators. Even those at the golden core stage were not exempt from its effects. Qin Changsheng, standing unharmed, owed his safety to his demon lineage. A human entering this place would likely perish silently within half a day. Indeed, Qin Changsheng remarked after surveying the surroundings, "This truly is a perilous place." He then retrieved 2 pills from his robe, consuming one himself and placing the other in the mouth of the little white wolf. "Brother Hu, the miasma here is no ordinary toxin. I possess a specially formulated detoxifying pill. Would you care for one?" Upon realizing Qin Changsheng had discerned the peril of the miasma, Hu Zhan expressed his regret. "Brother Chun, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. This miasma is exceedingly potent. Even golden core cultivators cannot evade its effects. However, my fox constitution is resilient, so I shall not waste your precious pill." With a smile, Hu Zhan returned the pill to Qin Changsheng. Such an unknown substance could be perilous if consumed carelessly. "By the way, Brother Chun, this miasma must be unique to the forbidden land of Night Moon Kingdom. How did you recognize it? Have you perhaps visited the forbidden land before?" In response, Qin Changsheng smiled slightly. "I have, of course, never been to the forbidden land of Night Moon Kingdom. However, I did come across a record of similar phenomena in an obscure ancient tome, which described various landscapes from different locales. One of those descriptions bears a striking resemblance to this place. Is that so? How intriguing. To my knowledge, no outsider has entered the forbidden land for 5 centuries. May I inquire who authored the ancient tome you discovered?" "Alas, I cannot ascertain that. When I found the tome, it was nearly beyond recognition. It is quite possible it was penned 5 centuries ago. That is a reasonable assertion. We should hasten our departure. Lin Hu and the others have been inside for quite some time." With a wave of his right hand, Hu Zhan summoned a puppet of the nascent soul stage to clear the path ahead. Observing the lifeless puppet, a flicker of emotion crossed Qin Changsheng's eyes. Deep within the forbidden land, a bald man sat cross-legged. Beneath him lay an inky black pool. The water within the pool was thick and exuded a repulsive odor. "Ixiu, your heart of no sorrow cannot withstand for much longer." Upon hearing the voice, the bald man slowly opened his eyes. "Wolf King, by allowing the demon race to harness such ominous power, you will ultimately lead them to ruin. There is still time to turn back." In response, the Wolf King sneered. "Turn back? Why would I wish to turn back? Power is power. There is no distinction between right and wrong. Without this power, how could I annihilate the great Qian dynasty? Though we are of different races, I hold great admiration for you. If you forsake the darkness and embrace the light, I shall assist you in breaking through to the transformation God stage." Faced with the Wolf King's proposition, Ixiu shook his head and closed his eyes once more. Not deterred by Ixiu's refusal to compromise, the Wolf King remained unfazed. He had spent 3 centuries tearing a rift in the seal of the Forbidden Land. Although it was merely a fissure, the power that seeped through exceeded his expectations. Thanks to this power, the cultivators of Night Moon Kingdom experienced an unprecedented surge. Regrettably, this information had somehow leaked. The 2 old codgers from Tianfu Temple and Linglong sect were willing to risk their lives to seal the rift once more. Despite his best efforts to thwart them, they had managed to close off most of the gap. Currently, Ixiu was suppressing the final breach, and the Wolf King dared not act recklessly. Should Ixiu choose to fight with all his might, that last opening might very well be sealed. If that occurred, breaking the seal would not be so simple thereafter. Contemplating this, the Wolf King's expression darkened. "Elder Turtle, have you yet disowned the origins of that human?" Replying to the Wolf King, there are no records of him within the great Qian dynasty. Perhaps he is merely using an alias. Let him remain arrogant for a few more days. Once the blood sacrifice is complete, no one shall stand in my way. At that point, whether human or demon, All shall bow before me. Listening to the Wolf King's grandiose proclamations, Elder Turtle kept his head bowed in silence, concealing the thoughts swirling within his mind. In the ancient bronze palace of the Forbidden Land, Chun Changsheng and his companions once again encountered Lin Hu. The mutual disdain between the two parties was palpable, leading to an atmosphere thick with tension. However, Chun Changsheng chose to disregard the verbal sparring between Lin Hu and Hu Zhan, instead focusing intently on the ancient bronze palace before him. Gentlemen, rather than plotting each other's demise, might I suggest we examine these relics more closely? Lin Hu, displeased by Chun Changsheng's interruption, retorted, enough with the theatrics. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet you dare to intrude upon hell. Today shall mark the end of your life, Chun Changsheng. Lin Hu's words severely disrupted Chun Changsheng's contemplation, prompting him to respond with impatience. I am aware of your intentions to kill me, but could you perhaps postpone that for a moment? Can you not see that I am engrossed in my studies? With that, he resumed his examination of the intricate patterns and inscriptions adorning the ancient bronze palace. Lin Hu, taken aback, muttered to himself, "What does he mean by postponing my intent to kill? I am prepared to slay him now. Must he not take this seriously?" Chapter 25. The Secret of the Bronze Ancient Hall. An ancient tale, Chun Changsheng's audacious confidence momentarily rendered Lin Hu speechless. However, as Lin Hu regained his composure, his fury surged. Yet, before he could act, Hu Zhan's nascent soul puppet stood resolutely in front of him. "Hu Zhan, what do you mean? Are you siding with the foreign tribes?" Lin Hu demanded, his tone laced with accusation. Hu Zhan cast a glance at Chun Changsheng, who was engrossed in his study of the bronze ancient hall, and replied nonchalantly, "Lin Hu, while murder could be committed at any time, do not forget our purpose for being here." At these words, Lin Hu's anger abated significantly. His ongoing animosity towards Chun Changsheng was not solely due to the latter's participation in the marriage selection event. In the current circumstances, anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that this human would not have come merely because of one Yin Yu. If he was not here for the demon princess, then Chun Changsheng must have ulterior motives. A golden core cultivator daring to venture alone into the heart of the demon territory undoubtedly had powerful backing. Acting rashly could provoke unforeseen consequences, potentially allowing him to escape and disrupt their objectives. With Hu Zhan dissuading Lin Hu, Chun Changsheng refocused on his examination of the bronze ancient hall. After a while, Hu Zhan approached him and inquired, "Brother Chun, have you discerned anything of note?" In response, Chun Changsheng pondered for a moment before speaking. "Brother Hu, have you heard of the infinite secret realm within the great Qian dynasty? I have heard whispers about it, but what connection does it have with this place?" Hu Zhan queried. "There is indeed a connection, and it is likely significant. Within the infinite secret realm, there exists another bronze ancient hall. This is no secret in the great Qian dynasty. However, a similar bronze ancient hall has also surfaced within the forbidden lands of the Night Moon Kingdom. What is your perspective on this matter, Brother Hu?" Upon hearing this, not only did Hu Zhan's interest peak, but even the previously stoic Lin Hu became intrigued. The Night Moon Kingdom and the Great Qian Dynasty were both established over a millennium ago, and the infinite secret realm and the forbidden lands had existed since the inception of both nations. The similarities between the two locations surely hinted at a deeper secret. Contemplating this, Hu Zhan expressed his curiosity. The infinite secret realm is under the control of the Great Qian Dynasty, and no non-human tribes are permitted entry. Had I not heard you mention it, I would have remained unaware. Do not assume you are alone in ignorance. I suspect few within either nation are aware of this. The patterns on these bronze ancient halls are quite peculiar, resembling anything but ordinary decorations. If neither of you is in haste, I could attempt to decipher them." Chun Changsheng offered. Hu Zhan regarded him with skepticism. "Many elders of my demon clan have attempted to decipher this bronze ancient hall, yet none have succeeded. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to unravel its mysteries?" Though Hu Zhan did not articulate it directly, his gaze conveyed disbelief. With so many formidable beings in our demon clan unable to unlock its secrets, how could a mere golden core human accomplish such a feat? In the face of Hu Zhan's skepticism, Chun Changsheng produced numerous sheets of patterned white paper. "Alone, I cannot guarantee success against a single bronze ancient hall. However, Do not forget that there are others researching the one within the infinite secret realm. By combining the insights from both halls, we may indeed uncover a solution. If the patterns inscribed here hold any information, then those who left these two bronze ancient halls must have intended for future generations to comprehend something, rather than deliberately obfuscating their meanings. Our inability to understand stems from the vast chasm of time. The original script has long since faded. With this, Qin Changsheng began to compare the patterns from the two bronze ancient halls, while Hu Zhan and Lin, who joined him in earnest study. The secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom lay within the Forbidden Lands, and the bronze ancient hall had existed there since its discovery. Unraveling its mysteries might prove invaluable for their forthcoming endeavors. 3 hours later. "Ah, I see," Qin Changsheng exclaimed as he meticulously compared the patterns. Noticing his excitement, Hu Zhan quickly inquired, "Brother Chun, have you made a discovery?" "Indeed, I have unraveled the secret of the bronze ancient hall," Qin Changsheng affirmed. "What is it? Speak quickly." Lin, who urged impatiently from the side. In response, Qin Changsheng pointed to the patterns and addressed them as esteemed heirs of your respective clans. "You must be well-versed in knowledge. You surely have noticed the interconnectedness of the patterns between the two bronze ancient halls, yet have struggled to find any corresponding script." Lin, who contemplated this, and remarked, "What does this signify? The existence of this artifact is shrouded in time, and it is reasonable that its original script has vanished." Brother Lin makes a valid point. Yet let us not forget that the powerful being who left behind the bronze ancient hall intended to convey information to future generations. Did they not consider this factor? Qin Changsheng countered. Lin, who, growing impatient with the suspense, retorted, "Speak plainly. Stop playing riddles." Unperturbed by Lin Hu's tone, Qin Changsheng continued. "That ancient being certainly contemplated the passage of time. The years roll on, and the world transforms. No one can guarantee that our current script will endure. Therefore, any powerful entity aiming to transmit information would have sought a method to transcend time and language. The simplest and most effective means of doing so is through imagery." As he spoke, Qin Changsheng levitated the sheets of paper before him, arranging them meticulously. Once completed, he utilized spiritual energy to imprint the patterns from the bronze ancient hall onto the paper. The two sets of patterns began to intertwine in mid-air, ultimately coalescing into a fragmented image. While text may suffer from gaps over time, images endure. For images are the primal means through which all sentient beings acquire knowledge. From the moment life opens its eyes, understanding is gleaned through visuals. Observing mountains, rivers, and flora, we learn their shapes and hues. The patterns adorning this bronze ancient hall are not mere text. They are a vivid illustration. If we perceive them as writing, we will inevitably struggle to grasp their meaning. Witnessing Qin Changsheng's revelation of the bronze ancient hall's secret, both Hu Zhan and Lin Hu felt a surge of respect for him. The bronze ancient hall had existed for millennia, with no one able to decipher its mysteries until now. This human, having unraveled its secrets within a mere few hours, displayed an intellect that was truly awe-inspiring. With the enigma of the bronze ancient hall elucidated, Qin Changsheng and his companions began to scrutinize the image in the air. Although the depiction was incomplete, it still conveyed a portion of a narrative. Chapter 26. The emergence of the Wolf King and the ruthless old turtle long ago, at intervals. The heavens would unleash colossal hands that seized the creatures of the earth. In their desperation, these beings fought fiercely against this fate, yet to no avail. One day, however, a person discovered a formidable force. The origin of this power was not elucidated in the illustrations, but recorded how all living beings harnessed this strength to vanquish the celestial hands. Initially, the creatures believed this force to be a divine blessing. Yet as time passed, they realized that this power posed a greater peril than the hands from the cosmos. At this juncture, the illustrations abruptly ceased. Faced with this predicament, Lin Hu urgently inquired, "Do you possess any additional patterns? Please reveal them." What transpired next? "Apologies," Qin Changsheng replied, palms upturned. "I have disclosed all the patterns I possess. We have only assembled 1/10 of the entire illustration. To complete the narrative, we require the patterns from 18 ancient bronze palaces." Upon hearing this, Lin Hu gazed at the final segment of the celestial illustration. Although the entirety of the image was fragmented and predominantly blank, the concluding depiction was relatively intact. The force was sealed and suppressed beneath the 18 bronze palaces, which are guarded by 18 races, including the human and demon clans. The details concerning the other 16 races had long since faded away due to the passage of time. Having grasped the background, Lin Hu and Hu Zhan silently sealed all of Chen Changsheng's escape routes. Observing this, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and remarked, "Since I have assisted you in unraveling your doubts, may I finish speaking before you take action?" In response, Hu Zhan chuckled, "Your acumen instills fear in us. Such talent would be cherished anywhere. Yet, I cannot fathom why you have come to the Night Moon Kingdom for the marriage selection. At this moment, do not attempt to deceive me with tales of admiration for Princess Wanyan. My purpose for coming to your Night Moon Kingdom is indeed purposeful. Otherwise, why would I travel such a distance? However, before I elucidate my intentions, I wish to share what I have learned. The sudden surge of cultivators in the Night Moon Kingdom has left the Qian dynasty in disarray. This bewildering situation perplexed me during my journey. But upon arriving in the Night Moon Kingdom, I uncovered additional information. The kingdom had recently endured a significant purge. This too puzzled me, as I could not comprehend how. Following such a cleansing, the Night Moon Kingdom's strength could not only remain intact, but even grow. Simultaneously, I learned that there might be traitors within the Qian dynasty. All the clues seemed interconnected, yet they lacked a critical element. Until now, I have finally discerned this key. With that, Chen Changsheng approached the Bronze Palace. The carvings upon the 18 bronze palaces depicted the same narrative, yet due to the passage of time, they had become heavily damaged. Relying solely on one bronze palace would not suffice to piece together any useful information. Thus, I have reason to suspect that a traitor from the Qian dynasty has conspired with the Night Moon Kingdom while harboring the secret. Moreover, have you noticed that the bronze palaces here have been deliberately damaged? The destroyed portions correspond precisely to the part where all beings harnessed the ominous power. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhan was instantly gripped by a foreboding sensation. What exactly are you trying to convey? In response, Chen Changsheng plopped down onto the ground nonchalantly and said, "I wish to convey that you should abandon any thoughts of killing me, for it is not yet your turn to do so. Judging by your reactions, you are unaware of the secret behind the Night Moon Kingdom's sudden surge in strength. If I am not mistaken, you two have come to investigate this mystery. Now that you are aware of it, do you think the one who intentionally damaged the bronze palaces will spare you?" Excellent. The Wolf King and the old turtle emerged from the shadows, their presence commanding attention. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Wolf King, Hu Zhan and Lin were taken aback. Hu Zhan quickly stepped forward and proclaimed, "Esteemed Wolf King, this individual is a spy, and we were preparing to present him to you." In response to Hu Zhan's words, the Wolf King scoffed. "You Fox clan is notorious for your cunning schemes. Initially, you incited the Tiger clan to pursue Yuer, merely to exploit her knowledge of the secrets behind the scenes. Now that you have discerned the secret, are you still not satisfied?" As these words were spoken, cold sweat began to bead on Hu Zhan's forehead. The Wolf King continued, "The two ancient relics of the Fox and Tiger clans believe that by joining forces, they can compel me to reveal the secret. Such naivety is truly amusing." With a wave of his hand, two bloodied heads were tossed before Hu Zhan. The sight left Hu Zhan and Lin Hu nearly paralyzed with shock, for they had never imagined the Wolf King's prowess was so formidable. "You are the future of the Demon Clan. If you forsake the darkness and embrace the light now, I can spare your lives and bestow opportunities upon you." Without hesitation, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu chose to submit to the Wolf King's offer. Having resolved the matter with Lin Hu and Hu Zhan, the Wolf King then turned his gaze toward Chen Changsheng. "Chen Changsheng, I hold your talents in high regard. Reveal the mastermind behind this and pledge allegiance to me, and I shall spare your life." In response, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "Wolf King, you may be disappointed. You will never guess who stands behind me. Furthermore, as far as I am aware, obtaining that force seemingly requires a blood sacrifice. Since you have yet to kill me, I presume you are reluctant to waste me." Upon hearing this, the Wolf King's eyes narrowed, and he coldly remarked, "You indeed possess considerable knowledge. In that case, I shall grant you your wish. With that, the Wolf King gestured grandly, transporting Chun Changsheng to another location. Before Chun Changsheng appeared a vast blood pool, surrounded by scattered bones. Suddenly, the corpses of the two demon clan experts were hurled into the pool, causing it to boil violently. In mere moments, a pitch-black pill coalesced within the blood pool. Observing the pill in his hand, the Wolf King consumed it in one gulp, frowning as he remarked, "Without Yuera's blood as a catalyst, this blood pool may not assist me in breaking through to the divine transformation stage. Old Turtle, is there truly no other way?" In response, the Old Turtle approached the Wolf King and said, "Your Majesty, I indeed possess one more method." "What method?" Suddenly, a hand pierced through the Wolf King's chest, and a multitude of black characters crawled from the Old Turtle's hand onto the Wolf King's body. "By consuming you, I shall be able to transcend to the divine transformation realm." Gazing at the Old Turtle before him, the Wolf King's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Chapter 27. The Traitor Revealed. An unexpected identity. The sudden ambush by the Old Turtle took everyone by surprise. Hu Zhan and Lin, who were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why the Wolf King's most trusted aide would launch such a stealthy attack. However, the Wolf King reacted swiftly, attempting to counter the assault. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that the formidable power he had always prided himself on was utterly inaccessible. Seeing this, the Old Turtle leisurely remarked, "Do not waste your effort. While I can assist you in achieving perfection in the transformation stage, I also possess means to counter you." With that, the Old Turtle swiftly extracted the Wolf King's heart along with all his cultivation, transforming the vibrant organ into a smooth pill, which he then pocketed. He turned his gaze towards the composed Chun Changsheng and inquired, "Why are you not afraid of me?" As he spoke, the Old Turtle effortlessly knocked Hu Zhan and Lin Hu to the ground. In the face of the Old Turtle's overwhelming strength, Chun Changsheng displayed no fear. Instead, he quietly asked, "Master Ancestor, even at this juncture, are you still unwilling to reveal your true form?" At this, the Old Turtle paused, acknowledging, "You have indeed discerned my identity. You are, without doubt, the most outstanding disciple of the Shangqing Temple in 500 years. As he spoke, the Old Turtle, who appeared frail and aged, gradually transformed into a refined young man. This individual was none other than the founder of the Shangqing Temple and Chun Changsheng's guiding mentor. The Ascended One. Traveling thousands of miles to the Night Moon Kingdom must have been quite a task for you. Pray, tell me, how did you come to this conclusion?" The Ascended One approached Chun Changsheng, his tone imbued with warmth and kindness. Upon seeing the familiar figure before him, Chun Changsheng's lips quivered slightly as he replied, "After receiving the dreadful news from Senior Brother San, I pondered a singular question. How did the Shangqing Temple meet such a tragic fate? While it is true that the number of cultivators in the Night Moon Kingdom has surged, my masters were not novices in the cultivation world. It is illogical for them to suffer a complete annihilation." The Ascended One replied calmly, "So you suspect there is a traitor within the Deqian dynasty?" "Indeed," Chun Changsheng confirmed. "Yet, no matter how I deliberated, I could not fathom what kind of traitor could achieve such a feat. Although the Shangqing Temple allied with the dynasty to fend off external threats, the movements of my masters were strictly confidential. Even the ruler of the dynasty might not be privy to all of it. Therefore, regardless of the faction from which the traitor hails, they could not have caused the total downfall of the Shangqing Temple. The only plausible explanation is that a traitor emerged from within. Upon reaching this conclusion, I scrutinized everyone within the Shangqing Temple, even suspecting that my master was feigning death. However, I never imagined that the traitor would be you, Master Ancestor. You have attained such power in the transformation stage, and your status within the Deqian dynasty is unparalleled. The Night Moon Kingdom could not possibly afford to recruit you." "That is quite logical," the Ascended One nodded. "Then how did you later ascertain that I was that traitor?" Chun Changsheng exhaled deeply. "I have only recently dared to confirm that you are the traitor, Master Ancestor. Upon arriving in the Night Moon Kingdom, I encountered a member of the demon race. She recognized the secret blood escape technique of the Shangqing Temple and possessed extensive knowledge about it. Interestingly, while she was well informed about the Shangqing Temple, She only acknowledged the existence of 9 true disciples. Although my reputation is not prominent within the temple, a slight inquiry would reveal my existence. This situation further solidified my belief that the traitor originated from the Shangqing temple. Moreover, this traitor treated me exceptionally well, severing the flow of information about me. Consequently, I conducted a small experiment during the recruitment event, using my true name. Yet, even now, the Night Moon Kingdom remains unaware of my identity, which speaks volumes. With that, Chun Changsheng raised his gaze to the Ascended One. Master Ancestor, is there anything more I need to elaborate upon regarding the subsequent matters? The Ascended One smiled and took the little white wolf from Chun Changsheng's arms. She restrained the creature's movements and gently caressed it. Do share. Hearing your story from others provides a unique perspective. Certainly, since you wish to listen, I shall recount it thoroughly. The individual responsible for these deeds, originating from the Shangqing Temple, undoubtedly possesses significant status and strength. I encountered my master's corpse when I entered the forbidden area, thus ruling him out as the traitor. Until the mystery of the Bronze Ancient Palace is unraveled, I could not comprehend your motive for betrayal, Master Ancestor. However, as the secrets of the Bronze Ancient Palace were revealed, your motives became clear. Additionally, I discovered an anonymous travelogue within the book tomb of the Shangqing Temple, detailing the conditions of the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden area. This travelogue is over 500 years old. You must have entertained this notion 5 centuries ago. Am I correct? Ha ha ha. The Ascended One erupted into laughter at Chun Changsheng's words. Recommending you to the Shangqing Temple was the wisest decision of my life. Your insight is truly unparalleled. You unraveled my 500-year scheme in just 5 years. Why? Chun Changsheng restrained his urge to voice his confusion. Master Ancestor, desiring power is not inherently wrong. Even if you aspired to establish a new dynasty, my masters would have followed you. Why then did you choose to eliminate them? In response to Chun Changsheng's bewilderment, the Ascended One replied coolly, the Qian dynasty is my past, while the Shangqing Temple is my life's work. I had no intention of entangling the Shangqing Temple in this matter. However, they proved too obstinate. Upon discovering this secret, rather than supporting me, they chose to disclose it. Do you suppose the Linglong sect and the Tianfu Temple could have uncovered my plans otherwise? After 500 years of meticulous planning, I cannot allow anyone to thwart my ambitions. And what of Senior Brother San? Why did you spare him? Chun Changsheng inquired. You are aware of his indolent nature. When Qing Feng and the others discovered the secret, he was off slacking, thus remaining oblivious to the situation, the Ascended One explained. He then posed a question to Chun Changsheng. By the way, how did you learn that acquiring that power necessitated a blood sacrifice? With a smile, Chun Changsheng responded, Master Ancestor, with your intellect. How could you now be so befuddled? You're likely unaware of how many times I have ventured into the infinite secret realm. I concealed a portion of the markings. Could you not discern that? Hey, hey, hey. The Ascended One chuckled, patting his forehead. With such an extraordinary disciple, I am nearly overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 28. Chun Changsheng's Hidden Card. 500 years of planning after speaking. The Celestial Master Yuhua drew Chun Changsheng before the blood pool. Changsheng, among all in the upper clear view, you're the one I value most. Do you know why I singled you out from the crowd? It is because I perceive in you a quality that even I lack, an air of tranquility. You are devoid of the frantic energy typical of mortals. Nor do you possess the obsessive fixation often seen in cultivators. It is as if all worldly matters are but fleeting clouds in the tapestry of your life. While practitioners seek the path to immortality, even those who have lived for a millennium in the transformation stage do not embody the essence you possess. It is evident that my judgment has not erred. The opportunity lies before you. If we join forces, we can surpass all others. In response to the invitation of the Celestial Master Yuhua, Chun Changsheng silently took a step back. Observing his reaction, the Celestial Master furrowed his brow and inquired, What troubles you? Do you also perceive this power as ominous? You need not worry, he continued. I have studied this matter in detail. Directly absorbing power may indeed attract some troubles, but once filtered through bloodlines, such complications will dissipate. The 18 races guarding the bronze ancient palace are the most effective tools for filtering this power. The foolish Wanyan Agajuo has been using his daughter's body to filter it, believing he could avoid issues, yet he fails to realize that an impure bloodline cannot adequately cleanse the essence. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into my trap. Listening to the celestial master's eloquence, Chun Changsheng shook his head. Master Ancestor, my concern is not the safety of this power. I have not even contemplated that. My sole purpose for coming to Night Moon Country is to retrieve the bodies of my master and senior brothers. Upon hearing this, the once excited celestial master's expression turned cold. You remain unchanged from the past, yet you must understand. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. The disciple is well aware, Chun Changsheng replied. But I implore you, Master Ancestor, to allow me to properly lay my master to rest before we take action. At his words, the celestial master's demeanor shifted to one of hostility. However, faced with such an outstanding disciple, he ultimately revealed a trace of patience. With a swift motion, the celestial master summoned 7 corpses to stand before Chun Changsheng. The seals within the body of the Yuan spirit master were also dispelled, returning him to the state of a corpse. Gazing upon the familiar faces of his departed friends, Chun Changsheng produced 11 coffins and began the somber task of preparing them for burial. Yuan spirit master, senior brother, second senior brother. After assisting his former companions into their resting places, Chun Changsheng proceeded to tend to the Wolf King's remains. Cleaning away the bloodstains and dressing him in new burial garments, he crafted a wooden heart to replace the one that had been removed. With the addition of Hu Zhan and Lin Hu, the 11 coffins were just sufficient. The term mourners is intriguing, the celestial master mused, but why have you only dug 3 graves? Do you believe you can carry them away alive? In response to the celestial master's inquiry, Chun Changsheng smiled and said, Master Ancestor, you may find this amusing, but before I entered the fold, I was a coffin seller. Due to some serendipitous events, I acquired this rather perplexing title. Yet, as a professional in this field, my precision in quantity is impeccable. Today, I require only 11 coffins, and thus I shall not produce more. Oh, by what assurance do you make such a claim? At this, Chun Changsheng grinned and replied, Master Ancestor, have you heard of the 100 defeats immortal? Before his words could fully settle, Chun Changsheng unleashed a stone coffin. Upon sensing the essence of the blood pool, the coffin emitted a dazzling radiance. A towering figure emerged from within. Scoundrel, you dare to reveal yourself. With that, a massive fist surged toward the celestial master. In the face of such an onslaught, the celestial master hurled the small white wolf away, attempting to buy himself a moment. However, the fist of the 100 defeats immortal was not so easily repelled. The spectral fist pierced through the small wolf and struck the celestial master with tremendous force. Poof! The celestial master, having achieved the pinnacle of the transformation stage, was sent flying by a single blow. Despite having repelled the celestial master, the spectral form of the 100 defeats immortal did not pursue further. Instead, it summoned the nearby bronze ancient palace, crashing it down upon the blood pool with great force. No! Witnessing this, the celestial master cried out and flew beneath the bronze palace, striving to halt its descent. Bang! A hidden cavern erupted violently, and a bald monk was ejected, spitting blood. This was none other than Master Ikkyu, the one who suppressed the ominous source. Dong! A surge of pitch-black energy struck the bronze palace, causing its rapid descent to falter momentarily. Ikkyu, what are you waiting for? Chun Changsheng seized the small white wolf, which lay on the ground, uncertain of its fate, and shouted toward the wounded Ikkyu. Being merely at the golden core stage, he knew he could not escape Night Moon Country without Ikkyu's assistance. While the spectral form of the 100 defeats immortal was formidable, it ultimately lacked a solid foundation. Whether it could withstand the ominous force remained uncertain. Thus, his most pressing concern was to escape, and the farther the better. Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's call, Ikkyu had no time to ponder and ignited his vital essence, beginning to invoke the Buddhist mystic arts. Seeing Chun Changsheng on the verge of fleeing, the celestial master bared his teeth in frustration. Yet the bronze palace above him rendered him immobile. Countless scriptures swirled around Chun, Changsheng, and Ikkyu, their forms growing increasingly ethereal. Master Ancestor, I am but a coffin seller. One day, I shall return to give you a proper funeral. Chen Changsheng's voice echoed in the forbidden ground, striking hard against the celestial master's heart. 1,000 miles away, poof. Ikkyu spat a mouthful of golden blood and fell to the ground. Yet Chen Changsheng seemed oblivious to Ikkyu's injuries, urging him, do not lie there. Get up and keep running. Faced with his friend from a century past, Ikkyu nearly lost consciousness as he struggled to catch his breath. Ancestor, he exclaimed, the technique I just employed from the temple of Heavenly Buddha consumes not only vital essence, but also 10 years of life. We have already fled 1,000 miles. May I catch my breath? I am but a humble Yuan infant stage cultivator, not a transformation master. Listening to Ikkyu's complaints, Chen Changsheng anxiously scanned the direction of the imperial capital. Using it once will only shorten your life by 10 years. But Wanyan Gujuo, at the pinnacle of transformation, has not even managed a single move against the celestial master. When he arrives, you won't lose just 10 years. You will lose your life. At these words, Ikkyu sprang to his feet and once again invoked the life-draining secret arts of the Temple of Heavenly Buddha. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng and Ikkyu vanished once more. Chapter 29. Lin Yinxing has disappeared, fleeing thousands of miles with a resounding thud. Chen Changsheng collapsed weakly to the ground. Beside him lay Ishio, whose complexion was as pale as that of a corpse. After hearing of the formidable strength of the Ascended Master, Ishio had consecutively employed 6 secret techniques, successfully relocating both of them 6,000 miles away. Such techniques, which consumed vitality and lifespan, could scarcely be executed more than a few times, even by an uninjured Ishio. Now, in his severely wounded state, having performed the techniques 6 times, the only difference between him and a lifeless body was the mere breath he drew. Yet even after their escape of 6,000 miles, Chen Changsheng still felt an unsettling sense of insecurity. He then initiated the blood escape technique, carrying the near-death Ishio with him. 12 applications of the blood escape technique represented the limit for Chen Changsheng. Should he attempt even one more, he would meet his demise on the spot. He hastily cast out several formation flags, struggling to force a handful of medicinal pills into Ishio's mouth, exhausting the last vestige of his strength to complete the task. Chen Changsheng's vision blurred, and he fainted. Just before losing consciousness, he thought to himself, if he can catch up, then let him kill me. If I keep running, I shall perish without him lifting a finger. Outside the imperial capital of the Night Moon Kingdom, the Ascended Master appeared at the location where Chen Changsheng had first paused. His immense spiritual sense instantly enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles. However, after an extensive search, the corners of the Ascended Master's mouth twitched. He realized that his disciple had proven to be exceedingly adept at fleeing. Though this body was merely a manifestation, its power was not inferior to that of an average transformation stage cultivator. The auras of Ishio and Chen Changsheng were all too familiar to him. As long as the two had not escaped beyond 5,000 miles, he was confident he could capture them, and even if they had fled beyond that distance, as long as they remained within 10,000 miles, he would still possess means to perceive their presence. Yet now, despite employing all his methods, he still failed to sense Chen Changsheng's aura. This indicated that within a mere 2 hours, Chen Changsheng had already ventured 10,000 miles away. Contemplating this, the Ascended Master chuckled coldly. My dear disciple, do ensure you hide well. Should the Ancestor discover your whereabouts, your life may be in grave peril. With that, the Ascended Master swiftly turned and soared back towards the Night Moon Kingdom. His true body could not afford a delay in the face of trouble. Changsheng, can we not run any further? Ishio, weakly reclining on the flying sword, heard Chen Changsheng, who had just regained a modicum of spiritual energy, prepare to flee once more. Faced with Chen Changsheng's unwavering determination, Ishio felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The Ascended Master was merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. He was not beyond that realm. We have already fled beyond 10,000 miles. He cannot reach us. In response, Qin Changsheng not only did not slow down, but even increased his speed slightly. Better safe than sorry. Who knows what secret techniques my ancestor may possess to find us? For the sake of caution, let us flee another 20,000 miles. Do not speak, focus on healing. Once you have recovered, you may guide our escape, he directed. Hearing this, Ishio rolled his eyes dramatically and then closed his eyes to commence his healing. After a century, this old acquaintance's cautious nature remained unchanged. Now that they had reunited, Ishio had many questions he wished to pose to Qin Changsheng. For instance, why had Qin Changsheng left without a word back then? How did Uncle Changsheng come to know Qin Changsheng? Moreover, how had the seemingly talentless Qin Changsheng managed to achieve the Golden Core realm and even acquire commendable cultivation aptitude? These myriad questions plagued Ishio's mind, but they would have to wait until they were safe to be addressed. As time passed, a month swiftly elapsed, and Qin Changsheng, indeed, managed to flee a full 20,000 miles, just as he had claimed a month prior. Surely we need not run any longer? We are now 30,000 miles from the Night Moon Kingdom. Even the Ascended Master, as divine as he is, may struggle to locate us. Ishio remarked as he and Qin Changsheng gradually descended upon a mountain peak. Observing their surroundings, Qin Changsheng nodded and said, "Indeed, we are now separated from the Night Moon Kingdom by an entire dynasty. Even if the Ascended Master wished to pursue us, it would not be so simple. Since you claim it is safe, it must be so. By the way, what of Yinxing?" Ishio's words were cut short by Qin Changsheng's interjection. In response to the inquiry, Ishio's gaze flickered, clearly uncertain of how to confront Qin Changsheng regarding the matter. "Auntie, she is missing." Missing? This revelation was perplexing. Even if you were to inform me that Yinxing had met a tragic fate, I could at least grasp that. But the term missing is ambiguous. She had entered the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom alongside you. How could a living person simply vanish? Listening to Qin Changsheng, Ishio wore a troubled expression as he explained. When our sect learned of the Ascended Master's betrayal, they dispatched me and my master to investigate the secrets of the Forbidden Grounds, hoping to alter the course of the battle. Upon reaching the Forbidden Grounds, we successfully uncovered the secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom based on the clues provided by the Qingxing sect. However, while sealing that ominous force, we were discovered. Wang Yin Agujuo summoned 2 transformation stage ancestors to encircle us. At that moment, the ancestors from Tianfu Temple and Linglong sect came to our aid. Yet we were still unable to break through. Ultimately, the 2 ancestors sacrificed themselves to forcibly seal the majority of that power. Upon hearing Ishio's explanation, Qin Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. I did not inquire about the circumstances of the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden grounds. I wish to know whether Lin Yinxing is alive or dead. After the ancestors sacrificed themselves, we were naturally unable to escape. We believed we were on the verge of death when, unexpectedly, my master discovered a shattered ancient teleportation array within the Bronze Ancient Palace. Although the array was in ruins, with some effort, it could still be utilized. And then, Qin Changsheng pressed. "Do not tell me you stayed behind to hold them off, while Yinxing escaped first. That was certainly not an option. Who would wish for death if they could survive?" However, as I mentioned, the teleportation array was damaged. I fell out during the transit. Eventually, I had no choice but to hide within the cracks of the seal. Should they seek to kill me, I would adopt a stance of mutual destruction. Were it not for this, I doubt I would still be here today. Where does the teleportation array in the Bronze Ancient Palace lead? I do not know. Ancient teleportation arrays possess immense power, and I cannot comprehend them. Yet, the teleportation distance should exceed 100,000 miles. Chapter 30. Parting Ways. A meeting is also a farewell. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng was suddenly overwhelmed. In this vast sea of humanity, where was he to find that girl, Yinxing? Noticing the deep frown etched on Qin Changsheng's face, Ishio chuckled. There's no need to worry excessively. Your master has attained the peak of the nascent soul stage and is but a step away from the transformation stage. With her strength, she can thrive anywhere. By the way, how did you suddenly reach the Golden Core stage? I recall your cultivation talent was rather poor before. Moreover, your master seems to have known you for quite some time. Just how long have you been alive? Faced with Ishio's barrage of questions, Qin Changsheng chose silence. instead releasing the restrictions on the little white wolf, allowing her to regain her human form. Once her powers were restored, Wan Yin neither fled nor fought back, but sat dazedly on the spot. However, gradually, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Observing this, Chen Chongqing remarked, "Why are you crying? It wasn't I who killed your father. Given the circumstances, you should be grateful to still be alive." At his words, Wan Yin instantly erupted. "Why should I cry? My beloved father used me, and now he is dead. Would you not weep in such a situation?" After venting her frustrations at Chen Chongsheng, she wiped her tears and softly said, "Thank you for retrieving my father's body. Although he exploited me, he remains my father. Without you, he would have likely ended up as carrion in the wilderness." Upon hearing her, Ishio quietly interjected, "Your father wouldn't have ended up like that. The Ascended Master intends to use your father's bloodline, so even if Chen Chongqing buried him, he would likely be exhumed." At this, Wan Yin cast a frosty glare at Ishio. Realizing he had misspoken, Ishio quickly covered his mouth and retreated to a corner. After dismissing Ishio with a glance, Wan Yin turned her attention back to Chen Chongsheng and asked, "What are your plans now?" "I have no plans. I have seen through the world of cultivation. I intend to return to my original profession, selling coffins. As for the great Qian dynasty, I do not plan to return for the time being. What about you two?" In response to Chen Chongqing's inquiry, Wan Yin pondered before replying, "The Ascended Master controls the Night Moon Kingdom, and if this situation continues, its people will undoubtedly suffer calamity. Therefore, I must return regardless of the circumstances." With her answer in hand, Chen Chongsheng turned to Ishio. "And you?" "Amipa," Ishio declared. "Both the great Qian dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom are in dire straits. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? I am willing to sacrifice myself to feed the demons." "Speak plainly," Chen Chongqing urged. "I plan to lead the Tianfu temple far away." "The Ascended Master will not spare it," Ishio replied. Nodding in acknowledgement of Ishio's response, Chen Chongqing summoned 8 coffins before them. "These are the remains of my master and senior brothers. Since you are returning, please take them along. Additionally, this is a map indicating a suitable burial site. Just follow the directions for the interment." Studying the marked map and observing Chen Chongqing's efficiency, Ishio's lips twitched as he remarked, "You are so adept. I trust you didn't prepare these in advance, did you?" "Congratulations, you are correct. Since I entered the Upper Clarity Temple, I have prepared coffins and burial sites for all my brothers, including my master and ancestor. By your account, you have even prepared one for me?" Ishio asked. "Indeed, but you must pay for it. Since we are acquaintances, I can offer you a discount of 20%. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Ishio's face contorted. "Chen Chongqing, I'm still very much alive. Is it not a bit premature to prepare my coffin and burial plot? Preparing early saves trouble later. You are not immortal. Such a day will come," Chen Chongqing stated. "Ishio, you make a fair point. However, I am currently a nascent soul cultivator and may yet reach the transformation stage. Does reaching the transformation stage mean one is immune to death?" Chen Chongqing's words rendered Ishio speechless once more. "Ishio, I do not know why, but I can never win an argument with you." Seeing that he could not outwit Chen Chongqing, Ishio reluctantly stowed away the coffins and map. "Fine, I appreciate your good intentions, but it remains uncertain who will collect whose body. By the way, who is this Bai Xinzuan you mentioned? If his spectral presence is not in the Night Moon Kingdom, we shall be doomed. Could you provide some clues so I can seek out this elder?" In response, Chen Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. "You needn't concern yourself with that. Bai Xinzuan is a figure from at least 2,000 years ago. He is likely dust by now. I discovered a stone coffin he left behind in the Infinite Secret Realm, which recorded some of his deeds. Originally, he intended to achieve transcendence there, but later chose another location. I initially thought he had found an excellent place, but after uncovering the secrets of the Bronze Ancient Palace, it seems the situation is not so straightforward. Had the stone coffin left by Bai Xinzuan not functioned?" Wan Yin inquired curiously. "Then I would have to rely on my ancestor. Although I am in the coffin-selling business, it does not mean I wish to die," Chen Chongqing replied. "Wan Yin, while the logic stands, why do you speak so lightly of it? I cannot determine whether you're cold-blooded or deeply loyal. To label you as cold-blooded would ignore how you journeyed thousands of miles to the Night Moon Kingdom, risking your life merely to collect a deceased body. Conversely, to call you loyal would disregard your ease in contemplating allegiance to an enemy. After discussing various details with Ishio and Wan Yinyu, Chen Changsheng waved his hand. You should depart now. Even if Bye-Bye Shinzuin Stone Coffin does not resolve the issue with the Ascended Master, it will certainly pose significant trouble for him. Now that you are aware of his secret, he will not dare to act openly against you. Exercise caution, and you should survive. Observing the calm demeanor of Chen Changsheng, Ishio asked with confusion, if we return now, danger undoubtedly lurks at every turn. Will you not dissuade us? The rain will fall, and a daughter will marry. All living beings ultimately face their end. This is an inevitability. The only difference lies in the timing, whether sooner or later. This path is one you have chosen for yourselves. Why should I dissuade you? At most, I can offer you coffins at a further discount. Ishio, that is a reasonable point, but you truly are insufferable. Chapter 31. The prosperous business of Chen Changsheng in Kuheizan, Xuanwu Kingdom, faced with Chen Changsheng's nonchalant demeanor. Ishio rolled his eyes dramatically and exclaimed, I can no longer tolerate your heartless attitude. I shall take my leave now. Perhaps in a millennium or so, I will return to collect your remains. With that, Ishio turned and walked away, while Wan Yinyu cast a lingering glance at Chen Changsheng before following in Ishio's footsteps. Observing Ishio's retreating figure, Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly, choosing silence. Although the little monk often found himself outmatched in their exchanges, he was, in truth, quite astute. It was during the time when Nianqing began to make a name for himself in Linglong's sect that Chen Changsheng first encountered him. At that time, Nianqing had already lived over 60 years, and given the years Chen had spent in Linglong town, it had been more than 80 years since their paths had crossed. With the knowledge that he had known Nianqing long ago, one could easily deduce his longevity. Chen had been but a fledgling chi-refining cultivator then, a duration of life that defied logic. Yet, Ishio had never inquired about this matter. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng stretched lazily, turning to gaze at the kingdom behind him. Murmuring to himself, I have heard this nation is known as Xuanwu Kingdom. I wonder what amusements it holds. With that, he leisurely descended the mountain. In Kuheizan, Xuanwu Kingdom, a towering man, over 2 meters in height, forcibly pushed through the crowd surrounding the shop and knelt before Chen Changsheng. Sir, you must help me, he implored. Seeing the man before him, Chen Changsheng quickly assisted him to his feet, saying, My friend, speak plainly. Whatever I can do to assist you, I shall. Upon hearing this, the man wiped the tears from his face and produced several bloodied spirit stones from his pocket, saying, Sir, this is all I possess. I will gather the remaining stones, but I beseech you to help restore my brother's body. Chen Changsheng glanced at the wooden board covered by a white cloth not far away and shook his head, sighing. Business is business. There are no debts left unpaid. I know you two brothers make a living by gathering herbs. Coincidentally, I am in need of some medicinal materials. I will be willing to purchase them from you. What do you think? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the man suppressed his grief and retrieved a nearby basket. Chen Changsheng casually surveyed its contents, estimating their worth with precision. The basket contained primarily low-grade herbs, and despite the potential for a premium, they were worth at most 3 low-grade spirit stones. These are precisely the high-quality herbs I require. I shall offer you 100 spirit stones for them, he declared, handing over a beast skin pouch to the man. To conduct a funeral, the minimum fee is 100 spirit stones. Recently, my shop has a promotion. I shall also provide you with a high-quality coffin. What say you? Thank you, sir. Your immense kindness shall never be forgotten, the man replied gratefully. The 100 spirit stones completed their transaction and returned to Chen Changsheng's hands as he approached the wooden board. Gently lifting the white cloth, a gruesome sight of a mangled corpse met Chen Changsheng's eyes. The onlookers, witnessing such horror, felt their stomachs churn violently. What happened? Chen Changsheng inquired. A few days ago, we discovered a century-old spirit herb, but it was guarded by a fierce magical beast. I knew the beast was formidable, so I refrained from attempting to gather the herb. Yet, to my dismay, my brother secretly tried to harvest it, and by the time I arrived, he was already lifeless. The man lamented, collapsing into tears. It is all my fault. He sought the earth to exchange for resources for me. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng shook his head and produced a complete set of specialized tools. The sound of flesh and sinew grinding filled the air, causing some of the less resilient spectators to flee and vomit. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng remained calm, softly murmuring, "First, align the meridians. Second, piece together the bones. Start with the limbs, then the torso. The organs must not be disturbed." As Chen Changsheng worked diligently, the disfigured corpse gradually began to take shape. After an hour of meticulous effort, he successfully reconstructed the body, filling in the missing parts with other materials. Once completed, he produced a fine coffin and gently laid the body within. Chen Changsheng sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. The funeral arrangements are complete. Go, bid your brother a final farewell and ensure he rests peacefully in the earth. With that, he turned his attention to a nearby table, tending to the injuries of others. Noticing Chen Changsheng's flurry of activity, a burly man with a severed hand chuckled, "Sir, your ventures seem rather extensive. Not only do you handle funerals, but you also practice alchemy and heal injuries. Just the other day, I saw you inscribing formations on coffins. Are you considering adding yet another service?" In response to this, Chen Changsheng shot the man a sidelong glance and replied, "This is all the result of your relentless demands. Initially, I was merely a coffin seller, but when people began bringing near-dead individuals to me, how could I stand by idly and watch them die? Yet, instead of gratitude, they spread tales of my exceptional healing skills. As more and more sought my assistance, I had no choice but to open a clinic. And now, even that is not enough. You all covet my potions and insist on purchasing them. Those people hounded me for an entire month, forcing me to start refining elixirs." He continued, applying pressure to the man's injury, causing him to emit a sound akin to a pig being slaughtered. Crack! As the bones realigned, Chen Changsheng swiftly affixed a medicinal plaster to the fracture. "There now, your hand will regain full function in a month. Refrain from brawling in the future. You are merely at the 3rd level of body refinement, while your opponent is at least at the 5th level. Had he not shown mercy, your right hand would have been rendered useless." In response to Chen Changsheng's admonishment, the man grinned, "Sir, this time I was careless. Next time, I shall not be defeated again. The 3-yong body refinement technique I practice is of Xian tier quality, while his is merely a high-grade Huang tier technique. His victory was simply due to his marginally superior cultivation level. Once I reach the 4th level of body refinement, I shall show him what it means to surpass realms." Listening to the man's bravado, Chen Changsheng merely scoffed, choosing not to continue the conversation. In Xuanwu Kingdom, the combative nature was ingrained in their very essence, and advising them against their competitive tendencies was akin to suggesting they cease breathing. Chapter 32. The Reappearance of the Bronze Ancient Palace. An olive branch from the Xuanwu Kingdom Chen Changsheng was attending to the ailments of the gathered crowd when, from afar, several formidable pressures suddenly descended. In response, the lower-tier cultivators of Xuanwu Kingdom deftly parted to create a pathway. Zhou Xinghe approached respectfully. A young man, adorned in splendid garments, offered a courteous bow to Chen Changsheng. Observing this, Chen Changsheng, with an expression of exasperation, remarked, "I truly regret saving you back then. You come to seek my assistance once a year, for a full decade now. Do you not find this tiresome?" In reply, the elegantly attired young man smiled and said, "If it means having the honor of your presence, I would not mind investing another decade. Had it not been for your rescue 10 years ago, Xinghe would have long since met his demise. Yet, Zhou Xinghe found it perplexing that with your extraordinary talents, you would choose to dwell in such a humble place. Should you wish, the Xuanwu Kingdom would gladly honor you as our national master." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and responded, "My reluctance to move to the capital of Xuanwu is not due to arrogance, nor is it that your offer lacks merit. The truth is, the capital cannot compare to the comfort of Ku Hai Town, nestled at the edge of the monster Beast Mountain Range. This place provides an abundance of fresh medicinal herbs and precious timber daily. My coffin shop and clinic rely heavily on these resources." Facing Chen Changsheng's excuse, Zhou Xinghe merely smiled, choosing not to argue. This rationale had been repeated by Chun Changsheng for 10 years, and he had grown accustomed to it. While your words hold merit, the Xuanwu kingdom is indeed in dire need of talent. This time, I have brought something that I believe will compensate for your losses. With that, Zhuxinghe unveiled a red cloth covering a tray, revealing 2 medicinal herbs and a jade slip. This 7-star grass is a royal treasure of the Xuanwu kingdom, preserved for 3 centuries. The Millennium Meat Spirit Mushroom has required tremendous effort to procure. As for this technique, it is the renowned 9 turns profound art. Were it not limited to the first 3 levels, it would undoubtedly rank among the heavenly techniques. Should you agree to journey to the capital, these treasures shall be yours. Gazing at the gifts presented by Zhuxinghe, Chun Changsheng felt a flicker of temptation. The Xuanwu kingdom emphasizes physical cultivation, boasting a level of strength that far surpasses that of the Great Qian dynasty. Additionally, the ranking of techniques in Xuanwu kingdom differs significantly from that of the Great Qian dynasty, which categorizes techniques into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with heaven being the highest. Thus far, the only publicly known heavenly technique in Xuanwu kingdom is the Tiangang body refinement technique, passed down through generations. The fact that Zhuxinghe could present this first-rate technique purportedly beneath the Tiangang technique was indeed a significant offering. Contemplating this, Chun Changsheng approached Zhuxinghe to inspect the items on the tray. The meat spirit mushroom and 7-star grass were legendary components of the Liuli pill, said to bestow the consumer with an indestructible body capable of overcoming even the most formidable challenges. In terms of the realms from his homeland, this would equate to being invulnerable to those in the divine transformation stage. Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's words, Zhuxinghe's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, Chun Changsheng's subsequent action left him greatly disappointed as he covered the red cloth once more. Perplexed, Zhuxinghe inquired, "Is this gift not to your liking, esteemed sir? Should you desire anything else, do not hesitate to express it. Whatever it may be, I shall agree to any terms within my reach." With a gentle sigh, Chun Changsheng replied, "Young Master Xinghe, it is not that I lack appreciation, but I truly wish to avoid entanglements with the royal family. The higher the price you propose, the greater the trouble you wish for me to resolve. I do not believe my abilities are sufficient for such endeavors. Perhaps you should seek someone more capable." With that, Chun Changsheng gestured dismissively, preparing to return to his coffin shop. Suddenly, Zhuxinghe called out, "Do you not wish to learn about the news of the bronze ancient palace?" At this declaration, Chun Changsheng halted in his tracks. "You truly have found something?" "Indeed. 10 years ago, you casually mentioned it. While you may not have taken it to heart, I have kept it in mind. After a decade of investigation, I have finally uncovered some clues. Moreover, the leads regarding the bronze ancient palace are intertwined with matters concerning the capital. Therefore, if you wish to know more about the bronze ancient palace, it seems a journey to the capital is unavoidable." Chun Changsheng found himself at a crossroads, torn by Zhuxinghe's words. Since learning of Nian Sheng's disappearance within the bronze ancient palace, he had been seeking information regarding its whereabouts. However, despite over a decade of inquiries, he had yet to hear any news about the bronze ancient palace in Xuanwu kingdom. Time had passed, and Chun Changsheng had long since ceased to dwell on the matter. The locations of the 18 bronze ancient palaces remained a mystery, and this world was vast and daunting. Who could say where these ancient structures might lie? In what country or remote corner? Now, upon receiving news of the bronze ancient palace once more, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not intrigued. With this in mind, Chun Changsheng said, "This news truly places me in a quandary. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. However, let me be clear. I can only do my utmost regarding the matters of the capital, and I cannot guarantee success. I will return to gather my belongings and will join you shortly," he continued. Overjoyed, Zhuxinghe exclaimed, "Then I shall await your return outside." Upon entering his coffin shop, Chun Changsheng stored his possessions in the system space. Glancing at an opulent coffin nestled in the corner, he murmured, "It took 5 years to retrieve a body from the Night Moon Kingdom, and I have spent 43 years selling coffins in Xuanwu Kingdom. In total, I have now been away from Shangqing Temple for almost 49 years. My third senior brother is gravely injured and has but 50 years at most. Now, With this turmoil arising, is the heavens reminding me to retrieve my third senior brother's remains? As he spoke, Chun Changsheng caressed the coffin, intricately adorned with patterns. This coffin had taken him 40 years to prepare, destined for the very person who had driven him to Xuanwu Kingdom, the Ascendant Master. My esteemed ancestor, whether one or two, it matters not. My third senior brother nears his end, and it seems you need not linger any longer. After investing 40 years in crafting this exquisite coffin for you, I trust you can finally rest in peace. With a slight smile, Chun Changsheng stored the coffin in the system space and turned to depart from the coffin shop he had inhabited for the past 43 years. Chapter 33. Conversations in the Carriage. The Emperor of Xuanwu Kingdom approaches his end within the spacious carriage. Chun Changsheng quietly held a book, engrossed in its pages. Observing this, Zhuo Xinghe immediately expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Sir, your wealth of knowledge is remarkable, and yet you remain so devoted to your reading. Such dedication truly inspires great respect in me." As they journeyed to Chang'an, Zhuo Xinghe had originally intended to arrange for a formidable magical beast as Chen's steed. However, considering the peculiar circumstances, he feared that excessive ostentation might bring unnecessary trouble to Chun. Upon their arrival in Chang'an, Zhuo vowed to host a grand welcome for him. Hearing these words, Chun Changsheng quietly set aside his book and remarked, "If you have questions, please feel free to ask. My previous silence was merely an attempt to avoid entanglement in the affairs of the Xuanwu royal family. Now that I have agreed to assist you, I shall not be stingy with my insights. As a crown prince of Xuanwu, it would be rather embarrassing if you could not navigate such trivial matters." Realizing his thoughts had been laid bare, Zhuo Xinghe smiled but offered no defense. Traveling on a magical beast would allow them to reach Chang'an in less than half a day. Yet this would significantly diminish the time he could spend alone with Chun Changsheng. A decade prior, during his rescue in the magical Beast Mountains, Chun had engaged him in conversation for an entire night, leaving a profound impact on him. However, after reclaiming his identity and seeking out Chun again, their discussions had ceased. Now that a new opportunity presented itself, Zhuo was determined not to squander it. Gathering his thoughts, Zhuo Xinghe began, "Sir, there is a question that has perplexed me for quite some time. It is well known that human energy is limited, and cultivators are no exception. Yet you not only possess remarkable cultivation, but also excel in alchemy, formations, medicine, dragon-seeking, and numerous other disciplines. How have you managed to master such a vast array of knowledge?" In response, Chun Changsheng inquired, "How old are you this year?" Zhuo replied, "I have just turned 100. At 100 years of age, your level of cultivation is indeed commendable. You have lived a century, and in the first 20 years, one can attribute your lack of knowledge to youthful ignorance. But what have you accomplished in the subsequent 80 years? There are 365 days in a year, which amounts to over 20,000 days and nights in 80 years, a considerable span of time. For mortals, 80 years may represent a lifetime. However, for cultivators, those 80 years hold far greater value. Mortals are often hindered by ailments, hunger, and fatigue, wasting much of their time, whereas cultivators can absorb the essence of heaven and earth to sustain themselves. The maladies that plague mortals do not afflict cultivators, who can also replace sleep with meditation. Yet, after all this time, what have you truly gained?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhuo Xinghe responded earnestly, "In these 80 years, I have gained cultivation, power, and a beloved partner." That is well summarized. But what else? Chun pressed. "In a day, there are 12 hours. Did you dedicate all your time solely to these pursuits? If I am not mistaken, you must have spent time on other activities as well, such as leisure, romantic pursuits, and the desire to outshine others, which likely consumed a significant portion of your time. I am no genius, nor do I have an extraordinary master. I simply reclaim the time that you and others have squandered, nothing more. One must cultivate the heart before the body. Without a refined mindset, how can one truly excel in the path of cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe exhaled deeply, his admiration for Chun Changsheng intensifying. "What a profound statement, nothing more. Your words could humble any cultivator in the realm. Such talent deserves the recognition of a national hero in Xuanwu Kingdom. May I ask how you feel about this?" With a gentle wave of his hand, Chun Chongsheng replied with a smile. I think it best to decline. My interests do not lie in such matters. Moreover, your considerable efforts to seek me out suggest that the situation in Chang'an is quite dire. How much longer can your father endure? Sighing, Zhuo Xinghe lamented, my father is the strongest monarch in the history of Xuanwu. Yet, regardless of his formidable cultivation and skills, he cannot escape the inevitability of mortality. Currently, he has less than a year left to live. Recently, he decreed that whoever can locate the dragon's den shall inherit the throne of Xuanwu. Furrowing his brow, Chun Chongsheng replied, the left emperor has lived for 2,300 years. I imagine he has exhausted all methods of extending his life. His urgent search for a burial site suggests he is not merely seeking a dragon's den, but rather a place that could potentially grant him an extra lease on life. Such locations are not easily found. Upon Chun Chongsheng's revelation of the hidden implications, Zhuo Xinghe offered a wry smile. If such places were easily discovered, I would not have sought your assistance. My brothers have sought out skilled allies, while I am left without confidence to compete against them. It was out of necessity that I disturbed your tranquility. May I inquire how confident you feel about this matter? I cannot claim to be completely certain, but I possess a reasonable degree of assurance, perhaps 50 to 60%. Zhuo Xinghe was taken aback. How can this be? I have consulted numerous reclusive masters within Xuanwu Kingdom, and most conveyed uncertainty or only a sliver of hope. Yet you claim to possess a greater degree of confidence? Were I not familiar with your character, I might suspect you were boasting. Indeed, I possess a measure of certainty regarding locating that place, but finding it does not guarantee success. Whether success is achieved depends on how much your Xuanwu Kingdom is willing to invest. Additionally, do not fault me for not warning you. The desire for an extra life is a common aspiration for those nearing the end of their lifespan. Yet, few can attain such a feat. It would be wise to counsel your father to relinquish this notion. Zhuo face bore a rueful expression. He understood this truth well. Yet altering his father's will was beyond his capacity. Chapter 34. The Dazzling Fruit Plate, Chun Chongsheng. All rubbish in response to Chun Chongsheng's suggestion. Zhuo Xinghe remained silent, offering no reply. Observing this, Chun Chongsheng merely smiled and refrained from further comment. Zhuo Huang had lived for 2,300 years, a duration surpassing that of even the most formidable of transformation stage cultivators. Indeed, the current state of Chang'an City could aptly be described as a den of dragons and tigers. Were it not for his pursuit of clues regarding the ancient bronze palace, he would certainly refrain from involving himself in this matter. In the palace of Chang'an, the 9 princes of the Xuanwu Kingdom were assembled within the Grand Hall, while a young man occupied the dragon throne. This youth was none other than the most powerful emperor in the history of the Xuanwu Kingdom, Emperor Xuanwu. Leaning on his hand with a smile gracing his lips, Emperor Xuanwu regarded his 9 sons with keen interest. At that moment, one of the princes stepped forward, proclaiming, "Father, I have sought out wise masters and traversed every renowned mountain and river in the Xuanwu Kingdom. At last, I have discovered the location of a dragon's lair. With this lair, I am certain it will aid you in living another life." Seeing a prince take the initiative, the others quickly followed suit, each recounting the toils they endured in their search for a dragon's lair. However, among the 9 princes, only the eldest, Zhuo Xinghe, remained silent. The reason for his reticence was simple. Chun Chongsheng was voraciously devouring the fruit plate before him. As he watched his brothers introduce their findings, Zhuo Xinghe felt a sense of urgency. "Sir, perhaps we should pause our feasting for the moment. Shall we first discuss the dragon's lair?" Upon hearing Zhuo Xinghe's suggestion, Chun Chongsheng swallowed the spiritual fruit in his mouth and replied, "It is a banquet. Eating is the priority. Besides, your current concern should not lie with this matter." These words left Zhuo Xinghe bewildered. If now is not the time to address the dragon's lair, then what should be the focus? Faced with Zhuo Xinghe's lack of understanding, Chun Chongsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. "Your father is on the brink of death, and you 9 sons are merely searching for a burial site for him. Do you not find this somewhat inappropriate?" As soon as Chun Chongsheng's words left his lips, Zhuo Xinghe suddenly grasped the situation. While it was true that his father sought a dragon's lair, it was equally true that his time was limited. In this moment, as a son, his foremost thought should be one of reluctance, rather than how to secure a suitable resting place for his father. Even if he did not feel this way internally, he should at least put on a facade. Realizing this, Zhuoxinghe softly spoke, "Sir, is it still not too late? One can mend the fold after the sheep are lost. Just remember to be a bit more theatrical." With Chun Changxing's affirmation, Zhuoxinghe immediately sprang up, dashing forward. In a moment, he knelt on the ground, his forehead striking the floor with great force. "Father, I cannot bear to part with you." The other princes were taken aback by Zhuoxinghe's sudden display. Meanwhile, the elder Zhuohuang turned his gaze to Qin Changsheng, who was still indulging in the fruit plate. Having lived for over 2,300 years, Zhuohuang's formidable prowess was beyond question. He was well aware of his son's thoughts and characters, but this eldest son's choice of ally seemed to pique his interest. With this in mind, Zhuohuang spoke, "A man should not weep excessively. Such behavior is unbecoming." In response to his father's admonition, Zhuoxinghe cried even louder. "Father, as the saying goes, a man sheds tears only at the moment of sorrow. Now, as I prepare to part from you, my heart is filled with reluctance." Observing his eldest son's remarkable performance, Zhuohuang smiled gently and used a strand of spiritual energy to help Zhuoxinghe rise. "I recognize your filial piety, but the cycle of life and death is the way of heaven. There is no need for you to be overly sorrowful." With that, Zhuohuang waved his hand, and a servant immediately presented Qin Changsheng with an enormous fruit plate. Facing the emperor's generosity, Qin Changsheng revealed a broad grin. "Thank you, your majesty." After expressing his gratitude, he resumed his dazzling display with the fruit plate, partaking in both eating and taking. The other princes thought to themselves, "Can one not maintain a shred of dignity? Such shameless antics. How did he even conceive of them? Why did I not think of such a thing?" Although Zhuohuang did not explicitly state anything, the other 8 princes understood that Zhuoxinghe's recent actions had undoubtedly earned him points in the emperor's eyes. Once the small performance concluded, Zhuohuang finally turned to the matter at hand. "My time is drawing near, and I seek a place of celestial destiny to reverse my fate. 10 years ago, I promised that whoever could locate the true celestial realm would inherit the throne of the Xuanwu kingdom. Now is the time for you to demonstrate your accomplishments." As his words fell, the 8 princes exchanged glances with the wise masters at their sides. Subsequently, these masters stood up, confidently presenting their findings regarding the dragon's lairs. The descriptions they provided sounded almost fantastical, even drawing Zhuoxinghe's envy. Yet, Qin Changsheng, as the helper, remained engrossed in his fruit plate, showing no intention of speaking. Half an hour passed, and the 8 dragon lairs had been thoroughly introduced. All eyes turned to Qin Changsheng, and the second prince, displeased by Qin Changsheng's crude behavior, remarked, "Eldest brother, where did you find such a rustic villager? At this critical juncture in our father's grand scheme, allowing such a person to appear in the hall is nothing short of a disgrace to our Xuanwu kingdom." Just as Zhuoxinghe prepared to retort, Qin Changsheng finished off the last spiritual fruit leisurely and said, "Have you not heard of grand finale? The truly remarkable individuals always make their entrance last. Why the rush?" With that, Qin Changsheng addressed Zhuohuang. "May I inquire, your majesty, do you possess a map? If possible, it should be as large and detailed as can be." Upon hearing this, Zhuohuang gestured, and 5 robust men entered, carrying a massive scroll of a map. Once unfurled, it covered a significant portion of the hall. Qin Changsheng examined the map with great care, marking the previously mentioned 8 dragon lairs. After completing his task, he clasped his hands and declared, "Your Majesty, please forgive my frankness. In my eyes, all 8 of these locations are worthless. If one wishes to reverse their fate, there exists only one place with a semblance of possibility." These words incensed the many wise masters present. "Impudence! To which sect do you belong, that you dare to speak so brazenly here? Reveal your sect, and we shall ensure your master teaches you a lesson." Unfazed by the collective ire, Qin Changsheng casually scratched his ear and replied, "I apologize. My sect does not specialize in locating dragon lairs. This knowledge is self-taught. Additionally, my primary occupation is selling coffins, with a side venture in locating dragon lairs and managing funerals comprehensively." Chapter 35. The Ancient Forbidden Land in the Grand Hall. the words of Chun Changsheng echoed, leaving the esteemed figures present utterly stunned. They had anticipated that the helper summoned by the crown prince would possess an impressive background. Yet they were taken aback to discover he was merely a coffin seller. Even more incredulous was the fact that his skill in divining dragon veins was self-taught. Upon hearing this, the other 8 princes seized the opportunity to attack Zhuxingha. Father, my elder brother's choice of a coffin seller is a blatant mockery of your grand plans. Indeed, while he feigns loyalty and filial piety, he likely harbors ambitions for your throne. Faced with the accusations from the numerous princes, emperors were remained unperturbed, regarding Chun Changsheng with keen interest. This gentleman's profession is quite intriguing. May I ask how to address you? In response, Chun Changsheng smiled and replied, I am Chun Changsheng. Your Majesty may simply call me Changsheng. Changsheng? A splendid name. Might I inquire as to the meaning behind your earlier statements? All 8 of us are renowned geomancers of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for you to dismiss our expertise? At the emperor's words, the assembly erupted in derisive laughter. The emperor's direct inquiry could not be evaded by a mere rustic. It seemed that Chun Changsheng's fate was sealed, and he might face a grim demise. Chun Changsheng, however, merely chuckled at the emperor's inquiry. Your Majesty seeks a dragon vein, a place capable of reversing one's lifespan. If such a miraculous location could be easily found, practitioners across the land would not lament their mortality. The notion of whether a living being can truly reverse their life remains a legendary topic. Their boastful claims only serve to illustrate the deceit in their words. For deceitful words are nothing but trash. There is merit in your argument, the emperor nodded. Then, may I ask where you believe the dragon vein lies? I am most curious to see what makes your selection unique. Upon hearing the emperor's desire to see his chosen location, Chun Changsheng scanned the map and pointed to an unmarked area. This is the place, within a radius of 100,000 miles. This is the only site that could potentially grant your Majesty the chance to reverse your lifespan. The moment Chun Changsheng indicated the direction, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, with Zhuxingha's countenance paling the most. For the location he pointed to was linked to the ancient bronze palace. Zhuxingha had every reason to suspect that Chun Changsheng had deliberately chosen that site. Absurd, exclaimed an elderly man with a white beard, his voice rising in indignation. The ancient forbidden land is universally acknowledged as a taboo. How could there be a dragon vein there? Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Noticing this, Chun Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied, You incessantly speak of taboos. Do you even comprehend what a taboo is? A taboo is simply a taboo, requiring no further explanation. Your intention to lead His Majesty towards the ancient forbidden land is utterly despicable. I implore your Majesty to eradicate this scoundrel. The old man did not engage with Chun Changsheng, but directly petitioned the emperor for his execution. However, the emperor seemed disinterested in the old man's plea, instead addressing Chun Changsheng. Why have you chosen such a location? The ancient forbidden land is a place where no living being should tread. It is a realm of certain death. Furthermore, from your words, it seems you possess some understanding of what constitutes a taboo. Ha ha ha, the emperor jested. A taboo is something that has eluded definition throughout history. I merely attempted to articulate some concepts. It is beyond recognition, definition, description, and observation. Anything possessing these characteristics is deemed a taboo by the masses. Hearing this, the emperor nodded thoughtfully. Your words aptly convey the terror of taboos. Since you are more knowledgeable about them, why would you still choose that place? Because the blessed lands have always housed the capable, Chun Changsheng replied, glancing at the map of the ancient forbidden land. Before your Majesty's birth, there existed other powerful beings on this earth, who were likewise troubled by the issue of lifespan and made similar choices as you. While taboos may evade description, one thing is certain, their might is formidable, to the extent that all living beings dare not speak of them. Such powerful entities undoubtedly reside in the best locations. If your Majesty wishes to reverse your lifespan, the dragon vein required cannot be understood through common reasoning. The 8 dragon veins previously mentioned may be good, but they are still insufficient for your Majesty. To reverse your lifespan, One must confront the depths of death itself and brave the ancient forbidden land for a glimmer of hope. Chen Chongqing's voice resonated through the vast palace, causing hearts to race. No one anticipated that this rustic would dare to propose such audacious claims. If the emperor were to heed his counsel, the entire Xuanwu kingdom would face annihilation. Silence enveloped the hall following Chen Chongqing's declarations. After an indeterminate time, the emperor spoke from his throne. "I am somewhat fatigued today. You may all return. Henceforth, Mr. Chongqing shall serve as the national master of the Xuanwu kingdom, with free access to all areas within its realm." With that, the emperor rose and departed. Zhuo Xinghe's 8 brothers clenched their fists, their eyes brimming with resentment. The title of national master and unrestricted access to the Xuanwu kingdom were monumental privileges. His freedom to roam signified that Chen Chongqing could now enter any location within the kingdom, including the treasury and the secret chambers of martial arts, places that had previously been accessible only to the emperor. Now another individual, and an outsider at that, could access these places. How could the princes not feel envious? "Your Majesty, you cannot do this," one protested. "My elder brother and I had agreed not to hold any positions in the Xuanwu kingdom." As jealousy coursed through the air, Chen Chongqing, seemingly unwilling to accept the title of national master, shouted towards the emperor's departing figure. The assembly was rendered speechless by his words. They thought, "If it were not for the emperor's esteem for you, I would not hesitate to end your life. How could you utter such words in light of such a grand opportunity? If you do not want it, simply bestow it upon me." Chapter 36. The Schemes of Lord Zhuo. Chen Chongqing enters the Xuanwu pavilion. "Sir, why have you chosen the ancient forbidden land?" After the banquet concluded, Zhuo Xinghe directly intercepted the wandering Chen Chongqing. Noticing this, Chen Chongqing smacked his lips and replied, "I just explained the reason. Only the ancient forbidden land holds the potential to assist His Majesty in reversing his fate. Nowhere else offers such a possibility. Indeed, your previous reasoning is impeccable. Yet I believe you possess other motives," Zhuo Xinghe insisted, observing Chen Chongqing's stubborn demeanor. "I had thought you to be quite astute, capable of discerning the current situation. I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed that you have not." "What do you mean by that?" Zhuo Xinghe inquired. "I ask you, who is the strongest in the Xuanwu kingdom?" "Of course, it is my father. And who understands the Xuanwu kingdom best? It is also my father. Since his ascension, the Xuanwu kingdom has entered an unprecedented era of prosperity. Its territory has more than doubled, all lands personally conquered by my father. Every inch of this kingdom has been measured by his own feet. He is the one who knows the Xuanwu kingdom best." "Then it is settled," Chen Chongqing said, spreading his arms. "His Majesty is both the strongest and the most knowledgeable about the Xuanwu kingdom. Would he not be aware of where he might reverse his fate?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe paused in surprise. "Are you suggesting that the ancient forbidden land is the will of my father?" "Indeed. As the Grand Prince of the Xuanwu kingdom, you're more familiar with its history than I. His Majesty has lived for 2,300 years. Yet for the preceding 2,200 years, he had neither offspring nor partner. However, in the last century, you were born along with 8 other brothers. Does this not seem like a final arrangement? Reversing fate is a task more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It is impossible to succeed without long-term preparation." Zhuo Xinghe began to comprehend. "Are you implying that my father has been preparing for this for a century? Perhaps even longer. Such monumental matters require at least 200 to 300 years of preparation. His Majesty merely tasked you with seeking the Dragon Cave to test your mettle. To expect 9 children, all under a century old, to prepare for something as grand as reversing fate is nothing short of absurd." With that, Chen Chongqing resumed his leisurely stroll. Zhuo Xinghe stood in silence for a moment before hastily following Chen Chongqing's pace. Speaking up, "Sir, could you persuade my father? The ancient forbidden land is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to the destruction of the entire Xuanwu kingdom. How could I sway His Majesty? I am merely an outsider. This is a task that should fall to you. When we came, I already anticipated that your father would choose the ancient forbidden land." As they spoke, Chen Chongqing arrived at a towering pavilion. This was the repository of the Xuanwu kingdom's martial arts, the Xuanwu Pavilion. Upon seeing the majestic structure, a gleam of excitement sparkled in Chen Chongqing's eyes. This must be the place where the Xuanwu Kingdom's tomes are stored. Would you care to accompany me inside? In response to Chen Chongqing's invitation, the flustered Zhuo Xinghe forced a smile. I cannot accompany you, sir. Aside from my father's permission, even I cannot enter at will. Moreover, please remember, you may only observe. Do not touch anything within. A careless action could lead to. Before Zhuo Xinghe could finish, a shadow suddenly appeared before them. His Majesty has decreed that Mr. Chongqing may retrieve anything he desires without obstruction. Prince Xinghe is to ensure Mr. Chongqing's satisfaction during his tour of the palace. Zhuo Xinghe was taken aback. Retrieve anything? Is my father jesting? This is not how one treats a scholar. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chen Chongqing gratefully acknowledged, then pulled the dazed Zhuo Xinghe into the Xuanwu Pavilion. Inside the Xuanwu Pavilion, surrounded by an array of books, Chen Chongqing was nearly drooling with anticipation. Just then, Zhuo Xinghe snapped back to reality and hesitantly asked, Sir, your surname is not. Zhuo, is it? Chen Chongqing rolled his eyes in exasperation. Please refrain from such ethical jests. My surname is Chen, and that is indisputable. I am neither His Majesty's illegitimate child nor your brother. As Chen Chongqing teased Zhuo Xinghe, he began selecting books from the Xuanwu Pavilion. Zhuo Xinghe continued his inquiries. If you are not the emperor's progeny, why does he treat you with such favor? Is it merely because you have perceived his intentions? While Chen Chongqing continued to gather a plethora of tomes, an enormous book, larger than a room, materialized before him. What is this book? Although Chen Chongqing did not respond, Zhuo Xinghe respectfully explained, this is the historical record of the Xuanwu Kingdom, documenting all events since its founding. Ah, a historical record. This is indeed a treasure. With that, Chen Chongqing levitated, aligning himself with the massive tome. He noticed that a portion of it had been opened, revealing details about the Bronze Ancient Palace. Pointing to the passage regarding the Bronze Ancient Palace, he remarked, this is how you discovered the information, correct? Yes. I recently came to the Xuanwu Pavilion to retrieve the 9 Turnxian skill, hoping to persuade you to emerge from seclusion. By chance, I stumbled upon this lead. Chen Chongqing nodded. His Majesty has indeed gone to great lengths to summon me. Zhuo Xinghe, puzzled, question, what do you mean? When has my father ever summoned you? Why do you look at me so? Do you genuinely believe that the lead on the Bronze Ancient Palace was unearthed by you? This tome is vast, filled with countless entries, and by mere coincidence, you opened to the page containing the information I sought. Do you not find this a touch too fortuitous? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe exclaimed, then who is orchestrating this behind the scenes? Who else could it be but your father? For a decade, you have sought me annually. Such unusual behavior could not escape His Majesty's notice. Upon discovering my existence, he would naturally investigate my background and assess my situation. Perhaps out of mere curiosity, he nudged you toward me, leading me to this city of Chang'an. But you have only mentioned the Bronze Ancient Palace to me. True, yet your inquiries would inevitably leak information. Investigating requires asking others or consulting ancient texts. In this small corner of Chang'an, how could the emperor remain ignorant of your actions? Zhuo Xinghe, I suddenly feel as though I am but a child. Chapter 37. The funeral of the Grandmaster and the deal with the left Emperor Chen Chongqing's words left Zhuo Xinghe momentarily speechless. After a while, Zhuo Xinghe spoke up. Since you understand my father's intentions, what do you believe he will do next? What else could he do but consider whether he can accept the price I proposed? Chen Chongqing replied. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe was taken aback. Do you truly have a chance to enter the ancient Forbidden Land? I possess a slight chance, albeit only about 50%. However, do not underestimate this 50%. Acquiring it from me would be a tremendous gain, even if your father were to exchange the entire Xuanwu Pavilion for it. As he spoke, Chen Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. Now, you may leave. I wish to read in peace. Also, remember to have someone copy the text from the Xuanwu Pavilion for me to peruse at my leisure. Zhuo Xinghe's lips twitched at Chen Chongqing's demands, but he refrained from commenting, for he knew this matter was beyond his control. After Zhuo Xinghe had departed, Chen Chongqing began to peruse the historical records of the Xuanwu Kingdom, a process that consumed an entire month. During this time, The Xuanwu kingdom sent various cultivation resources daily, all of which Chen Changsheng accepted without hesitation. Yet, he remained silent regarding the ancient forbidden land. With a satisfying crunch, he bit into a coveted spiritual fruit. Reclining on a page larger than a bed, engrossed in his reading, his leisurely demeanor was a source of envy for those around him. "You truly possess remarkable patience." A voice interrupted, and Chen Changsheng turned to see the left emperor had arrived at the Xuanwu pavilion. "Your Majesty," Chen Changsheng bowed, but the left emperor paid him no mind, instead glancing at the historical records. "In just a month, you have read so much. It appears you are quite fond of books. Your Majesty's insight is indeed sharp. I have no peculiar hobbies, save for a love of books, for they furnish me with boundless knowledge." Hearing this, the left emperor gently caressed the volumes before him. "I have granted you the Xuanwu pavilion. You have ascended to the position of national teacher, and you accept the resources bestowed upon you without question. Yet, despite receiving so many benefits, you remain insatiable. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you?" At this, Chen Changsheng smiled. "Your Majesty, this assertion is misguided. Although I have received much, none of it is what I truly desire. Transactions hinge on fairness. Coercion is unacceptable. Your strength is undeniable, and my life rests solely in your thoughts. Yet, I am quite certain you would not take my life nor compel me to act against my will." "Humph." The left emperor scoffed. "What gives you such confidence? Is it because of the ancient forbidden land? The terrors of the ancient forbidden land are well known to your Majesty. Venturing into such perilous territory requires absolute loyalty from those you bring along. If you were to compel me to assist you, I can only imagine you might harbor some unease in your heart." Faced with Chen Changsheng's unyielding confidence, the left emperor fell silent for a moment before saying, "State your conditions. I wish to request your Majesty's assistance in eliminating a certain individual. As for that 50% chance, it shall be acquired during the process of this elimination." "Intriguing. The person you wish to eliminate must undoubtedly be exceptional, if even your strength and wisdom cannot suffice. Though you have turned to the methods of the Xuanwu kingdom, I still sense an alternative path within you. If I am not mistaken, you hail from the distant Dacian dynasty, do you not? Xinghe has sung your praises. Would you care to share your past with me?" In response, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly. "Since your Majesty is interested, allow me to recount my tale. This story begins 80 years ago." Chen Changsheng recounted his experiences with the immortal of transformation, omitting any mention of his ties to Ishio and others, as he wished to keep his newfound immortality concealed from a man facing an imminent fate. Following the battle in the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden territory, he had fled to the Xuanwu Kingdom, where he had remained for 43 years. As the tale unfolded, the left emperor's curiosity about Chen Changsheng grew. The arduous journey, fraught with perils, was undertaken solely to honor a fallen friend. One would expect such a person to be deeply loyal. However, as Chen Changsheng spoke of his sex misfortunes, his gaze remained tranquil, a contradiction that puzzled the left emperor. "You risk offending me by insisting I help you eliminate your grandmaster. What is your true purpose in doing so? Is it revenge?" "Not all. I seek your Majesty's assistance merely to fulfill a past promise. When I departed the Night Moon Kingdom, I vowed to give him a proper burial. A promise is one that must be honored." "Ha ha ha." The left emperor laughed at Chen Changsheng's serious demeanor. "A man of his word. According to your account, there are 18 ancient bronze halls, each presumably interconnected. One of these halls appears within the ancient forbidden land. This must be the source of your 50% chance. Indeed, you reveal the secrets of the ancient bronze halls to me, yet you fear I might harness their ominous power like your grandmaster?" the left emperor questioned. In response to the left emperor's skepticism, Chen Changsheng maintained his composure. "As I have said, I do not concern myself with that ominous power. My intent in seeking the ancient bronze halls is simply to ascertain the safety of a lost friend within them. Nothing more." After speaking, Chen Changsheng awaited the left emperor's reply. "I must admit, your request is difficult to refuse. The dangers of the ancient forbidden land are manifold, and if I can enhance my chances of success even slightly, I shall not let the opportunity slip away. Prepare yourself. We depart tomorrow, as my time is limited." With that, the left emperor turned to leave. Your Majesty, my Grandmaster achieved complete transformation 50 years ago. Are you truly confident? Upon hearing this, the left emperor paused momentarily. How vast is the Xuanwu kingdom? The combined area of the Night Moon Kingdom and Dacian dynasty barely equals half of the Xuanwu kingdom. Do you dare to enter the ancient forbidden land, knowing what lies within? The terrors of the ancient forbidden land are ineffable. Not even those who have transcended the transformation stage would dare to venture there. The Xuanwu kingdom may not have been large in the past, but its current stature is a result of my tireless efforts. I have vanquished 2 nations like the Dacian dynasty, and I dare to undertake what others fear. With that declaration, the left emperor's figure vanished completely. After his departure, the vast Xuanwu pavilion was left in solitude, with only Chen Changsheng remaining. Gazing towards the direction of the great Qian dynasty, Chen Changsheng murmured to himself, Grandmaster, after a span of 50 years, your disciple is finally here to fulfill his promise. You must be quite astonished, I presume. Chapter 38. The return of the Undertaker and the waiting of old friends. The colossal warship ascended slowly, akin to a majestic mountain, as Chen Changsheng stood on its deck, gazing towards the direction of the Dacian dynasty. 50 years had swiftly passed, and once more, the visages of departed friends flickered in his heart. The kind-hearted and timid little monk, his ever-following junior brother, the severely injured third senior brother, and the little girl who always called him Brother Changsheng. A myriad of emotions stirred within him, and an indescribable sentiment shone in his eyes. At that moment, Zhuo Xinghe approached him. Sir, what are you gazing at? Zhuo Xinghe's question pulled Chen Changsheng back from his reverie, just reminiscing about old friends. But we are still 30,000 miles away from the Dacian dynasty. Can you truly see them? The departed reside within the heart, and thus one need not rely on sight. Zhuo Xinghe pondered deeply upon Chen Changsheng's words, yet he could not grasp the essence of his feelings. Observing this, Chen Changsheng gently patted his shoulder and remarked, Do not dwell on it. At this moment, you are unable to comprehend such emotions. When you traverse the long expanse of time and look back, you shall understand this sentiment. You are a decent fellow, and your mind is quite agile. Since we are acquainted, I shall offer you an 80% discount. When that day arrives, I will personally see you off. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe's countenance immediately fell. Having only reached a century of age, he was still considered to be in his youth. Chen Changsheng, with his vast experiences, had likely lived for over 200 years. By all calculations, he should precede him in departure. After silently scoffing at this thought, Zhuo Xinghe smiled and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, but I believe it would be prudent to postpone discussions of coffins for now. Regarding Zhuo Xinghe's forced smile, Chen Changsheng merely cast a fleeting glance before turning back to his quarters. Even a mighty Zhuo Huang would eventually face the passage of time, and Zhuo Xinghe could not escape that fate either. For him, time was merely an inconsequential matter. At the Qingjing Temple, cough, 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 Li Jinshui erupted into a fit of violent coughing as he stood before 8 graves, the final resting places of his former master and brethren. The once elegant Qingjing Temple had fallen into disrepair, and the couplets penned by Chen Changsheng had become somewhat indistinct. Senior brother, why have you returned here again? Song Yuanshan inquired, observing the ailing third senior brother. That is a question I ought to pose to you, Li Jinshui replied with a smile. You are now the master of Qingjing Temple, the renowned invincible Taoist, and the defense against the Night Moon Kingdom's onslaught relies upon you. If you falter, what shall become of the others? I am merely a man on the brink of death. Even if the Night Moon Kingdom were to discover me, they would be unable to do much. Hearing this, Song Yuanshan fell silent. When Chen Changsheng departed from Qingjing Temple, he had intended to bring back the remains of their masters. Time passed, and just as Song Yuanshan was ready to relinquish hope, the long-absent master Ishio returned, bringing not only the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom, but also the remains of their masters. However, he did not return with Chen Changsheng. After a lengthy pause, Song Yuanshan finally spoke. Brother, do you believe Brother Changsheng will return? He certainly will, for he must see to my burial, Li Jinshui asserted. The younger apprentice is a man of his word. Whatever he promises, he shall fulfill. Now that I am nearing my end, it signifies that he is returning." As he spoke, Li Jinshui raised his gaze towards the distance, as if already catching sight of that familiar figure. Moments later, he leaned wearily against the tombstone of their master, gesturing, "You need not linger with a dead man such as I. There are many burdens upon you. I am about to meet our master, and there are many things I wish to convey. As for the events that transpired in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, abandon all thoughts of uncovering the truth. Master Isho will not divulge it, nor will Princess Wanyan. We mutually agreed to carry this secret to our graves." Confronted with the words of the third senior brother, Song Yuanshan fell silent once more, but he ultimately refrained from pursuing the truth as he had once done. For the grown Song Yuanshan understood that knowing certain truths may not be a blessing. After Song Yuanshan departed, Li Jinshui caressed the tombstone of their master, softly murmuring, "Master, how could such a fine Qingjing temple have come to this? Do power and longevity truly outweigh all else?" As he spoke, sorrow filled Li Jinshui's eyes. When Master Isho returned, he had revealed all the truths to him. Upon learning these truths, Li Jinshui found it impossible to accept reality, for he could not bear the thought that their kind-hearted master had caused the demise of his own master and brethren. Yet, cruel realities do not waver simply because someone cannot accept them. In resignation, Li Jinshui and Master Isho made a pact, vowing never to disclose this secret. As for the ascended being of Qingjing Temple, he had long perished shortly after the onset of the war. Aboard the warship, the massive vessel had been airborne for an entire month, and now Chen Changsheng and his companions were drawing ever closer to the Dacian dynasty. As the distance diminished, Chen Changsheng began to receive updates about the Dacian dynasty. The Dacian dynasty had been completely overtaken by the Night Moon Kingdom, leaving only a few forces clinging to survival. Additionally, Chen Changsheng received other tidings, such as the news that the Demon King of the Night Moon Kingdom had been slain by the Undertaker, and the newly appointed master of Qingjing Temple was renowned for his unmatched martial prowess, earning him the title of the Invincible Taoist. "Sir, is this Undertaker truly so formidable? To have silently slain a demon king within the realm of the demon race. You are from the Dacian dynasty, with the Night Moon Kingdom bordering it. Have you not heard any rumors about him?" So Xinghe meticulously analyzed the freshly acquired intelligence, striving to gain insight into the strength of their prospective adversary. In response, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, "I am aware of the Undertaker, but rest assured he will not impede the Xuanwu Kingdom." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Zhuo Xinghe immediately voiced his dissent. "Sir, that statement is inaccurate. This individual is shrouded in mystery, and his temperament is unpredictable. He could very well be a capricious and murderous maniac. Why else would he bear such an ominous title as Undertaker? It is prudent to prepare for the worst. The Undertaker is merely a nickname of mine. How could I not be aware of my own supposed capriciousness and murderous tendencies?" Zhuo Xinghe. Chapter 39. The courage to pursue immortality. Chen Changsheng's words left Zhuo Xinghe momentarily stunned. "Sir, how could you be the one to conduct funerals? Why can't I be the one to conduct funerals? Do not forget that I sell coffins and handle all aspects of funerals. Is it so strange to hold the title of a funeral director dedicated to collecting and burying the deceased?" Faced with Chen Changsheng's response, Zhuo Xinghe fell silent again. Although Chen Changsheng's remarks sounded peculiar, they seemed logically sound. Observing Zhuo Xinghe's reaction, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "When confronted with certain information, beings tend to embellish it, perhaps choosing narratives that favor themselves. After being disseminated by many, the original truth can become utterly distorted. To unearth the truth from various legends, one must calm oneself and confront the essence of events. Once you achieve this, you can restore the past truth from the faintest traces." With that, Chen Changsheng summoned his flying sword and departed from the warship. As Chen Changsheng left, Zhuo Xinghe immediately called out, "Sir, where are you going?" "I'm not skilled in combat, so I shall refrain from getting involved in this matter for now. Although the Xuanwu Kingdom is strong, it cannot swiftly annihilate the Night Moon Kingdom. I have some matters to attend to and shall return after a while." By the time Chen Changsheng's words reached Zhuo Xinghe, his figure had already vanished. After Chun Changxing's disappearance, Zhuo Huang appeared beside Zhuo Xinghe. Watching the direction in which Chun Changxing had departed, Zhuo Xinghe hesitated and said, "Father, why did you not stop him? Are you not afraid he will escape?" In response to Zhuo Xinghe's inquiry, Zhuo Huang replied calmly, "You are quite astute, but your experience is still lacking. To be more precise, you have yet to discern the differences among individuals. If one day you can see through Chun Changxing, you will be qualified to govern the Xuanwu kingdom. Unfortunately, my time is limited. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone." Upon hearing this, a flicker of reluctance crossed Zhuo Xinghe's eyes. "Father, must you truly go to the ancient forbidden land? Perhaps there are other ways to extend your lifespan." Looking at Zhuo Xinghe's puzzled expression, Zhuo Huang smiled. "You are far too much like me. I was once just as you are now, eager to learn, but simultaneously dismissive of everything. In my youth, I believed that nothing could thwart me. As for the matter of lifespan, I paid it no heed. Back then, I thought that to live as a hero and to die as a spirit was the way to be. To live splendidly and to die gracefully was my utmost desire. I abhorred the idea of merely dragging out a life. Yet after living for over 2,000 years, I have changed." Listening to Zhuo Huang's words, Zhuo Xinghe silently lowered his head, refraining from voicing any opinions. Noticing this, Zhuo Huang chuckled and continued, "Among my many brothers, you are the one who holds me in the lowest regard. You think that the once mighty father has become weak, that your father dares not confront death." Thud! With that, Zhuo Xinghe instantly knelt. However, Zhuo Huang did not halt his speech, but pressed on. "Your viewpoint is accurate, yet also flawed. It is correct because you ought to have such thoughts at this moment. It is incorrect because you underestimate me. Mortals often extol love using phrases like "until the seas dry and rocks decay," for in their understanding, stones do not rot, and the ocean never runs dry. But when you witness a stone gradually turning to dust, an endless sea transforming into boundless plains, you will realize that time is the greatest enemy of all beings. It is powerful enough to alter everything, including what we once held as truth. You only know that facing death requires courage. Yet you do not realize that knowing of death and still pursuing immortality demands an even greater bravery. If you were to sit in my position, would you possess the courage to seek immortality as I do?" Confronted by Zhuo Huang's words, Zhuo Xinghe pondered earnestly. After a long moment, he replied, "I do not have that courage." "Ha ha ha." Zhuo Huang laughed. "Lacking such courage is not necessarily a bad thing. At least your future remains stable. If possible, you must employ Chun Changxing in the future." Hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe furrowed his brow. "Why?" "Because Chun Changxing possesses qualities that I do not. 10 years ago, you ventured into the Beast Mountain range for training and were saved by Chun Changxing. In truth, I have always been watching over you, though you were unaware. I listened to every word exchanged between you and Chun Changxing. From that moment, I became intrigued by this coffin seller. I observed him for a decade. While 10 years is not long for cultivators, it is sufficient for some changes. Yet now, the current Chun Changxing remains unchanged, as if time has no effect on him. Cultivators seek change, for only with change can one break through limitations. A nation, however, seeks stability. Only through stability can it endure. Although I am the emperor of the Xuanwu kingdom, I'm also a cultivator, and it is my time to seek change. But you are different. Your future path is long, and thus you must seek stability. With Chun Changxing assisting you, your future journey will be considerably smoother." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe hesitated. "But Chun Changxing seems uninterested in power. This is your affair. I cannot manage everything for you. Some matters you must handle yourself." With that, Zhuo Huang turned and departed. Left kneeling in place, Zhuo Xinghe furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. At the Qingjing temple, Li Jinshui lay weakly on the ground, beside him a freshly dug grave. His remaining eye was now blind. At that moment, the sound of crunching leaves echoed, and Li Jinshui, who was about to close his eyes, suddenly stirred. "Junior brother, is it you?" Seeing his once imposing third senior brother in such a pitiful state, Chun Changxing pursed his lips and gently replied, "Third senior brother, it is I." Hearing that familiar voice, Li Jinshui smiled. "I knew you would come. You always fulfill your promises. In response, Chen Changsheng helped Li Jinshui to his feet. Brother, you are about to pass away. I should quickly change your burial clothes. Once your body cools, it will be troublesome to do so. Chapter 40. A new grave on an old tomb. The left emperor takes action as Chen Changsheng prepared to change Li Jingshui's clothes, the latter, with his remaining strength, pushed Chen's hand away. You little rascal, though I am on the verge of death, I am still alive, am I not? After 50 years of separation, can I have a word with you? Hearing Li Jingshui's words, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. Third senior brother, at this point, please do not tell me you still have unfulfilled desires. You know me well. I detest trouble. Handling corpses and funerals is something I can manage, but fulfilling last wishes is not my forte. To Chen's surprise, Li Jingshui seemed to regain some vitality, exclaiming, Nonsense! Do you think I am someone who cannot let go? What I could not accomplish in life, I shall not burden anyone within death. I merely wish to praise you before I depart. Is that too much to ask? At these words, a smile appeared on Chen Changsheng's face. Of course, third senior brother, your praises are indeed rare. Compliments are encouragement, but do not let it inflate your ego. They conversed as they once did, yet the smiles faded, returning them to silence. After a while, Li Jingshui struggled to touch the tombstone of the master of the primordial spirit. As he caressed the inscriptions, a drop of light brown blood tear fell from his solitary eye. In this transient life, like autumn leaves, no matter how one may have soared during their lifetime, they ultimately cannot escape the grasp of mortality. All techniques and divine weapons are but fleeting memories. When you used the Master S Thunderstrike wood for a coffin, I thought it was a child's whim. Now I realize, among the Qing Chang disciples, you were the one who understood the most. With that, Li Jingshui's lips trembled. After a pause, he regained his composure and smiled once more. Having shared my bittersweet sentiments, let me see what kind of coffin you have prepared for me. At Li Jingshui's prompting, Chen Changsheng retrieved a pristine coffin from the system's space. Senior brother, I have prepared an exquisite coffin made of golden silk namu. This wood can preserve the body for a millennium. Feel its texture. As Li Jingshui touched the wood grain, he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It was worth my care for you. Have you prepared the coffin for our master? Yes, indeed. The coffin is made from 1,000-year-old thunderstruck peach wood, engraved with all the formations I have learned, ensuring our master will never rise again. When the time comes, I will bury both you and our master together, allowing you to reminisce about the past. Ha ha ha! Li Jingshui laughed heartily upon hearing Chen's response. You truly think ahead, little junior. Straightening his posture and smoothing out the wrinkles in his garment, Li Jingshui froze in that moment forever. Observing the lifeless Li Jingshui, Chen Changsheng calmly undertook the arrangements for his final rites. Once everything was done, Chen buried the coffin in the grave that Li Jingshui had dug and erected a gravestone bearing the inscription funeral attendant. Gazing at the gravestone he had set up with his own hands, Chen Changsheng silently produced a jar of wine. Senior brother, this is the floral wine I brewed according to ancient methods. During the infinite secret realm, I pulled Yuan Shan away from engaging with others. As per tradition, I shall surely face my master's wrath again. To evade punishment, I prepared this floral wine, offering part to him, hoping for leniency, and the other part as a bribe for you, so you might speak kindly of me. Yet, who would have thought that after exiting the infinite secret realm, events unfolded one after another, and you only now get to taste this wine. However, this delay is not entirely unfortunate. 70 years of maturation has elevated its flavor, and both you and the master will surely enjoy it. With that, Chen poured the floral wine before the graves of his third senior brother and the master of the primordial spirit. After finishing, he remarked, 2 people sharing a jar is rather stingy, but I only have 10 jars in total, and I still need some for myself, so please bear with me. After all, you cannot rise from below to reprimand me. With that, Chen Changsheng turned and left the dilapidated Qingshang temple, but not before waving farewell to the 9 graves. Master, senior brothers, I still need to bring our master to see you. I shall take my leave first. His tone held no trace of sorrow, as if in his heart. This was merely a brief farewell to old friends. The horn of the Xuanwu kingdom's assault soon echoed, although the Night Moon Kingdom had assimilated the great Qian dynasty. Both nations had suffered considerable depletion during this period. Now, facing the overwhelmingly powerful Xuanwu Kingdom, the Night Moon Kingdom could only retreat steadily. There was no rationale, no superfluous dialogue. The left emperor disregarded any negotiations with the Night Moon Kingdom, directly sweeping through them with formidable strength. In just a month, the left emperor had decimated the Night Moon Kingdom. Concurrently, the two ancient bronze palaces were completely surrounded by his forces. Father, the infinite secret realm is under our control. We only need to deal with the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden area occupied by the Ascended One. Additionally, the people from Tianfu Temple wish to meet with you. Left Xinghe reported the situation to the left emperor. Hearing this, the left emperor replied calmly, "Surround the forbidden area of the Night Moon Kingdom without assaulting it. Let those from Tianfu Temple wait. Matters must have a beginning and an end. Since this incident arose due to Chen Changsheng, it is only fitting that he concludes it." Pausing for a moment, the left emperor gazed into the distance. What a coincidence! Just as I mentioned him, he has arrived. A light appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging until it landed on the deck. "Your Majesty, forgive my tardiness. I had some personal matters to attend to." Observing Chen Changsheng bowing, the left emperor smiled. "Not late at all. Your timing is impeccable. Your master is trapped in the forbidden area, awaiting your final farewell. I must say, your master possesses some skill. It took me 2 moves to defeat his avatar. Furthermore, your old acquaintance seems to be aware of your return. Will you pay your master a final visit first? Or shall you greet your old friend?" Faced with the choice presented by the left emperor, Chen Changsheng grinned. "Of course, I shall first visit my old friend. While my master may not be significant in your eyes, I am no match for him. Should he make a last-ditch effort, I would not fare well. Thus, it is best for us to split our forces." "Ha ha!" The left emperor chuckled, pointing at Chen Changsheng. "I admire your prudent approach. Very well. I shall grant your master some dignity, allowing you disciples to reminisce." With that, the left emperor vanished above the forbidden area, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A colossal fist imprint appeared on the ground, shattering the mountains and rivers within 100 miles. Chen Changsheng, is he really that formidable? Chapter 41. The fallen blossoms have intent, while the flowing water is indifferent, bidding farewell to my master as Zhua Huang unleashed a powerful punch. A colossal cauldron soared from within the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, hurtling towards him. Witnessing the awe-inspiring battle, Chen Changsheng could not help but click his tongue in admiration, reflecting on the perilous nature of the cultivation world. Fortunately, he thought, he had never been fond of fighting. Having concluded his musings, Chen Changsheng swiftly flew towards a distant group that included Ishio. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng reappear after a 50-year absence, a profound sense of joy surged within the hearts of his companions. "Brother Changsheng, I always knew you would return," exclaimed Song Yuanshan, brimming with excitement as he approached. Chen Changsheng appraised Song Yuanshan, who was clad in a Taoist robe, and replied with a smile, "It has been decades. The once inseparable little shadow has finally grown up. Well done, you have not disappointed San Shixiang's diligent teachings." Observing their exchange, a stunning beauty with a hint of wildness hesitated to speak. This was none other than the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom, Wan Yinyu. "What are your plans now?" she eventually inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Hearing her question, Chen Changsheng chuckled and replied, "What else could I do but follow my own path?" Wan Yinyu glanced at the formidable army of Xuanwu Kingdom, her expression grave. "You intend to leave?" Though her words were not explicitly sorrowful, Chen Changsheng could detect a trace of reluctance in her tone. "Not quite leaving." Chen Changsheng reassured her with a smile. "Everyone has their own duties and unique destinies. I am merely going where I must, to do what I must." "Why?" Song Yuanshan inquired, puzzled. "The troubles have been resolved, and the Shangqing Temple is in dire need of revival. Are you truly going to abandon it?" In response to Song Yuanshan's slightly agitated demeanor, Chen Changsheng placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and said, "Rebuilding the Shangqing Temple is your mission, not mine. The fates of individuals differ. Some are meant to settle in one place, while others are destined to roam the world. The Taoist teachings emphasize fate. My connection with you all has come to an end, and it is time to bid farewell." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Song Yuanshan clenched his fists. Ever since Chen Changsheng had entered the temple, they had anticipated his departure. Although he had excelled, they had never sensed any intention of permanence from him. More accurately, Song Yuanshan perceived the Shangqing temple as home, whereas Chen Changsheng regarded it merely as a resting place. Throughout one's life, one traverses numerous locations, often becoming attached to certain places. However, true havens that compel one to pause are rare. Only a home can do that. Chen Changsheng did not consider the Shangqing temple his home, and thus, regardless of his attachment, he was always destined to leave. With those words, Chen Changsheng turned to Ishio, who appeared serene. Little monk, I have known you the longest. I am about to depart. Will you not try to keep me here? In response, Ishio rolled his eyes dramatically and scoffed. If you, Chen Changsheng, choose to leave, who could possibly stop you? We are akin to the flora and fauna of this land. While you are merely a fleeting bird, no matter how long a bird lingers, it will inevitably take flight. I have anticipated this day for quite some time. As Ishio spoke, the battle on Zhuahuang's side came to a close. Chen Changsheng chuckled. Decades have passed, and your Buddhist teachings have indeed progressed. Keep striving. Perhaps you shall become a master in due time. With that matter resolved, I must go collect the remains of an old acquaintance. Having said this, Chen Changsheng turned to walk towards the forbidden grounds. Observing his retreating figure, the three companions were enveloped in profound reluctance. However, Wang Yu's reluctance bore an additional layer of emotion. Do not dwell on it, Ishio sighed. This fellow will not linger for anyone. He then added, moreover, you have spent the past 50 years vowing to take revenge on Chen Changsheng for his past humiliation. Now that he is here, why do you not take action? In response to Ishio's words, Wang Yu retorted coldly, his strength is formidable. I am no match for him now. I can assist you. He is not particularly adept at combat. If we join forces, we may have a chance to teach him a lesson. Wang Yu, incensed by Ishio's undermining, shot back. The Buddhist path advocates compassion, yet your words are filled with malice. I fear you are on the brink of falling into darkness. With that, she turned to leave. However, halfway through her departure, she paused. Will I see him again? It's hard to say, but living a little longer may grant you that opportunity, Ishio replied. And with those words, Wang Yu vanished completely. Perhaps from the moment her hair was dyed black, she had indelibly etched this intriguing figure into her heart. In the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, Chen Changsheng carefully maneuvered around various deep pits while carrying an ornate coffin, eventually arriving at the ancient bronze hall. With a thud, the heavy coffin landed on the ground. Chen Changsheng gazed at the immortal master, Yu Huazhanren, who was suppressed beneath the bronze hall, and smiled. Master, how do you find the coffin I crafted for you? Upon hearing this, Yu Huazhanren inspected the coffin and smiled. Not bad. It is evident that you have put in considerable effort. When you narrowly escaped last time, an unsettling feeling lingered in my heart. Yet, I did not foresee your swift return, nor the formidable allies you brought with you. Chen Changsheng glanced at Zhuahuang, who was examining the bronze hall. What can I say, master? You are so powerful. How could I possibly send you off alone? Now that we are at this juncture, might I pose a few questions? Certainly, Yu Huazhanren replied. The infinite secret realm also possesses a bronze hall. Why did you come to the Night Moon Kingdom to make your plans? The entity suppressed beneath the infinite secret realm was eradicated, prompting me to seek out the Night Moon Kingdom. Ah, I see. Then allow me to ask my second question. Do you regret killing my master and the others? As he posed this question, Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze on Yu Huazhanren, searching for the most genuine answer within his eyes. After a long moment, Yu Huazhanren sighed lightly. Merely a bit of hardship. For practitioners seeking the path of immortality, some sacrifices are quite normal. He who seeks liberation must endure the bitterness of raw lotus. Ha ha! Chen Changsheng laughed heartily, genuinely delighted. What a profound saying, to endure the bitterness of raw lotus. Your resolve is commendable, master. Then let me accompany you on your final journey. As Chen Changsheng spoke, Zhuahuang appeared beside him. Facing the one who had once defeated him, Yu Huazhanren displayed no sign of fear. Had I not been trapped, you would not have found it so easy to kill me. Chapter 42, Braving the Ancient Forbidden Land. Merely a matter of time, in response to the words of the ascended being, Zhua Huang nodded. If you could live for another 1,000 years or so, perhaps we could determine our fates in a duel. Alas, you will not live that long. By the way, what does the large hand in this painting signify? Having studied the bronze ancient palace for so long, you must possess some insight. Ha ha ha. The ascended being replied, of course I know, but do you think I would divulge that information? Even if I did tell you, would you dare to believe it? Indeed, Zhua Huang found it difficult to trust his words. Swish! A beam of brilliance shot forth from Zhua Huang's hand, and a small blood hole appeared on the ascended being's forehead. With the fall of the ascended being, the massive bronze ancient palace began to sink once more. Upon witnessing this, Zhua Huang acted swiftly, using unmatched divine power to halt the descent of the bronze ancient palace. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Changsheng quickly retrieved the corpse of the ascended being. Boom! As the bronze ancient palace descended, the ominous power of the blood pool was thoroughly suppressed. Ha! Zhua Huang exhaled a breath of turbid air, calming his breath. Even he found it exceedingly strenuous to prevent the bronze ancient palace from sinking. Placing the body into the prepared coffin, Chen Changsheng inquired, Your Majesty, have you gleaned any insights? Indeed, there are some. Each bronze ancient palace should contain a teleportation array, which harbors a certain connection. However, I am uncertain of the specifics, as the teleportation array here has been destroyed. Our hopes now rest on the bronze ancient palace within the infinite secret realm. If its teleportation array is still functional, it may indeed allow entry into the ancient forbidden land. As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhua Huang's eyes. He had originally believed the bronze ancient palace would provide only a modicum of assistance. He was taken aback by its immense potential. With this, his chances of safely entering the ancient forbidden land had increased by at least 20%. By the way, this should be yours. I shall return it to you. Boom! A stone coffin was thrown before Chen Changsheng. This coffin was the crucial treasure that had aided Chen Changsheng's escape 50 years prior. Naturally, he felt elated at its recovery. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chen Changsheng accepted the coffin and casually asked, The 100 Defeats Immortal Lord was a figure from 2,000 years ago. Has Your Majesty heard of his name? I have. I first heard of his legend when I was 10 years old. However, by that time, he was already a figure of 2,000 years past. The inscriptions upon this artifact are from a dynasty that perished long ago, long before my memories began. I can understand them only because that dynasty had not vanished for long. Chen Changsheng. Upon hearing this, a myriad of questions danced across Chen Changsheng's face. He had presumed the 100 Defeats Immortal Lord was a figure from 2,000 years ago, yet he never anticipated that Zhua Huang had heard of his legend in his youth. Furthermore, by that time, the tales of the 100 Defeats Immortal Lord had already circulated for over 2 millennia. By this reckoning, could it not be said that the 100 Defeats Immortal Lord was indeed a figure from 4,000 years past? Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng spoke, Your Majesty. If the 100 Defeats Immortal Lord existed 4,000 years ago, how formidable could his power possibly be? Uncertain, merely by wielding a phantom, he suppressed the ominous forces here and the ascended being. Such feats are beyond my capabilities. Were it not for the suppression of the bronze ancient palace, I would have sought to utilize the power of this place. Chen Changsheng. Seeing that you have not mentioned the matter of the ominous power, I had assumed you looked down upon utilizing this power. Turns out, you are incapable of doing so. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Chen Changsheng said, Your Majesty, I must proceed to lay my master to rest. I shall take my leave for now. Go ahead. However, do so swiftly. Retrieving the bronze ancient palace from the infinite secret realm will not take much time. Having received Zhua Huang's permission, Chen Changsheng turned and departed from the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom. A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. With the united efforts of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the bronze ancient palace within the infinite secret realm was unearthed. Standing on the deck, Chen Changsheng gazed at the lands of the Dacian dynasty, a wave of sentiment washing over him. He had resided upon this land for nearly 2 centuries. 200 years prior, he had never envisaged departing from the Dacian dynasty, nor did he imagine mingling with the various powerful beings of the cultivation world. At that time, he merely wished to live quietly and engage in pursuits of interest. Yet, various events had inexorably propelled him to his current position, much like an unseen hand guiding him forward. Lost in thought, Chen Changsheng glanced at his own hand, murmuring, "To have a person who least desires to cultivate reach the nascent soul stage. What a capricious turn of fate." With that, a smile returned to Chen Changsheng's face as he turned back toward the cabin. A chapter of his journey had come to a close. Regardless of its former grandeur and thrilling moments, it had ultimately reached its end. Those who remain must always look forward. Roar, 9 monstrous beasts akin to small mountains. Loud a deafening roar. Faced with such formidable creatures, all living beings trembled in fear. Yet, even more absurdly, these powerful beasts were merely harnessed to pull a carriage. Riding within that carriage was the emperor of the Xuanwu kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums echoed as the million-strong army of the Xuanwu kingdom stood quietly in place. Despite their immense number, the atmosphere was devoid of any noise. Gulp. Chen Changsheng swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Your Majesty, I fear I am not particularly adept at braving the ancient Forbidden Land. Perhaps we should wait a moment before entering?" Noticing Chen Changsheng's timid demeanor, Zhuo Huang's lips curled into a slight smile. "There is another bronze ancient palace within the ancient Forbidden Land. If you do not enter, how will you see it?" The reasoning was sound, yet Chen Changsheng replied, "But I am not skilled in combat. Following your Majesty will only hinder you." In the face of Chen Changsheng's persistent reluctance, Zhuo Huang remained unperturbed, patiently explaining, "There is only one opportunity to breach the ancient Forbidden Land. If you do not accompany me, the likelihood of your entering is slim. Moreover, you are overseeing the restoration of the bronze ancient palace. If you do not join me, how can I feel secure?" Hearing Zhuo Huang's words, Chen Changsheng's lips twitched. Yin Sheng had disappeared within the teleportation array of the bronze ancient palace. He had merely wished to study the connections between the arrays. He harbored no ulterior motives. With a slight sigh in his heart, Chen Changsheng resigned himself to facing the ancient Forbidden Land ahead. Even if Zhuo Huang abandoned his desire for a second life, Chen Changsheng would still find a way to enter the ancient Forbidden Land. Had it not been for this resolve, he would have left long ago, rather than remain foolishly in the Xuanwu kingdom. Chapter 43. The True Terror. The foundations of the Xuanwu kingdom, the crimson earth stretched infinitely, and in the distance, a dark mountain range loomed over the scarlet terrain, creating a striking contrast between the two hues. The million-strong army of the Xuanwu kingdom stood at the edge of this crimson land. Even someone as formidable as Emperor Zhuo dared not tread lightly upon this soil, for it lay before the legendary primordial Forbidden Zone. The precise dangers of the Forbidden Zone were so obscure that even the most ancient texts of the Xuanwu kingdom offered not a shred of clarity, merely recording 7 succinct words: "Great terror, 10 deaths without life." With a gentle exhale, Emperor Zhuo released a breath of stale air, and with a wave of his right hand, he dispatched 3 humanoid puppets into the Forbidden Zone. These puppets were crafted from the entirety of the Xuanwu kingdom's resources, each capable of contending with beings of the transformation realm. Their defensive capabilities were such that even the most powerful attacks from transformation realm cultivators could not breach them easily. Utilizing these puppets to explore the Forbidden Zone was undoubtedly the safest and most prudent method. Under Emperor's command, the puppets cautiously stepped into the boundaries of the Forbidden Zone. However, contrary to expectations, no immediate danger befell them, and the puppets advanced several miles without incident. Observing this, Zhuo Xinghe could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chuckling, "It appears the Forbidden Zone is not as." Before Zhuo Xinghe could finish his sentence, a sudden gust of wind swept through, reducing the 3 humanoid puppets to mere dust. In the face of this unpredictable occurrence, silence enveloped the crowd. With an effort to swallow his apprehension, Chen Changsheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, contemplating whether to inquire of Emperor Zhuo regarding the recent event. Yet, upon witnessing Emperor Zhuo's stoic demeanor, he abandoned the thought. Realizing that the puppet reconnaissance method had failed, Emperor Zhuo raised his hand once more. The million soldiers of Xuanwu Kingdom began to mobilize, forming a profound array. They combined their strengths into a colossal black spear that spanned several miles. This method of collective power was one of the Xuanwu Kingdom's trump cards and a reason for their undefeated record in battle over the years. Kill! The soldiers roared in unison, their voices resonating powerfully enough to shatter the clouds above. The spear, capable of annihilating all, surged forth with an unstoppable force toward the dark mountain range of the Forbidden Zone. However, the spear did not make contact with the mountain, but collided with an invisible barrier. In response to this overwhelming assault, intricate silver patterns illuminated the Forbidden Zone, covering every inch of its land. Chen Changsheng, well-versed in formations, felt an excruciating headache from a mere glance, his vision darkening. The backlash was so severe that he quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to observe the formidable formations within the Forbidden Zone. Kill! Faced with the impenetrable formations, the general of the Xuanwu Kingdom shouted once more. The soldiers began to bleed from their 7 orifices, forcibly enhancing their strength at the cost of their own lives. With a surge of vitality, the black spear transformed into a blood-red weapon, its power multiplying several times over. Under such desperate augmentation, the spear managed to penetrate the invisible barrier by an inch. Just as the soldiers reveled in their recent achievement, a haunting neigh echoed through the air. A skeletal horse emerged from the earth, bearing a figure clad in bronze armor. At first glance, it appeared to be a human form, but a closer inspection revealed the armor was utterly vacant. The armored figure charged swiftly on the skeletal horse, shattering the spear, which had been imbued with the strength of 1,000,000 soldiers, with a single blow of its decayed weapon. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Chen Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine. As the bronze-clad figure approached, 3 white-haired elders suddenly surged forth from the ranks. With their initial strike, they shook the very foundations of the land and altered the heavens. These 3 elders embodied the essence of the Xuanwu Kingdom, each having lived for over 1,500 years. Emperor Zhua, facing the end of his lifespan, intended to force his way into the Forbidden Zone, while the kingdom's foundation sought to seize this opportunity to extend their own lives. As the foundation made their move, Emperor Zhua finally joined the fray. He commanded a war chariot and unleashed his physical prowess to its utmost, creating a fissure within the formidable formations. The deafening clamor reverberated in Chen Changsheng's ears, forcing the frail youth to curl up in a corner of the chariot, secretly observing his surroundings. Witnessing Emperor Zhua's frenzied battle, he marveled at the emperor's formidable strength. The cultivation methods on this land were intricately diverse, with some focusing on internal refinement and others on external prowess. The Dacian dynasty epitomized internal cultivation, with realms categorized as qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation. In contrast, the Xuanwu Kingdom exemplified external cultivation, emphasizing physical might. The classification of external cultivation was relatively straightforward, defined merely by tiers, with the standards of assessment based on one's chosen techniques. Although the approaches to cultivation differed, the realms of power corresponded directly. The first layer of body refinement aligned with the qi refinement stage, while the 5th layer aligned with the transformation stage. When emperors had expressed disdain for the ascendant, Chen Changsheng had speculated on the emperor's level of strength. The transformation stage was the 5th realm of cultivation, and for Emperor Zhua to so easily vanquish an ascendant, he must have reached at least the 6th realm. Yet, as Emperor Zhua unveiled his full might, Chen Changsheng realized he had underestimated him. The emperor had indeed entered the 7th realm of cultivation. The only unfortunate aspect was that he may have only recently stepped into this realm. A soft sigh echoed from the Black Mountain, and in an instant, the 3 elders entangled with the bronze figure disintegrated into blood mist. Chen Changsheng gasped in shock as the great terror revealed itself, causing Emperor Zhua's presence to intensify. "Bring forth the sword," Emperor Zhua bellowed, shattering the fabric of space with a punch and extracting an ancient longsword from the void. With no distractions, the bronze figure redirected its assault toward Emperor Zhua. With a swift motion, a wave of sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air and obliterating the bronze figure into fragments. This divine weapon was none other than the treasured Jinwu sword of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Chapter 44. Severing all threads. Chen Changsheng, trapped in the ancient forbidden land, having vanquished the troublesome bronze armor, Zhuo Huang once again wielded his sword, breaking through the intricate formations of the ancient forbidden land with unparalleled sword energy. Whoosh! The once formidable and lethal formations crumbled before the true martial sword, becoming as fragile as tofu. Seeing the tide of battle turn, Chen Changsheng, who had been hiding in a corner of the war chariot, felt a surge of joy. Yet, before he could revel in his elation, a cold snort echoed ominously from the Black Mountains. Humph! Accompanying the disdainful sound, a slender thread of hair floated through the air. Clink! The crisp sound of severance resonated, as the cherished artifact of the Xuanwu kingdom, capable of cleaving through the most extraordinary formations, was effortlessly bisected by a mere strand of hair. The true martial sword, Zhuo Huang's body, the million-strong army of the Xuanwu kingdom, everything was cleaved in twain. It seemed that the hair drifting from the Black Mountains was the true instrument of divine power. Though his body was halved, Zhuo Huang continued to rage and control his upper half with fervent fury. Buzz! A massive bronze ancient palace appeared above Zhuo Huang. Summoning the palace acquired from the infinite secret realm, a subtle resonance emanated from the depths of the Black Mountains. The formations within the bronze palace radiated a brilliant light under Zhuo Huang's full exertion. As the teleportation array was about to activate, another object soared forth from the Black Mountains. To be precise, it was merely a golden character. Clang! The golden character crashed heavily onto the bronze palace, causing it to tremble violently, reducing all of Zhuo Huang as flesh and blood to nothingness. Thus, Zhuo Huang met his end, and the bronze palace vanished into thin air as the array activated. Drip, drip! Blood cascaded down from Zhuo Xinghe's chin. The shattered bronze armor reassembled, casting a hollow gaze upon Zhuo Xinghe before galloping back into the Black Mountains. They were all dead. Everyone was dead. The grand design, which had summoned the full power of the Xuanwu kingdom, ended in utter failure. Zhuo Xinghe survived, not due to his strength, but because the ancient forbidden land desired to leave one alive. They wished for Zhuo Xinghe to return and proclaim to the world that the ancient forbidden land was sacrosanct. The ancient forbidden land. Boom! The bronze palace crashed heavily to the ground. Not far from it stood another similar palace. The two bronze palaces lay haphazardly amidst the Black Mountains, while Zhuo Huang's remained scattered like refuse upon the earth. With Zhuo Huang's demise and the bronze palace's descent into the Black Mountains, the ancient forbidden land returned to its tranquil state. Time flowed slowly, and the world around underwent transformations, yet the ancient forbidden land remained eternally unchanged. However, 3 months later, the once silent ancient forbidden land stirred. The faint sound of stone slabs rubbing together echoed as a half-buried stone coffin began to move. A gap opened in the coffin, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes observing the surroundings. Indeed, those eyes belonged to Chen Changsheng. Upon the appearance of that singular hair, Chen Changsheng sensed something amiss. Faced with an indescribable terror, he made a profoundly instinctual decision. He concealed himself within the stone coffin left by the immortal of 100 defeats, consuming a special elixir to induce a state of false death. After confirming that no danger lingered outside, Chen Changsheng cautiously emerged from the coffin. Goodness! Was this the horror of the ancient forbidden land? This world was indeed perilous. Though 3 months had elapsed, the events of that time still haunted Chen Changsheng's mind. Having expressed his feelings, Chen Changsheng began to curiously survey his surroundings. Uncertain whether this feigned death could deceive the ancient forbidden land, he did, however, recognize that he was still alive. As long as he lived, it indicated that the ancient forbidden land would not seek his life, at least for the moment. There were numerous reasons for his survival. Perhaps the ancient forbidden land spared him out of reverence for the immortal of 100 defeats. Or perhaps they deemed him too weak to warrant their attention. In the eyes of those great terrors, Chen Changsheng's current cultivation was likely as inconsequential as air. Such a diminutive existence, even if fortunate enough to enter the ancient forbidden land, would not survive long. Thus, they were indifferent to him. After observing for a full hour, Chen Changsheng found no sign of danger within the ancient forbidden land. The absence of danger made Chen Changsheng increasingly uneasy. for within the ancient forbidden land, the lack of danger could often signify the greatest peril. Realizing this, Chun Changsheng began to rummage through his belongings, finally extracting a thread from the corner of his garment. Whoosh, he gently blew on the thread, and it took flight, seemingly weightless, into the distance. Swish! The ordinary thread vanished, and a fleeting golden light flickered across the ground. Though the moment was brief, Chun Changsheng perceived it clearly. Chun Changsheng. Was this the end? Upon witnessing the golden glow, Chun Changsheng felt his heart race. He had seen the extraordinary formations outside the Black Mountains and knew he lacked the capability to breach them. Moreover, what lay outside was merely a silver formation, while within the Black Mountains resided a golden one. Though he was uncertain of the full extent of these supreme formations' power, he was certain that the golden formations were far more formidable than their silver counterparts. Realizing he was ensnared by these supreme formations, Chun Changsheng desperately explored other directions. However, the result was the same. He was surrounded on all sides by the golden formations. His safety did not stem from fortunate happenstance or coincidentally discovering a gap in these formations. Rather, it was because the golden formation beneath him was suppressed by the bronze palace. Had it not been for this, the moment he left the coffin, he would have been rendered to nothingness. System, what should I do? Am I to be eternally trapped here? In his desperation, Chun Changsheng sought counsel from the system. Why does the host believe they will be forever trapped? Isn't it obvious? The formations are too formidable. Why not attempt to comprehend these formations? Studying formations has always been your passion, but these formations are too complex. At my current level, even 1,000 years would not suffice to grasp them. And what about 10,000 years? Does time still hold significance for the host? Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng was taken aback. Indeed, time bore no meaning for him. If 1,000 years were insufficient, then 10,000 would suffice. With his current cultivation, though he could not claim to be particularly formidable, he was certainly capable of fasting. He had long sought a tranquil, conflict-free sanctuary. Is there a place more serene and devoid of strife than the ancient forbidden land? As long as the great terrors within did not seek to trouble this little bug, he could live in utter ease. With this thought, Chun Changsheng's face brightened with joy. Thank you, esteemed system, for the reminder. Having spent too much time with others, I nearly forgot my own circumstances. With that, Chun Changsheng cheerfully approached the nearby bronze palace. Xuanwu Pavilion's collection of books was meticulously duplicated by Zhuo Xinghe for his personal use. Chun Changsheng had long desired to find an opportunity to savor these numerous tomes. As for the comprehension of the golden array patterns, he would defer that pursuit for several decades. The patterns would remain, patiently awaiting his attention. Chapter 45. Conducting business in the Forbidden Land, Chun Changsheng studies the Tao pattern senior. This price is truly reasonable. This is a premium coffin made of golden silk namu. Who in this 100-mile radius doesn't know that I am renowned for offering exceptional value? The sound of haggling faintly echoed through the Black Mountains of the ancient Forbidden Land. Upon closer inspection, one would find a young man conversing with the skeletal remains. This is my bottom line. If you do not object, I shall consider you in agreement. After waiting for several breaths without any dissenting voice, the young man swiftly commenced the task of collecting the corpse. Indeed, this individual was Chun Changsheng, who had been trapped in the ancient Forbidden Land for 50 long years. As he placed the skeletal remains into the coffin, he began to examine the relics beside the bones. He noticed 3 items quietly resting nearby: a cauldron for alchemy, a jade slip, and a small porcelain vial. Crack! As soon as Chun Changsheng's fingers brushed against the delicate alchemical cauldron, a pit suddenly appeared on its surface. Observing this, Chun Changsheng proceeded to inspect the other 2 relics. But aside from the jade slip, the porcelain vial also succumbed to a fate of shattering. TSK. Time truly is the most formidable weapon. Such a fine alchemical cauldron has been rendered useless. What a pity. After a moment's lament, Chun Changsheng focused his attention on the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was crafted from a millennium-old cold jade, and even a minuscule fragment would cost a fortune. Yet, the jade slip in Chun Changsheng's possession was impressively palm-sized. Sky repairing ointment? As he perused the alchemical formula inscribed on the slip, Chen Changsheng tilted his head in contemplation, finding no corresponding record within his mind. According to the slip, this sky-repairing ointment possessed the miraculous ability to reverse life and death, regardless of the severity of one's injuries or the nearing end of one's lifespan. Possessing this ointment would grant an extension of 7 days to one's life. As the name suggests, even if the celestial river were to rupture, this single remedy could mend it. Having comprehended the contents of the jade slip, Chen Changsheng casually tossed it into the system space. Naturally, he yearned to concoct such an extraordinary elixir. However, lamentably, his knowledge was insufficient, rendering him incapable of deciphering the formula for the sky-repairing ointment. The skeletal remains had lain here for an indeterminate number of years, and the information from the past had long ceased to circulate. Chen Changsheng could only grasp a general understanding of the characters inscribed on the slip, and he was entirely unfamiliar with the names of the herbs mentioned. As time flowed on, the medicinal herbs from millennium ago might still exist, yet their names had likely transformed countless times. Possessing the formula without the corresponding illustrations rendered Chen Changsheng incapable of concocting the sky-repairing ointment. After successfully selling another coffin, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze toward a bronze ancient palace 500 steps away. Behind him stood another bronze ancient palace, separated by a distance of 300 steps. Eyeing the distant 500 steps, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and then crouched down to examine the golden array patterns on the ground. Beyond those 500 steps lay another bronze ancient palace that Chen Changsheng sought, where the remains of the left emperor also resided. Initially, upon entering the ancient Forbidden Land, Chen Changsheng had intended to lead a leisurely life for 2 or 3 decades before gradually studying the golden array patterns. However, having exhausted the collection at the Xuanwu Pavilion in less than 10 years, he had no choice but to delve into the study of the golden array patterns. At the beginning of his studies, Chen Changsheng made painfully slow progress, advancing only an inch after a year, and even that inch was not fully comprehended. He merely managed to identify a safe path for progress. Thus, it took him a full 20 years to venture a mere 5 steps beyond the safe confines of the bronze ancient palace. At this juncture, he encountered his first customer in this land. Upon witnessing a corpse exposed to the wilderness, his professional instincts kicked in, prompting him to retrieve a coffin for the customer. Interestingly, while many items on the skeletal remains had decayed, a mysterious animal skin book remained intact. Accepting the price offered by the customer without hesitation, Chen Changsheng diligently studied the book. He discovered that the book's former owner was a master of formations, and it contained the essence of his life's work. Through the study of this animal skin tome, Chen Changsheng not only made significant strides in his understanding of formations, but also learned the name of the golden array patterns. Typically, formations would leverage the natural features of mountains and rivers or operate along specific trajectories to unleash formidable powers. However, the patterns within the ancient Forbidden Land differed. They had evolved from the grand principles of heaven and earth. To be precise, these golden patterns were manifestations of the Tao, also referred to as Tao patterns. The original text in the animal skin book described, Tao patterns possess the ability to reverse mountains and rivers, to invert the sun and moon. Only the Supreme can wield them. Such progress still felt slow. After successfully taking a step forward, Chen Changsheng gazed at the remaining 499 steps, his lips twitching in frustration. Although his pace had accelerated several times after acquiring the animal skin book, traversing this distance of 300 steps still required Chen Changsheng 40 years. Coupled with the decade spent reading in the ancient Forbidden Land, he had now resided there for a total of 50 years. 130 years had passed since his last slumber, leaving him with fewer than 30 years until his next rest. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng immediately retrieved the animal skin book to peruse once more. However, after flipping through it several times, he still could not fully comprehend all the characters inscribed within. It was truly absurd. Why couldn't a universally recognized script be created? If he could decipher all the characters, his progress would likely be exponentially faster. After a moment of mild frustration, Chen Changsheng began retracing his steps. After 50 years of observation, he had gleaned some understanding of the ancient Forbidden Land's conditions. During the day, it was highly probable that the Forbidden Land was safe, but the same could not be said for the night. In the first 10 years, he had witnessed shadows flitting around the bronze ancient palace after dark on more than one occasion. This world had never entertained the notion of ghosts. Yet the entities that ventured within the ancient Forbidden Land were very likely not human. Thus, for safety's sake, Chen Changsheng only ventured out during the day. At night, he would retreat to the bronze ancient palace and then slip into the stone coffin of the 100 Defeats immortal venerable. After a while, as the sun descended, Chen Changsheng successfully returned to the bronze ancient palace. 7 or 8 coffins lay quietly outside the palace, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere beneath the veil of night. Chapter 46. A century-long pact, Chen Changsheng once again succumbed to slumber. Zhuohuang, it is not that I am unwilling to collect your remains, but my time is drawing near. Please bear with me. I shall return after some time to fulfill my promise. Chen Changsheng greeted the distant figure of Zhuohuang. Situated 800 steps away, 30 years within the desolate ancient Forbidden Land felt but a fleeting moment. In those final 30 years, Chen Changsheng advanced a further 300 steps. Yet he still found himself 200 steps away from the bronze ancient palace and the remains of Zhuohuang. With the hour of his slumber approaching, he had no choice but to establish a pact with Zhuohuang to return a century hence to collect his remains. Having spoken his words, Chen Changsheng turned and re-entered the bronze ancient palace. The 80 years he spent in the ancient Forbidden Land could be described as the most tranquil period of his life. Here, he was free from the entanglements of grievances and vendettas. All that surrounded him was an enduring silence. Each day, he devoted himself to studying the Tao patterns and attending to the remains of the skeletons that passed by. In the process of collecting these remains, he would often stumble upon peculiar trinkets, such as rusted iron rods and expired elixirs. The most bizarre find was a large silver bone, though it served no other purpose. Its hardness was remarkable. After some contemplation, Chen Changsheng decided to keep the bone. Within the bronze ancient palace, he stored away his collected curiosities in the system space and then reclined in the stone coffin. Chen Changsheng had long grown accustomed to the darkness enveloping him within the coffin. Before succumbing to slumber, he voiced his lingering concerns. System, despite my long stay in the ancient Forbidden Land, I still cannot ensure my safety. Will any issues arise during my slumber? In response to Chen Changsheng's doubts, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, you need not worry about this. During your slumber, you will possess an invincible state. No entity can inflict harm upon you. Furthermore, all signs of life will cease during your slumber, rendering you as inconspicuous as a stone upon the ground. What existence would attack a mere stone without cause? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Chen Changsheng's eyes. System, if what you say is true, does that not mean I can traverse the ancient Forbidden Land freely during my slumber? The system cautioned against this notion, explaining, it is advisable that the host refrain from such actions, for the invincibility lasts only for a limited duration, 10 breaths. After this period, you will be forcibly awakened. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's expression fell. He had initially envisioned utilizing this invincible mechanism to execute grand plans, such as launching himself with a massive slingshot and immediately falling into slumber, thus allowing him to enter and exit the ancient Forbidden Land at will. Although the time intervals might be a tad lengthy, it was still a clever strategy. However, to his dismay, the system's invincibility was limited, a rather stingy arrangement. After a brief moment of playful lament regarding the system's frugality, Chen Changsheng declared, System, let us commence the slumber. Maximize the duration. My attribute points are still too weak. As the slumber began, the duration was set for 160 years. The last word echoed in Chen Changsheng's ears, and in that instant his consciousness ceased entirely. Chen Changsheng fell into a deep sleep, and the final trace of vitality in the ancient Forbidden Land dissipated completely. The vast expanse of the ancient Forbidden Land remained unchanged by Chen Changsheng's absence. It was as it had always been. With a creaking sound, the heavy coffin lid was pushed open, and the tattered figure of Chen Changsheng sat up. After stretching his stiff limbs, he surveyed his surroundings. Everything appeared as it had, with not even a speck of dust disturbed. Were it not for the decayed garments upon him and the additional 160 attribute points displayed on the system panel, he would have assumed he had merely rested for a brief moment. This unchanging environment felt stifling. No wonder it is often said, 7 days in the mountains can equate to 1,000 years in the world. Time truly passed too swiftly in such a place. After a moment of reflection, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the system panel in his mind. Host, Chen Changsheng strength, 1 speed, 1 defense, 91 spiritual power, 0 lifespan. 320 Chen Changsheng was well accustomed to the situation of having his powers reset to 0. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated all 160 attribute points into defense. After completing the adjustments, he nodded in satisfaction and spoke. System, could you provide me with a label? One that translates my various statistics into specific realms. Otherwise, I cannot ascertain my capabilities. In response to Chen Changsheng's request, the system responded with its cold voice. Label addition in progress. Label addition complete. Soon, a minor transformation occurred on Chen Changsheng's system panel, with each statistic now accompanied by a corresponding power level. Curiously, while the defense attribute indicated the early stage of the nascent soul, all other attributes were marked as mere mortals. Chen Changsheng mused. With such formidable defense, he should be able to safeguard himself adequately in the outside world. With that thought, he settled into a meditative position, commencing his first cultivation session since entering the ancient Forbidden Land. Presently, Chen Changsheng possessed no cultivation at all, rendering the practice of fasting impossible. If he did not quickly regain his powers, he might face starvation. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into Chen Changsheng's body, propelling his realm from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage in rapid succession. The astonishing speed of his advancement stemmed from his profound familiarity with these realms and the abundance of resources at his disposal, while others labored tirelessly to elevate their cultivation. Chen Changsheng had devoted considerable time to reading. Although he never deliberately studied cultivation techniques, the sheer volume of literature he had perused was staggering. He was intimately familiar with the cultivation methods of the 3 nations, Qingjing, Xuanwu, and Yue. He had memorized the entire collection of texts from Xuanwu Pavilion, and the tomes in the book graveyard were nearly worn out from his scrutiny. Moreover, during his 2 visits to Yue, he had amassed significant gains. The likes of Yu Huazhenren, Wan Yanegua, Hu Zhan, and Lin Hu, all individuals whom Chen Changsheng had assisted in collecting their remains, had naturally left their storage rings in his possession. After all, a funeral attendant should not engage in unprofitable transactions. Chapter 47. The Array of Destiny and the Hidden Truth. An hour had passed, and Chen Changsheng successfully emerged from his meditative state. Feeling the strength of his later stage nascent soul, he pondered aloud. The later stage of nascent soul should suffice. But to break through to the divine transformation realm, I estimate it would take a decade. That hardly seems worthwhile. With that, he stepped out of the stone coffin, stretching his stiff body while contemplating the issue of vanishing spiritual energy. During his slumber, all vitality within him ceased to operate, causing his internal spiritual energy to dissipate slowly, akin to moisture evaporating from meat. Although he could quickly cultivate back to his previous state, the need to recultivate after each slumber was rather bothersome. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng retrieved a beast-hide book, rapidly discovering a solution: the Array of Destiny. "You shall be the one," he exclaimed, slapping the beast-hide book in delight as he selected a formation. The Array of Destiny was one of the 3 great killing formations recorded within the book. According to its description, those who entered this array would be severed from the path to heaven above and the netherworld below, utterly cutting off their fate. Such a formidable array should undoubtedly be capable of sealing the slowly escaping spiritual energy during his slumber. Having chosen the array, Chen Changsheng joyfully exited the bronze ancient palace and resumed his work on the external inscriptions. Transforming a killing array into a trapping one without causing harm was no simple task. However, with ample time at his disposal, he believed he could eventually accomplish it. Taking a careful final step, he finally reached the safe confines of another bronze ancient palace. Your Majesty, I spent a full 90 years collecting your remains. Surely, you should not make my efforts in vain. Murmuring a few words to the bones of the left emperor, he placed the translucent remains into a coffin. As for the left emperor's missing lower half, he could not find it, so he reluctantly substituted it with a wooden carving. After completing the funeral for the left emperor, Chen Changsheng naturally received 2 rewards: a true martial sword without a tip and a gold piece that the left emperor had used as a heart-protecting mirror. Examining the gold piece in his hand, he furrowed his brow and muttered, "Isn't this the 9 turns profound art of the Xuanwu kingdom? This item seems vaguely familiar." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng rummaged through his system's space, ultimately retrieving a gold piece of similar texture. The 2 pieces of gold slowly aligned, merging to form a complete page. Faced with this situation, Chen Changsheng gazed at the left emperor's coffin, speechless. "Your Majesty, this feels somewhat underhanded. It appears that an ancestor of the Xuanwu kingdom had entered the ancient Forbidden Land long ago and even brought back some items. I had always wondered how the Xuanwu kingdom could know of the bronze ancient palace within the ancient Forbidden Land, given that no one had entered it before. Now, with the 9 turns profound art as proof, this mystery is finally unraveled." Afterward, Chen Changsheng examined the gold piece in his hand, noting that he could not recognize a single character inscribed upon it. His ability to identify it as the 9 turns profound art was purely coincidental. Among the items left Xinghe requested him to handle was a translated version of the 9 turns profound art. Next to the name of the 9 turns profound art were 4 peculiar symbols, which he had casually inquired about. Left Xinghe had explained that these symbols represented the 9 turns profound art, but no one in the Xuanwu kingdom knew how to translate such text. At that time, Chen Changsheng had paid little mind to it. After arriving at the ancient Forbidden Land, he had found the lower half of the gold piece buried in the earth one day. This gold piece was indestructible, with edges that were remarkably sharp. Although he could not decipher the symbols, he chose to keep it as a collectible. Had he not discovered the upper half of the 9 turns profound art from the left emperor, he might have lived for another 10,000 years without realizing that it was a fragment of the 9 turns profound art. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng gently tapped the left emperor's coffin and sighed. "Your Majesty, the unsolved mysteries of this world seem to arise in such a manner." Ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom had indeed ventured into the ancient Forbidden Land. Just how much did they understand about it? Only you possessed that knowledge. Furthermore, the ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom retrieved the remnants of the 9 turns profound art from such a perilous place, which surely attests to its extraordinary nature. Now that you have passed, these secrets have been taken to the grave with you. What a pity. With that, Chen Changsheng turned and walked towards the bronze ancient palace. Ever since learning that Nianxing had vanished within the teleportation array of the bronze ancient palace, he had been investigating it. After a lengthy span of 290 years, he finally achieved his goal, and now his priority was to elucidate the mysteries of the bronze ancient palace. Inside the bronze ancient palace, countless patterns continuously rearranged and combined, ultimately forming a partially incomplete scroll. Unlike the bronze ancient palaces found in the Infinite Secret Realm and the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden area, the one in the ancient Forbidden Land was remarkably well preserved, allowing Chen Changsheng to acquire a more detailed illustration. In the beginning, all living beings had relied on this ominous power to escape the grasp of the giant hand. Initially, they did manage to repel the giant hand. However, as time passed, they discovered that this ominous force was eroding the world. In response, all living beings allied with the giant hand to successfully fend off the ominous threat. Although they managed to repel it, remnants of that ominous power still lingered. To prevent the ominous force from resurfacing, the beings of the world, in collaboration with the giant hand, constructed these 18 bronze ancient palaces, assigning them to 18 races for guardianship. Among them, 9 bronze ancient palaces were entrusted to the giant hand, and to ensure mutual connection. The builders incorporated a tricolored teleportation array within, utilizing the forces of heaven and earth. This tricolored teleportation array not only enabled vast distances of transmission, but also remained unaffected by external disruptions. Logically, after enduring hardships together, the beings of the world should have been able to coexist peacefully with the giant hand. Yet, unexpectedly, conflict erupted once more, leading to clear divisions in the narrative. The patterns from earlier and those from later were evidently inscribed at different times. Upon completing his examination of the story, Qin Changsheng wore a look of utter disbelief. The tricolor teleportation array was originally capable of directional transmission, but through the ravages of war and the passage of time, it was highly probable that the 18 bronze ancient palaces were no longer in their original locations. Consequently, the tricolor teleportation array could now only transmit randomly. With a mere 1 in 17 chance, would he truly succeed in locating Yincheng? Chapter 48. The tricolor teleportation array and the concealed truth confronted with such uncertainty. Qin Changsheng felt an unwillingness within. However, without assurance of Nian Sheng's safety, his heart remained uneasy. Ultimately, he cast a glance at the tricolor teleportation array within the bronze ancient hall and sighed. Girl, you truly know how to trouble me. Portions of the intricate patterns here had been deliberately erased, clearly indicating a desire to conceal certain truths. Presently, if I wish to locate you, I must ascertain which races guard the 18 bronze ancient halls. Please do not teleport to the giant hand. Otherwise, I shall be in a predicament. With that, Qin Changsheng began to study the tricolor teleportation array within the hall. The patterns in this bronze ancient hall were also incomplete, specifically missing 2 crucial pieces of information: the 18 races that guard the bronze ancient halls and the origin of the giant hand. Initially, when in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, he had discovered that the information regarding these 18 races had been partially erased. He had originally thought this was due to the ascended being's desire to keep others from learning too much. Now, it seemed the situation was far more intricate. The entity capable of erasing patterns in the ancient forbidden grounds must be unimaginably powerful, or perhaps these patterns were intentionally obliterated by the great terrors within the ancient forbidden grounds. Moreover, with the repositioning of the 18 bronze ancient halls, the things they suppressed should have long since escaped. Yet this was not the case. The ominous presence within the boundless secret realm had been eradicated. This indicated that some beings were quietly eliminating these calamities. Regardless of the nature of these speculations, the forces behind them were not something Qin Changsheng could provoke at this moment. As time passed, Qin Changsheng spent 2 months finally deciphering how to activate the tricolor teleportation array. His swift progress was attributed to his significantly enhanced mastery of formations and his prior understanding gained while repairing the bronze ancient halls within the boundless secret realm. Although the tricolor teleportation array was in a state of disrepair, he had nonetheless accumulated considerable experience. Drawing spiritual energy from the spirit stones, he infused it into the tricolor teleportation array. With the influx of spiritual energy, the array began to illuminate. He filled in some minor gaps according to his understanding and adjusted the potentially misaligned tricolor patterns. At last, the tricolor teleportation array was operational. Gazing at the array before him, Qin Changsheng swallowed hard and retrieved the stone coffin of the 100 Defeats immortal sovereign. Lying within the coffin, he cast a spell with his hands and swiftly closed the lid. He had not thoroughly comprehended the tricolor teleportation array, and the fact that he could barely activate it was already pushing the limits of his capabilities. Heaven knows what unexpected outcomes might arise from his modifications to the array. In light of this, he was determined not to attempt a simple physical teleportation. Buzz! The tricolor teleportation array activated, and the coffin within the formation vanished in an instant. Clang! 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 The incessant sound of striking echoed within the coffin, causing Qin Changsheng to cover his ears in a cold sweat. With his expertise in formations, he easily deduced what was transpiring outside. Numerous spatial rifts were currently slicing through the coffin. Such a scenario indicated that there was an issue with the teleportation arrays on both sides. The discrepancies in the arrays had resulted in the formation of these numerous spatial rifts. Fortunately, he had been sufficiently cautious. Had he attempted a physical teleportation, he would likely have been reduced to nothing. With a sense of lingering dread, Qin Changsheng began to wait quietly. Whoosh! Ha! Hey! Several hundred muscular men draped in animal hides, their skin a deep bronze, danced around a fire, seemingly engaged in some ritual. Not far from the fire stood a towering bronze altar, where an elderly high priest was kneeling incessantly, murmuring incantations. Buzz! Suddenly, the long-sealed altar emitted a brilliant tricolor light. This spectacle not only left the onlookers dumbfounded, but even rendered the high priest beside the altar in a state of shock. The crowd pondered. This ritual is conducted every decade. Ordinarily, it should merely be a formality. Why has it suddenly responded? Boom! A heavy stone coffin crashed onto the altar, shattering the already indistinct tricolor patterns into fragments. Faced with this bizarre situation, the assembled crowd fell silent. Creak! The coffin atop the altar stirred, startling the participants in the ritual, who recoiled a step back. The coffin lid was pushed open, revealing a creature clad in peculiar attire, its skin delicate and supple. At the moment this creature sat up, thousands of eyes turned toward it. Chen Chongqing thought, no way. I just arrived, and already this grand scene unfolds. Can I still enjoy myself? Indeed, the figure that emerged upon the altar was none other than Chen Chongqing himself, who had escaped from the ancient forbidden grounds via the tricolor teleportation array. Surveying the shattered tricolor array and the densely packed crowd surrounding him, Chen Chongqing deliberated for a mere second before deciding to engage in amicable conversation with these individuals. Where's this? He inquired tentatively. Noticing their lack of response, he switched to another language. Chen Chongqing, being well-read, was proficient in dozens of languages. The language spoken by those before him was unlikely to be the common tongue of the Qin dynasty or the Xuanwu kingdom. To ascertain his surroundings, he first needed to resolve the communication barrier. Thus, he proceeded to speak in 28 different languages in succession. Finally, when he attempted a broken language, the high priest beside him responded, "This is the 10,000 Great Mountains. Who are you?" Having resolved the communication issue, Chen Chongqing sighed in relief. "I am an outsider and not very familiar with your language. May we communicate using our consciousness?" Upon hearing this, the high priest nodded and released a wave of consciousness to connect with Chen Chongqing. Strangely, while the high priest exuded an imposing presence, his consciousness was alarmingly feeble, so much so that it could not even compare to a cultivator of the Golden Core stage. Although the situation was peculiar, Chen Chongqing did not dwell on it. He merely wished to swiftly repair the tricolor teleportation array and depart from this place. However, the instant his consciousness made contact with that of the high priest, the latter was instantly overwhelmed by the terrifying force of Chen Chongqing's consciousness. He immediately knelt down, fervently bowing to Chen Chongqing, and turned to instruct his kin to do the same. Due to the rapidity of their speech and his unfamiliarity with the broken language, Chen Chongqing was momentarily at a loss for understanding. Nonetheless, he managed to discern a few recognizable words amidst the high priest's fervent exclamations: celestial being, gratitude, white shaman. Chen Chongqing thought, surely they do not mistake me for some formidable entity? Moreover, it seems I may not be able to leave anytime soon. Chapter 49. The struggle between the witch clans and the subtle hostilities. Your Excellency, please take your time. The high priest respectfully exited the room, leaving Chen Chongqing surrounded by an array of unfamiliar meats and an assortment of fresh spiritual fruits. Observing the spread before him, Chen Chongqing smiled helplessly and addressed the woman beside him with his divine sense. I cannot consume all of this alone. Do join me in partaking. Upon hearing this, the woman promptly shook her head and began to chatter animatedly in her native tongue. Although Chen Chongqing could not comprehend her language, he could infer her meaning. Thus, he smiled and replied, "Since you do not wish to eat, perhaps you could teach me the language of this land. I find it rather challenging to understand." The woman, filled with joy at his request, nodded eagerly. She then commenced to instruct Chen Chongqing in the local dialect. The long night passed swiftly, and by dawn, Chen Chongqing had made significant progress in grasping the language. Simultaneously, he gleaned insights into the peculiarities of this region. It bore no specific name, merely referred to as the 10,000 Great Mountains. The extent of this mountainous expanse remained an enigma, for no one had ever traversed beyond its confines. Moreover, The cultivation system here was intriguing. The focus was not on physical enhancement or inner elixirs, but rather on the mastery of goo worms. These goo worms possessed diverse abilities, capable of both inflicting harm and providing salvation. However, a critical shortcoming of specializing in goo was the inability to effectively augment one's divine sense. Chen Changsheng was not particularly fond of cultivation, but held a keen interest in the study of formations. His prolonged endeavors had honed his divine sense to a level surpassing that of many at the transformation stage. This prowess was precisely why the high priest regarded Chen Changsheng with such deference. That will suffice for now. Man, you may return to rest. Casting a glance at the sky, now illuminated by the first light of dawn, Chen Changsheng advised the weary white witch girl to take her leave. Complying obediently, man stood and began to exit. Yet, halfway through, she suddenly knelt, urgency lacing her voice. Your Excellency, I implore you to save the White Witch clan. If this continues, we shall perish at the hands of the Black Witch clan. Listening to Aman's plea, Chen Changsheng's expression shifted to one of resignation. He had no desire to interfere in the conflicts between races. With the abundance of bloodshed in the world, it was impractical for everyone to lend a hand. Additionally, apart from the strife between the White and Black Witches, another pressing matter loomed: the restoration of the tricolor teleportation array. The altar he had examined was indeed a fragment of the ancient bronze palace. Technically, the altar was merely the base, while the actual structure had long since vanished. Restoring the tricolor teleportation array would require an array of materials, the most crucial of which was the metal that constituted the ancient bronze palace. As the indigenous inhabitants, the White Witch clan possessed the most intimate knowledge of this land. Without their assistance, Chen Changsheng would have no means of locating the lost bronze palace. However, to earn their aid, he first needed to offer his support. Otherwise, the likelihood of their cooperation remained slim. With this in mind, Chen Changsheng spoke. I am not well versed in your conflict with the Black Witch clan, but I can mediate on your behalf. Whether this yields results, however, is in the hands of fate, and I cannot make any guarantees. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's response, Aman expressed her gratitude joyously before dashing out of the room. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Changsheng chuckled softly. The people here are truly innocent. Had I been in another place, I dare say I would have been seized for thorough examination by now. With that, Chen Changsheng resumed his efforts to master the language of the White Witch clan while contemplating how to mediate the discord between the two clans. Your Excellency, ahead lies the encampment of the Black Witch clan. The high priest pointed towards a distant settlement, excitement tinging his tone, reminiscent of a child reporting to a parent. As Chen Changsheng gazed at the distant settlement of the Black Witch clan, a frown creased his brow. The distance between the encampments of the White and Black Witches was alarmingly short, merely 2 or 3 miles apart. Such proximity was decidedly illogical. Given the current circumstances, the animosity between the two clans seemed far from straightforward. Why had they not clashed, despite being so close? Just as Chen Changsheng pondered this conundrum, the high priest shouted towards the distant Black Witches, "Fetch your clan leader. Inform them that the Excellency has arrived." The 2 young guards of the Black Witch clan, seemingly obedient, retreated to relay the message. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? You are on enemy territory. Such a tone seems rather inappropriate. Moreover, why do the Black Witches heed your words so readily? Surely you are not fabricating a tale to deceive me? Before he could unravel the situation further, a throng of Black Witches emerged, led by a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. Upon spotting Chen Changsheng's unusual attire, the man hesitated before probing Chen with his divine sense. Chen Changsheng merely responded with a light counter to this so-called weak probe. Poof! The counter resulted in the middle-aged man spitting out blood. Witnessing their leader injured, the Black Witches summoned a multitude of venomous insects encircling Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng was at a loss, for the high priest had not been targeted. Only he had drawn their ire. Now, this is rather excessive. You two clans are supposed to be adversaries. Why single me out? Furthermore, I merely employed a fraction of my divine sense. Why did he bleed? He appears to be your leader. It defies logic for him to be so weak. Surely you do not intend to pull a fast one on me? As Chen Changsheng contemplated whether to incapacitate them and make his escape, The bloodied middle-aged man rose and bellowed. Cease all aggression. One must not show disrespect to the excellency. With a commanding presence, he halted his kin's actions and addressed Chen Changsheng with reverence. I beg your pardon, excellency. I have offended you. The Blackwitch clan holds the utmost respect for you and bears no ill will. Wait, Chen Changsheng interjected, interrupting the middle-aged man's speech. What leads you to believe I am indeed the excellency? Because the high priest declared you as such, and you have substantiated your identity. Yet, to my knowledge, the Black and White Witch clans are enemies, are they not? Indeed. Then do you truly believe what he said? I do. Chen Changsheng thought to himself. This logic seems rather flawed. The situation you present has left me quite bewildered. Chapter 50. Chen Changsheng is spat upon. The location of the bronze ancient hall, the delicate antagonism between the White Witch and the Black, which left Chen Changsheng somewhat perplexed. In pursuit of the truth, he promptly summoned the high priest and the chieftain of the Black Witch clan to elucidate the entire matter. Once he grasped the full extent of the situation, Chen Changsheng spoke. The Black Witch and the White Witch were originally one family. It is only because you could no longer thrive that you expelled some of your kin. Indeed, the ancestral teachings of the Witch clan dictate that when faced with insurmountable difficulties, the clan members must split into two factions, one strong, the other weak, with lives wholly indifferent to one another. In response to the Black Witch chieftain's remarks, Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Such actions, while undoubtedly beneficial for preserving the lineage, were also profoundly inhumane. Witnessing one's own relatives and friends perish was perhaps the cruelest punishment imaginable. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng pondered and inquired, from your demeanor, it seems the split occurred not long ago. What circumstances compelled you to make such a choice? Hesitating for a moment, the Black Witch chieftain replied, though life in the 10,000 great mountains is arduous, our Witch clan manages to survive. However, 3 years ago, a thunder beast invaded our territory, relentlessly constricting our living space. If not for our dire situation, we would never have cast out our own kin. Thunder beast? Upon hearing this name, Chen Changsheng immediately began to reflect. He quickly recalled information regarding the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast was a formidable entity among the Beast clan. While there were similarities between the Beast clan and the Monster clan, they were not entirely the same. The Monster clan consisted of ordinary beasts transformed into humanoid forms, whereas the Beast clan was an ancient lineage that had persisted through the ages. They possessed a bloodline far superior to that of the Monster clan and were born with extraordinary innate talents. Unlike the Monster clan, who were close to humanity, the Beast clan harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity and regarded the Monster clan as a disgrace to their kind. They believed that the beast form represented the pinnacle of existence, and forsaking it for a human form was akin to betrayal of their race. After organizing his thoughts on the Beast clan, Chen Changsheng remarked, the might of the Beast clan is indisputable, and given the current state of the Witch clan, resistance seems implausible. How about this? I shall assist you in finding a new refuge, and in return, you will aid me in my endeavors. Thank you, revered envoy. The high priest replied with a beaming smile, for in light of the prevailing circumstances, it was clear that the White Witch clan would ultimately face annihilation. Given the chance to survive, the high priest was naturally elated. However, the Black Witch chieftain was not as pleased by this news. Revered envoy, you may not be fully aware of the 10,000 great mountains. The miasma is rampant, and venomous creatures and ferocious beasts abound. Finding a suitable refuge is akin to reaching for the heavens. Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's seek before we despair. If finding a refuge proves impossible, you can revert to your ancestral teachings. With the conversation reaching this juncture, the Black Witch chieftain reluctantly nodded in agreement, for he too did not wish to see the demise of the White Witch clan. May I ask, revered envoy, if there are other matters you wish to attend to? Our Witch clan shall assist wholeheartedly. Nothing much. I am in search of an artifact, a bronze ancient hall. You should be familiar with it. At this proclamation, the expressions of the Witch clan members shifted dramatically. Observing their reactions, Chen Changsheng asked, what seems to be the issue with the bronze ancient hall? Revered envoy, the bronze ancient hall you speak of was once our clan's sacred site. However, 3 years ago, it was taken by the Thunder Beast, and we are no match for it. Upon witnessing the chieftain's troubled expression, Chun Changsheng immediately understood their implications. They likely believed he intended for them to retrieve the bronze ancient hall. Realizing this, he chuckled and said, "As long as I know the whereabouts of the bronze ancient hall, I shall devise a plan for the rest. Do any of you know the location of the Thunder Beast? I wish to converse with it, for not all members of the Beast clan are obstinate. I know where the Thunder Beast resides. I shall lead you." Just as Chun Changsheng finished speaking, a youth with an innocent countenance stepped forward. The Black Witch chieftain immediately chastised, "Ali, return. The esteemed envoy is speaking. What business do you have here?" Undeterred by the chieftain's reprimand, the youth boldly declared, "Father, I am already 16 years old. I recently completed my coming-of-age ceremony. I am no longer a child. I wish to assist the Witch clan. I do not want our elders to perish. I am well acquainted with the situation in the Watermoon Cave and the best guide." Hearing Ali's words, the chieftain's lips quivered, but he ultimately voiced his continued objections. "Meeting the Thunder Beast is exceedingly perilous. Though I am your father, I am also the chieftain of the Witch clan. I must treat all clan members equally." After a moment's thought, the chieftain gritted his teeth and said, "Since you insist, then you shall escort the esteemed envoy to the Watermoon Cave. However, remember that the esteemed envoy is not well versed in the affairs of the 10,000 Great Mountains. You must ensure their safety. Do not worry, father. I will not let the esteemed envoy come to harm." With that, Ali excitedly approached Chun Changsheng. "Revered envoy, I am ready. When shall we depart?" Right now. As he spoke, Chun Changsheng grasped Ali's hand, and they vanished from sight. "Revered envoy, let us not fly too high. Otherwise, we may attract the attention of ferocious beasts." As Ali guided Chun Changsheng, he also advised him on how to avoid various dangers. Indeed, Ali's counsel proved invaluable. As along their journey, Chun Changsheng encountered numerous formidable beasts, some of which posed significant challenges even for him. As the scenery whirled past them, Ali could not help but admire Chun Changsheng's formidable prowess. "Revered envoy, you will help the Witch clan escape this predicament, will you not?" In response, Chun Changsheng smiled and said, "I can only assist you in certain aspects. Whether you escape this plight ultimately depends on your own efforts. In this world, relying on others is always less effective than relying on oneself. Moreover, to you, I am merely a transient presence. I shall not remain here forever. In the days to come, you must rely on yourselves." With that, Chun Changsheng halted before a vast cave. Adjusting his attire, he clasped his hands and announced, "Human cultivator Chun Changsheng seeks an audience." Just as he finished speaking, an unknown liquid drenched him, bringing a chilling sensation. Shortly thereafter, a massive head emerged from the cave. Observing the mysterious liquid upon himself, Chun Changsheng was momentarily bewildered. If his estimation was correct, it was likely saliva. "Lowly insect, begone." With that, another torrent of saliva fell upon him, leaving Chun Changsheng thoroughly drenched once more. After a brief pause, he silently wiped the saliva from his face and continued onward with Ali. Noticing Chun Changsheng's impassive demeanor, Ali cautiously inquired, "My esteemed deity, are you well?" "I am fine. Yet there is a matter I must convey to you. For the time being, I do not intend to depart. I shall leave the 10,000 Great Mountains only when I have vanquished this thunderous beast." Chapter 51. The small provoke the great. Chun Changsheng. Why should it? As Chun Changsheng swiftly navigated through the dense forest with Ali, his face bore no expression. Yet, it was the first time in centuries that he felt a surge of anger. Since acquiring immortality, Chun had always adhered to the principle of benevolence towards others. Throughout these hundreds of years, he had never taken a life, not even that of the celestial ascendant. But now, this usually cordial self had been spat upon, not once, but twice. Why had it acted thus? He had neither provoked nor sought revenge. There was no justification for such an affront. Furthermore, who did it think it was to treat him this way? It was merely a thunder beast of the transformation stage. He had encountered many practitioners of this level, all of whom were renowned figures, such as the Wolf King of Yeyue Kingdom, Wanyan Ugajuo, and the Celestial Ascendant of the Upper Clearview. Beyond these formidable beings, he had also met many who far surpassed the transformation stage, like the Xuanwu Emperor of the Seventh Realm and the unspeakable terrors of the ancient Forbidden Lands. Even such powerful entities had never dared to insult him. As a true disciple of the Upper Clear View and a distinguished guest of the Xuanwu Kingdom, he had walked alongside countless prodigies and conversed with titans capable of moving mountains. So why should he endure such disrespect from a mere thunder beast? Fueled by his indignation, Chun Changsheng increased his pace and soon returned to the shaman tribe's village. Upon landing, the high priest and the clan leader hurried to inquire about the situation. However, before they could utter a word, Chun interrupted, "You believe I am a divine envoy, so you should also trust in my abilities. I will slay the thunder beast of Shueiyue Cave within 10 years. If you believe I can succeed, then assist me. If you doubt my victory, leave swiftly to avoid becoming collateral damage." With that, Chun turned and departed, leaving the high priest and clan leader in a state of bewilderment. Inside the wooden house, Chun was continuously sketching on tree bark, seemingly plotting something. At that moment, Amon entered, holding a platter of fresh spiritual fruits. "My lord, please eat some fruits to calm your anger." Chun, not lifting his gaze, replied, "I know you have ancestral teachings, which dictate that one should not provoke those who emerge from the altar. While those teachings are indeed wise, circumstances are not immutable. I am not the individual referenced in your teachings. You need not address me as a divine envoy. If you wish, you may call me Brother Changsheng. Furthermore, the matter with the Thunder Beast is my personal affair and will not involve the shaman tribe. You need not worry." Amon responded, "Brother Changsheng, that is not what I meant to say." At this, Chun raised his eyes to meet Amon's, inquiring, "If not this matter, then what do you wish to discuss?" A glimmer of longing flashed in Amon's bright eyes. "Brother Changsheng, since I was very young, I have heard tales of another world beyond the great mountains. Yet, no one in the shaman tribe knows what lies outside. You must have come from beyond. Could you tell me what the outside world is like?" Observing Amon's eager gaze, Chun pondered before responding, "The world beyond the mountains is indeed fascinating, but I would advise against your desire to learn about it." "Why?" "Because the outside world is fraught with dangers far surpassing the venomous creatures and fierce beasts within these 10,000 mountains. In that realm, death can sometimes be a form of liberation." As he spoke, Chun removed the wooden carving from his waist and handed it along with the tree bark to the clan leader, urging him to follow the instructions inscribed. "If I am not mistaken, you will choose to assist me against the Thunder Beast. As for this carving, it is a gift for you. Since my arrival, you have kept a watchful eye on it, which has made me feel rather embarrassed." Upon hearing this, Amon's face flushed crimson. "Brother Changsheng, I did not. Can't you tell? It's merely an ordinary wooden carving, nothing of great importance. Feel free to play with it." The carving, crafted by Chun, depicted an endearing sheep, showcasing his exceptional skills as a woodworker. Given Amon's upbringing in isolation, her fascination with such a novel creation was entirely understandable. "Thank you, Brother Changsheng," Amon beamed, expressing her gratitude before leaving the room in high spirits. Watching her retreating figure, Chun smiled and shifted his focus back to the matter of the Thunder Beast. The beast tribes typically operated in groups, and Chun did not harbor much concern regarding the Thunder Beast of Shueiyue Cave. His true apprehension lay with the race behind the beast. Provoking the small often led to the arrival of the larger, and confronting the larger could attract even greater foes. This cycle was a common occurrence in the realm of cultivation. It was precisely for this reason that Chun invested considerable effort into his preparations. After all, annihilating a race is no simple task. While he was indeed benevolent, he had never been an easy target to manipulate. This grievance of having been spat upon could not simply be overlooked. Under Chun's guidance, the shaman tribe soon engaged in fervent activity. Towering trees were felled, and many intricate patterns were carved out by the tribe members. As Chun oversaw the progress of the formation, he pointed out errors to the workers. At that moment, clan leader Gully approached, "My lord, will these things be sufficient to drive away the Thunder Beast?" "Not entirely," Chun replied. "This is merely a modified spirit-gathering array. It not only channels spiritual energy, but also shields against the miasma within the mountains. I have observed the shaman tribe's methods of using poisonous insects. Their potency is indeed significant. Alas, You have encountered the nemesis of these insects, the thunder beast. Its hard scales can withstand most poisons, and its innate abilities counteract them effectively. Were it not for this, you would not find yourselves in such dire straits. Hearing Chun's analysis, Gully offered a wry smile. You speak the truth, my lord. The shaman tribe has survived in these mountains due to our ability to face dangers. Unfortunately, our golden silkworm, Gu, has been lost to time. Otherwise, we might have stood a better chance against the thunder beast. Golden silkworm Gu? What is that? It is the most powerful poison of our tribe, more accurately referred to as a Gu god. Legend has it that the golden silkworm Gu can devour anything in existence, even the scales of a thunder beast. Chapter 52. Unexpected joy. Listening to Gully's description, Chun Chongqing nodded and remarked, Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure, though regrettably lost to time. Since your methods are ineffective against the thunder beasts, why not try mine? I observe that the people of the witch clan possess robust physiques, making them well-suited for cultivating physical enhancement techniques. Here are 2 manuals for you to utilize. Once your kin's strength is augmented, we can discuss further plans. Additionally, you may find my writings challenging to decipher, but I have already conveyed their meanings to A-Man. You may consult her for specifics. Upon receiving the 2 pieces of bark from Chun Chongsheng, Gully, the clan leader, couldn't contain his joy. Thank you, esteemed divine envoy. We shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, Gully departed with the manuals. After his departure, Chun Chongsheng did not linger with the witch clan, but sought a secluded spot to delve into the mysteries of the 9 transformations' profound art. Previously, he had little inclination towards cultivation, as he had no need for violence. However, with war imminent, he felt compelled to engage in a modicum of practice. How perplexing! He pondered, why can I not master the 9 transformations' profound art? He scrutinized the manual in his hands, utterly confounded. The translated version of the upper section had long been provided to him by Zhuo Xing'e, and from it he had deduced the entirety of the 9 transformations' profound art. Yet, after translating it, he found himself unable to cultivate it. Ruminating over the golden pages, he considered where he might have erred. At that moment, Ali approached cautiously. Esteemed divine envoy, what are you engaged in? Casting a glance at the simple-faced Ali, Chun Chongsheng replied nonchalantly, Nothing of consequence, merely studying something. What brings you here? He carelessly set the golden page aside, unperturbed by the thought of Ali attempting to glean its secrets. Embarrassed, Ali rubbed his hands together and said, Esteemed divine envoy, you are truly remarkable. I wish to take you as my master. Do not entertain such thoughts. I do not accept disciples. The manuals I provided to Gully are more than adequate. Dedicate yourself to your practice, and your future achievements will be commendable. Though Ali felt a tinge of disappointment at Chun Chongsheng's decisive refusal, he was about to leave when he noticed the golden page beside Chun. Esteemed divine envoy, your prowess is indeed extraordinary. This 8-9 profound art sounds formidable. Wait, Chun Chongsheng, bewildered, halted Ali in his tracks. What did you just say about the 8-9 profound art? The 8-9 profound art, Ali responded without hesitation, uttering a name both unfamiliar and familiar to Chun. Quickly, Chun seized the golden page and inquired, Can you comprehend the script upon it? What's difficult about it? Among the youth of our clan, I am the most literate, Ali declared confidently. That is not what I meant. I wish to know how you came to recognize these characters. Esteemed divine envoy, what is this? This is the script of the witch clan. Why would I not recognize it? Chun Chongsheng was rendered speechless, as he had not anticipated such a coincidence. It was true that he had learned the witch clan's spoken language from A-Man, but he had never encountered their written form. Moreover, while he had gleaned fragments of the witch clan's language from ancient texts, those texts merely indicated it as an archaic tongue with some phonetics recorded, leaving Chun unaware of their script. Consequently, he had subconsciously assumed that the witch clan's language lacked a written form, existing solely as an oral tradition. With this realization, Chun Chongsheng's lips twitched as he beckoned. Ali, come assist me in translating the text on this page. Ali was elated at the prospect of helping. In about a quarter of an hour, he had translated all the characters. Upon hearing Ali's translation, Chun Chongsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. The 9 transformations' profound art, regarded as the second most powerful technique of the Xuanwu kingdom, had seldom been mastered over millennia, and even those who succeeded found its might less than legendary. Now, Chun Changsheng comprehended the source of the confusion. The ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom had erred from the very beginning in their translations. If he could translate 8-9 profound art as 9 transformations profound art, then it was no wonder that 2 of the 4 characters had been incorrect. With the subsequent text, likely even more so. After a brief mental lament about the ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom, Chun Changsheng turned to Ali and said, "It appears that you are destined for this opportunity. Since you have translated the 8-9 profound art, I shall pass this technique on to you." Upon hearing this, Ali immediately knelt to express his gratitude and seek apprenticeship. However, a surge of spiritual energy halted his actions. "Hold on. While I am imparting this technique to you, it signifies your fortune, not that I am taking you as a disciple. Furthermore, once you learn the 8-9 profound art, you must not reveal it to anyone, including your kin. Its origins are profound, and any indiscretion could invite peril upon the witch clan." In response to Chun Changsheng's admonition, Ali nodded solemnly, "Esteemed divine envoy, you need not worry. I shall tell no one. That is for the best. Also, refrain from addressing me as esteemed divine envoy. Simply call me teacher." "Very well, teacher." With that, Chun Changsheng began imparting essential cultivation principles to Ali. Though the 8-9 profound art was formidable, it was an intricate technique, and without a foundational understanding, Ali would be unable to practice it. An hour passed, and Chun Changsheng had shared the requisite basics with Ali. "That will suffice for today. Upon your return, be sure to familiarize yourself with the material." Ali committed the knowledge to memory. After Ali departed, Chun Changsheng turned his attention to the 8-9 profound art. Initially, he had perceived it as merely a physical enhancement technique, but it seemed he had misjudged its significance. With the maximum of yin being 8 and the maximum of yang being 9, the product of 8 and 9 represents the highest number in Taoist philosophy. Achieving the 9 transformations, stripping away the myriad of postnatal yin, and revealing the true primordial yang. The 3 souls unite, the 7 spirits merge within the body. The primordial spirit remains eternally cohesive, and the cultivation body becomes impervious to destruction. As he contemplated, a smile spread across Chun Changsheng's face. The 8-9 profound art was, in essence, a theoretical path to immortality. Whether it could indeed grant eternal life remained uncertain, but its potential was beyond Chun Changsheng's imagination. This art harmonized both internal and external cultivation, encompassing an array of astonishing abilities. Although he currently possessed only a single golden page, its value surpassed all his other possessions combined. Chun Changsheng mused, "With the brilliance of the earth's golden light and the manifestation of heaven and earth, the name itself resonates with power. I have stumbled upon a treasure." Chapter 53. The Transformation of a Young Woman. A decade of planning, sir. Have you gained any insights today? A robust young man clad in coarse linen approached Chun Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng withdrew his pen and paper, responding, "As usual. That thunder beast seldom makes an appearance." The young man inquired, "Not even you can contend with the thunder beast?" Chun Changsheng replied, "I am uncertain. You know me well enough. I generally avoid conflict. By the way, how is your practice of the 8-9 profound arts progressing?" "Thank you for your concern, sir. I've already reached the 7th tier of the 8-9 profound arts. Soon, I will be able to cultivate the divine ability of ground-soaring golden light." Chun Changsheng nodded in satisfaction at the young man's response. To achieve the 7th tier in a decade is commendable. It must be said that you are naturally gifted for this practice. Unfortunately, I only possess the teachings for the first 9 tiers. The remaining 63 tiers may forever elude me. Let us wait a few more months. Once you master the ground-soaring golden light, we can confront the thunder beast. Indeed, the young man before him was none other than the earnest youth, Ali, from a decade ago. When the news of Chun Changsheng's intention to seek revenge on the thunder beast reached the Wu clan, many anticipated a swift retaliation. However, no one imagined that they would wait a full 10 years. During this time, aside from instructing Ali and Amon, Chun Changsheng devoted himself to observing the thunder beast. Ali felt a tinge of anxiety at the thought of finally taking action against the thunder beast. After all, it was a ferocious creature at the transformation stage. Although Chen Changsheng had ascended to the transformation stage 3 years prior, he was still a newcomer compared to seasoned practitioners like the Thunder Beast, leaving his chances of success uncertain. Contemplating this, Ali spoke, "Sir, with the cultivation system being as intricate as it is, how shall I assess the strength of future adversaries if I ever leave the 10,000 Great Mountains? You cannot judge. You must rely on your intuition. Both external and internal cultivation have their merits. While the distinctions may seem minor at a broad level, minute differences can become apparent upon closer examination. In battles of life and death, the outcome often hinges on the slightest nuances, capable of determining one's fate." Ali chuckled at this response. "That sounds rather troublesome. Why can't there be a unified method of cultivation? Both internal and external practices have their advantages. Why not cultivate both? In theory, such a synthesis is feasible. Yet no one has accomplished it thus far. The 8-9 profound arts can indeed cultivate the primordial spirit through physical means, but it fundamentally leans towards external practices. You are capable of both internal and external arts, and your propositions are intriguing. However, there remain numerous issues that you must resolve on your own. Perhaps in a millennium, you may unify the entire realm of cultivation and establish an entirely new system." Listening to Chen Changsheng's eloquent discourse, Ali smiled, not taking the words to heart. The theory of dual cultivation was merely a topic of casual conversation between him and Chen Changsheng. Even as the initiator of this dialogue, he never truly believed it could come to fruition. "What are you discussing? May I join in?" At that moment, a modestly dressed woman approached, carrying a food container. Despite her plain attire, it could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. Her eyes sparkled like dark grapes, and her cherry-red lips were tantalizing. Her fair skin looked delicate, and her long black hair was casually pinned up with a single hairpin. This simple styling showcased her natural allure to perfection. Upon seeing her, Ali grinned and said, "Amon, you've become more beautiful. I recall you were once quite dark and skinny. Moreover, with Sir's cultivation level, you should have long since ceased eating. Why do you persist in bringing meals?" At this, Amon shot a cold glare at Ali and retorted, "After learning from Brother Changsheng for so long, you still can't control your tongue. Since you've already ceased eating, you needn't partake in today's meal." Amon's fierce gaze caused Ali to shrink back. Observing this, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and remarked, "Though cultivators can abstain from food, it is still beneficial to eat well." Ali, intrigued, asked, "Why is that?" "Because humans require sustenance. Engaging with the earthly realm enriches one's humanity. Moreover, Amon's cooking is delightful. Do you not wish to enjoy it?" Indeed, Brother Changsheng is reasonable, unlike some individuals whose cultivation has muddled their minds. In response to Amon's words, Ali rolled his eyes dramatically. "It's not that I don't want to eat. It's simply that you're biased. Sir's meals always include chicken legs, while mine consists solely of endless greens. If you were to add chicken legs to my portion, I would gladly partake. Eat if you wish. If not, be gone. If you desire chicken legs, why not fetch them yourself? You complain even when given food. Today, you shall have none." With that, Amon shooed Ali aside and set the meal before Chen Changsheng. Faced with this preferential treatment, Ali could only grumble softly in the corner. In contrast to her brusque treatment of Ali, Amon displayed remarkable gentleness towards Chen Changsheng, embodying the essence of a devoted partner. "Brother Changsheng, after observing the Thunder Beast for 10 years, have you disowned its weaknesses?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng swallowed the morsel of chicken leg and thoughtfully remarked, "I have not identified the Thunder Beast's weaknesses, but I have certainly uncovered a multitude of questions. The Watermoon Cave is one of the Wu clan's habitats, and in terms of spiritual energy, it is not particularly favorable. Thus, it is perplexing that a transformation stage beast would choose to reside here. Yet, the Thunder Beast has done so and continues to linger. Interestingly, the beast could have easily annihilated the Wu clan, but chose instead to frighten you away. Such behavior is clearly not typical of a fierce creature. Additionally, I have noticed that after each meal, the Thunder Beast becomes exceedingly lethargic, which is quite contrary to expectation. A practitioner at the transformation stage would have no issue remaining awake for a decade." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's observations, Amon pondered, Do these insights assist in defeating the Thunder Beast? Such knowledge may not be useful for others, but for me, it could prove invaluable. Chapter 54. Capturing the Thunder Beast. An ordinary corpse listening to Chun Chongqing's words. A man was perplexed, unsure of his true intentions. However, she seldom concerned herself with such matters, as her focus had always been singular. As time passed, 3 to 5 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. One day, just as Ali was gradually concluding his training, Qin Changsheng approached with an air of mystery, holding an object in his arms. "Have you mastered the golden light of the earth?" Qin Changsheng inquired. "Indeed, Master," Ali replied honestly. "I have grasped the golden light of the earth." "Good. Come with me." Qin Changsheng beckoned, signaling Ali to follow. Although Ali felt bewildered, he complied. However, as they progressed, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. "Master, are we heading to the Watermoon Cave?" he asked. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Qin Changsheng replied with calm assurance. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's candid acknowledgement, Ali became increasingly agitated. "Master, are you planning to confront the Thunder Beast? If so, I shall return immediately to summon our kin. The Witch clan has prepared for this moment for a decade." As he spoke, Ali prepared to head back, but Qin Changsheng restrained him. "Why would you call for help? This task requires only the two of us." Ali's expression was filled with confusion. For the past 10 years, Qin Changsheng had tirelessly assisted the Witch clan in their training, imparting numerous battle formations. Everyone believed that he intended to rally the entire clan for a decisive confrontation with the Thunder Beast. Yet now, he declared that only 2 individuals were necessary. What then had been the purpose of their decade of preparation? Noticing Ali's reluctance, Qin Changsheng understood his thoughts. "Do not appear so unwilling. The decade of preparation serves a different, grander purpose. Do I truly need the entire Witch clan to deal with a solitary Thunder Beast?" At this revelation, Ali's demeanor shifted, revealing a glimmer of hope. "Master, do you have a grander scheme in mind?" "Indeed, we shall slay the Thunder Beast of the Watermoon Cave. Do you think the race behind it will let us go unscathed? Our actions today mark not only the commencement of a grand design, but also its most crucial component. Should I fail to meet my expectations, we must be prepared to flee." Upon hearing this, Ali boldly declared, "Rest assured, Master. In this endeavor, I, Ali, shall give my all to assist you. No need for such desperation. Merely keep silent during our undertaking." Qin Changsheng advised as he resumed his path toward the Watermoon Cave, arriving at the site where he had been spat upon a decade prior. Qin Changsheng took a moment to compose himself and donned a sycophantic expression. "I, Qin Changsheng of the human clan, come bearing a treasure." His resonant voice echoed in the cavern as a colossal head emerged. Upon recognizing the human cultivator from a decade ago, the Thunder Beast roared in anger. "Human, do you dare return here? Do you truly believe I cannot kill you?" In the face of the beast's wrath, Qin Changsheng feigned trepidation. "My Lord Thunder Beast, please forgive me. I have come to express my gratitude for your mercy a decade ago. 3 years passed. I fortuitously acquired a celestial stone. Alas, my lack of fortune has prevented me from unraveling its mysteries, so I humbly present it to you." As he spoke, Qin Changsheng uncovered a stone the size of a grinding disc and offered it forth. The Thunder Beast gazed at the stone with incredulity, its large eyes filled with confusion. To it, the stone appeared utterly ordinary. If it were indeed a common rock, what was the purpose of this act? To humiliate itself and invoke its own shame? Unable to decipher the human's ploy, the Thunder Beast instinctively lowered its head to sniff the stone and even licked it. "This is merely an ordinary stone," it mused. "No poison, no peculiar sensation. It tastes of wild herbs and earth." "Impudence!" it bellowed. "You dare mock me with this ordinary stone." The immense pressure from the Thunder Beast caused Qin Changsheng to tremble, the stone falling heavily to the ground. "My lord, please see. When I first encountered this stone, it radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, and within it lay the faintest hint of celestial gold. Regrettably, I lack the strength to break it open, hence my offering to you." Still attempting to argue? "Begone." The Thunder Beast's furious breath knocked Qin Changsheng off his feet. Realizing the beast was enraged, he hastily pulled Ali away. Once they had distanced themselves, the Thunder Beast hesitated, gazing at the ordinary stone on the ground. After a moment, it rolled its tongue and swallowed it. Upon chewing, the thunder beast found no trace of celestial gold. Swallowing the remnants of the stone, it cast a glance in Chun Changxing's departing direction and sneered. Foolish humans! My kind sustains itself on metals and minerals, and my body is impervious to all toxins. Though I do not comprehend your intentions, you will not harm me in the slightest. Once I conclude my business here, I shall slay every one of you. With that, the thunder beast prepared to retreat into its lair. However, it suddenly found itself immobilized. Boom! Its massive form crashed to the ground as two shadowy figures returned. These were none other than Qin Changsheng and Ali. My lord Thunder Beast, are you unharmed? Ali Nkitath, boldly returning. Do you dare challenge me? The thunder beast blustered, lying on the ground. Yet Qin Changsheng brandished a broken sword. Thrust. The sharp sword pierced the thunder beast's body, yet it felt no pain. Observing the thunder beast's lack of retaliation, Qin Changsheng chuckled. It appears you are truly incapacitated, which puts my mind at ease. With that, Qin Changsheng swaggered over to the thunder beast, occasionally touching its scales and tapping its teeth. Curiosity filled his eyes. Yet how could the proud thunder beast endure such indignity? Human, should you dare touch me again, I swear to slap. Before the thunder beast could finish its threat, Qin Changsheng delivered a resounding slap to its face. Though he exerted little force, the insult was palpable. What are you shouting for? Do you not see I am contemplating how to make your demise more tragic? Qin Changsheng retorted. Your outcry disrupts my thoughts. The thunder beast could only respond with a silent glare. Chapter 55. The fatal weakness of the thunder beast. The resolute demeanor of Qin Changsheng rendered the thunder beast speechless. Meanwhile, Ali curiously examined the thunder beast, which lay incapacitated on the ground, and inquired, Sir, how did you render this divine transformation beast immobile? In response to Ali's question, Qin Changsheng produced an ordinary dagger and began to trace it across the thunder beast's body, explaining, the thunder beast feeds on metals and various minerals. Its scales are virtually indestructible. Its body can also evade the majority of toxins. Such a species is truly favored by the heavens. I have observed it for a decade, pondering this dilemma. What method might extinguish the existence of such a formidable race? Upon hearing this, the immobile thunder beast laughed mockingly. Ha! You think you can annihilate my kin? Such delusions are laughable. Although I am unaware of how you have rendered me motionless, my brethren will surely avenge me. Observing the thunder beast's arrogance, Qin Changsheng calmly nodded. You are correct. Logically, it is indeed difficult to conceive a means to eradicate your entire race. However, my 10 years have not been in vain. I have uncovered a small secret about your kin, one that perhaps even you are unaware of. A flicker of doubt crossed the thunder beast's eyes. What secret? Over the past decade, you have fed a total of 20 times, averaging twice a year. During the first 6 instances, I noted that after 2 of your meals, you were particularly prone to drowsiness. This led me to question what might cause such lethargy. During your first 2 drowsy episodes, I meticulously recorded all the plants and minerals in your feeding area and compared them one by one. However, each time you consumed, you devoured a significant portion of the mineral vein, which contained far too many elements for me to analyze thoroughly in a single attempt. Thus, I invested another 7 years in narrowing down the possibilities. Throughout those 7 years, I carefully selected the locations of your meals. Have you not noticed that your episodes of drowsiness have increased during this time? As Qin Changsheng spoke, a hint of panic began to surface in the thunder beast's eyes. Impossible. Our race is impervious to all toxins. While the thunder beast was indeed resistant to toxins, what if the substances in question were not toxic? Qin Changsheng then produced a wildflower and a weed from his robe. This is the fire-red flower and flax grass, as I have named them. They typically grow over mineral veins, neither rare nor common. Regardless of whether consumed together or separately, they do not produce toxins. However, they possess a peculiar effect. They can induce paralysis in your kind. Of course, this hypothesis has only recently been confirmed. The initial drowsiness you experienced was due to your inadvertent consumption of these 2 plants while devouring the mineral vein. The quantities you ingested were too minimal to cause full-body paralysis. To validate this theory, I applied the concentrated juices of these plants to a stone. What makes you so certain that I would consume that stone? The Thunder Beast's tone grew agitated, for if these plants were indeed naturally antagonistic to its kind, it would spell disaster for the Thunder race. I cannot guarantee that, Chen Chongqing replied. Thus, I added other elements, ensuring that the juices of these plants would evaporate easily. Beasts will always exhibit some ingrained bad habits. When confronted with unfamiliar substances, they will sniff and lick them. This allowed me to achieve my goal. Yet, I never anticipated that you would be foolish enough to ingest it. As he spoke, Chen Chongqing's dagger snagged on a particular scale of the Thunder Beast. Noting Chen Chongqing's contact with that unique scale, the Thunder Beast's expression shifted to one of terror, while Chen Chongqing's lips curled into a slow smile. The scales of the Thunder Beast were exceedingly hard. Even divine weapons could only graze its hide. I had just verified this. Yet I never believed that a perfect creature could exist. Surely, the scales of your kind must harbor some weakness. With a sharp thrust, the dagger pierced beneath the Thunder Beast's scales. The searing pain, even for a beast rendered numb, caused it to tremble uncontrollably. Chen Chongqing observed the quivering form of the Thunder Beast with a trace of regret. I never expected your scales to exhibit a weakness, yet troublingly, it seems I have discovered it. As he spoke nonchalantly, the speed of his hands quickened. One by one, the Thunder Beast's impervious scales were expertly removed by Chen Chongqing, following a specific sequence. Kill me. If you dare, then do it. The Thunder Beast roared in defiance, yet its body remained utterly immobilized. Chen Chongqing grinned. What are you thinking? I would never allow you to die so easily. I want you to witness how I dismember you piece by piece. Then, I shall thoroughly study every part of your being, seeking out its weaknesses. These weaknesses will become the harbingers of doom for your race. Endless wails and curses reverberated through the Watermoon Cave. As time passed, the effects of the drug within the Thunder Beast began to wane, yet it remained immobile. Chen Chongqing had extracted the source of its power, the Thunder Pill, and severed all its meridians. Thus, the dissipating effects only intensified its agony. With a swift motion, the vast heart was removed, and the Thunder Beast, having but a breath of life remaining, finally succumbed to death. Gazing at the pristine, white skeleton before him, Ali struggled to swallow. Sir, isn't this a bit cruel? Hearing Ali's words, Chen Chongqing, stained in blood, turned with a smile. Cruel? It's rather mild. The world outside is 100 times more brutal. Besides, you are no stranger to the predatory nature of beasts, half a human body crushed, while the other half writhes in agony on the ground. Did you find that cruel? Would a beast spare its prey simply because you deem it cruel? Growing up in the 10,000 Great Mountains, you should understand this well. Discussing emotions with humans is one thing, but trying to invoke sentimentality in other species is merely laughable. Having addressed Ali's concerns, Chen Chongqing waved his hand. Go back and summon others. We cannot finish this bounty alone. It will also provide an opportunity for everyone to enjoy an improved meal. Chapter 56. The Ancient Moon Illuminates the Present Man. Wrath from the Thunder Clan soon, Ali summoned all the members of the Witch Clan. Gazing upon the mountain of meat before them, astonishment filled their eyes. Observing this, Chen Chongqing smiled faintly and remarked, the flesh of the Thunder Beast is exquisitely delectable. I encourage you all to indulge swiftly. However, I must mention that beasts possess an acute sense of smell. Once you partake of the Thunder Beast's meat, it will undoubtedly be detected by other Thunder Beasts. In other words, once this step is taken, there is no turning back. After speaking, Chen Chongqing regarded the Witch Clan members with a cheerful demeanor. For them, 10 years is a considerable span of time, ample enough for them to forget their former intentions. Confronting the Thunder Clan is no trivial matter. While Chen Chongqing could tolerate a lack of assistance, he absolutely would not permit betrayal at a crucial moment. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the leader of the Gu clan, Gu Li, instantly grasped the underlying meaning. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Li exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us roast the meat quickly. This is a divine gift bestowed upon us." With Gu Li's rallying call, the members of the Witch Clan sprang into action. Witnessing their choice, Chen Chongqing smiled slightly and turned to depart from the cave entrance. Atop the mountain, Chun Changsheng sat alone on a massive rock, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky. At that moment, Amon approached him, wrapping a portion of roast meat in clean leaves. "Brother Changsheng, please try this. I just finished roasting it." Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng grinned and replied, "Amon, you have a good heart, unlike that rascal Ali, who only thinks of himself when encountering something delightful." Having praised Amon, Chun Changsheng leisurely savored the roasted meat, while Amon rested her chin in her hands, her eyes brimming with happiness as she watched him. "Brother Changsheng, after resolving the Thunder Beast issue, what do you plan to do next?" "Of course, I shall leave this place and resume my former pursuits." Though Amon anticipated Chun Changsheng's intention to depart, a wave of disappointment washed over her heart. "Brother Changsheng, what is it that weighs so heavily on your mind?" "It is nothing. I am searching for someone. She has wandered quite far. I have spent nearly a century searching for her, and heaven knows how much longer it will take." At these words, Amon's eyes reddened instantly. "She is a woman. Isn't she?" "Indeed." Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's affirmative response, Amon fell silent. After a while, she trembled slightly and managed a bitter smile. "The woman who has captured Brother Changsheng's heart for so long must surely be someone special to you." "Ha ha ha!" Seeing the tears welling in her eyes, Chun Changsheng affectionately ruffled Amon's hair. "You silly girl, being so young, why do you burden your mind with such matters? Who says that searching for a woman means one is in love with her?" Amon's eyes flickered with doubt. If it is not an indelible love, then what could possibly motivate Brother Changsheng to search for so many years? Love indeed brings happiness, but it is not the only force that fuels endurance. The person I seek was entrusted to me by an old acquaintance on her deathbed. Therefore, I must ascertain her safety, even if she has passed away. I wish to bring her remains back for a proper burial. This is a promise, a token of my cherished memories." Upon hearing this, Amon wiped away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. "Brother Changsheng, could you share the story of the past with me?" "Of course." Chun Changsheng smiled gently, then began to recount the tale of a once ordinary life. As the gentle breeze blew, the bright moon remained steadfast. Amon clenched her teeth and glared at Chun Changsheng. "She loves you." "Yes, but you rejected her." "Indeed, I know everything, including Yinxing's feelings for me." At this revelation, Amon sprang to her feet in agitation. "And what about me? Will you reject me just as you did her?" Observing the redness in Amon's eyes, Chun Changsheng replied calmly, "Yes." "Why? You do not fixate on cultivation. You pursue each endeavor with spontaneity. If that is the case, why do you repeatedly refuse? If you intended to decline from the beginning, why treat those around you so kindly? Why not harden your heart from the start?" Upon hearing this question, Chun Changsheng did not answer immediately. Instead, he gazed up at the moon overhead and said, "People today do not see the moon of ancient times. Tonight's moon once illuminated the ancients. There is a saying, a person only learns to cherish what they have after losing it. If you knew in advance that something was destined to be lost, would you refrain from cherishing it? That is a fallacy. How can anyone know what the future holds? On what grounds do you believe you must inevitably lose it? Why not? Such foresight is within your grasp as well. For instance, your kin of the witch clan will gradually perish. This is an unalterable truth, a future already foreseen." Upon hearing this, Amon fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Although Chun Changsheng did not explicitly state anything, Amon gleaned the answer from his words. Trembling, she asked, "Brother Changsheng, can you truly see everyone as future?" "Yes." With Chun Changsheng's affirmation, Amon slowly raised her right hand, gently caressing his face. Gazing upon his youthful and handsome visage, Amon's heart ached. After enduring for so long, your heart must be pained. Pain becomes habitual. That is why I find solace in gathering the remains of the deceased. For in collecting the bodies of the departed, I can encapsulate their memories within my heart, allowing me to lay them to rest in my soul. Listening to Chun Changsheng's response, Amon remained silent. To hold one's hand and grow old together is the greatest blessing for lovers. Yet, if this blessing were to fall upon Brother Changsheng, it would be the most malevolent curse imaginable. To witness the one you cherish grow old and fade away, ultimately becoming mere dust. Can there be a more brutal curse than this? In the gathering place of the thunder beasts, a resounding thunder echoed as a bolt, as thick as a barrel, struck a metallic mountain, sending a colossal figure soaring into the air. "Who dares?" A thunderous voice boomed. "Who has slain my offspring?" A gigantic thunder beast hovered in the air, its scales distinctively shimmering with a faint purple hue. Boundless fury surged within its heart, for it had just sensed the demise of its progeny. At that moment, other thunder beasts emerged from the mountains. Addressing its kin, the purple-scaled beast roared, "My son, Leishan, the pride of the Thunder Clan, has fallen. Whoever has slain him shall pay in blood." With that, countless powerful roars ascended towards the heavens. It was evident that the Thunder Clan was preparing to mobilize. Chapter 57. Chun Changsheng. So this is my power, instantly defeating the Thunder Beast with a swift motion. Two colossal figures abruptly appeared above the Water Moon Cave. Upon sensing the aura of their fallen kin, the two Thunder Beasts immediately let out a thunderous roar. "Wait! Don't be so hasty to cry out." Chun Changsheng emerged atop the mountain peak, clad in resplendent golden-scaled armor that shimmered brilliantly under the sun. Observing the scales of their brethren fashioned into armor by the enemy, one of the Thunder Beasts seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Humans, you possess audacity beyond measure to so brazenly offend the Thunder Clan. We shall demand 100,000 drops of your blood to cleanse this humiliation." In response, Chun Changsheng grinned and retorted, 100,000 drops of blood? Do you possess the capability to extract that much? One Thunder Beast is hardly sufficient. Two of you are even better. Impudent. The Thunder Beast bellowed, unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel towards Chun Changsheng. The tremendous force propelled him over 100 paces away. However, the formidable lightning failed to inflict any harm upon him. Gazing at the lightning that danced around his armor, Chun Changsheng marveled, "I never expected that your Thunder Beast scales, in addition to their hardness, could also defend against lightning. What a delightful surprise." With that, he summoned a beam of golden light with his left hand and swung his right hand with all his might. Whoosh! The golden light pierced through one of the Thunder Beasts, while the sword aura he unleashed severed the claws of the other. In an instant, one Thunder Beast lay dead, and the other was gravely injured. This astonishing turn of events left not only the Thunder Beasts in shock, but even Chun Changsheng himself was taken aback. It was worth noting that his current strength was merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm. To dispatch foes of the same realm as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables was a privilege reserved for prodigious geniuses. Retrieving the golden light, Chun Changsheng gazed at his hands in astonishment, reflecting, "I had not engaged in combat for centuries, and I had no idea I was this formidable." Before he could finish speaking, he began pursuing the wounded Thunder Beast, while the one that had taken the lead desperately attempted to flee. The sheer terror of Chun Changsheng's power had stripped the Thunder Beast of its courage to fight back. The scales, which the Thunder Clan took great pride in, proved weaker than paper before the golden light. In addition to the golden light, the broken sword in Chun Changsheng's hand emanated an aura of unfathomable terror. What right did a mere human at the transformation realm have to wield such a peerless weapon? "Why do you run?" Chun Changsheng, enveloped in golden light, soared from the ground and blocked the Thunder Beast's escape. "Spare me, or I will self-destruct." Whoosh! The golden light disregarded all defenses of the Thunder Beast, penetrating its heart with the ease of slicing through tofu. As it gazed at the minute wound on its body, confusion filled the Thunder Beast's eyes, and it slowly began to fall from the sky. It simply could not comprehend what kind of weapon this human wielded, capable of bypassing all its defenses. Moreover, how was he always able to find its vital points? With all these questions lingering, the Thunder Beast gradually closed its eyes, having successfully dealt with the two probing vanguards. Chun Changsheng furrowed his brow. This makes no sense. According to records, the Thunder Beasts are an ancient bloodline among the beast clans, possessing formidable strength. How could they be so easily defeated? Muttering to himself, Chun Changsheng looked at the two weapons in his hands, the tipless true martial sword and the golden page inscribed with the 8-9 profound art. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and remarked, "It should have nothing to do with the weapons. These creatures are merely too weak." Even if the thunder beasts were feeble, they should not be incapable of withstanding the discarded remnants I found in the ancient Forbidden Lands. With that, Chen Changsheng took the corpses of the two thunder beasts away. However, if his words were to reach the ears of the late Zhua Huang from the ancient Forbidden Lands, he would likely spring from his coffin to deliver two resounding slaps to Chen Changsheng and then seize his collar, demanding, "Trash! How dare you label these as garbage?" The true martial sword is a weapon of a seventh realm expert, and the golden page in your hand is something I used as a heart-protecting mirror. To be regarded as a trump card by a seventh realm expert, and yet you dare to call them garbage. Though the true martial sword had been severed by a strand of hair from a being in the ancient Forbidden Lands, and the golden page had been casually discarded by the same entity, how many such ancient Forbidden Lands exist in the world? The Thunder Beast race is not even qualified to serve as watchdogs for them. Thunder Clan. Crack. Two scales shattered, and the Thunder Clan leader frowned deeply at the broken scales. Two experts at the transformation realm had fallen in such a short time. What kind of formidable opponent had the Thunder Mountain provoked? With this thought, it immediately commanded, "Relay my orders, advance at full speed." As the command was given, thousands of Thunder Beasts began to soar forward with great haste. The Thunder Clan leader murmured as it gazed into the distance, "Whoever you are, I, Lei Yun, shall hunt you down and avenge my son." With that, Lei Yun accelerated even further. The Thunder Clan's exodus inevitably stirred the other races in the 10,000 Mountains. Upon learning that the Thunder Clan's young lord had been slain, many races were first astonished, then adopted a spectator's posture. To provoke the Thunder Clan signifies that their adversary is undoubtedly formidable. When two tigers compete, one will surely be injured. Such a spectacle is a rare occurrence. Whoosh! The fierce winds snapped countless tree branches as the Thunder Clan hastened to the site of the Thunder Mountain's demise. Centered around the Water Moon Cave, the surrounding area within 500 miles was enveloped in an eerie silence. Faced with this strange scene, the beasts 500 miles away began to murmur amongst themselves. This situation seems amiss. Does anyone know whose territory lies ahead? Upon hearing this question, numerous ferocious beasts engaged in fervent discussion. At that moment, a spider the size of a small mountain spoke up. "It seems the territory ahead belongs to the Witch Clan." "The Witch Clan? Have they lost their minds to provoke that madman, Lei Yin?" Moreover, considering the Witch Clan's strength, they lack the capability to slay Thunder Mountain. If it was indeed the Witch Clan, we shall soon find out, but I suspect there may be a formidable force pulling the strings behind scenes. Alone, the Witch Clan certainly lacks the ability to accomplish this. As the various ferocious beasts debated, Lei Yun finally located his son. Unfortunately, what was once a lively thunder beast now lay transformed into a pristine white skull. Even more audaciously, next to the skull of Thunder Mountain, a message was inscribed. "I took the skeleton for soup, leaving you just the skull. Moreover, you better not venture further. There are too many, and you won't be able to consume them all." Chapter 58. The Void Refining Strongman, Thundercloud, and the Heavenly Deadly Array. A thunderous roar echoed as dark clouds engulfed a 1,000-mile radius. The beasts, spectating from 500 miles away, were also caught in the turmoil. Rage consumed Thundercloud. It was the only emotion coursing through him. Since the inception of the Thunder Clan, no being had ever dared to consider the Thunder Beasts mere prey. Yet now, some dared to treat them as livestock, slaughtering them at will. This was not merely an affront to him. It was an insult to the entire Thunder Clan. "How dare you?" Thundercloud raged, incredulous at the audacity of his foes. Those engulfed by the tempest of thunder began to retreat, cursing as they did so. After all, being struck by lightning without provocation was intolerable to anyone. The boundless sea of lightning raged for a full quarter of an hour, leaving the landscape of 1,000 miles scorched and desolate. "Come forth," Thundercloud bellowed, shaking the very earth beneath him. Despite his efforts to summon his powers and locate the provocateurs, he found no trace of them. Nevertheless, he was certain that his enemies were still nearby. "Are you frightened?" "I have emerged." Just as the thought crossed his mind, figures began to emerge from the underground tunnels. Over 30,000 from the Witch Clan encircled the Thunder Clan from all sides. Observing the diminutive figures below, Thundercloud seethed. Tell your companions to show themselves. You mere two-legged sheep are not worthy to slay my kin. Hith. One of the figures taunted. Do you truly believe your thunder beasts are invincible? With your prowess, you must sense the essence of your son within us. You guessed correctly. Your son has already been consumed by us. Hearing these words, Thundercloud's gaze turned icy. Such sharp tongues. I hope you can maintain your bravado when I employ my soul-searching techniques. Thundercloud had never believed that this human cultivator could have slain Thunder Mountain. The human in front of him possessed merely the early stages of the transformation god realm, while Thunder Mountain was already in the mid-stages. Even a late-stage transformation god would struggle to defeat him. Thus, the true killer must surely be someone else. Noticing Thundercloud's disbelief, Qin Changsheng shook his head with resignation. While innate abilities are indeed commendable, they are not omnipotent. There's a reason why humanity stands resilient upon this land. Allow me to demonstrate the innate abilities of my kind today. With that, Qin Changsheng struck the ground with his right hand, causing the terrain of 1,000 miles to shift. Suddenly, the sky was shrouded in an overwhelming darkness. The array began to activate, and Thundercloud felt a flicker of unease. Yet when he attempted to summon the thunder to break the array, he realized he could no longer resonate with the will of heaven. What's the matter? Have you discovered you cannot wield the forces of nature? Qin Changsheng grinned. Allow me to introduce this formation, the heavenly deadly array. It severeth heaven, earth, and life itself. Thundercloud cast a sidelong glance at Qin Changsheng, replying coolly. The formation is impressive, but alas, you lack the fate to fully activate it. Boom! Before the words had settled, Qin Changsheng was sent flying. The tremendous force caused him to crash through 3 mountain peaks. Cough! Spitting out blood, Qin Changsheng emerged from the rubble. Thundercloud had already materialized where Qin Changsheng had stood. Previously, Thundercloud had used the might of his robust physique to strike Qin Changsheng with his sharp horn. Had Qin Changsheng not sensed the impending danger and shielded himself with a golden page, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. Surprised to see the human still alive, Thundercloud remarked, "You are impressive for being able to withstand my strike. I now believe you are the one who killed Thunder Mountain." Bah! Qin Changsheng spat blood, discarding his shattered scales. Your realm should have reached the 6th stage. My lineage is rather wild, and I am not familiar with the name of the 6th stage. Could you enlighten me? Void refining. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Will you approach one at a time, or shall you all come at once? I will not allow you to die too easily. All here shall remain alive, yet your cries will echo through heaven and earth. Understood? Let the battle commence. With a thunderous roar, Qin Changsheng commanded, and the members of the Witch clan formed battle formations, beginning to slaughter the weaker thunder beasts. The array techniques of the Black Tortoise Kingdom were renowned throughout the land, and Qin Changsheng, well-versed in all the tomes of the Black Tortoise Pavilion, understood them thoroughly. His preparations had spanned a decade, all for this moment. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of clashing steel. Observing the casualties among his kin, Thundercloud was taken aback. Although the Thunder Clan could not harness the forces of heaven and earth within the formation, they still possessed boundless, thunderous power. Yet the human warriors below seemed to disregard this power entirely, striking with deadly precision at the Thunder Clan's vital points. While Thundercloud was momentarily distracted, Qin Changsheng's voice rang out from the side. Law of heaven and earth. Qin Changsheng's body began to expand rapidly, ultimately matching Thundercloud's colossal size. Indeed, Qin Changsheng had unleashed his ultimate trump card, the law of heaven and earth from the 8-9 mysteries. Though trapped within the heavenly deadly array, Qin Changsheng, as the array's master, could channel its power. The dark energy of the array surged into his gigantic form, enveloping him in shadows and elevating his strength to the pinnacle of the transformation god realm. Prepare to meet your demise, Qin Changsheng bellowed, launching an unnamed fist technique of 100 defeats immortal sovereign towards Thundercloud. Confronted with the myriad of techniques displayed by the human, Thundercloud was compelled to take him seriously. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled as the clash between Thundercloud and Qin Changsheng shattered countless mountains and rivers. The titanic struggle astonished the beasts observing from a distance. who had not anticipated such strength from the humans residing within the 10,000 mountains. Since mastering the unnamed fist technique of the 100 defeats immortal sovereign, Chen Changsheng had practiced daily, undeterred by wind or rain. After a century of training, his martial art had reached its zenith. Moreover, the fist technique of the 100 defeats immortal sovereign grew increasingly fierce with every battle. What began as Chen Changsheng being suppressed had gradually evolved into a fierce contest where he could hold his own against Thundercloud. As time passed, the heavenly deadly array began to converge. At the moment the array closed in, Chen Changsheng swiftly produced a massive bone and struck Thundercloud's head with it. Clang! The metallic sound halted all the thunder beasts in their tracks, leaving Chen Changsheng perplexed. He could have evaded that just now. Why did he not? Regardless, he decided to strike several more blows. Chapter 59. The Gluttonous Bone, Chen Changsheng. What flavor do you wish to be made into? Dang, dang, dang. Seizing the moment while Lei Yun was momentarily stunned, Chen Changsheng struck multiple blows upon Lei Yun's head. Crack! The sharp horn atop Lei Yun's head was forcefully broken by Chen Changsheng, and the intense pain jolted Lei Yun back to reality. However, instead of retaliating against Chen Changsheng, Lei Yun swiftly distanced himself. Where did you acquire this gluttonous bone? Upon hearing Lei Yun's inquiry, Chen Changsheng curiously glanced at the large bone in his hand. He had excavated this bone from the earth of the ancient Forbidden Land. Had it not been for its considerable hardness, he would have discarded it long ago. Now, with Lei Yun's words, Chen Changsheng began to understand why all the Thunder Beasts had momentarily halted upon his revealing the bone. It was due to bloodline suppression. Realizing the reason, Chen Changsheng wasted no time in dispelling the celestial law and began to flee. Lei Yun, wait, why are you running? You possess divine weapons. How can you flee? After grumbling about Chen Changsheng's decisive actions, Lei Yun also exerted himself to pursue him. Simultaneously, the 7 or 8 Thunder Beasts that had previously stood by began to join the fray. The reason the Thunder Clan had emerged in full force was twofold: to exact revenge and to temper the younger generation within their ranks. Thus, the powerful beings of the Thunder Clan had remained on the sidelines until now. However, the situation had changed. Chen Changsheng held the coveted treasure of the Beast Clan, and the powerful members of the Thunder Clan would no longer remain passive. While the gluttonous bone indeed exerted bloodline suppression over the Beast Clan, the Thunder Beasts were overwhelmingly strong. Excluding Lei Yun, who was at the Void Refinement stage, there were still 7 or 8 powerful beings at the Perfected Transformation stage. If one were to include those at the initial and mid-transformation stages, the number of formidable opponents had reached a staggering 28. With so many adversaries, even a single beast strike could reduce Chen Changsheng to a mere pulp. Thus, the once unyielding standoff transformed into a relentless chase. Although Chen Changsheng's strength did not rival that of Lei Shan, his evasion techniques were equally commendable. It was known that among all forms of martial arts, Chen Changsheng held a particular fondness for escape techniques. Now, having learned the transcendent skills of the 8-9 mysteries, he evaded more than 20 formidable opponents with ease. After a brief interval, Lei Yun halted his pursuit, and Chen Changsheng also came to a stop at a distance. Human, you are now at your wit's end. Hand over the gluttonous bone, and I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng glanced at the battlefield below. The Witch Clan fought fiercely, but their strength was still inferior to that of the Thunder Clan. The 30,000-strong army had already suffered significant losses, with half of their numbers decimated. Although they had managed to slay a few Thunder Beasts of the nascent Soul stage, this had not inflicted any substantial harm upon the Thunder Clan. Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. You cannot breach my great formation. Noticing Chen Changsheng's continued defiance, Lei Yun sneered. I do not deny the power of your killing formation, but alas, you have placed yourself within it, trapped in the formation. You cannot control it while we pursue and intercept you. The formation's autonomous operation will not trouble us for the time being. During this interval, I can eliminate all of your kind, including you. Every word spoken by Lei Yun struck a nerve with Chen Changsheng. The heaven and earth deadly formation was indeed formidable. Yet Chen Changsheng lacked sufficient materials and had not fully mastered it. Thus, confining the entire Thunder Clan was already a significant challenge. let alone exterminating them all. A mere fantasy. With a grave expression, Chun Changsheng inquired, "If I give you the gluttonous bone, will you truly spare us?" Upon hearing this, Lei Yun's heart leapt with joy, though he maintained a facade of indifference. "I never make guarantees, but if you do not surrender the gluttonous bone, I shall kill them all." As he spoke, a massive thunderball coalesced within the formation. While the heaven and earth deadly formation had severed the connection between the thunder beasts and the heavenly Tao, Lei Shan's cultivation level remained intact. With his strength at the void refinement stage, he could easily slay Chun Changsheng and his companions multiple times over. Wait! Seeing that Lei Shan was about to act, Chun Changsheng felt a surge of urgency. "If I give you the gluttonous bone, will you truly spare us?" Hearing Chun Changsheng's words, Ari Dun, who was fighting valiantly below, shouted, "Sir, do not believe him." Bang! Before Ari Dun could finish, he was sent flying by a thunder beast at the transformation stage. The human's evasion techniques were exceptionally formidable. If he dedicated himself to fleeing, the Thunder Clan might not be able to capture him. Therefore, to obtain the gluttonous bone, they had to compel him to willingly relinquish it. I reiterate, I will not make any guarantees. You may choose not to hand it over, but I will kill them all. Faced with Lei Yun's ultimatum, Chun Changsheng's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Yet step by step, he approached Lei Yun. As Chun Changsheng seemed to concede, the Thunder and Witch clans ceased their battle. Each step Chun Changsheng took was a laborious endeavor, and with every advance, Lei Shan's heart raced. The gluttonous bone was a legendary treasure. Now, obtaining it without any effort was truly a blessing for the Thunder Clan. The 200-foot distance took Chun Changsheng an entire T's worth of time to traverse. Just as he was 100 steps away from Lei Shan, he suddenly looked up and asked, "Can you answer me one question? After you answer, I will hand over the gluttonous bone." "Speak." Lei Shan uttered, his patience wearing thin. "What flavor do you wish to be made into?" Lei Shan. Chun Changsheng's words left Lei Shan utterly perplexed, but an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The thunder beast hovering in the air began to uncontrollably plummet to the ground. Golden core, nascent soul, even the powerful transformation beings were not exempt. Seeing this, along with Chun Changsheng's sly grin, Lei Shan was abruptly seized by a sense of foreboding. "I will kill you." Boom! A powerful bolt of lightning shot toward Chun Changsheng, but unfortunately, its aim was significantly off. It merely grazed Chun Changsheng as it flew past. Whoosh! Observing that Lei Shan was losing control, Chun Changsheng promptly hurled a dark object toward him. Faced with such an unusual scenario, Lei Shan dared not confront it head-on and instead dodged with all his might. Bang! When the hidden weapon reached Lei Shan's vicinity, it detonated. The explosion was not particularly powerful, but the ensuing dust enveloped Lei Shan. Whoosh! Lei Shan unleashed a fierce gust of wind, dispersing the dust, yet simultaneously, he found himself increasingly unable to maintain control. Chapter 60. The Unblinking Thunder Mountain and the Bloodbath Caused by 2 Drops of Saliva with a Thunderous Crash. The colossal figure of Thunder Mountain plummeted to the ground. "What have you done?" It bellowed at Chun Changsheng, its eyes brimming with terror. "Do I really need to answer that?" "I intend to annihilate your entire clan." Chun Changsheng approached with a smile, producing a vial of elixir and forcibly administering it to Thunder Mountain. Once he confirmed that the beast had ingested the specially formulated anesthetic he had concocted, he sighed in relief. "To be honest, you are my greatest concern among the Thunder Clan. Although this potion works wonders against thunder beasts, your level of cultivation is exceedingly high. Had it failed, everyone here, save me, would likely perish. Yet, it seems my fears were unfounded. Even a thunder beast at the void refinement stage cannot withstand the inherent flaws of its bloodline." Listening to Chun Changsheng, Thunder Mountain exclaimed in agitation, "What did you poison me? How could I not have noticed? Furthermore, our Thunder Clan is immune to all toxins. If there were a poison potent enough to affect us, why are we unharmed? I refuse to believe that the physique of the human race surpasses that of the Thunder Clan." Rolling his eyes at Thunder Mountain's stubbornness regarding its lineage, Chun Changsheng replied, "While the bloodline of the Thunder Beasts is indeed formidable, have you ever truly comprehended its nature? The principle of mutual existence and restriction among all things is not foreign to you. The heavens created your robust race, but they also bestowed certain vulnerabilities upon you. The elixir I employed is not a poison. Rather, it is a tranquilizer specifically designed for your clan. Once a member of the Thunder Clan comes into contact with this substance, it becomes utterly powerless and devoid of resistance. You are deceiving me, Thunder Mountain roared, its massive voice startling Chun Changsheng. Irritated, Chun Changsheng smacked Thunder Mountain and retorted, "Can you be any more bothersome? Can't you see I'm in the midst of locating your vital points? You startle me with that outburst." After chastising Thunder Mountain, he resumed counting the scales. As Thunder Mountain's emotions escalated, it was unable to accept that a situation it believed to be a certain victory had devolved into such chaos. "When did you apply the poison?" "With my cultivation. It is impossible I wouldn't have sensed it." In response to Thunder Mountain's bewilderment, Chun Changsheng continued to count the scales while explaining, "When you first arrived, did you not notice us emerging from the underground passage? I did not directly poison you. Instead, I mixed the drug into the soil within a 500-mile radius. Additionally, I set up numerous large cauldrons beneath the ground. As the flames burned, the medicinal liquid would seep through the soil, allowing me to administer the drug silently." With a swift motion, Chun Changsheng peeled off a scale the size of a basin. As this particular scale was removed, gaps appeared among the tightly closed scales on Thunder Mountain's body. The sound of flesh being sliced echoed repeatedly as Chun Changsheng, drenched in blood, extracted a thunder pill the size of a human head from within Thunder Mountain. After seizing the source of Thunder Mountain's power, he severed the meridians throughout its body, rendering the beast completely incapacitated. Breathing a sigh of relief, Chun Changsheng leaned against the massive head of Thunder Mountain. "Ah, what a stalwart creature you are. The thunder pill is the lifeblood of your kind. Such pain emanates from the depths of your soul, impervious to any anesthetic. When I vivisected your son, his wails resonated through the heavens. Yet here you remain, silent and stoic, truly remarkable." With Chun Changsheng's nonchalant demeanor, Thunder Mountain's eyes grew red with fury. "You orchestrated this trap from the outset. This killing formation was merely a tool to draw attention. Indeed, the Heavenly Death Array serves merely as an auxiliary mechanism. The Thunder Clan is numerous. If even one perfected God transformation cultivator were to escape, I would face utter devastation. Thus, despite knowing your clan has critical vulnerabilities, I dared not act recklessly. The Heavenly Death Array is merely a shroud, designed to enclose this territory and prevent the dispersal of the drug's effects. My subsequent task is to prolong the engagement. A powerful clan such as yours will inevitably toy with us insignificant beings, akin to catching a mouse. It appears all my steps have proceeded flawlessly." Listening to Chun Changsheng, Thunder Mountain felt an urge to self-destruct. Regrettably, with the thunder pill in Chun Changsheng's possession, it could not even contemplate such an act. Rising to stretch, Chun Changsheng swallowed a healing elixir. "Well then, take your time to watch. I will be the last to end your life. I want you to witness your kin perish in anguish." As Thunder Mountain gazed at Chun Changsheng's retreating figure, it roared, "I will not let you escape. Even in death, I shall return for vengeance." "Ha ha ha." Chun Changsheng laughed heartily. "A noble thought, but reality is harsh. You shall not have the opportunity for revenge. Your scales will be fashioned into armor, your flesh consumed, and your blood refined into elixirs. Even your bones shall be crafted into weapons. After all is said and done, I will chant sutras to absolve your lingering resentments, ensuring a flawless conclusion. However, I'm not entirely ruthless. I shall select a burial site for you, ensuring your remains rest in peace, albeit merely a symbolic grave, as your corporeal forms have been utterly utilized." Pausing momentarily, a radiant smile graced Chun Changsheng's face. "After such a lengthy engagement, I nearly forgot to inform you of my motive for slaying your son. When I met him, he spat on me twice. Thus, the downfall of the Thunder Clan can be attributed to those 2 drops of saliva." With that, Chun Changsheng leisurely walked away, leaving Thunder Mountain steeped in bitterness and resentment. The once mighty Thunder Clan, annihilated by a throng of insignificant beings. What an absurd jest. It is worth noting that within the Witch Clan, aside from Chun Changsheng, the strongest was merely Ali, who had only barely grazed the threshold of the nascent soul stage. With powerful members yet to engage and an abundance of formidable artifacts still untapped, how could Thunder Mountain accept such a ludicrous demise? Time passed, and the ferocious beasts outside, the heavenly death array, grew increasingly impatient. What is taking the Thunder Clan so long? Is it truly necessary to waste so much time on a mere slaughter of two-legged sheep? In response, a colossal serpent coiled around the mountainside, flicked its tongue, and remarked, "Why the haste? Perhaps there are formidable foes within the Witch Clan as well." "Don't be absurd," another beast interjected. "Am I unaware of the Witch Clan? They dabble in the arts of insect manipulation. While they may pose a threat to other beings, the Thunder Clan is inherently resistant to such tactics." As the conversation unfolded, the previously sealed heavenly death array gradually opened. The assembled beasts were then treated to a sight they would never forget. Chapter 61. The Taboo of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In a fleeting moment, corpses, a mountain of lifeless bodies, their blood saturating the earth. Among the beast tribes, the formidable warrior Leishan lay at the pinnacle of this pile of corpses. Upon his lifeless form stood a diminutive figure. The once pure white robe was now stained crimson, and he simply stood there. Yet, none of the powerful, ferocious beasts dared to meet his gaze. The notion of a single individual obliterating an entire clan had always been an exaggerated expression. Yet, this very scenario had transformed into reality. No one comprehended how this human had achieved such a feat, even with the participation of the Witch Clan in the battle. However, to the Leishan clan, the Witch Clan was no more significant than the air they breathed. Thus, the annihilation of the Leishan clan was solely attributed to this human before them. Seemingly sensing the beast's scrutiny, Chen Changsheng instinctively turned a glance. Faced with his penetrating gaze, the ferocious beasts were immediately frightened into retreat. With the Leishan clan, a prominent power, vanquished by this human, the remaining beasts could only cower before Chen Changsheng's stare. The conflict between the Witch and Leishan clans came to a close. The remnants of the Leishan beasts in their stronghold were thoroughly exterminated by Chen Changsheng and Ali. From this point onward, the name of the Witch Clan resonated throughout the 10,000 Great Mountains. Within a radius of 3,000 miles from their territory, no ferocious beast of the Yuanying realm dared to tread. They were consumed by fear of that mysterious entity, the Undertaker. After the battle concluded, a few daring beasts ventured to inspect the scene. The corpses of the Leishan beasts had long been cleared away, leaving behind only a towering stone hill. Upon this stone hill, someone had inscribed a poem and a line of text with a sharp sword. The inscription read, "The lives of 3,821 members of the Leishan clan are buried here. The Undertaker stands." Beside this inscription was a poem. "With head held high, I climb the southern dipper, turn around and behold the northern star. I lift my gaze to the heavens, yet find none like me." From that moment on, the name of the Undertaker became a taboo within the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the Shueiyue Cave, after the downfall of the Leishan clan, Chen Changsheng began to investigate the ancient bronze palace that Leishan had seized. The crucial information inscribed upon this ancient structure had also been erased. Yet intriguingly, the being responsible for this erasure had left behind some traces within the bronze palace. A handprint remained on the hard bronze wall, accompanied by 2 lines of tiny script. "Eliminate a great menace. Rejoice for the world. A peculiar object found. Left here as a gift for the fated." After perusing the message etched on the wall, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze toward a nearby stone lump. This object was likely left behind by the mysterious entity. Following a meticulous examination, Chen Changsheng confirmed that it was indeed an egg. Regrettably, this egg was already lifeless. Leishan's desire to occupy Shueiyue Cave was presumably to harness the spiritual spring within to revive this deceased egg. The spiritual spring in Shueiyue Cave held remarkable efficacy in nurturing various spiritual beasts and insects. It was precisely due to Leishan's occupation of Shueiyue Cave that the Witch Clan gradually weakened. As Chen Changsheng pondered the unfolding of events, the clan leader Guli entered. "Divine Envoy, we have completed the inventory of the Leishan clan's resources." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to the bowed Guli and replied, "I shall take half of the Leishan resources, and the other half shall remain with you. Within a century, the ferocious beasts in the 10,000 great mountains should not dare to provoke you. Therefore, you must seize this opportunity to develop swiftly. Furthermore, all that you possess today is granted by me, so you owe me a favor. Regardless of how many years pass, you must repay this favor. Should you fail to do so, I will reclaim what I have given. Upon hearing Chun Changxing's words, Guli immediately responded, "Rest assured, divine envoy, even after countless years, the witch clan shall not forget your benevolence." However, he added, "May I request a token from you to facilitate our recognition in the future?" Contemplating Guli's request, Chun Changsheng decided to hand over the latter half of the golden page of the 8-9 profound art. The profundities of the 8-9 profound art were boundless. Without the preceding half, one could not cultivate it. Using this as a token was indeed fitting. The other half of the golden page represents me. When it reappears, it shall signify that it is time for you to repay this favor. The restoration of the 3-colored teleportation array would require some time. Thus, Chun Changsheng would not be present in the witch clan for the time being. Moreover, once I depart, I hope my name does not endure through the ages. Do you understand? Guli understands. With that, Guli promptly left the Shueiyue cave. Observing Guli's retreating figure, Chun Changsheng smacked his lips and returned to studying the lifeless egg. The reasons for his continued presence in the 10,000 Great Mountains were twofold. Firstly, the 3-color teleportation array was not yet fully restored. Secondly, Chun Changsheng intended to attempt reviving the egg. The spiritual spring in Shueiyue Cave could not revive the egg, but perhaps with the addition of the celestial restoration ointment, success was not out of reach. The 10,000 Great Mountains, while perilous, were replete with resources. Having vanquished the Leishan clan and instilled fear in numerous ferocious beasts, Chun Changsheng was determined to seize this opportunity for extensive plundering. After all, rare alchemical herbs were not easily found outside. Thus, Chun Changsheng secluded himself within the Shueiyue cave. Initially, he believed he would remain for merely 2 or 3 years. However, he did not anticipate that this delay would extend to a full decade. The complexity of the 3-colored teleportation array far surpassed Chun Changsheng's expectations. Even with the Leishan clan's substantial resources backing him, he squandered countless top-tier array materials. Additionally, progress on the celestial restoration ointment stagnated at a certain stage, as he could not decipher the textual instructions for some components. As for attempts to substitute with other herbs, they all ended in failure. During these 10 years, apart from Ali and Amon, no other members of the witch clan could see Chun Changsheng. Coupled with Guli's edict, Chun Changsheng's name gradually faded within the witch clan. "Brother Changsheng, the 3-color teleportation array has been repaired." Amon joyfully rushed in to share the news with Chun Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng, who was in the midst of alchemical work, lifted his head. Finally restored, it is indeed time for me to depart. As he spoke, Chun Changsheng began to gather his belongings. However, just as he intended to leave, Amon spread her arms to block his path. "Brother Changsheng, I wish to accompany you." Gazing at Amon, Chun Changsheng replied, "Amon, you understand me. You know my choices." Hearing this, Amon beamed with a radiant smile. "Brother Changsheng, I know you would not linger for anyone. Life is such, and so am I. You tread a long, endless road, yet you must not refuse those who wish to walk alongside you. Amon wishes to accompany you, even if this journey is but a fleeting moment in your life." Faced with Amon's request, Chun Changsheng fell silent. After a long pause, a smile graced his face. "Very well." Chapter 62. The Great Simulation Art. The journey to find a person comes to an end. Ali, your crowding brother Changsheng, shift over a bit. Ali was being incessantly nudged by a hand, his face nearly pressed against the coffin. "Ali, surely, this is unnecessary. The coffin is vast enough for 3 people to lie comfortably. It's not as if we were preparing for a wedding night, is it?" Indeed, upon learning of Chun Changsheng's impending departure, Ali earnestly requested to accompany him out of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The reasoning was simple. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. Although Chun Changsheng did not formally accept Ali as a disciple, he regarded him as a sort of half-disciple. Naturally, Chen Changsheng could not refuse this modest request. Thus, the aforementioned situation unfolded. Though the coffin of the 100 Defeats a Mortal Sovereign was spacious, accommodating 3 individuals proved slightly cramped. Chen Changsheng lay in the center, flanked by Ali and A-Man on either side. A-Man was displeased with Ali's larger frame encroaching upon Chen Changsheng's space, causing Ali's face to be pressed against the coffin wall. After what felt like an eternity, the commotion outside finally subsided. Feeling quite suffocated, Ali lifted the coffin lid. "Sir, couldn't we employ another method? Who, in their right mind, sleeps in a coffin every day?" Ignoring Ali's complaints, Chen Changsheng rose to survey his surroundings. The ancient bronze hall was in a state of disrepair. Much of its structure had long since vanished. After confirming there was no danger, Chen Changsheng and the others emerged from the coffin. Gazing at the world outside, Ali's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Sir, where are we?" In response to Ali's incessant queries, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied, "Do you think I am a deity to have all the answers? Let us observe first." With that, Chen Changsheng stepped out of the ancient bronze hall to examine the environment. After a thorough inspection, aside from a withering old tree, all they saw was an expanse of dense forest. Seeing this, Ali scratched his head and suggested, "Shall we teleport once more? This place likely does not harbor the person you seek. I have ample experience in restoring the tricolor teleportation array. It could be operational within 3 to 5 years." Upon hearing Ali's words, Chen Changsheng did not respond immediately, but instead turned his gaze toward the dead tree outside the ancient hall. Gently stroking the bark, he murmured a rhyme. "Malins bloom 21, 28, 25, 6, 28, 25, 7 as he recited the numbers of the rhyme. Chen Changsheng's fingers glided rhythmically over the dead tree. Upon completing the final word of the rhyme, a formation suddenly manifested upon the tree. Clap! An object fell into Chen Changsheng's hand. Observing the wooden tiger sculpture in his grasp, a subtle smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. After a few breaths, he declared, "I have found it. Now we must pursue our own matters." Ali's face was a canvas of confusion. "What have you found?" "Of course, the person I've been searching for," Chen Changsheng replied, raising the wooden sculpture. "This wooden sculpture is the person you seek?" "Indeed," Chen Changsheng affirmed. "This sculpture was a gift to a departed friend of mine. Her leaving here signifies that she is still alive and thriving. With knowledge of her well-being, my purpose is fulfilled." Ali was left bewildered by Chen Changsheng's words. Yet A-Man grasped the underlying meaning. In her quest for eternity, Nian Sheng endeavored to remain by Brother Changsheng's side. Thus, for Brother Changsheng, spending centuries searching for Nian Sheng was solely to ensure her safety. Nian Sheng would not reunite with Brother Changsheng until she attained eternity, as the circumstances then and now remain unchanged. After pondering for a moment, Ali realized he could not comprehend Chen Changsheng's words and promptly set the matter aside. "Sir, now that you have found the person you sought, where shall we go next?" "An excellent question. It is time to demonstrate my great simulation art." With a solemn expression, Chen Changsheng produced a stick and planted it upright in the ground. Gradually releasing his grip, the stick paused momentarily before toppling in a specific direction. "It has yielded results. We shall proceed in that direction," Chen Changsheng stated with utmost seriousness, pointing in the direction where the stick had fallen. Ali, upon hearing about the great simulation art, he had anticipated a grand spectacle, only to find it a mere stroke of luck. Suppressing his internal critique of Chen Changsheng's absurd behavior, Ali tentatively remarked, "Sir, is it truly appropriate to select our path in such a manner?" In response, Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. "Not merely inappropriate, but exceedingly absurd. Since you question this farcical method, why don't you choose a direction for us?" Observing Chen Changsheng's earnest demeanor and the unfamiliar surroundings, Ali decisively proclaimed, "Your great simulation art is nothing short of divine. I am more than willing to follow the path you choose." Pleased with Ali's acquiescence, Chen Changsheng shot him an exasperated glance before striding toward a specific direction. For one who has no home, every place in the world can become a sanctuary. As the saying goes, everywhere is home, yet nowhere is home. Good sir, once a person has passed, they cannot return to life. Please accept my condolences. Although the loss of a loved one brings profound sorrow, the living must continue their lives. This is our shop's latest offering, a rosewood coffin, available for the price of merely $998, not $9,998, nor $3,998. For just $998, you can take it home immediately. Additionally, if you purchase this rosewood coffin for an extra $398, your loved one will enjoy a full range of funeral services. Our proprietor will even personally select a piece of auspicious land for you. A young man was fervently promoting a coffin. In principle, one should not market coffins, as it is often met with aggression. However, the proprietor of this establishment possessed genuine skills. 3 years ago, it was rumored that a family member had risen from the dead, and somehow, the proprietor was called upon. Initially, it was expected that the proprietor would be terrified. Yet, to everyone's surprise, upon arrival at the scene, he calmly sat cross-legged and spoke eloquently. In an instant, miraculous phenomena unfolded, and the body that had supposedly risen was exorcised. Since then, this nameless coffin shop had become immensely popular. After bidding farewell to the last customer of the day, the young man slumped into a chair, groaning, "And man, what has become of the people from Kunlun, sacred land? They keep coming in to buy coffins, and it's nearly driving me to exhaustion." Chapter 63. The Kunlun Holy Son, Jiang Bufan. Trouble arrives upon hearing the complaint. A woman stepped forward. "Brother Changsheng, your temper is quite peculiar. When business is slow, you seem idle. When it flourishes, you still complain. What is it that you truly desire, prosperity or decline?" In response to A Man's words, Chun Changsheng smacked his lips and replied, "In a business such as this, I neither wish for it to thrive excessively nor languish too much. Life, aging, illness, and death are all part of the heavenly cycle. An overabundance of death invites trouble, while Tulu may also lead to issues. In essence, we must maintain a suitable balance. By the way, where has Ailey wandered off to?" A Man placed the food she was holding on the table and said, "He has likely gone off with those from the Kunlun Holy Land to seek the spirit source. We arrived here 40 years ago, and you kept him in the shop for a full 20 years. Naturally, after being released 2 decades ago, he would want to revel in his freedom." Listening to A Man's report, Chun Changsheng leisurely savored his meal. Keeping him here for 2 decades was to familiarize him with the surroundings and to ensure he could cultivate properly, at least to attain some self-preservation skills. Once he possesses that ability, I will certainly allow him to venture out. Additionally, you should tidy up. It is time for us to leave. I have a premonition that this place is soon to become unstable. Upon hearing this, A Man was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. What about Ailey? He likely won't return in the short term, precisely because he is a way that we should depart. Chen Changxing asserted. Ailey's aspirations lie beyond this small coffin shop. Remaining by my side would only hinder his growth. Once he leaves me, his achievements will reach farther. Upon hearing Chun Changxing's words, A Man smiled softly. "Brother Changsheng, I will always support your decisions. I shall go prepare now." Take your time with these matters. I am not leaving immediately. Come, sit down and eat." At his words, A Man smiled and joined Chun Changxing for dinner. Their companionship was calm and familiar. They had lived this way for 40 years. A Man cherished this tranquil life of companionship. For her, such presence was more than sufficient. Just then, a voice resonated from outside. "From Kunlun Holy Land, Jiang Bufan seeks an audience." Upon hearing that it was the Holy Son of Kunlun requesting entry, A Man immediately stood. However, Chun Changsheng restrained her. "There is no need to acknowledge him. He is merely a source of trouble." A Man glanced at the young man outside, but ultimately complied and sat back down. Noticing Chun Changxing's indifference, Jiang Bufan remained calm and stood quietly at the door. As time passed, A Man cleared the table while Chun Changsheng reclined in a rocking chair, perusing an ancient tome. After a while, Chun Changsheng beckoned, "Come in." With the esteemed Holy Son of Kunlun standing at the door, "How can I conduct my business?" Jiang Bufan immediately bowed in response. "Thank you, sir. I come today with a request. I wish to ask you." "Stop." Chun Changsheng raised his hand to halt Jiang Bufan's words before he could finish. "Inviting you in does not imply I agree to assist you. I merely wish for you to convey a message to Ailey. There is no banquet that does not come to an end. and he must forge his own path from now on. Furthermore, my abilities are limited, and I cannot be of assistance to the Kunlun Holy Land. You should seek someone more capable. In the face of Chen Chongqing's refusal, Jiang Bufan smiled slightly. You are too modest, sir. Few can rival your capabilities. If even you cannot accomplish something, then it is likely that no one can. I have heard that you have been seeking to utilize the super teleportation array of Kunlun Holy Land. Should you wish to proceed, I am willing to persuade the Holy Land to lend it to you. At these words, Chen Chongqing narrowed his eyes. It appears you have conducted a thorough investigation into my affairs. If I wish to invite you to act, I must offer an appropriate price. However, I wonder if this price will satisfy you. Seeing Jiang Bufan's confident demeanor, Chen Chongqing maintained a stern expression. You have indeed presented something that intrigues me, and I find it difficult to refuse. Return to me in 3 days. I need to prepare some things. Understood. I shall revisit in 3 days. Jiang Bufan replied before turning to leave the coffin shop. Watching Jiang Bufan's retreating figure, a man expressed her concern. Sir, do you truly intend to assist him? Initially expecting Chen Chongqing to provide a thorough analysis of reasons against helping, she was surprised when he waved his hand dismissively. Assist? What assistance? I am merely deceiving him. A man looked puzzled. But Brother Chongqing, haven't you agreed to meet him again in 3 days? In response, Chen Chongqing stood and stretched. If I don't arrange a meeting for 3 days, how will I have time to prepare for my escape? The reason I stayed in Kunlun Holy Land was due to my interest in its unique spirit source. Spirit stones are harvested from veins, while the spirit source is an even rarer resource. It not only contains exceptionally pure spiritual energy, but also preserves various ancient artifacts. However, after learning of the spirit source's origin, my interest has waned. The places where spirit sources are born are often ominous. And now, Kunlun Holy Land is foolishly exploring the sacred ruins of forbidden lands. I would be insane to assist them. A man pondered for a moment before saying, But Brother Chongqing, without borrowing the super teleportation array, how will we return to the eastern wilderness? We are currently situated in the central court, separated by countless miles. What of countless miles? If one walks slowly, they will eventually arrive. Initially, he had considered trading spirit stones for the opportunity to use the super teleportation array. But now it seemed futile. All right, man, you tidy up your belongings. I must visit the Butterfly Valley. With that, Chen Chongqing departed from the small coffin shop. Butterfly Valley. Old Master Yao, I have come to seek your counsel once more. Chen Chongqing's voice echoed in the elegantly serene valley. Moments later, an elderly man with a kind face and white hair emerged from a thatched cottage. Your timing is fortuitous. I just translated the heaven-mending ointment a couple of days ago. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing grinned widely. I knew you could do it, old Master Yao. It was worth my weight of 40 years. Spare me the flattery. Without your assistance, I could spend another 400 years without deciphering this ointment. Chapter 64. Deciphering the Repairing Ointment. Chen Chongqing flees. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the esteemed elder Yao, Chen Chongqing entered the thatched cottage with him. Observing the translated prescription for the repairing ointment laid out on the table, he felt an undeniable surge of excitement. In the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, he had exhausted every possible means, yet failed to decipher the complete formulation of the repairing ointment. Even after departing from the mountains, he had not relinquished his quest to decode it. By a fortunate twist of fate, he had come to know the medical sage of Butterfly Valley, Elder Yao. Chen Chongqing, a master of alchemy, and Elder Yao, an esteemed healer, despite their differing paths of study, shared common ground. Through their discussions, Chen Chongqing finally grasped why he had been unable to unravel the mysteries of the repairing ointment. It dawned on him that the repairing ointment was not an alchemical formula, but rather a medicinal prescription. While alchemists excel in refining elixirs that enhance cultivation, fortify the body, and heal injuries, their focus primarily lies in the elevation of one's cultivation. In contrast, healers possess the ability not only to cure ailments with medicinal herbs, but also to employ various techniques that elude the capabilities of alchemists. The simplicity of the materials required for the repairing ointment was indeed a revelation. Upon perusing the prescription, Chen Chongqing could not help but utter a note of astonishment. Elder Yao stroked his beard and remarked, "To enhance cultivation, one must indeed utilize precious spiritual herbs, for they harbor immense power. Yet when it comes to healing, sometimes ordinary herbs surpass the efficacy of the rarest spiritual ones." The predecessor who created the repairing ointment was truly gifted, being able to concoct a life-restoring elixir from such common ingredients. Taking Elder Yao's words to heart, Chen Chongsheng carefully stored the jade slip and the translated prescription. "You have translated the prescription. You should commit it to memory," Elder Yao advised. "As a friend, I urge you, even if you possess the ability to concoct the repairing ointment, do not let it see the light of day within the next century. The Kunlun sacred land is planning to explore the sacred ruins, and many have already perished. Should they discover you possess the repairing ointment, you will encounter endless troubles." Upon hearing this, Elder Yao turned to Chen Chongsheng with a smile. "Are you departing?" In recent days, he had intended to use the teleportation array of the Kunlun sacred land, but given the current circumstances, he would have to rely on his own 2 feet. From the western continent to the eastern wilderness, the northern desert, the southern plains, and the central courtyard, I never knew the world was so vast. Who knows how many years it would take to traverse from the central courtyard to the eastern wilderness. In response to Chen Chongsheng's lament, Elder Yao chuckled and produced a jade slip from his robe, offering it to him. "Since you are leaving, allow me to present you with a gift, a token of gratitude for the repairing ointment." Upon inspecting the contents of the jade slip, Chen Chongsheng looked at Elder Yao with confusion. "You have imparted your lifetime of knowledge to me. You do not intend to take me as your disciple, do you?" "That cannot be, for I am not inclined to take on a teacher at this moment. Given your capabilities, I would be more suited to be your disciple," Elder Yao replied with humility. "I have yet to find a successor for my medical skills, and with the impending turmoil, I am uncertain if I can emerge unscathed. If I fail to pass down my legacy, I may need to seek your assistance in the future. Simply find a fated individual and pass the jade slip to them." Contemplating Elder Yao's request, Chen Chongsheng responded, "Very well, this matter will not trouble me. I shall entrust it to a fated individual when the time comes. But it would be best if you sought a successor yourself." With that, he turned and departed from Butterfly Valley. As Chen Chongsheng strode away, accompanied by a man, he left behind the place he had called home for 40 years. Upon learning of his departure, 2 individuals were particularly agitated, one of whom was Jiang Bufan, the presumptive son of the Kunlun sacred land. "How ungrateful! Chen Chongsheng, do not let me cross paths with you again, for if I do, I shall ensure you regret it." In a fit of rage, Jiang Bufan wrecked everything in his vicinity, harboring a grudge even against the associate of Chen Chongsheng, Ali. Before the coffin shop, a figure stood quietly, gazing at the desolate establishment, murmuring, "Master, do you truly wish to part with Ali? What has Ali done wrong?" After a long silence, Ali left the coffin shop. From that moment on, the boy from the witch clan who had emerged from the 10,000 Great Mountains began to grow. It was from this juncture that he learned to confront challenges on his own. Yet, the silhouette of that figure remained etched in his heart. 3,000 miles away, Chen Chongsheng and a man appeared atop a mountain peak. Having distanced themselves from the Kunlun sacred land, Chen Chongsheng chose not to utilize the teleportation array any further. "Brother Chongsheng, are we returning to your homeland?" a man inquired. Reflecting for a moment, Chen Chongsheng replied, "It can be considered my homeland. The eastern wilderness holds countless memories for me. Being there evokes a sense of home, and it presents an opportunity to witness the vastness of the world." Hearing this, a man linked her arm with Chen Chongsheng's and softly said, "As long as I can be by your side, Brother Chongsheng, I am willing to go wherever you lead." Though her words were sweet, they carried a hint of melancholy. Previously, Chen Chongsheng had expressed that everyone could foresee their future. A man had not fully comprehended his meaning then, nor could she grasp his feelings. However, as time passed, she began to understand. As cultivators grow in strength, their lifespans extend. In the qi refining stage, one's lifespan is akin to that of a mortal. In the foundation establishment stage, one may live for 200 years. In the golden core stage, 500 years, and in the nascent soul stage, 800 years. The longevity of the transformation stage even surpasses a millennium. For anyone, these durations represent a long passage of time. Yet, for Brother Changsheng, even a millennium is but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of life. Lamenting her lack of Ali's talent for cultivation, a man realized that despite Brother Changsheng's best efforts, she could only attain the foundation establishment stage. This was the foreseeable future that Brother Changsheng had spoken of. She could not accompany him indefinitely. With these thoughts, a man buried her emotions deep within. Adopting a cheerful demeanor as she said, "Brother Changsheng, this time, you must take me on an adventure. I have been your assistant and servant for 40 years. Chen Changsheng smiled gently and replied, "Of course. I shall show you the splendor of the world and the rise and fall of the sun. Wherever you wish to go, I will take you." Chapter 65. Companionship across 10 million miles once. The young monk Chen Changsheng departed from the formidable Kunlun sacred ground, leaving behind the bustling central courtyard. He took with him the girl who had journeyed alongside him from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Over the course of several centuries, Chen Changsheng encountered many beings, prodigies with unparalleled talents, scions of noble families, and even voiceless powerhouses. Yet among all these encounters, it was only the girl from the 10,000 great mountains who was willing to exchange her entire life for but a fleeting moment with him. The Kunlun sacred ground remained unchanged by Chen Changsheng's departure, and the world itself did not shift in response to his absence. If there was any alteration, it might be that a pair of inseparable souls had been added to the tapestry of existence. The distance from the central courtyard to the eastern wasteland spanned 10 million miles, a journey that, to most, seemed insurmountable in a lifetime. However, for some, this vast expanse was merely a brief interval. No one had ever calculated the exact distance from the central courtyard to the eastern wasteland. Yet, Chen Changsheng accompanied a man, gradually piecing it together. The distance from Kunlun's sacred ground to the Dacian dynasty measured a staggering 13,280,000 miles. Over the span of 240 years, Chen Changsheng and a man traversed this monumental distance. At times, he fervently wished that the road from Kunlun sacred ground to the eastern wasteland would stretch on indefinitely, but every journey must ultimately reach its conclusion. Much like the human lifespan. "A man, is this where you began?" A man curiously surveyed the desolate landscape, seemingly trying to conjure the memories of what once was. Time flowed like water, and the once vibrant town had vanished entirely. Even Chen Changsheng could only discern a rough location. Observing a man's joyful demeanor, he calmly asked, "A man, what kind of coffin would you like?" Upon hearing this, a man turned to Chen Changsheng and smiled. "I want the finest coffin that my elder brother can provide. Also, please make me look beautiful. I do not wish to leave an unflattering impression in your heart." In response to her request, Chen Changsheng smiled gently. "Very well, it shall be as you wish." As a man's playful bravado faded, she tenderly caressed Chen Changsheng's face. "Elder brother, please do not be sad. I know you cannot bear to see me die. Otherwise, how could I have lived for so long? Since meeting you, I have lived for 300 years. I am merely a foundational realm cultivator, and extending my life by another 100 years is already a stretch. 300 years is sufficient. I have lived happily without you. I could have lived another 300 years and still found no joy." Taking a man's hand, Chen Changsheng softly replied, "As I have said, it shall be as you wish. I shall not be sorrowful. Is there anything else you wish to see?" "I wish to witness the sunrise." "Very well." With that, Chen Changsheng led a man to the highest peak, where they leaned against each other in tranquil silence. As the eastern horizon began to blush with the first light, a man pouted slightly and said, "Elder brother, I am rather selfish. I know that this will cause you pain, yet only in this way will you remember me. Please do not resent me." In response, Chen Changsheng embraced a man's shoulders and murmured, "I am your elder brother. How could I ever blame you?" Upon hearing his words, a man's lips curved into a radiant smile. "Elder brother is so kind. I wish to accompany you through every sunrise and sunset. Yet, I find myself weary and wish to take a short nap. For this sunrise, I shall not join you." Before she could finish her sentence, a man's hand fell limply. The first rays of dawn illuminated their figures. Silence. In the face of a man's passing, Chen Changsheng exhibited nothing but profound silence. Over the course of 240 years, he had exhausted every means to prolong her life. She had persisted thus far solely due to the steadfastness of her will. As the journey reached its end, her resolve naturally dissipated. Time passed unmeasured until Chun Changsheng, cradling A-Man, slowly rose. He produced a simple coffin, adorning A-Man with the most exquisite makeup. Gazing at her serene form, he gently spoke, "A-Man, I have changed my mind. I cannot grant you the finest coffin, for that would bind you to this world as a spirit, lingering far too long. I do not wish for you to be unable to find peace in death, nor do I wish to disturb your tranquility one day. So, sleep for now. I shall return to accompany you in due time." With that, he closed the coffin lid. Tenderly caressing its surface, he sighed, "System, it must be nearing time for my next slumber." In response to his inquiry, the system's electronic voice replied, "Host, after your last awakening, you spent 18 years in the ancient Forbidden Land, 20 years in the 10,000 Great Mountains, 40 years studying the spirit's source and the sky replenishing ointment, and 240 years traveling from Kunlun's sacred ground to this place. In total, you have lived for 318 years, with 2 years remaining until your next slumber." Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng chuckled softly. "When I met A-Man, she was but 18 years old. This implies that she was born just as I awoke. Do you think she came specifically to accompany me during this time? Host, this is merely a coincidence. However, should you wish to weave some romance into this coincidence, this system does not object." Ha ha ha. System, you truly lack an appreciation for sentiment. Perhaps, should I live long enough, I might become as you are. But that is a matter for the distant future. For now, while I still possess a semblance of humanity, I wish to see my old friends before my next prolonged slumber. I fear that when I awaken, they may no longer be there. With that, Chun Changsheng soared into the sky, heading toward a certain direction. Tianfua Temple. Master, what is it that you cannot let go of? Inside Tianfua Temple, a group of monks knelt before an elderly monk who was on the verge of death. This man was the abbot of Tianfua Temple, Master Ishio. In response to the inquiries of his disciples, Ishio's murky eyes flickered. "I am waiting for someone." "Master, who are you waiting for? Should we send someone to invite him?" A monk suggested a solution, but Ishio shook his head, saying, "The bearer of the funeral cannot be summoned. When the time is right, he will come." Hearing the abbot's words, the others were left perplexed. As persuasion proved futile, they reluctantly exited the meditation room. Time passed, and eventually, the closed door was pushed open once more, revealing a figure approaching Master Ishio. Chapter 66. Ominous Reappearance. Bidding farewell to an old friend gently stroking his bald head, the figure seated himself beside Ishio. "Little monk, it has only been a few hundred years. How have you changed so drastically?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, a glimmer of clarity sparked in Ishio's murky eyes. "Is it truly you who has returned?" "Of course. Who else would visit you, this dying old monk?" Confirming the identity of his visitor, Ishio immediately withdrew 18 silver needles from his body. His once frail form visibly transformed into a youthful state. "Chun Changsheng, you wretched rascal, why are you still alive?" Observing Ishio's furious demeanor, Chun Changsheng casually retrieved an orange and began to eat. "How can a monk utter such foul language? You are, after all, a celebrated monk of the Night Moon Kingdom. A touch of decorum would be appreciated." Faced with Chun Changsheng's nonchalant expression, Ishio rolled his eyes dramatically and reached for the orange in Chun Changsheng's hand. Yet, Chun Changsheng instinctively withdrew, denying Ishio's request. "No, I am on the brink of death. Surely, I can indulge in your orange." "Absolutely not. I consumed this orange merely to mask the stench of decay." Curious, Chun Changsheng inquired, "How did you come to be in such a state?" Although the lifespan of a Yuaniing practitioner is typically 800 years, one could extend their life by consuming longevity elixirs, perhaps living an additional 100 or 200 years. However, based on my recollections, you do not seem to have reached 800. Ishio smirked slightly, replying, "I too wish to live a few more centuries. Unfortunately, circumstances do not permit. You remember my confinement in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom?" "I recall. And then? I was pursued by the Wolf King and, in desperation, became ensnared within the fissures of the seal. Over time, my body was eroded by an ominous force. This power has made me formidable. It exacts a grave toll. To prevent matters from worsening, I sever my own flesh, retreating back to the Yuanying stage. Upon hearing this, Chun Chongqing's brow furrowed, and he placed his hand on Ishio's wrist. After a careful examination, he spoke, "There is a force within you that is consuming your body, rendering you nearly a hollow shell. The price you speak of cannot possibly be your lifespan. Indeed, to be precise, it is my vitality. The ominous force devours the host's life force and transforms it into strength to nourish the host. This is the truth behind its enhancement of power. To prevent it from harming me further, I must sacrifice the lives of others to sustain my own. The higher my realm, the more beings I must slay. Should I ever fail to satisfy it, it will drain me dry and seek another host. Now you understand why I have become this way." Ishio gazed quietly at Chun Chongqing. After a moment of silence, Chun Chongqing asked, "Have you never considered eradicating it?" "Of course, I have contemplated this. I have employed countless methods, yet none have succeeded. It will only vanish upon my death. Moreover, I suspect that should I die naturally, it will surely leap from my body in search of a new host. This is why I have clung to life, awaiting your return. The allure of enhanced power is far too enticing. Few can resist such temptation. I do not wish for this calamity to propagate." As he spoke, Ishio produced an exquisite urn and handed it to Chun Chongqing. "The best way to eliminate this force is to reduce me to ashes. I have prepared the urn for this purpose. The remaining tasks are yours. Additionally, upon my passing, I should leave behind a few relics. Consider these as my payment for your assistance. I know your character well. It would be more painful to let you work for free than to kill you outright." Examining the urn in his hands, Chun Chongqing pondered, "Where shall your ashes be interred? Should they be entrusted to your disciples? Better not. The temple of heavenly Buddha has declined over generations, and those little bald monks are hardly trustworthy. If my ashes fall into their hands, they may one day be scattered. Choose a burial site at your discretion. It is beyond my concern." With that, Ishio settled back into a meditative posture, his vitality finally extinguished. Upon his passing, countless golden characters emerged around him, enveloping his body like a vast net. Observing Ishio's lifeless form, Chun Chongqing shook his head and sighed, "Ah, little monk, you remain as kind-hearted as ever. Had it been another, they would have surely unleashed a massacre by now." As his words faded, Chun Chongqing vanished, taking Ishio's body with him, leaving behind 3 large characters on the wall. The mourner. In the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, a stunning woman stood silently before 3 withered figures. Suddenly, a light-hearted voice broke the silence. "Xiaobai, how have you been lately?" Without hesitation, the exquisite woman swiftly attacked the source of the voice. "Do not strike. It's me." Chun Chongqing dodged the woman's assault and quickly revealed his identity. However, upon recognizing him, her attacks grew even fiercer. Seeing that the woman refused to relent, Chun Chongqing shook his head in resignation and summoned the manifestation of his law. Boom! With a single, unnamed punch, he sent the woman flying. He then crafted intricate runes to bind her tightly. After securing her, he set up a temporary formation to prevent any interruptions. Wan Yinyu, we are familiar enough. Must you resort to such violence? Despite being restrained, the fury in Wan Yinyu's eyes remained undiminished. I am targeting you. Not only will I strike you, but I shall also kill you. You may have the capability to confine me for eternity, but I will ensure you regret it. In response to Wan Yinyu's wrath, Chun Chongqing smirked and said, "Can we not converse civilly? If you continue this way, I might just have to give you a trendy new hairstyle." At these words, Wan Yinyu trembled, the humiliation from her past flooding back. "You dare? What do I have to fear? I can demonstrate it right now." With that, Chun Chongqing brandished a razor and approached Wan Yinyu. Faced with the glinting blade, she finally relented. "Do not come any closer. I will not oppose you. Now, that is more like it. Why the hostility at a reunion, old friend?" Chapter 67 Farewell to an Old Friend. 320 years of slumber unshackled from her long slumber. Wan Yinyu coldly remarked, "Why have you returned after such a lengthy absence? Your reasoning is quite flawed." "The duration of my departure has no bearing on my return," Chun Chongqing replied. Wan Yinyu chose silence in response. instead directing her gaze towards the grave of Wan Yin Aguatua. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I did my utmost regarding Ishio. I am aware that Ishio's troubles are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Have you visited the Upper Clarity Temple? I have. That fellow in the distant mountains has indeed persevered, successfully breaking through to the transformation stage. You have ventured to both places, so why have you come here? I merely wish to ascertain whether the items beneath the bronze ancient palace remain undisturbed. Yet upon my arrival, you attacked me. After a moment of silence, Wan Yin continued, where have you wandered these years? Round and round, stopping and starting. I have traversed many places. It is difficult to summarize. How long do you intend to stay this time? I do not know. I may leave as soon as tomorrow. And what if I forcibly prevent your departure? You cannot overpower me. You. Faced with Chun Chongqing's candid response, Wan Yinyu's composure finally cracked. She seized his collar, disregarding her royal dignity, and demanded loudly, after all these years of diligent cultivation, why are you still stronger than I? Innocently, Chun Chongqing shrugged. I truly cannot explain it. I have only earnestly practiced for 10 years. The rest of the time, I scarcely contemplated this matter. I cannot fathom why I am growing stronger, surpassing those who dedicate themselves to their training. Wan Yinyu, your words are quite provocative. Were it not for the fact that I cannot defeat you, I would relish the opportunity to teach you a lesson. Releasing Chun Chongqing's collar, she turned away, stating coldly, I will guard the bronze ancient palace. There shall be no issues. You may leave. Observing her expression, Qin Chongqing tilted his head and tentatively asked, you haven't developed feelings for me, have you? Did you ever give me that opportunity? No. Then there is no need to linger. Be gone. As Wan Yinyu urged him to depart once more, Chun Chongqing forced a smile and said, it would not be surprising if you were to fall for me. After all, I am exceptionally talented and handsome. However, our paths will never converge, for you are a wolf, and I am but a human. Our offspring might very well turn into wolves. I'll slay you. Furious, Wan Yinyu charged at Chun Chongqing once again. In response to her desperate assault, he vanished into the horizon at remarkable speed. Watching the direction of his departure, Wan Yinyu's chest heaved with evident frustration. After a while, she composed herself and turned away, heading towards the cold and lonely royal palace. Their youthful encounter, though absurd in nature, was etched into her memory for eternity. Because of him, she survived. Because of him, her father was not left to rot in the wilderness. Because of him, the great enmity of the Night Moon Kingdom was avenged. In truth, her connection with Qin Chongqing was steeped in fate. Yet, the bonds of fate can vary in depth and duration. From a moment the ascended master departed from this realm, her connection with Qin Chongqing had come to an end. She could not abandon the Night Moon Kingdom, and Qin Chongqing would not linger for any individual. He could become her confidant, her friend, a remnant of the past, but he would never be her companion on the path. Child, I have visited all the old friends from the past. That little bald head remains as kind-hearted as ever. And my little senior brother has indeed made progress, breaking through to the transformation stage. Now, I need not worry about awakening to find him gone. Leaning against a man's gravestone, Chun Chongqing engaged in idle chatter. Beside the gravestone lay a freshly dug pit, prepared by Chun Chongqing for himself. Afterward, he retrieved the stone coffin of the 100 Defeats immortal venerable, placing it into the pit before skillfully lying down within. Gazing at a man's grave, he murmured, the world often says that one cannot share the same bed in life, but may seek to share the same grave in death. In this life, I have wronged you. If there's a next life, may we never cross paths again. With that, Qin Chongqing closed the coffin lid, activating the array laid out outside. A deluge of earth buried the coffin deep beneath the ground. Thus began his third slumber, one that would span 320 years. As the sun rose and set, and the seasons turned, the precious passage of time slipped away silently. 320 years was an interminable stretch, sufficient to alter mountains and rivers. The two graves, painstakingly constructed by Chun Chongqing's own hands, had long since vanished without a trace. Crash! A towering tree trembled, and with a sudden force, it was uprooted. Spit! Spit! Coughing out the dirt he had inadvertently swallowed, Chen Changsheng surveyed his surroundings. The memories of his slumber had long since diverged from the present environment. After scanning the area, he turned his gaze to the system panel. Host, Chen Changsheng strength, 200. Mid-Yuanying, speed, 260. Late Yuanying, defense, 280. Full Yuanying, spiritual power, 200. Mid-Yuanying, lifespan, 640. Satisfied with the data displayed on the system panel, Chen Changsheng nodded approvingly. Since discovering that his spiritual power would dissipate during slumber, he had contemplated a solution. Ultimately, he resolved to utilize the heavenly absolute formation to create a sealed environment, thereby curbing the outward leakage of his spiritual power. Now, it appeared that while he had not achieved complete success, the results were commendable. As was his custom, Chen Changsheng allocated all 320 attribute points directly to his defense. However, what followed left him bewildered. Instead of the labels transforming into transformation stage or refinement stage, they instead displayed the words fifth realm. Perplexed, he inquired, "System, what is the meaning of this?" In response to Chen Changsheng's confusion, the system explained, the label merely serves as a standard for measuring the host's strength. When the standard changes, the label will naturally adapt. Given the current circumstances, only a vague label has been employed. Chen Changsheng. The system's words only deepened his bewilderment. What do you mean by the standard has changed and the situation is special? The current situation is overly complex. Once the host restores his cultivation, all will become clear. Chapter 68. Unexpected changes. As Chen Changsheng engaged in his meditative practice, he was confronted with a myriad of questions regarding the system's words. Nevertheless, he dutifully resumed his cultivation. An hour later, he was suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing while seated in meditation. His cultivation had stagnated at the initial stage of the transformation god realm. Faced with this predicament, Chen Changsheng found himself utterly bewildered. If his memory served him correctly, he had reached the late stage of the transformation god realm before his slumber. Yet, upon attempting to restore his cultivation, he encountered an immense resistance. Although his spiritual energy had accumulated to its original level, his realm remained stubbornly unchanged. This sensation was akin to the celestial order forbidding his existence. After a moment of contemplation, a possibility struck him. System, the rules of heaven and earth are undergoing transformation. Are they not? Your conjecture is entirely accurate, the system replied. The path of cultivation is akin to the growth of plants. They can only thrive in suitable environments. And when those environments shift, new forms of life will emerge to supplant the old. You may understand that the current cultivation system has become antiquated. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of realization sparked in Chen Changsheng's eyes. The existing cultivation framework was, in fact, ill-suited for him, as a spiritual root was artificially created. Though theoretically indistinguishable from natural roots, subtle differences remained. This discrepancy was a significant reason why he had been unable to reach the void refinement realm. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng remarked, "System, if what you say is true, then the transformation of the laws of heaven and earth is occurring rather swiftly, is it not? How long have I even lived? And yet, the very rules are already changing. Why do you perceive the transformation of the laws as rapid?" The system inquired. "Your time in this world has not been extensive. Do you know how long this cultivation system has persisted? Your failure to notice the changes is simply because you have become accustomed to this state since your arrival. Had you come to this world 10,000 years earlier, or even longer, would you still harbor such doubts?" At this revelation, Chen Changsheng was taken aback. He recognized the limitations of his understanding. In his former world, there existed a remarkable text known as the Shanhai Jing, which documented an array of fantastical beings. Yet, most regarded its accounts as mere fabrications of ancient minds. However, when viewed through the lens of time, thousands or even tens of thousands of years hence, would future humanity not also consider contemporary records as mere fancies of the ancients? For instance, take the parrot, a bird familiar to Chen Changsheng. While not omnipresent, it was certainly well known. Should this species become extinct after millions of years, how would future generations react upon discovering descriptions of it in ancient texts? There exists a bird adorned with vibrant plumage, possessing 2 feet and a sharp beak. Capable of human speech, its name is parrot. In light of such a description, descendants might merely chuckle, marveling at the rich imagination of the ancients. After all, how could a bird possibly speak? Surely, this was a concoction of the past. Similarly, the current cultivation system mirrored this phenomenon. Chen Changxing's mind was filled with numerous techniques, many of which detailed their formidable prowess upon reaching completion. While he had indeed mastered these techniques, their manifestations did not align with the power described. He had previously attributed this disparity to the embellishments of those who had devised these techniques. Yet it now appeared that these techniques might indeed possess such might. It was merely that the laws of heaven and earth had evolved. Chen Changxing's instinctual belief in this was a consequence of his familiarity with the present environment. System, he inquired, if a new cultivation system is emerging, from whence does it originate? Is it a direct decree of the celestial order, or does it have other sources? In response, the celestial order does not interfere with specific cultivation systems. It merely creates an environment. The cultivation systems themselves are crafted by sentient beings. Whosoever devises a system most suited to this environment will ascend as the sovereign of this era. Hearing this, Chen Changxing felt a surge of ambition. System, are you suggesting that I could achieve this as well? Theoretically, this approach was plausible. With the system's affirmative response, Chen Changxing erupted into laughter, proclaiming, truly, the heavens are aiding me. This splendid opportunity compels me to retreat for a millennium or two. Did I mishear? The system pondered silently. Based on analysis, creating a technique that aligns with the era through solitary contemplation bears low success. Only by carving a path through this golden age can you hope to forge a technique that resonates with the times. Tumultuous system. Do I appear to be a fighter? I merely wish to witness this golden age, not to forge it. Once the new sovereign emerges, I shall first familiarize myself with them. After enduring the trials of time, I will become their ally. Such a position would surely elevate my status. The system remained silent in response to Chen Changxing's thoughts, its contemplations hidden from view. However, Chen Changxing was far from subdued. He was brimming with excitement as he surveyed the terrain, preparing to establish an unparalleled formation for egg incubation. Having successfully concocted the celestial restoration ointment, he recalled how its application had once prolonged the life of a man, allowing her to endure until the end. With most matters now settled, Chen Changxing was poised to commence the incubation process. Uncertain of its success, he nevertheless deemed it a worthwhile endeavor to pass the time. He inscribed an intricate array of formations across a radius of 500 miles, employing all his accumulated knowledge in the process. Furthermore, he etched the Tao patterns he had learned from the ancient forbidden lands into the formation. Once all preparations were complete, he placed the lifeless egg at the very center of the array. As the formation activated, the essence of heaven and earth gradually converged, nurturing the long-dead egg. Observing the operation of the grand formation, Chen Changxing nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved the celestial restoration ointment and the spiritual spring from the water-moon cave, carefully blending them in precise proportions before gently applying the mixture to the egg. While others tended to flowers, Chen Changxing nurtured an egg. Thus, he devoted the next 2 centuries to this endeavor. However, on an ordinary day, the arrival of an individual shattered the tranquility of his egg-nurturing existence. Chapter 69. The Talented Assembly. Chen Changxing. Am I the disciple of the funeral man? Junior Yi Hensheng. I pay my respects to you, senior. Before the vast green mountains stood a youth clad in a Taoist robe, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding an air of dignity as he performed a respectful bow, seemingly visiting someone. Yet, the majestic mountains offered no response to his greeting. Witnessing the silence, the youth grew anxious. However, as he attempted to step forward, he was thwarted by a formidable barrier. While contemplating a solution, a young lad of around 18 or 19 suddenly emerged from the distant mountains. He bore a hoe upon his shoulder, his bare feet touching the earth, and a straw hat perched atop his head, leisurely heading toward a nearby thatched cottage. Noticing someone exiting the great formation, Yi Hensheng hastily approached and spoke. Esteemed brother, might I trouble you to convey a message? The young lad, puzzled by the unfamiliar request. Responded, "What message?" "It is this. My master shares a profound connection with the revered elder here, and I have come to invite him out of seclusion." Upon hearing this, the young lad scratched his head, looking henching up and down. "Do you know the name of this esteemed elder?" "I do not, but I am aware that he is known as the funeral man." The young lad was taken aback. The funeral man was none other than himself. Indeed, this lad was Chun Changsheng, who had lived as a dead egg for over 2 centuries. Chun Changsheng had set up a grand formation, harnessing the essence of heaven and earth in an attempt to revive the once lifeless egg. During this time, he continuously nourished the formation with spring water and heavenly ointment. Gradually, he became infused with the essence, leading to his rejuvenation. While this transformation could not extend a practitioner's lifespan, it certainly allowed his physical appearance to regain youthfulness. Faced with his ever-youthening body, Chun Changsheng found himself in quite a predicament, as he did not wish to bear the form of a mere child. Recently, he constructed a thatched cottage outside the formation, hoping to resolve this minor inconvenience. However, just as he emerged, he was greeted by someone seeking him out, who absurdly did not recognize him. Contemplating the rarity of those who knew of his presence, he realized that most were old acquaintances. If it were indeed an old friend, there was no reason for this person to be unaware of his true name. "May I ask your esteemed surname?" Chun Changsheng inquired tentatively. Yi Hensheng replied, "My surname is Yi, and my given name is Hensheng." The name struck a discordant note with Chun Changsheng, yet he dismissed it as mere coincidence. "Ah, is Brother Yi, my apologies. May I inquire who your master is? I have resided in these mountains for some time, and am not well acquainted with the outside world." Upon hearing this, Yi Hensheng's demeanor grew serious. He had noted from the outset that this young lad was no ordinary individual, as the grand formation was not easily breached. The fact that he could enter and exit freely indicated a singular truth. Realizing that Yi Hensheng had surmised his identity, Chun Changsheng smiled slightly, preparing to reveal his own. This situation likely involved an old friend seeking his assistance. Whether he would help remained to be seen, but understanding the circumstances was paramount. "Brother, I perceive your impressive demeanor. You must be." Chun Changsheng nodded, responding, "Indeed, I am." The words the disciple of the funeral man had scarcely left his lips when Yi Hensheng interrupted him. Chun Changsheng, momentarily taken aback by the peculiar situation, hesitated for but a second before firmly asserting, "Indeed, I am the disciple of the funeral man, Chun Changsheng." "Ah, so you are the esteemed disciple of the elder. It is an honor. Please, Brother Chun, convey my message and allow me to meet the elder." Upon realizing that the young lad before him was the celebrated disciple of the funeral man, Yi Hensheng was overjoyed. Yet, Chun Changsheng casually remarked, "I can relay your message, but my master has decreed that no visitors are to be admitted. You have yet to inform me of your master's identity, which makes it difficult for me to assist." Hastily, Yi Hensheng replied, "My master is the Wolf Emperor of the Night Moon Kingdom." Hearing this, Chun Changsheng immediately understood the origin of Yi Hensheng's name. "Ah, so it is the esteemed Wolf Emperor. My master indeed shares a connection with him. However, I am curious as to why the Wolf Emperor seeks my master's presence." Yi Hensheng's expression grew hesitant. "My master instructed me that this matter must be conveyed to the elder in person." "Ah, I see. Then you shall wait patiently. I am uncertain when my master will emerge," Chun Changsheng replied, preparing to return to his thatched cottage. Seeing this, Yi Hensheng grew anxious. "Brother Chun, this matter is of utmost urgency. I implore you to convey my message." Ignoring Yi Hensheng's pleas, Chun Changsheng continued on his way. The talented assembly. An assembly was soon to be convened in the central court, and it required the elder's presence. Upon hearing the word central court, Chun Changsheng finally halted. What is this talented assembly? The talented assembly is a grand event hosted by the Kunlun's sacred land of the central court. This gathering will bring together the foremost talents from the central court, West Continent, East Wilderness, North Desert, and South Plains. Its purpose is twofold. First, to identify the divine source ores extracted from the sacred ruins, and second, to collectively discuss the eradication of the nefarious sorcerer of the central court. After absorbing Yi Hensheng's explanation, Chun Changsheng turned and said, "This matter should not concern your master seeking my master." The talented assembly is clearly an event for the young. My master and your master are contemporaries, thus cannot participate in such affairs. Furthermore, your master possesses considerable strength. Even if there were a need to confront the nefarious sorcerer, it would not require my master's intervention. Yi Hensheng, hearing this, offered a wry smile. In theory, that should indeed be the case. However, my master is currently in seclusion, and the national teacher, the unyielding Taoist, is likewise occupied. Before entering seclusion, my master provided me with this address and instructed me to seek help, the specifics of which are beyond my knowledge. Upon hearing this, Chun Chongqing's lips curled into a knowing smirk, fully comprehending the situation. Clearly, both Wan Yinyu and Song Yuanshan sought to shirk their responsibilities, leaving him to act as their protector. Chapter 70. The Sickly Puppy and the Kindergarten Rampage. Upon discerning the purpose of Yi Hensheng's visit, Chun Chongqing felt a profound reluctance. This so-called Tianjiao conference evidently promised complications, and given Chun Chongqing's disposition, he was naturally disinclined to participate. Just as he contemplated fabricating an excuse to appease Yi Hensheng, the latter spoke again. Brother Chun, this Tianjiao conference is unprecedentedly grand. With your prowess, do you not wish to witness it? At these words, Chun Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. By mere age, he would not qualify for any Tianjiao conference, for he had lived nearly a millennium. However, unlike others, Chun Chongqing possessed a unique system that perpetually maintained his biological age at 20. Thus, in terms of evidence, he could indeed be regarded as a prodigy. Contemplating this, Chun Chongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. While he might not best the world's masters, he certainly held an advantage over those fledgling practitioners who had only recently embarked on their journeys. The thought of wreaking havoc upon the kindergarten was exhilarating. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, Ali's original name was Wu Li. After centuries apart, Chun Chongqing yearned to reunite with that youthful figure. With this in mind, he feigned contemplation. Brother Yi, to be frank, my master has mentioned this matter long ago. Is that so? When will your esteemed master emerge? Well, my master stated that such trivialities do not necessitate his involvement. I can accompany you instead. Yi Hensheng was taken aback upon hearing this. His eyes brimmed with skepticism. The Tianjiao conference teemed with formidable figures, and protectors were as numerous as the stars. Without a powerful guardian, the journey would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Brother Chun, did your master truly say that? Indeed, my master asserted that true geniuses require no guardians. They can carve a bloody path with mere iron fists. Those relying on protectors are, in his view, mere weaklings. Listening to Chun Chongqing's words, Yi Hensheng felt a throbbing headache. Such platitudes could be uttered by anyone. Yet the reality was far more grave. Attending the Tianjiao conference without a protector was tantamount to courting death. Expressing his concern, Yi Hensheng said, Brother Chun, perhaps you should discuss this matter further with your master. It is genuinely perilous. Brother Yi, as a grown man, why are you being so fussy? What my master has decreed is absolute. Do not waste your breath. Moreover, he mentioned that he has his own arrangements for critical moments. So there is no need for you to worry. With the discourse reaching this impasse, Yi Hensheng found himself at a loss for words. While other disciples had their masters and ancestors rallying for the Tianjiao conference, fearing even the slightest harm, he himself was abandoned by a reclusive master and a national teacher. Left in the care of a peculiar funeral escort, as Yi Hensheng lamented, Chun Chongqing returned to the great formation, cradling a frail white puppy in his arms. Observing the sickly creature, Yi Hensheng inquired, Brother Chun, what is this? This is my ailing puppy. I intend to take it to the central courtyard for treatment. Yes, Yu. Despite its current condition, it is remarkably intelligent. Once its ailment is cured, you shall be astonished. Upon hearing Chun Chongqing's words, Yi Hensheng instinctively examined the puppy in his arms, only to discover it was indeed an ordinary dog. He was left speechless. What sins did I commit in my past life to encounter such oddities? Brother Yi, are we truly flying over? The central courtyard is quite distant. Brother Yi, where are we headed? This does not seem to be in the direction of the central courtyard. Brother Yi, your cultivation method seems rather unique. Did your master teach you this? Yi Hensheng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, for since boarding the airship, Chen Changsheng had incessantly chattered away. At this moment, Yi Hensheng felt as though a million insects buzzed around his ears. Sensing his emotions teetering on the brink of eruption, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Brother Chen, we are currently bound for Xuanwu Nation. The two predominant forces in the East Wilderness are Xuanwu Nation and Yiyue Nation. To reach the central courtyard, we must utilize the super teleportation array, which is situated within Xuanwu Nation. Furthermore, aside from myself, there is another companion from Yiyue Nation attending the Tianjiao conference. If you find yourself bored, Brother Chen, feel free to explore the airship. With that, Yi Hensheng retreated into the cabin and shut the door, seemingly unwilling to see Chen Changsheng again in the near future. Observing Yi Hensheng's hasty retreat, Chen Changsheng smirked slightly and resumed petting the puppy in his embrace. Indeed, this little creature was the being hatched from the dead egg. Although Chen Changsheng had painstakingly brought it into existence, the egg had long since rotted, and the being within had suffered significant damage to its foundation. Consequently, the creature was currently in a weakened state, its life hanging by a thread. One of Chen Changsheng's motivations for journeying to the central courtyard was to seek healing resources from its abundant treasures. The central courtyard served as the heart of the 5 continents, rich in cultivation resources. Xuanwu Nation. Brother Yi, it has been a while. A young man clad in a python robe approached to greet Yi Hensheng. Their familiarity indicated a long-standing acquaintance. After exchanging pleasantries, the young man in the python robe turned to Chen Changsheng, asking, Brother Yi, who might this be? I am Chen Changsheng, a helper invited by Yiyue Nation. By the way, when do we set off for the Tianjiao conference? Noticing Chen Changsheng's naive demeanor and lack of formidable presence, the young man's brow furrowed, and he pulled Yi Hensheng aside. Brother Yi, what is the situation? This person appears to have only recently emerged from seclusion. Also, where is your protector for this journey? In response to the young man's inquiry, Yi Hensheng's mouth twitched slightly. Brother Su, this matter is rather complicated. Allow me to explain. With that, Yi Hensheng began to pour out his grievances. A quarter of an hour later, the young man in the python robe also found his lips twitching, for the tale was undeniably absurd. Brother Yi, it seems you have truly endured quite a lot. Chapter 71. Farewell to old friends at the celestial gathering. After a deliberation between Yi Hensheng and the young man in the python robe, they ultimately resolved their approach towards Chen Changsheng to adopt a laissez-faire attitude. After all, the gravedigger was a former acquaintance of the Wolf Emperor, and his prowess was likely formidable. As his disciple, Chen Changsheng, despite perhaps lacking in strength and experience, was still deserving of a measure of respect. Although the celestial gathering posed hazards, it was best to avoid unnecessary conflicts, allowing them to simply introduce him to the wider world. With this thought, the young man in the python robe approached Chen Changsheng with a genial smile. Ah, so you are the esteemed disciple of the gravedigger. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. The gravedigger has always been an enigmatic figure. If the opportunity arises, I, Su Tian, shall seek an audience with him. In response, Chen Changsheng smiled amiably. My master has always preferred a life of seclusion, but if it is your wish to meet him, I believe he would oblige. After all, he has some connections to the Xuanwu kingdom. Oh, is that so? I was unaware of this, Su Tian replied, intrigued. I have heard my master mention him in passing, though the details remain unclear. In that case, I must seize the chance to visit the esteemed senior. After some polite exchanges, Su Tian arranged for Chen Changsheng to rest. Although the outward gestures of courtesy were elaborate, in reality, Su Tian had no intention of including Chen Changsheng in their activities. Faced with this situation, Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly, undisturbed. His purpose for being in the central court was not to vie for the title of the greatest genius. Avoiding trouble was indeed the best course. After several days in the Xuanwu kingdom, the super teleportation array was finally prepared. The geniuses from both the Night Moon Kingdom and the Xuanwu Kingdom gathered at the array. Interestingly, the foremost talents from both realms were not of pure bloodlines. The leader of the Night Moon Kingdom, renowned as the Demon Clan dynasty, was Yi Hensheng, a bona fide human. Meanwhile, the leader of the Xuanwu Kingdom, Su Tian, was not of royal lineage. He had been adopted as a son by the Zhui emperor due to his exceptional talent and was bestowed the title of Duke of the Side. As they were about to embark for the central court, the Zhui emperor, Zhui Xinghe, made a rare appearance. Observing the array filled with young talents, he delivered a few words of encouragement before activating the super teleportation array. While the talents from both kingdoms were impressive, they ultimately paled in comparison to the prodigies from the central court and other realms. The primary purpose of a celestial gathering was merely to broaden their horizons. Zhui Xinghe had no expectations of them making a significant mark. As the array radiated brilliant light, Zhui Xinghe prepared to depart. However, just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of a familiar face amidst the crowd. Although the aura had shifted and the visage appeared younger, Zhui Xinghe would never forget that face. Simultaneously, Chun Changsheng, concealed among the throng, noticed Zhui Xinghe's gaze. In response to the look of an old acquaintance, Chun Changsheng's lips curled into a radiant smile. Before Zhui Xinghe could speak, the super teleportation array activated and over a dozen geniuses vanished from sight. Swallowing hard, Zhui Xinghe trembled as the ruler of a nation. He had truly emerged from the ancient Forbidden Land. Despite the slight changes in appearance, that demeanor and gaze remained unchanged. The gravedigger, Chun Changsheng, the fleeting national master of the Xuanwu kingdom, had returned. With this thought, Zhui Xinghe exclaimed, "Bring forth the attendants." He commanded the reactivation of the super teleportation array. "I must personally attend the central court." Upon hearing the emperor's orders, an elderly man stepped forward. "Your Majesty, there has been a malfunction with the teleportation array. To restart it, we may require 2 months." As he spoke, beads of cold sweat gathered on the elder's brow, for he could not fathom why the array had failed. Fortunately, the geniuses had not encountered any issues. Had they faced problems, even 100 lives would not suffice for him to atone for it. Zhui Xinghe did not blame the individual responsible for the array, for he realized that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Chun Changsheng. With his profound knowledge of formations, executing such a subtle maneuver was child's play. Then expedite the repairs. I wish to see the array restored to normalcy as soon as possible. With that, Zhui Xinghe turned and departed. His heart was tumultuous, for the one he thought long dead had reappeared, and he had countless questions to ask. In the spatial corridor, a transparent bubble enveloped the group, swiftly traversing the void. The over a dozen geniuses stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing silently ahead, as if they had lost the capacity for speech. Chun Changsheng understood this demeanor well. After all, the essence of being a genius lay in maintaining an air of superiority. To chatter incessantly along the way would be utterly undignified. Disregarding the others' attempts at composure, Chun Changsheng settled into a corner, casually feeding his listless little white dog a pill. As he stroked the dog's fur, his thoughts began to swirl. During this outing, Chun Changsheng recognized the profound impact of the laws of heaven and earth on cultivators. Most cultivators had entered seclusion, with those of greater strength retreating even further. Murmuring softly, Chun Changsheng contemplated the necessity of seeking an entirely new cultivation system. No simple task. He had not anticipated that the suppression by the laws of heaven and earth would not only diminish the original cultivation system's efficacy, but also shorten the lifespan of its practitioners. It was no wonder the central court had organized the celestial gathering. It seemed the old fossils could scarcely endure any longer. As he spoke, Chun Changsheng glanced at the group of geniuses nearby. Each emanated diverse auras, yet intriguingly, the energies they exuded indicated a significant divergence from previous cultivation systems. To put bluntly, they were akin to experimental subjects exploring new paths of cultivation. Should they succeed, they would ascend to great heights. Should they fail, only death awaited. Having unraveled the entire situation's thread, a smile began to grace Chun Changsheng's lips. He understood that the most straightforward method for cultivators to validate the correctness of their techniques was through combat. Victory would signify the method's legitimacy, while defeat would imply its fallibility. Thus, the forthcoming celestial gathering promised to be a cataclysmic clash. Chapter 72: The Gathering of the Talented. Chun Changsheng. Earning a bit of pocket change after a long journey, Chun Changsheng and his companions finally arrived at their destination. the central courtyard of the Kunlun sacred land. However, as soon as their feet touched the ground, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed from a distance. Saintess of the Purple Mansion, today I, from the Golden Light Cave, dare to seek your guidance. A young man, his vitality surging, stood with a radiant sun appearing behind him. In response, a woman with a veil merely cast him a fleeting glance. She then plucked a flower with her right hand and began to ascend gracefully into the air. Buzz, crash, an emerald sea phenomenon materialized behind the woman, and with a slow motion of her hand, a formidable force accompanied by the vision surged forth. The young man from the Golden Light Cave was sent flying with a single move. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers furrowed their brows in concern. Yet, it was Qin Changxing's exclamation that shattered the tense atmosphere. Impressive. Swish. The hundreds of distinguished individuals present turned their gaze toward Qin Changxing, their eyes brimming with disbelief and disdain. They thought, we know she is impressive, but must you be so blunt in your admiration? After all, we are all talented individuals. Can you not display a modicum of pride? To be so astonished before the battle even commenced is quite embarrassing. Faced with their scrutinizing stares, Qin Changxing paused before speaking. Why do you all look at me? Is she not impressive? She conjured a phenomenon in battle. How is that not extraordinary? Upon hearing his words, Yi Hensheng felt a throbbing at his temples. Brother Chun, please refrain from speaking further. The world has transformed, as long as one does not employ the original cultivation techniques. Phenomena may arise. Oh, is that so? So, do all newly created techniques yield phenomena? Qin Changxing inquired, prompting even more disdainful looks from those nearby. It was evident that he was woefully uninformed, seemingly emerging from some forgotten corner of the world. Not at all. Only techniques with considerable potential can manifest phenomena. The greater the potential, the stronger the phenomenon. Then she is indeed remarkable. She has conjured a phenomenon, Qin Changxing remarked, nearly provoking Yi Hensheng to silence him for his sheer embarrassment. Brother Chun, this is the gathering of the talented. The gifted are those who can achieve what ordinary people cannot. In other words, everyone here possesses phenomena. You should have one as well. I'm not aware. I haven't fought recently, and you didn't mention this until now. Yi Hensheng sighed. Why did I bring you along? My past misdeeds have accumulated, and meeting you today feels like a penance. You are clearly sent by the heavens to torment me. After explaining the general rules to Qin Changxing, Yi Hensheng and his companions quickly made their exit. The other talented individuals from various places merely smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of Qin Changxing, whom they viewed as a mere novice. Seeing that no one paid him any heed, Qin Changxing clicked his tongue and walked in another direction. He genuinely was unaware of the earlier circumstances, and his praise had been heartfelt. Yi Hensheng's embarrassment stemmed from their excessive concern for decorum and reputation. In the face of time, all matters seemed trivial, especially that pitiful notion of pride. With an infinite lifespan, how could Qin Changxing be bothered by such trivialities? This is 300 pounds of divine source. Please accept it, the shopkeeper said, personally handing a bee-skin bag to Qin Changxing. After counting the contents, he turned and departed. In merely 2 centuries, the cultivation world had undergone tremendous changes. Once, the universal currency of the cultivation realm was spirit stones, but it had now shifted to divine sources. This term, divine source, had only emerged in the last century. Prior to that, it was known as spirit source. As the Kunlun sacred land developed the sacred ruins, spirit sources began to proliferate. Initially, people regarded spirit sources as merely a new cultivation resource. However, as the rules of heaven and earth shifted, the importance of spirit sources became evident. The former cultivation systems were cast aside, and everyone sought new methodologies. Gradually, they discovered that the effectiveness of spirit sources surpassed that of spirit stones. Eventually, the term spirit source transformed into divine source, becoming the exclusive resource for the talented. Observing the 300 pounds of ordinary divine source in the bee skin bag, Qin Changxing remarked, with a conversion ratio of 1 to 10, I feel as though I have lost a small fortune. It seems I must earn it back elsewhere. With that, Qin Changxing glanced toward the nearby stone gambling house. As the rules of heaven and earth evolved, ordinary divine sources began to appear within the former spirit stone mines. However, certain exotic divine sources were exclusive to the ore's mine from forbidden grounds. The stone skins encasing the divine sources prevented any form of detection, and to ensure profit, various powerful factions established gambling houses for stone betting. In this arena, one might make minor gains, but the underlying powers would never incur a loss. Coincidentally, Qin Changsheng had conducted extensive research on divine sources, previously known as spirit sources. After all, several centuries ago, divine sources were not particularly valuable, and ores extracted from forbidden grounds could be purchased with some spirit stones. To thoroughly investigate the properties of divine sources, Qin Changsheng had procured an entire mountain of ore. The divine sources he extracted, deemed of little use, were half given to Ali, while the remainder was buried beneath a grand formation as the foundation for his array. At the Kunlun stone house, countless cultivators were meticulously selecting stones of various sizes, for among these stones lay the potential for exotic divine sources. The adage "one cut impoverishes, another enriches" was perpetually echoed within the gambling house. "Boss, I wish to purchase this stone." Qin Changsheng's voice echoed through the gambling house, causing everyone to cease their activities, staring at him with incredulity. The stone he wished to buy was the house's signature piece. "Are you out of your mind? That is merely a decorative stone placed at the entrance." Shortly thereafter, the manager of the Kunlun stone house arrived, his expression dark. "Friend, are you here to cause trouble? Do you not know how to speak? I am here to gamble on stones. Is it not normal to purchase a stone?" Qin Changsheng replied, yet the manager remained unimpressed. The massive stone, inscribed with the words Kunlun Stone House, bore no special characteristics. "Is that so? Very well. This stone requires a weight's worth of divine source for exchange. You will need to provide 1,000 pounds. Chapter 73. 80 for a hammer. The source of the fire dragon. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng glanced at the stone before him and remarked, "Isn't 1,000 pounds a tad too cheap? This stone weighs at least 4 to 5,000 pounds. In response, the manager scoffed disdainfully. "Theoretically, this stone indeed requires 4 to 5,000 pounds of divine source. However, considering your earnestness, I shall offer you a discount." Ignoring the manager's sardonic tone, Qin Changsheng scrutinized the stone sign once more. After a thorough examination, he nodded. "This price seems fair, but I only possess 300 pounds of divine source. Could you possibly grant me a grace period? I will gather the funds and return to purchase it." Upon hearing this, the manager's expression darkened. "Dear guest, that proposal is unlikely to be feasible. Today, you have two options. Pay 1,000 pounds of divine source for this stone, or allow us to throw you out." Noticing the tense atmosphere, a crowd quickly gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding drama. For Qin Changsheng, threats from the manager held little weight. He had encountered far greater powers and was unfazed by these minor threats. His reluctance to be overly confrontational stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since he was the one seeking to purchase the stone. Just as he contemplated seeking cheaper items as collateral, a voice interrupted. "I will take the 1,000 pounds of divine source." Turning around, he discovered it was the Holy Maiden of the Purple Palace. Upon her arrival, the manager immediately donned a smile. "I have the honor of meeting the Holy Maiden. May I inquire if this gentleman is your acquaintance?" "Not at all." The manager found himself in a quandary. The Purple Palace traditionally maintained cordial relations with the Kunlun sacred land. If so, why would she assist this troublemaker? In response to Wang Defa's inquiry, the Holy Maiden replied calmly, "The stone shop is a place for selling stones. All materials can be sold here. Is it not permissible for me to purchase this stone? Of course, since it is the Holy Maiden, you may acquire it for 800 pounds of divine source." With a swift motion, the Holy Maiden threw a leather pouch into the manager's hands. However, Qin Changsheng was not pleased. "Wait, what is the meaning of this? I never said I didn't want the stone. This seems rather excessive." Wang Defa, scolding Qin Changsheng, retorted, "Kid, don't be ungrateful. Had the Holy Maiden not intervened, you likely wouldn't have left the Kunlun stone shop today. Quickly express your gratitude." As Wang Defa reprimanded him, the Holy Maiden approached Qin Changsheng. "This stone is a gift for you. The crowd gasped in disbelief, and Chen Chongsheng was equally taken aback. Holy Maiden, if my memory serves me right, we are not acquainted. Why would you gift me this stone? 800 pounds of divine source is no trivial sum. That equates to 800,000 spirit stones. Unfazed by his confusion, the Holy Maiden replied with unwavering clarity, 800 pounds of divine source is merely a trifle. If you are willing to serve the Purple Palace, I would offer you 8,000 pounds of divine source. The crowd collectively gasped. 8,000 pounds of divine source could purchase the life of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. 8,000 pounds is a bit excessive. I will stick with 800 pounds for this stone, Chen Chongsheng declared, pulling the Holy Maiden's hand and placing a pouch in her palm. Here are 300 pounds of divine source. I will owe you the remaining 500 pounds and settle it shortly. With that, he produced a hefty iron hammer, spitting into his palm, and proclaimed, 80. With a resounding crash, he struck the massive stone, chipping away a piece. Witnessing this crude act, Wang Defa's expression darkened. Such actions were hardly indicative of a proper divine source extraction. The stone, though hard, could not withstand such force. This fellow was clearly here to provoke trouble. And once the Holy Maiden departed, he would deal with him. As Chen Chongsheng's unusual chant reverberated, the sign of the Kunlun stone shop lay in ruins. After 9 powerful strikes, the once intact stone was reduced to the size of a basin. By this point, the onlookers were convinced that Chen Chongsheng had come to stir chaos. Yet the Holy Maiden's gaze remained unchanged. During the teleportation, she had witnessed this man. While others expressed astonishment at her aura, he had remained unfazed. This lack of surprise only indicated 2 possibilities. He was either stronger than her or had encountered individuals of greater strength. In either case, he was worth befriending. 800 pounds of divine source was a reasonable price. After delivering the final blow with all his might, Chen Chongsheng struck once more. 80. A strange red light erupted from the stone. Gamblers frequenting the stone shop shouted, "It's risen." Seeing Chen Chongsheng genuinely extract divine source astonished not only Wang Defa, but also the Holy Maiden. The stones in the shop were meticulously selected by masters, and the likelihood of extracting divine source was minimal. This individual had successfully extracted divine source from a seemingly worthless stone, indicating he was no ordinary person. After breaking away the stone's outer layer, Chen Chongsheng rummaged through, ultimately retrieving 2 pieces of fiery red divine source. One was as large as a man's fist, while the other was the size of a bird's egg. Weighing them, he turned to the Holy Maiden. "I am uncertain of the price for this unique divine source. The Purple Palace also has a stone shop. Perhaps you could appraise it?" Upon inspecting the unique divine source in Chen Chongsheng's hands, the Holy Maiden replied, "The Kunlun sacred land once unearthed a mountain-sized mine from the sacred ruins, from which they extracted a divine source resembling a fire dragon. Thus, this type of unique divine source is named fire dragon source, with 1 pound equivalent to 100 pounds of ordinary divine source." Nodding in acknowledgement of her valuation, Chen Chongsheng tossed the bird egg-sized fire dragon source to the Holy Maiden. Despite its small size, the divine source was incredibly dense, weighing around 5 to 6 pounds. This piece was just sufficient to settle his debt. Chapter 74. The inner courtyard of the stone gambling house. Chen Chongsheng, with a cheerful demeanor, placed the fire dragon source into a leather bag specially crafted for divine sources, which he then handed to Wang Defa. This bag, although modest in size, possessed the remarkable ability to offset the tremendous weight of the divine source. Otherwise, an excessive amount could easily shatter a storage ring under the strain. Manager Wang, I recall that entry into the Kunlun Stonehouse's courtyard requires a guarantee of at least 10,000 pounds of divine source. I believe my assurance suffices now. May I enter? Upon witnessing Chen Chongsheng successfully extract a divine source from a piece of waste stone, Wang Defa's attitude towards him underwent a profound transformation. Presently, as the Kunlun sacred land hosted the Heroes' Conference, countless prodigies had gathered from all directions. Such a person, possessing such skill and insight, undoubtedly held a remarkable background. Wang Defa would not dare to treat him with indifference. "Of course, esteemed guest, please follow me." Under Wang Defa's enthusiastic invitation, Chen Chongsheng entered the inner courtyard of the Kunlun stone house, with the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion following closely behind. However, their ability to enter freely did not extend to others. Soon, the entire Kunlun's sacred land buzzed with news of an unnamed prodigy venturing into the inner courtyard for stone gambling. This commotion naturally attracted other talents to come and witness. In the inner courtyard of the Kunlun stone house, the quantity of stones was dismally scant compared to the outer courtyard. In this vast space, only a little over 10 stones were available for selection, yet each one exuded an extraordinary presence. One stone resembled a welcoming pine tree, swaying gently with the breeze, while another, no larger than a fist, was remarkably round and would roll on its own when placed on a plate. After meticulously observing the stones in the inner courtyard, Chun Changsheng furrowed his brow. The aura emanating from these stones was quite potent. If he was not mistaken, they had likely been extracted from the depths of the sacred ruins. He found himself uncertain about what treasures might lie within these stones. "Young master, which stone has captured your interest?" Wang Defa inquired. "I believe that welcoming pine is quite exceptional. To be candid, I have heard the sound of wind, rustling, leaves emanating from within it." In response to Wang Defa's promotion, Chen Changxing rolled his eyes and replied, "I am more aware of the wonders found in the sacred ruins than you might think, but I also understand that 9 out of 10 stones yield nothing. Here, the cheapest stone is at 5,000 divine sources per pound, with some stones commanding prices in the hundreds of thousands or even millions of divine sources. If you permit credit, I might be interested in opening 3 or 5 stones." Upon hearing this, Wang Defa rubbed his hands together, his face adorned with a forced smile. "Esteemed guest, you jest. We operate on a small scale here. Credit is simply not an option. However, for you, a sum of 180,000 divine sources is merely a trifle." "Enough," Chen Changsheng interjected. "Inform your superiors that I am not authorized to make such decisions. I lack the funds for tens of millions of divine sources. I must use items as collateral." Wang Defa immediately replied with a smile, "No problem. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he instructed someone to serve spiritual tea and respectfully withdrew. Seated in the pavilion, Chun Changsheng continued to observe the surrounding stones while savoring the tea, completely unfazed by the captivating presence of the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion. After a while, the silent Holy Maiden spoke up. "With your capabilities, you should not be overly concerned with the quantity of divine sources. You seek the treasures within them." Qin Changsheng turned to her and asked, "What makes you say that?" "Holy Maiden, it is said that wealth, companions, laws, and land are paramount. Resources are always of utmost importance on the path of cultivation. I have come to the Kunlun stone house indeed for the divine sources. After all, who would turn down an abundance of divine sources?" In response to Chun Changsheng's rationale, the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion calmly remarked, "Others may come for divine sources, but you are different. Why is that? Your gaze is far too tranquil. That fire dragon source contains at least 50 pounds, equivalent to 25,000 pounds of ordinary divine sources. Such a resource cannot be ignored, even by prodigies. Yet, when you beheld the fire dragon source, you did not even blink. This indicates that, in your eyes, 25,000 pounds of divine sources are trivial. The entire Kunlun sacred land is aware that the stones in the inner courtyard are priced exorbitantly. Even the most extraordinary divine sources cannot recoup their costs. The only opportunity lies in unearthing sealed treasures within the divine sources. Thus, you have come seeking the treasures concealed within them." Acknowledging the Holy Maiden's insightful analysis, Chen Changxing nodded in agreement. "Your reasoning is sound. I have indeed come for the treasures within the divine sources. As you know, the ores within the forbidden grounds have a significant probability of yielding divine sources, which may encapsulate remarkable treasures, such as unknown spiritual herbs with life-restoring properties. I require such herbs, hence my visit. By the way, we have been conversing for a while, yet I do not know your esteemed name." "Ziqing," the Holy Maiden replied, her voice emerging softly from beneath her veil. "Ziqing, a beautiful name," Chun Changxing responded. "I am Zhuo Xinghe, and I am grateful for your prior assistance, Miss Ziqing." With a sudden crack, a fissure appeared in the teacup held by Ziqing, a powerful aura radiating from her. "Zhuo Xinghe, is the name of the current emperor of the Xuanwu kingdom in the eastern wilderness. Though Ziqing resided in the central courtyard, it was remarkable that she was unaware of this. Did he perhaps look down upon her? Ha ha ha. Ziqing, indeed possessing exceptional insight. I apologize for the misunderstanding caused by Su Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, Ziqing launched an attack. She felt deceived, as Su Tian was the leader of the prodigies from the Xuanwu kingdom. After their initial encounter, she had conducted a thorough investigation. Upon delving deeper, she discovered discrepancies in the list of personnel from the eastern wilderness. There was an extra individual among the prodigies. Bang! Bang! Chun Chongsheng and Ziqing exchanged blows for over 100 rounds, relying solely on their physical strength rather than spiritual energy. Ultimately, during the 136th exchange, Chun Chongsheng effortlessly subdued Ziqing, gripping her delicate arm with one hand while clasping her swan-like neck with the other. With a bemused expression, Chun Chongsheng remarked, "Why do young ladies always seem to be preoccupied with fighting?" Despite being subdued, Ziqing remained composed. The Xuanwu kingdom values physical prowess. Yet your strength is unmatched among the prodigies of the realm. Why are you absent from the prodigy roster? Who exactly are you? As Ziqing questioned Chun Chongsheng, numerous other prodigies who had come to observe the spectacle arrived, witnessing the rather intimate posture of the two. The onlookers were left astonished. Is it this thrilling? Chapter 75. Elder Jiangfeng of Kunlun's sacred land. The scene, with Chun Chongsheng and the sacred maiden of the Purple Mansion, left many of the talented individuals present utterly speechless. The sacred maiden is widely acknowledged as one of the 3 most beautiful women among the younger generation in the central court. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Yet, in the face of this awkward situation, Chun Chongsheng remained remarkably composed as he released his hold on Ziqing. Esteemed guests, do you not understand the principle of respecting boundaries? I am merely engaging in a friendly exchange with Miss Ziqing. Do you not find it rather impolite to gawk at us so? Upon hearing this, several talented individuals hastily apologized and lowered their heads. However, some among them grew increasingly agitated. Miss Ziqing, has this person treated you with disrespect? If so, we shall ensure he pays the price. Upon hearing this, Ziqing cast a fleeting glance at them, betraying no reaction. The enigmatic man before her was indeed somewhat shameless, exhibiting a blend of audacity and cunning. Yet, her disdain for those around her was even greater, for they were hypocrites. As men of stature, regardless of their virtues or vices, they ought to act decisively rather than dither. If they truly wish to defend her honor, they should act immediately rather than seek her approval. Their repeated inquiries were merely a reflection of their fear, having witnessed the man gain the upper hand in their earlier confrontation. Furthermore, her affairs were hers to manage. Though he possessed considerable physical strength, she was not necessarily his inferior. Noticing Ziqing's disinterest, the agitated individuals felt quite awkward. Interestingly, the instigator of this entire situation, Chun Chongsheng, had mingled among the crowd of talented individuals, offering unsolicited advice. My dear friends, how can you pursue a lady using such tactics? You have just committed a grave blunder. Most were dismissive of Chun Chongsheng's familiarity, yet curiosity began to stir among a few. What do you mean by that? It is quite simple. To win a woman's heart, one must rely on one's own charisma to captivate her. You are all aware of Miss Ziqing's extraordinary background and talent. Such a woman is not easily swayed by mere conditions, for few can rival her in excellence. Thus, at this moment, the significance of personal charm becomes evident. Take our earlier encounter as an example. You should have acted without hesitation. Any delay would only portray you as hesitant and timid. Pray tell, how could such a man capture Miss Ziqing's attention? Chun Chongsheng's novel rhetoric piqued the interest of those who had initially scoffed at him. Gradually, a crowd began to gather around him. Now do you understand where you went awry? Upon hearing Chun Chongsheng's insights, many of the talented individuals experienced a sudden epiphany. One among them inquired, Chun, what if the opponent is exceedingly strong? And so what? In Kunlun's sacred land, would your adversary truly resort to lethal measures over such trivial matters? Moreover, all of you are exceptional in your own right. While there may be slight discrepancies in strength, you're not so far apart that you lack the ability to protect yourselves. With these words, the spirits of many talented individuals were lifted. They were all prodigies, and while some may indeed be stronger or more outstanding, it was unreasonable to consider them incapable of self-defense. After years of arduous training, they retained a measure of confidence in their abilities. Seeing the shift in attention, a faint smile graced Chun Chongqing's lips. The young lady of the Purple Mansion seemed to take an undue interest in him, potentially inviting unnecessary complications. To alleviate this predicament, he felt compelled to guide her suitors. The average age of participants at the gathering was barely under a century. Deceiving these younglings was hardly a challenge. Once she was sufficiently distracted by her many admirers, she would no longer focus on him. Qin Changsheng, what brings you here? Just as he pondered how to continue his ruse, a voice emerged from the crowd. Turning, he recognized Zhuo Jing, a member of the Xuanwu Kingdom's elite. Zhuo Jing, the third princess of Xuanwu Kingdom, possessed a commendable talent, ranking in the mid-tier among her peers. Ah, the third princess. What honor, Chun Chongqing greeted. I am merely conversing with my fellow cultivators about some matters of cultivation. By the way, has Brother Su not arrived? In response to Chun Chongqing's query, Zhuo Jing replied, Su Tian and the others are currently adjusting their states in preparation for the upcoming elite tournament in 3 days. I heard there's an unnamed prodigy here attempting to gamble on stones, so I can't witness it. Since you arrived early, do you know who this unnamed prodigy might be? I'm afraid I do not, he admitted. I came to the Kunlun Stone Workshop for a stroll, and the crowd unexpectedly swelled. I have not encountered any unnamed prodigy. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhuo Jing settled down to wait for the appearance of the mysterious prodigy. The others who had been listening to Chun Chongqing's lecture did not suspect he was the very individual they sought. His attire was far too ordinary to suggest a person of significant background, though his prowess in the earlier encounter with Ziqing hinted at his exceptional abilities. Yet, within the hallowed halls of the Kunlun Stone Workshop, one's reputation bore no weight. Even a prodigy would not receive preferential treatment. Thus, the only one privy to the truth was Ziqing herself, and she, with her inherent pride, would not deign to clarify matters for anyone. At that moment, Wang Defa approached with a middle-aged man. Upon seeing this man, the atmosphere grew tense among the talented individuals. Even the ever-composed Ziqing was not exempt. The newcomer was none other than Elder Jiangfeng of Kunlun Sacred Land. Years prior, during the contest for the position of Sacred Lord, Jiangfeng had narrowly lost to the current Sacred Lord, Jiang Bufan. Despite his defeat, Jiang Bufan had once stated, had it not been for fortune's whim, the outcome between us remains uncertain. Another incident had further solidified Jiang Feng's reputation. 6 centuries ago, the notorious scoundrel Wu Li emerged in the central court, bringing disgrace upon the younger generation. Ultimately, Wu Li faced off against the equally youthful Jiang Feng, and after 3 days of relentless battle, the duel ended in a stalemate. This encounter had quelled Wu Li's rampage for a full century. To this day, Jiang Feng remained the only one to have fought to a standstill against the nefarious Wu Li. Chapter 76. The exorbitant price of 2 million divine sources. As Chun Chongsheng engaged in conversation, Jiang Feng approached him, prompting the onlookers to adjust their attire, eager to present themselves in the best light. However, Jiang Feng's subsequent actions left the crowd astounded. He bypassed everyone and walked directly to Chun Chongsheng, who was chatting with others. My apologies for the inadequate hospitality at Kunlun Stone Pavilion, esteemed friend, Jiang Feng remarked. Chun Chongsheng paused his conversation and responded with a respectful bow. Elder Jiang, you flatter me. It is indeed an honor to visit Kunlun Stone Pavilion and experience its offerings. With that, the 2 familiar figures made their way to a nearby pavilion, leaving the onlookers in awe. Despite their own accolades as prodigies, they felt insignificant before true giants like Jiang Feng, who was not only a prodigy, but one of the most prominent figures of the previous era. As Jiang Feng personally poured a cup of hot tea for Chun Chongsheng, he smiled and said, I have heard that you wish to try your luck with a few stones. Do you have any particular targets in mind? Chun Chongsheng replied with a smile. I have indeed set my sights on a stone, but my financial means are rather limited, and I cannot afford such an extravagant purchase. Thus, I must resort to using some lesser items as collateral. Might Kunlun Stone Pavilion accept such offerings? Huh. Jiang Feng chuckled. You jest, my friend. While divine sources are indeed valuable, they can be quite cumbersome to carry. To be honest, I do not even possess 100,000 divine sources myself. Jiang Feng's amiable demeanor contrasted sharply with a certain individual in the crowd whose eyes burned with envy. This was the third princess of Xuanwu Nation, Zui Jing. Clenching her fists at the sight of Chun Changsheng, she felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. This man had deliberately concealed his true circumstances, disregarding the status of the prodigies around him. Reflecting on the attitudes of her peers towards him in recent days, Zui Jing's expression grew increasingly sour. Once their casual conversation concluded, Chun Changsheng inquired, Elder Jiang, the evening grows late. May I select a stone? Of course, esteemed friend. This way, please, Jiang Feng replied, leading Chun Changsheng through the selection. After some browsing, Chun Changsheng ultimately chose a stone that continuously rolled about, no larger than a fist, yet remarkably smooth and round. Unlike the other stones, this one exhibited a peculiar tendency to roll within its jade dish. Upon seeing Chun Changsheng's choice, Jiang Feng began to elaborate. This stone is known as the rolling pearl, extracted from the depths of the sacred ruins. Interestingly, it is encapsulated within another divine source. Initially, Kunlun's sacred land intended to cut this stone, but due to certain circumstances, it was instead sent to the stone pavilion. Intrigued, Chun Changsheng held the rolling pearl and remarked, Is that so? What makes this stone so special? Since you dare to gamble on stones in the inner courtyard, you must be knowledgeable about stones that encapsulate divine sources. Stones containing divine sources cannot be penetrated by spiritual power or divine consciousness. However, this stone is different. Both spiritual power and divine consciousness can penetrate it, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. Reflecting on Jiang Feng's explanation, Chun Changsheng scrutinized the rolling pearl, pondering over various materials. Among the stones, there is one known as black charcoal stone. This material also absorbs divine consciousness and spiritual power, taking on various elusive forms. Interestingly, its weight closely resembles that of a divine source. When black charcoal stone is encased in a layer of stone skin, it can create the illusion of containing a divine source. If the outer layer of this rolling pearl is exceedingly thin and it encases a piece of black charcoal stone, it could indeed produce the phenomenon of divine consciousness penetrating and then disappearing. Due to the considerable risk, Kunlun's sacred land must have refrained from opening this stone. Jiang Feng responded with a smile. Your reasoning is quite astute. However, the stone pavilion is a place for gambling. If we could ascertain the contents, Kunlun's sacred land would not need to take the risk of opening stones ourselves. Would you not agree, esteemed friend? Indeed, Elder Jiang. May I inquire how many divine sources are required for this rolling pearl? 2 million divine sources, Jiang Feng stated calmly, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Chun Changsheng. The stones in the inner courtyard of the stone pavilion were prepared for powerful beings. A young man daring to gamble here must possess an extraordinary background. Otherwise, Jiang Feng would not have taken the time to entertain him. The prodigies present collectively gasped at this astronomical figure, with even Zijing frowning at the mention of such a price. 2 million divine sources far exceeded the resources within her reach. Though she held the title of Saintess of the Purple Mansion, she could only mobilize around 300,000 divine sources. Even if she liquidated all her assets, she would barely reach 500,000 divine sources. Having heard tales of the exorbitant prices within the stone pavilion, she had never anticipated them to be this high. 2 million divine sources seemed exorbitant, yet Chun Changsheng's calm voice cut through the astonishment. Do you wish to hear what you are saying? 2 million divine sources is a reasonable price? Would you care to sell me one? Ignoring the astonished expressions of the crowd, Chun Changsheng waved his right hand, flinging a shadow to the ground. Boom! The shadow struck the soft grass, creating a depression as Chun Changsheng nonchalantly remarked, Elder Jiang, what do you estimate this to be worth? Recognizing the object on the ground, Jiang Feng exclaimed, Purple gold copper mother. Sensing Jiang Feng's astonishment, Chun Changsheng finally shifted his gaze from the rolling pearl to him. Why the surprise, Elder Jiang? Kunlun's sacred land is quite prosperous. Surely you possess some purple gold copper mother. I have indeed seen purple gold copper mother. It is a top-tier material for crafting weapons and the finest material for alchemical furnaces. However, I have never encountered a piece as large as a basin. Well, it is merely something I found at my doorstep. You may appraise it as you see fit. The crowd was taken aback. Why can't we find such things at our doorsteps? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng offered a price of 800,000 divine sources, deeming it quite fair. Boom! Chen Changsheng casually remarked before tossing another piece of metal. The appearance of this metal left even Jiang Feng unable to maintain his composure. Esteemed friend, where did you acquire this? I dug it up while farming. Jiang Feng was left speechless. Could you not fabricate a more plausible story? Unfazed by the two metals he had produced, Chen Changsheng remained indifferent, for he possessed an abundance of such materials. The thunder beasts naturally possessed the ability to explore various metal ores and fed on them. After Chen Changsheng exterminated the thunder beasts of 10,000 mountains, their spoils had naturally fallen into his possession. Chapter 77. The Great Fat Worm, Chen Changsheng. This is something you cannot afford. Seeing Chen Changsheng's reluctance to disclose the origins of the item, Jiang Feng naturally refrained from further inquiry. After reaffirming the metallic object on the ground, Jiang Feng spoke. Xianming Iron Essence, a supplementary material used by supreme beings to forge weapons. Its texture may not be exceptionally hard, yet it possesses an unparalleled advantage, the ability to fuse most different metals. This metal is precious yet rare, nearly impossible to find for a millennium, and currently, I cannot provide a fair price. Listening to Jiang Feng's words, Chen Changsheng continued to observe the Zhou Panju, saying, Elder Jiang, simply take a look. The Kunlun sacred land is vast and prosperous. I am certain they would not intentionally undervalue it. In response, Jiang Feng scrutinized the young man before him once more, hesitating before stating, Since you have said so, I shall dare to offer a price. For this piece of Xianming iron essence, roughly the size of a human head, Kunlun Stone Workshop offers 4 million divine sources. At this proclamation, the crowd collectively drew a sharper breath, for such astronomical figures were unprecedented, even for those present. 4 million divine sources. Only a formidable power like the Kunlun Sacred Land could possibly afford such a sum. Hearing Jiang Feng's offer, Chen Changsheng nodded, saying, The price is slightly low, yet it remains reasonable. After all, this is merely a supplementary material, including this piece of Xianming iron essence. My collateral value at Kunlun Stone Workshop should amount to 480,000 divine sources. To be precise, it should be 482,500 divine sources. After deducting the cost of the Zhou Pan, I will have 282,500 divine sources remaining. Let us set this aside for now. I wish to open another stone tomorrow, but for today, let us proceed with this one. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng handed the Zhou Pan, Zhu, to Jiang Feng. Observing Chen Changsheng's calm demeanor, Jiang Feng smiled. Your generosity is unparalleled, perhaps even surpassing that of some sacred landlords. It is indeed a fortunate event to assist you in opening this stone. With that, Jiang Feng accepted the Zhou Panju from Chen Changsheng, and, simultaneously, the magnificent formation of Kunlun Stone Workshop began to activate slowly. Within the divine sources, peculiar items occasionally emerged, and the formation's protection helped to avoid unnecessary troubles. Moreover, wealth can provoke greed. Should exceptional treasures surface from the inner courtyard's materials, the formation would also deter prying eyes. Whoosh! Exhaling a breath of stale air, Jiang Feng's immense aura instantly unfolded. With his cultivation at the 6th realm, even Chen Changsheng could not help but raise an eyebrow. The previous golden core system had been suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, prompting many talents to forge new paths and create novel techniques. 6 centuries ago, the suppression of these laws began to intensify. Ali's foundational cultivation was rooted in the 8-9 profound art, a unique technique that had not been hindered by these laws, which contributed to his dominance over the younger generation of the Central Court. Jiang Feng, who could hold his own against Ali, had evidently carved his own path as well. Swish! A stream of sword light emanated from Jiang Feng's fingertips, each ray slicing through the Zhou Panju. With every sweep of the sword light, a small amount of stone powder was drawn away from the Zopanju. The stone skin of the Zopanju was exceedingly thin. This method of opening the stone was undoubtedly the most effective, for other methods could easily damage the contents within. As the stone skin was gradually worn away, golden light began to emanate from the Zopanju. Just from the radiance alone, the onlookers could discern that this was the pinnacle of golden divine sources. A single pound of golden divine source could equate to 1,000 pounds of ordinary divine source. Such quality would constitute a tremendous fortune in anyone's possession. Yet, at this moment, everyone's attention was diverted from the golden divine sources. The diminutive size of the Zopanju rendered it unlikely to yield a return of 2 million divine sources, the exorbitant price. Presently, their only hope lay in whether the golden divine source contained something extraordinary within. Swish! As the final sword light flashed past, the entirety of the stone skin had been stripped away, leaving the golden divine source intact. There is something within the divine source, a voice exclaimed from the crowd, jolting everyone back to attention from Jiang Feng's extraordinary technique. They beheld the hollow interior of the golden divine source, where a plump, white, tender fat worm was wriggling. Gazing at the worm, Jiang Feng could not help but furrow his brow, for he had never encountered such a creature. Just as Jiang Feng examined the unknown worm, Qin Changxing's voice resonated. Elder Jiang, the stone has been opened. May I have the item now? Qin Changxing's words brought Jiang Feng back to reality. Of course, is indeed yours. Receiving the divine source orb from Jiang Feng, Qin Changxing shook it slightly, revealing the great fat worm within, and chuckled. I never expected to encounter you here. It seems fate is indeed wondrous. Upon hearing Qin Changxing's words, the previously silent purple mansion saintess grew intrigued and inquired. Do you know what this is? I certainly do, although you are likely unaware. To put it plainly, the value of the Xianming iron essence combined with the purple gold copper mother pales in comparison to merely one of its legs. Well then, the day is waning. I must return to rest. We shall open another stone tomorrow. With that, Qin Changxing pocketed the divine source orb and swaggered towards the exit. Young friend, please wait. However, as soon as Qin Changxing lifted his foot, Jiang Feng called out to him. Elder Jiang, is there something else? May I inquire if the item just unearthed is for sale? Certainly, but the price is one you cannot afford, Elder Jiang. Oh, Qin Changxing's words piqued Jiang Feng's interest. While the Kunlun sacred land may not be the foremost in the central court, its strength and foundation are well known. I am curious to know what price would surpass the Kunlun sacred land's capabilities. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's tone of pride, Qin Changxing smiled slightly and replied, Elder Jiang, you misunderstand. I am not implying that the Kunlun sacred land cannot afford it, but rather that you, Elder Jiang, cannot. To acquire the item in my possession, you would need to exchange 1/3 of the Kunlun sacred land. At this declaration, Jiang Feng's expression darkened. Young friend, surely you jest. I assure you, I am not jesting. The reason you are astonished is due to your lack of understanding of this item's value. Were you to comprehend its worth, you would realize that 1/3 of the Kunlun sacred land is a most reasonable price. However, it seems you do not possess the authority to make such a decision. Hence my assertion that you cannot afford it. Jiang Feng, that price is beyond even the Lord of the sacred land's reach. The sacred land is not governed by a single individual. To offer 1/3 of the sacred land for a mere worm is sheer folly. Chapter 78. The golden silkworm goo of the witch clan, the embodiment of immortality. Seeing Jiang Feng's cold silence, Qin Changxing chuckled softly, choosing not to delve further into the matter. After all, even if the Kunlun sacred land was willing to pay such a price, he might not be inclined to part with it. By the way, Elder Jiang, with such a precious treasure in play, I trust one won't attract any unwanted attention. In response to Qin Changxing's inquiry, Jiang Feng composed himself and replied, during the genius conference, no one is permitted to harm a genius. Those who do will be viewed as provocateurs against the Kunlun sacred land, which will not let such acts go unpunished. However, the competition among geniuses is permitted. That is reassuring. Given the value of what I have presented, I too fear the gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Additionally, the stone in the inner courtyard will not be replaced tomorrow, will it? I have my eye on another piece. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes twitched slightly. The walking pearl had birthed a living being, and though its origins were unknown, its existence within the divine source indicated it was far from ordinary. It would be disingenuous for Jiang Feng not to feel a pang of regret over such a valuable item being taken away. Now, with Chen Changsheng expressing interest in another stone, Jiang Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. Ha ha ha! Jiang Feng chuckled. My young friend jested. Our Kunlun Stone Workshop operates with integrity and would not engage in such petty actions. What is the state today shall remain so tomorrow. Indeed, the Kunlun Stone Workshop is just. Then we shall meet again tomorrow. With that, Chen Changxing strode out of the Kunlun Stone Workshop, exuding confidence. Yet, none of those present dared entertain any ulterior motives. With the ability to easily produce valuable celestial gold, a physique surpassing even the esteemed Purple Mansion Saintess, coupled with an unknown background, anyone considering a confrontation with Chen Changsheng would need to think twice, especially with the ongoing Genius Conference. In the Eastern Wilderness Courtyard, Chen Changsheng returned to the small residence prepared for the Eastern Wilderness geniuses within the Kunlun Sacred Land. Once he secured the doors and windows, he retrieved the divine source orb acquired from the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Observing the fat silkworm writhing within, Chen Changsheng murmured, I never thought there would truly be a living golden silkworm goo in this world. If only the witch clan in the 10,000 Great Mountains had you, they would not suffer such misfortunes. Indeed, the fat silkworm within the divine source was none other than the goo god of the witch clan, the golden silkworm goo. Years ago, Chen Changsheng had unexpectedly ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains, subsequently embroiled in various conflicts with the Thunderbeast clan. During his prolonged stay, he had taken the time to thoroughly familiarize himself with the goo worms of the witch clan, particularly the golden silkworm goo, about which he had the most knowledge. According to the witch clan's ancient texts, the golden silkworm goo was the nemesis of all insects. With this thought in mind, Chen Changsheng took out the broken Jinwu sword and gently sliced open the divine source orb. Swish! Crack! In an instant, as the divine source orb broke apart, the golden silkworm goo lunged onto the Jinwu sword. A faint sound reached Chen Changsheng's ears. Remarkably, the nearly indestructible Jinwu sword had been gnawed upon, leaving a tiny indentation. Witnessing this, even Chen Changsheng was taken aback. It must be noted that the Jinwu sword was the weapon of the former left emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Aside from a singular failure within the ancient Forbidden Land, Chen Changsheng had yet to encounter anything capable of damaging the Jinwu sword throughout the years. Now, the golden silkworm goo had effortlessly made a dent, showcasing its formidable power. The sound of gnawing echoed in the room, as the seemingly harmless golden silkworm goo voraciously consumed the Jinwu sword. Though Chen Changsheng felt a pang of sorrow, he refrained from acting rashly. Ancient texts indicated that the golden silkworm goo fed on ancient ferocious beasts, and his own delicate physique might not withstand it. Carefully placing the Jinwu sword on the table, he hastily retrieved various herbs and tools for inscribing formations. Being a creation of the witch clan, they had naturally documented methods to subdue the golden silkworm goo. Soon, an ancient and intricate formation was drawn. Sprinkling a special powdered medicine and activating the formation, Chen Changsheng slowly extended his right hand towards the feasting golden silkworm goo. It seemed to sense Chen Changsheng's call, as the plump creature lifted its small head in response. Swish! Before Chen Changsheng could react, the golden silkworm goo had already appeared in his palm. Pop! Its sharp little mouth pierced through Chen Changsheng's formidable defenses, burrowing into his hand. As he watched the bulge on his arm, the excruciating pain made Chen Changsheng's lips twitch. After an agonizing wait, the golden silkworm goo finally crawled to the vicinity of Chen Changsheng's heart. Without hesitation, it penetrated the heart's chamber and began to spin silk within one of the ventricles. Pop! As his heart was injured, Chen Changsheng coughed up a mouthful of blood. The excruciating pain caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. To nurture a goo within one's body indeed posed significant risks. Yet the potential benefits were unfathomable. Time seemed to stretch on, but eventually, The golden silkworm goo emerged from Chun Chongqing's chest. The flesh and blood it had breached began to heal at an astonishing pace. At this moment, Chun Chongqing felt a profound connection, as if a bloodline had been established with the golden silkworm goo. Hungry, the desires of the golden silkworm goo resonated clearly within Chun Chongqing's mind. Observing the somewhat fatigued creature, he presented a fist-sized thunder dam before it. Crunch! The golden silkworm goo wasted no time, diving into the thunder dam and devouring it, quickly burrowing deep within. With the creature's hunger appeased, Chun Chongqing finally had the opportunity to examine the internal changes within his body. Amidst the leaden and mercurial essence of his blood, golden threads began to emerge, radiating from his heart and coursing throughout his body. The golden silkworm silk was impervious to divine weapons and served as a supreme healing elixir. With this realization, Chun Chongqing picked up the nearby Zhenwu sword and made a small incision on his index finger. Before much blood could drip, a faint golden thread arrived at the wound, swiftly stitching it together. As the wound closed, the scar vanished at an observable speed, confirming the miraculous properties of the golden silkworm goo as described in ancient texts. Chun Chongqing could not help but break into laughter. With this, I have another card to play for my survival. Once the golden silkworm silk envelopes my body, even if my head were to be severed, I may yet live. With a formidable 9-8 profound art and a wealth of attribute points already rendering his physique exceptionally robust, the addition of this regenerative capability made it nearly impossible for him to perish. Momentarily basking in his triumph, Chun Chongqing turned his gaze to the system panel. The current cultivation system was extraordinarily complex. Even a learned individual like Chun Chongqing struggled to gauge his own strength based on realms. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, various attribute points could still provide him with a semblance of reference. Chapter 79. The Perplexing Defense and Chun Chongqing's Concerns Host. Chun Chongqing Strength. 300 4th Realm. Speed. 300 4th Realm. Defense. 520 6th Realm. Spiritual Power. 240 4th Realm. Lifespan. 640. Correction made for Chapter 67, as Chun Chongqing examined the data on the system panel. He found himself scratching his head in confusion. Since his last awakening, the constraints of the world's laws had gradually intensified. Given Chun Chongqing's disposition, he was not one to submit to such indignities. Thus, a century ago, he had dispersed his original cultivation system and embraced a new one. With his self-created cultivation system, Chun Chongqing found the practice to be remarkably intuitive, and his metrics surged at an astonishing rate. However, after over 100 years of cultivation, he still could not ascertain his true level. Judging solely by the numbers, his strength and speed should have long since ascended to the transformation realm, which corresponded to the 5th realm of his previous cultivation system. Yet the system still labeled him as 4th realm. As for his defensive attributes, they had only recently increased by 20 points with the aid of the golden silkworm goo, allowing him to elevate from the 5th to the 6th realm. Perplexed, Chun Chongqing inquired, "System, is the disparity in my self-created cultivation system truly so vast?" The system replied, in response to the host, "Your self-created cultivation system is not yet complete and cannot serve as a standard for measuring strength. The criteria employed by this system are derived from one of the most extensive and powerful cultivation systems currently available. Ultimately, only the most formidable cultivation system will endure. However, you must understand that the labels do not diminish your inherent strength. This is why labels were not established from the outset." Upon hearing this, Chun Chongqing grasped the situation. Simply put, the standards of the entire world had become utterly chaotic. For instance, previously, an increase of 100 attribute points was considered a success when advancing from the golden core to the nascent soul stage. Yet now, the requisite attribute points for the same transition from the 3rd to the 4th realm might be 150 or even 200. Thus, while the realms may appear identical, the actual power could be worlds apart. Reflecting on this, Chun Chongqing remarked, "No wonder the Heavenly Prodigy Conference is being held. In such circumstances, there's truly no better solution than to engage in combat. However, I seem to have a disinclination for fighting." Muttering to himself, Chun Chongqing turned his gaze to the ailing little white dog. In the presence of this pet, his previously lively thoughts became steadied. Upon seeing it, he was reminded of a certain individual and various events. Years ago, following the lead of the bronze ancient palace, Qin Changsheng had pursued the trail to the central court. Although he had successfully confirmed the fate of Niansheng at that time, as the years passed, the heart he had once set at ease began to stir with concern once more. The journey from the central court to the eastern wilderness had taken 240 years, and he had spent an additional 320 years in slumber. Not to mention the subsequent years of egg watering. A full 760 years had elapsed, and this did not even account for the years preceding that. If he considered the earlier years, Niansheng had already lived through a millennium of lifespan. A millennium is a remarkably lengthy period. Also, the utmost limit encountered by the majority of cultivators in the realm. Was Niansheng truly dead or alive? Contemplating this, Qin Changsheng shook his head and cradled the little white dog, saying, Little black, in this vast sea of humanity, where shall I seek clues about Niansheng? Moreover, that girl, regardless of the circumstances, could at least send a message home. She is truly a source of worry. In response to Qin Changsheng's grievances, the little white dog emitted a weak whimper, both acknowledging Qin Changsheng and expressing its discontent with its name. Observing the little dog's expression, Qin Changsheng smirked. A name is merely a designation. It matters little what you are called. I know you are entirely Snow White, but I simply wish to call you Little Black. Is it too much to ask for such a trivial request? Furthermore, who was the being that had left you in the bronze ancient palace? The ominous presence does not overly concern me, for I have discerned that powerful entities are silently addressing that issue from shadows. Yet, I am apprehensive about the giant hands recorded in the bronze ancient palace. The Witch clan among the 10,000 Great Mountains was likely one of the 18 clans that once guarded the bronze ancient palace. You have just witnessed the might of the golden silkworm goo. Such a clan was subdued by those giant hands. Ultimately, they had to rely on the power of the ominous presence to repel the giant hands. If one day the giant hands descend again, what shall I use to contend with them? Others may not live long, and thus they may not witness the arrival of the giant hands. Yet I will, as I still have a lengthy existence ahead of me. As Qin Changsheng lamented to Little Black, the feeble creature succumbed to a deep slumber. Noticing this, Qin Changsheng gently patted Little Black's head and complained, You heartless little creature, how can you fall asleep while I am conversing with you? Once I have healed you, I shall undoubtedly feast on dog meat hot pot. Yet, I wonder what means I should employ to cure your condition. Qin brother, are you there? A voice interrupted Qin Changsheng's soliloquy. Upon hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Qin Changsheng instantly recognized it was the arrival of Yi Hensheng and his companions. He rose and settled into a chair facing the door, languidly stating, Come in. I have not locked the door. As his words fell, Yi Hensheng and two others entered. The two were Wang Sudian, standing firmly beside him, and Zhuo Jing, the third princess of Xuanwu Kingdom. Yi Hensheng's expression was slightly grave, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Meanwhile, Sudian wore an eager expression, clearly yearning to challenge Qin Changsheng. However, the most intriguing among the trio was Zhuo Jing. Her gaze toward Qin Changsheng bore a trace of anger, and her demeanor carried an accusatory undertone. The three stood silently before Qin Changsheng, who neither invited them to sit nor urged them to leave. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. After a prolonged silence, Qin Changsheng stroked Little Black's soft fur and spoke, If there is something you wish to convey, feel free to do so. However, please take turns. Do not be too chaotic. Also, avoid beating around the bush. I find it bothersome. In response, Yi Hensheng clasped his hands and said, I have heard of Qin brothers' deeds. I regret having been remiss in my previous approach. Stop. Qin Changsheng interrupted before Yi Hensheng could finish a sentence. Chapter 80. A scathing rebuke to the third princess of Xuanwu Kingdom and the three great beauties of the central court. Did I not instruct you to avoid beating around the bush? Why do you persist in disobedience? My origins are not for you to inquire about. Should you wish to know, I suggest you consult your master. If she is inclined to divulge that information, it would indicate your entitlement to know. Conversely, if she chooses to remain silent, you may only speculate. If you can deduce it, you may consider yourself clever. If not, it reflects your lack of wit. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Yi Hinxing's lips quivered momentarily, yet he ultimately refrained from further questioning. After addressing Yi Hinxing, Chen Chongqing turned his gaze towards the eager Su Tian. He inquired, "What is it you wish to ask?" "I wish to challenge you." Su Tian calmly articulated his intention. In response to this request, Chen Chongqing nodded approvingly. A young man with the courage to take risks is commendable. However, you currently lack the qualifications to challenge me. What must I do to qualify? Su Tian asked earnestly. Are you aware of the 3 great beauties of the central court? Yes, he replied. The holy maiden of the purple mansion, Zining, Gong Sun Huayu of the 72 beacon flames, and Yao Yingying of the Wuhan pavilion. These 3 are universally acknowledged as the unparalleled beauties of the young generation in the central court, possessing both breathtaking beauty and extraordinary abilities, truly a harmonious blend of talent and grace. Correct, Chen Chongqing acknowledged with a nod. It seems you have invested some thought into the power dynamics of the central court. Only after defeating all 3 will you earn the right to challenge me. At this declaration, Su Tian's eyelids flickered. Are you truly that formidable? Whether I am strong or not remains uncertain even to myself. I have encountered only one of these 3 beauties. The other 2 are merely known through hearsay. However, I am confident in one thing. Should I desire it, I could easily best the holy maiden of the purple mansion. In the face of Chen Chongqing's nonchalant tone, Su Tian's resolve hardened. No problem. I shall defeat all 3 and return to confront you. After dealing with the 2 relatively inconsequential individuals, Chen Chongqing's attention shifted to the visibly displeased Zhu Jing. As her turn approached, Zhu Jing did not wait for Chen Chongqing to speak. Instead, she directly challenged him. Why do you feign weakness, only to revel in our misfortune? Why do you have to speak before me? Before Zhu Jing could complete her sentence, she was met with Chen Chongqing's dismissive gaze. Instantly, her ire was extinguished. For reasons unknown, Zhu Jing found herself unable to meet Chen Chongqing's eyes. You are the 3rd princess of Xuanwu Kingdom, a title that warrants respect. Yet you lack the standing to question me. Your status as a princess is only relevant within Xuanwu Kingdom. Beyond its borders, particularly within this gathering of prodigies, your authority is derived solely from your prowess. I understand what you intend to say. You merely believe I regard you as a fool. Although I have no interest in such a notion, you may choose to perceive it that way, as in my eyes, you are no different from a jester. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Zhu Jing bit her lip in frustration. Throughout her life, she had never endured such indignity. Observing her reaction, Chen Chongqing scoffed. What? Are you on the verge of tears? Is this the caliber of Xuanwu Kingdom's prodigies? Surely, you are not still in your infancy. I challenge you, Zhu Jing proclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Faced with her outburst, Chen Chongqing's disdain became even more pronounced. Your antics only serve to underscore your immaturity. Yet in light of your near tears, I shall grant your wish. Su Tian, allow her a glimpse of the harsh realities of the outside world. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's directive, Su Tian hesitated momentarily. What? Are you afraid to take action? The left emperor has conferred upon you the title of one word. Side by side, King Du, to your talents and gifts. Your choice of Xuanwu Kingdom may be seen as a wise selection of a perch. But the left emperor did not intend for you to serve as a mere pawn. Do you comprehend the significance of the gathering of prodigies? It is a contest of supremacy, where all beings within sight are adversaries, devoid of friends. You must contend not only with the prodigies of your own era, but also with those from the preceding one, such as the emperor of Xuanwu Kingdom, Zhu Xinghe. After all, he is also a cultivator, and as long as neither of you falters on this path, your paths will inevitably cross. What then will you do? In light of Chen Chongqing's words, Su Tian pondered deeply. However, Zhu Jing grew anxious. Su Tian was a genius of Xuanwu Kingdom. If Chen Chongqing succeeded in swaying him, it would spell disaster. You speak nonsense. My father holds Su Gu in high regard. How could he ever harm him? That is a mere fact. Chen Chongqing countered. You do not represent Xuanwu Kingdom, nor does your father. Xuanwu Kingdom can exist without you or your father, but it cannot thrive without a guiding light. For without a guiding light, Xuanwu Kingdom is doomed to perish. Your father and Su Tian each aspire to be that guiding light, each desiring the other to assume the role. Ultimately, who will prevail rests in the hands of fate. With that, Chen Changsheng resumed his leisurely engagement. Su Tian silently approached Zhuijing. Third princess, please. Seeing that matters had reached an impasse, Zhuijing huffed defiantly. What nonsense about guiding lights. I shall prove I am stronger than all of you. With that, she turned and exited the room, preparing to compete with Su Tian outside. The stage was set, and Chen Changsheng's interest was piqued. He swiftly retrieved a small stool and hurried to the doorway, setting out some fruits and snacks beside him. The commotion naturally drew the attention of other members of the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy group. Sugu, please let us sit and discuss this calmly. Indeed, the third princess can be a bit temperamental. Do not take it to heart. Some prodigies from Xuanwu Kingdom began to intercede. However, their attempts only served to irk Chen Changsheng, who declared, Su Tian, why do you remain idle? Is it not humiliating enough? Their prodigy group consists of merely 1 or 2 members, while Eastern Wilderness has brought over a dozen gluttons. With so many leeches, do you not intend to clear them out? Otherwise, onlookers might mistake you for beggars seeking scraps. Witnessing Chen Changsheng's provocations, the Eastern Wilderness prodigies were incensed, and 3 or 5 of them immediately sought to reprimand him. Bang! Bang! Before they could approach Chen Changsheng, a figure sent them all sprawling. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Tian. Looking at the familiar figures he had just dispatched, Su Tian stated calmly, "One of me is sufficient for Xuanwu Kingdom. You may all return." Chapter 81. The brutal beating of the guardian of Xuanwu Kingdom. The sadness of ordinary cultivators upon witnessing Su Tian's decision. Yi Hensheng let out a soft sigh and proceeded towards the celestial group of Yeyue Kingdom. Ever since arriving at the Kunlun sacred land, Yi Hensheng had harbored concerns over the safety of the celestial group. It was not due to the inadequacy of his companions, but rather the formidable prowess of the younger generation from other realms. As Chen Changsheng aptly remarked, this celestial tournament was a contest of the great path, where no one would spare a thought for your identity. Inadequate strength in such a fierce competition could lead to dire consequences. Previously, Yi Hensheng had refrained from voicing his concerns out of camaraderie, but now that the situation had become apparent, he had no choice but to take a firmer stance. Boom! Boom! Su Tian and Yi Hensheng joined forces, initially holding back against the other celestials. However, as their attacks grew increasingly ruthless, everyone began to unleash their true fire. It became evident that both Yi Hensheng and Su Tian were indeed the pinnacle celestials of their respective nations. In a 2-against-10 scenario, they not only held their ground, but also forced their opponents to retreat steadily. Observing the distant clash, Chen Changsheng lifted the awakened Xiaowei before him and remarked, Xiaowei, after such a long time of inactivity, my first venture out has been to stir the bloodlines of my old acquaintances and their disciples. Is this not somewhat unseemly? Whimper. Xiaowei let out a feeble sound, seemingly lamenting that Chen Changsheng had interrupted its sweet slumber. Rolling his eyes at the creature, Chen Changsheng retorted as a dog. Your energy should be ample. Why are you lazier than a tortoise? Ignoring Chen Changsheng's grumbling, Xiaowei yawned and slowly closed its eyes once more. With a resigned sigh, Chen Changsheng rose with Xiaowei in his arms. Very well, sleep as you wish. It is indeed a burden to seek your counsel on such matters. However, shedding tears among one's own is ultimately preferable to bleeding at the hands of outsiders. With that, Chen Changsheng vanished from sight. As the internal strife of the Eastern Wilderness celestial group escalated, the Guardians naturally felt compelled to intervene. Yet, how could Chen Changsheng allow anyone to meddle in his affairs? Perhaps you ought to wait a while before proceeding. I fear for your safety, should you intervene now. 3 figures were halted by Chen Changsheng at the periphery of the battlefield, faced with the celestials of Yeyue Kingdom. The brows of the 3 guardians from Xuanwu Kingdom furrowed in concern. Who exactly are you? Why incite discord within the Eastern Wilderness celestial group? Furthermore, I do not recall any mention of a character named Chen Changsheng from Yeyue Kingdom, the elder among the guardians, possessing the highest cultivation at the mid-stage of transformation, inquired of Chen Changsheng. However, Chen Changsheng appeared disinterested in engaging him, merely focusing on petting Xiaowei. As the battle in the distance intensified, the three guardians could no longer remain composed. If you refuse to speak, then I shall have no choice but to subdue you and present you to His Majesty for judgment. With that, the mid-stage transformation elder summoned a gourd-shaped magical artifact to attack Qin Changsheng. The ancient gourd swelled in size, releasing numerous winds akin to razor blades. Yet these winds, capable of cleaving through gold and jade, could not even disturb Qin Changsheng in the slightest. Casting a glance at the three, Qin Changsheng remarked nonchalantly, Left Xinghe sent you three not with the intent of participating earnestly in this celestial tournament. As he spoke, Qin Changsheng's right hand formed an intricate array that instantly enveloped the three guardians. With his current mastery of formations, deploying such an array was merely a rudimentary task for him. Bang! Once the array severed external scrutiny, Qin Changsheng drew forth a massive bone and struck it forcefully against the elder's magical artifact. With a single blow, the gourd was shattered into countless fragments. In light of this turn of events, the three mid-stage transformation experts staggered back in terror, as they had never anticipated a mere junior to possess such formidable strength. Clutching the root bone of the Taotai in one hand and holding Xiaowei in the other, Qin Changsheng advanced step by step towards them. In truth, under the current circumstances, mid-stage transformation cultivators held little sway. Not only were they outmatched by the guardians of other celestials, but they would also struggle against even the top-tier celestials. They clung to their outdated cultivation system. Under the oppressive weight of the heavenly Tao, how could they hope to compete with a new generation of celestials? As Qin Changsheng articulated the situation while delivering blows with the Taotai root bone, the three mid-stage transformation experts, two of whom practiced external cultivation and one internal, had previously been a formidable force when united. However, they had encountered the dual cultivation prowess of Qin Changsheng. In terms of magical artifacts, Qin Changsheng wielded the Taotai root, and his mastery of formations was unparalleled in the contemporary realm. In terms of physical strength, he was adept in the 8-9 mysteries, proficient in over 90% of the physical cultivation techniques of Xuanwu Kingdom. Additionally, he possessed an astounding 500 points in defensive attributes acquired from the system. This meant that Qin Changsheng overwhelmingly surpassed them in every aspect. Had it not been for the suppression of the heavenly Tao, they might have held a semblance of qualification to exchange blows with Qin Changsheng. However, under such constraints, they were left with nothing but to endure a beating. After 20 breaths, all three mid-stage transformation experts were laid low by Qin Changsheng. As they gazed up at the youthful figure, their eyes brimmed with resentment. To be so easily defeated by a junior after centuries of arduous cultivation was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Do not look at me so forlornly. This is the sorrow of ordinary practitioners in the cultivation world. Your attainment of the transformation stage attests to your former talent. Yet, the path of cultivation is endless. Once you cease your progress, the next generation will swiftly surpass you. The trio could only remain silent, their eyes reflecting a trace of bitterness. They were acutely aware that the current cultivation system was under the weight of the heavenly Tao as oppression, yet creating a new cultivation system was no simple feat. Having reached the transformation stage, their lifespans were already dwindling. Should they disperse their powers to rebuild? Failing to regain their current level of mastery in a short time would lead to their premature demise. Setting aside the path of dispersing and rebuilding, the former strong practitioners had another option: to innovate upon the existing cultivation system and forge a new one. However, this endeavor proved even more arduous. The original cultivation system had been honed through countless trials, and it could not simply be altered at will. As the commotion outside the formation began to subside, Qin Changsheng tossed an item towards them, saying, "Do not concern yourselves with the celestial tournament any longer. Your task is to keep those injured youngsters safe here. I have made some adjustments to the teleportation array on Xuanwu Kingdom's side. It will likely be a month before it is operational again. After a month, you shall return." With that, Qin Changsheng dispelled the formation and vanished before them. Yet, the mid-stage transformation elder gazed in disbelief at the item in his hand, a token unique to the national master of Xuanwu Kingdom. which had mysteriously vanished 8 centuries prior. Chapter 82. The distinction between prodigies and ordinary talents. The unfathomable Chongqing, the battle of the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy Group, concluded swiftly. Once Su Tian had thoroughly subdued the others, Chongqing returned to his original modest seat. Upon his return, he resumed his leisurely melon-eating stance, displaying no signs of distress. Observing this, Su Tian narrowed his eyes. Such a significant commotion within the prodigy group would undoubtedly attract the intervention of the guardians. Yet, even after the conclusion of the conflict, the guardians had yet to appear. It was evident what had transpired. They were comrades, after all. How could one strike with such ferocity? Faced with the fallen prodigies, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, Chongqing feigned a righteous indignation. Naturally, the onlookers seethed with resentment at his shamelessness. Vile scoundrel! Though they remained unsure of the methods through which he had incited Su Tian and Yi Hensheng, they were certain that this matter would not rest. Both the Night Moon Kingdom and the Xuanwu Kingdom would seek retribution. Hearing the threat from one of the prodigies, Chongqing chuckled softly. It appeared that their resentment ran deep. Otherwise, how could they concoct such a malicious jest, intending to see him perish from laughter? Did they not realize where they were? This was the central courtyard, a million miles from the eastern wilderness. Surely they understood the concept of being beyond reach? Even if I were to order someone to beat you, or even if I were to slay you, the eastern wilderness would be powerless against me. The reason I have struck you is merely to prevent you from embarrassing yourselves publicly. If 10 cannot defeat 2, what qualifications do you possess to partake in the prodigy gathering? Upon hearing Chongqing's words, a flicker of shame crossed the eyes of the severely wounded prodigies. Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were well acquainted. They had sparred during their time in the eastern wilderness. Yet, they collectively believed that, despite the disparities, they were not insurmountable. After engaging in a genuine battle, they finally grasped the chasm that lay between top-tier prodigies and ordinary talents. Witnessing the shame reflected in the prodigies' gazes, Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. It was natural for young individuals to be somewhat proud and arrogant. However, if they remained oblivious even after suffering a thorough beating, that would be a sign of utter hopelessness. With this thought in mind, Chongqing spoke. Now you understand your limitations. Spend the remaining time here nursing your injuries. To dissuade any lingering hopes, let me share a little secret with you. In your eyes, these 2 may seem to be the strongest among the younger generation. Yet, at the prodigy gathering, they are merely among a handful. I could easily identify a dozen or so others of their caliber. This does not even account for the heirs of sacred grounds and ancient families. Should you encounter these extraordinary prodigies, your kind would be utterly insufficient to withstand them. The crowd fell silent. Though we acknowledge the truth in your words, your directness is rather harsh. Could you not afford us a modicum of dignity? After Chongqing's remarks, the numerous prodigies struggled to rise from the ground and silently return to their quarters. While Chongqing's actions were indeed rife with flaws, the crowd opted to bury their grievances deep within. 10 against 2, and they could not prevail. Regardless of the rationale, they lacked the face to voice their concerns. Once the prodigies had departed, Chongqing waved his hand, saying, "You too should return as well. The prodigy gathering will commence in 2 days. Prepare well. Your downfall today may very well foreshadow your future failures." With that, he turned and retreated to his room, watching Chongqing's departing figure. Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were engulfed in confusion. They could not fathom the true nature of Chongqing. His actions were shrewd, and his strength formidable. By all appearances, he was undoubtedly an esteemed elder. However, all participants in the prodigy gathering were subject to age assessments. While there might exist secret techniques to alter one's aura or the appearance of youth, one's bone age could not be concealed. At least, this was their understanding. When Chongqing's bone age was assessed, the result indicated he was no more than 25 years old. It was precisely for this reason that Su Tian and the others had not regarded him seriously. A practitioner not yet 25 could not possess much strength or experience. In the eyes of cultivators, Chongqing was still merely a child. As thoughts swirled in their minds, Yi Hensheng chuckled bitterly, saying, "Brother Su, it is only now that I realize the depth of the world. there are always those beyond us. No wonder my master has always been somewhat dissatisfied with my cultivation. Initially, I believed this was merely a form of training. Now it is clear that I have much ground yet to cover. In response to Yi Hensheng's sentiments, Su Tian gazed at the closed door of Chen Changsheng's room and remarked, as the ancients say, one must know shame to strive for courage. Understanding the gap between myself and others is the first step towards closing it. I will not abandon my pursuit simply because I currently fall short. I know, one day, I shall catch up to them and stand before them. With that, Su Tian too turned to return to his chamber. The following day, Qin Changsheng was scheduled to visit the Kunlun stone workshop, where most prodigies would be present, including the sacred maiden of the Purple Mansion. The events that transpired within the Eastern Wilderness courtyard did not elicit any response from the Kunlun sacred land. In truth, few even noticed the happenings in the so-called dullard group from the Eastern Wilderness. Countless altercations occurred daily among the gathered prodigies, who would pay no heed to the internal conflicts of their peers. However, it is noteworthy that Chen Changsheng's actions had stirred considerable excitement throughout the Kunlun sacred land. His casual displays of power, amounting to millions of divine sources, culminated in the summoning of a mysterious being within the inner courtyard of the Kunlun stone workshop. Such prowess naturally drew the attention of many. Some lofty female prodigies sought to engage Chen Changsheng in conversation, while heirs from esteemed families wished to spar with him. Yet among the throng, few knew of Chen Changsheng's origins. In fact, they were entirely unaware of which continent he hailed from. This was largely because Chen Changsheng's name was absent from the roster of the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy Group. Furthermore, the group had previously dismissed Chen Changsheng due to his perceived youth, leading to a lack of awareness regarding his origin. A night devoid of dreams passed, and as sunlight graced the earth once more, Chen Changsheng stretched languidly, rising from his bed. After gently rousing the sleeping Little Black, he began his morning routine, preparing to journey to the Kunlun stone workshop. The condition of Little Black had severely impacted its foundation, without the sacred medicines found among the divine sources. This ailment would be rather difficult to remedy. Chapter 83. The 72 Paths of Dust and Smoke. Curiosity kills the cat. Indeed, the Kunlun Holy Land is as vibrant as ever. The market is perpetually bustling. Chen Changsheng curiously gazed around, while Yi Hensheng, following closely behind, lowered his head in embarrassment. It was undeniably humiliating to be seen alongside this fellow. The events of yesterday's reckless gambling at the Kunlun Stone Pavilion had already spread throughout the Holy Land, with many top-tier prodigies and influential figures eagerly awaiting Chen Changsheng's arrival. Yet, this man seemed unfazed, wandering aimlessly instead. When the Kunlun Stone Pavilion sent someone to summon him, he merely replied, "The emperor is not anxious. Why should the eunuch be?" Upon hearing this, the messenger's face darkened. It is worth noting that the visitor was an outer elder of the Kunlun Holy Land. Although not a paramount figure, he nonetheless held a respectable status. Chen Changsheng's dismissal had left him seething with indignation. "How much for this item?" Chen Changsheng inquired, picking up a trinket from a nearby stall. The stall owner, seizing the opportunity, beamed with delight. "Ah, esteemed guest, you truly have an eye for quality. This is the treasure of my stall. 300 years ago, my master risked his life to retrieve this from the sacred ruins. If it were not for the fateful connection with you, I would never." "Stop!" Chen Changsheng interrupted the proprietor. "I am not interested in the history of this item. Simply tell me the price." 200 pounds of divine essence. At this, Chen Changsheng silently placed the object back down and prepared to leave. Seeing the prize customer about to slip away, the stall owner became anxious. "Esteemed guest, one must bargain to find a fair price. At least make an offer. I'm afraid I cannot afford such a sum. Just yesterday, you quoted me 20 spirit stones for this very item. Now you demand 200 pounds of divine essence? Do you take me for a fool?" Caught off guard by the revelation of his ulterior motives, the stall owner forced a smile and said, "Ah, I see you are well informed. Had I known, I would not have made such a jest. Please, name your price. I assure you, I shall not haggle. I do not wish to spend money, but I can offer something in exchange." Saying this, Chen Changsheng produced a jade slip, and inscribed a peculiar symbol upon it. Upon seeing the symbol, the stall owner's expression shifted dramatically. He stood up, scrutinizing Chun Changsheng closely, and tentatively asked, "I've been feeling rather fiery of late, and my vision is somewhat impaired. Might you possess any medicine that could restore clarity?" At these words, Chun Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile, confirming his suspicions. Earthquakes shake the high hills, a scene of eternal beauty in the western mountains. In response, the stall owner narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Facing the great sea, 3 rivers converge and flow for millennia. To strike red or black, what path do you follow?" Hearing the stall owner's inquiry about his affiliations, Chun Changsheng chuckled and picked up the fragmented scale he had just selected. "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply take this back, and in due time, someone will understand." With that, he turned to leave. The stall owner, momentarily stunned by Chun Changsheng's retreating figure, hurriedly packed up his items and departed. As Chun Changsheng delightedly toyed with the broken scale, Yi Hensheng felt a gnawing curiosity. He was desperate to understand what had just transpired. Noticing this, Chun Changsheng remarked mildly, "If you have questions, feel free to ask. Keeping it bottled up is hardly pleasant." Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's invitation, Yi Hensheng gathered his thoughts and cautiously queried, "Brother Chun, may I inquire about what just occurred?" "Just a hint," Chun Changsheng replied, raising the shattered scale. "This is the belonging of an old acquaintance. I was merely exchanging signals with him. If all goes well, he shall visit me soon." At this point, Chun Changsheng paused for effect, allowing a meaningful smile to surface. "I suddenly feel you might deserve to know a bit more. Would you like to? If Brother Chun is willing to share, I shall gladly listen." The code we just exchanged is exclusive to the 72 paths of dust and smoke. Upon hearing this, Yi Hensheng's curiosity evaporated, replaced by a desire to chastise himself. The 72 paths of dust and smoke were the sworn enemies of the Kunlun Holy Land, led by the scoundrel Wuli, who had long wreaked havoc in the central court. Anyone associated with the 72 paths would be deemed an enemy of the Kunlun Holy Land. Realizing this, Yi Hensheng wore a pained expression as he said, "Brother Chun, please do not jest. Such words cannot be spoken lightly." "Who is jesting? This is information more genuine than gold. Since you are so curious, I possess even more explosive news. Would you care to hear it?" "I am no longer curious, not in the slightest." Yi Hensheng hastily shook his head. The more secrets one learned, the quicker one met their demise. Observing Yi Hensheng's alarmed demeanor, Chun Changsheng smiled faintly and chose not to continue teasing him. "Little fellow, you ask questions incessantly, and now you are frightened." At the Kunlun Stone Pavilion, after a leisurely exploration, Chun Changsheng and his companions finally arrived at the Stone Pavilion. The once sparsely populated inner courtyard was now bustling with activity. Upon noticing Chun Changsheng's arrival, a young man with striking brows approached with purposeful strides. "You must be Brother Chun," he said. "I am Jiangping of the Kunlun Holy Land. I was unable to greet you in person yesterday, due to pressing matters. I hope you will forgive me." In response to the Kunlun Holy Sun, Chun Changsheng replied with a warm smile. "It is indeed an honor to receive such personal attention from the Holy Sun. I have come today to engage in stone gambling, and I hope Brother Jiang will offer me some guidance." After exchanging pleasantries, Jiangping turned to Yi Hensheng and his companion. "You two must be the prodigies from the Eastern Wilderness. I did not expect Brother Chun to hail from the Eastern Wilderness. Why is your name not included on the list of prodigies?" "Hee. Jiangping, you flatter me. The Eastern Wilderness is home to many talents. My humble abilities are but a trifle. I am merely a filler. Someone of my stature could hardly aspire to be on the prodigy list." Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's explanation, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Jiangping's eyes. If a person of Chun Changsheng's caliber was not listed among the Eastern Wilderness prodigies, then the prodigy group must indeed be formidable. It would be worthwhile to seek an opportunity to witness their prowess firsthand. "Please follow me. Several companions await your arrival. Allow me to introduce you." With that, Jiangping led Chun Changsheng and his companions toward a charmingly appointed pavilion. Within the pavilion were 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. Among them, Chun Changsheng recognized the Zifu Saintess, with whom he had interacted the previous day. Chapter 84. A Gathering of Geniuses The mysterious Magu arriving at the pavilion, Jiangping pointed to a refined young gentleman on the far left and said, "Brother Chun, this is Mei Yongxi, the heir of the Langia Pavilion, known as the Qilin Talent." Upon hearing Jiangping's words, the elegant man slightly bowed to Chen Changsheng in greeting. After appraising the heir of Langia Pavilion, Chen Changsheng spoke, "The Central Court is a land of exceptional individuals and spiritual essence. If one were to inquire about the mightiest force in the Central Court, it would likely be impossible to give a definitive answer. However, if one were to ask who possesses the keenest insights into the happenings of the Central Court, it would undoubtedly be the Langia Pavilion by the banks of the Jinsha River. They are well-versed in the paths of the world's heroes, and to witness the renowned Mei Lang of the Langia Pavilion today is indeed a privilege." "Ha!" Mei Yongxi chuckled. "Brother Chen is too kind. This meager reputation is merely the courtesy of my fellow friends." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mei Yongxi, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze to the man beside him. This individual had a demeanor that starkly contrasted with Mei Yongxi. While Mei exuded refinement and warmth, this man was robust in stature, clad predominantly in animal hides and wool. His style distinctly different from that of the Central Court or the Eastern Wasteland. After a thorough examination, Chen Changsheng formed a hypothesis. Before Jiangping could speak, Chen Changsheng preemptively remarked, "This brother's attire and demeanor are unlike those from the Central Court. It seems you hail from the Southern Plains. I have heard tales about the Southern Plains. It is said that an extraordinary prodigy emerged there, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards by the age of 5. And, at 18, he was collectively awarded the title of First Warrior by 36 tribes. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the burly man grinned widely and replied, "I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about the Southern Plains. The Central Court tends to overlook physical cultivation. During my time here, I have yet to find a worthy opponent. I heard that there is a powerful nation in the Eastern Wasteland that places great emphasis on physical training. Might you be from the Xuanwu Kingdom?" In response to the man's inquiry, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly, saying, "Though I come from the Eastern Wasteland, I am not from the Xuanwu Kingdom. If you wish to witness the prowess of the Xuanwu Kingdom's prodigies, you may refer to the gentleman beside me. Brother Su is a one-character shoulder king conferred by the left royal family of the Xuanwu Kingdom and is the most outstanding prodigy from the entire realm of Xuanwu." Hearing this, the burly man turned his attention to Su Tian. "I sense an aura of strength emanating from you. Your fighting spirit exceeds that of the eagles soaring in the sky. Your battle intent is fiercer than that of the wolves on the plains. I wish to engage you in combat. My name is Borzajan Bachalu, but you may simply call me Bachalu." In response to Bachalu's invitation, Su Tian clasped his hands and replied, "I am Su Tian, a one-character shoulder king of the Xuanwu Kingdom. I too wish to spar with you." On the plains, Bachalu signifies a warrior. Since you dare to bear this name, your strength must be commendable. As the atmosphere between the two intensified, Jiangping hurriedly stepped in to mediate, saying, "I never anticipated that Brother Chen is not only affluent, but also erudite. Su brother and Bachalu seem to hit it off remarkably well. It truly is a case of heroes recognizing heroes. Given Brother Chen's vast knowledge, why not take a guess at the identities of the remaining friends present?" Facing Jiangping's challenge, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and did not take it too seriously. Geniuses are often solitary. If one does not reach a sufficient level, they typically disregard others. Amused by Jiangping's little scheme, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze to the last man, who carried an air of nobility. "Your every gesture exudes an inexplicable grandeur. In the entire Central Court, only the holy son of the Yaowang sacred land possesses such demeanor. 80 years ago, a child was born in the Yaowang sacred land, and upon his birth, a celestial red light enveloped the sky. By the age of 3, he had comprehended the sacred texts of the Yaowang sacred land, and at 5, he bested numerous disciples. By 8, he was unmatched among the younger generation of the Yaowang sacred land, and by 10, there was no one left in his age group worthy of his efforts. Am I correct in saying you are the holy son of Yaowang, known as the exiled immortal?" Upon hearing this, the holy son of Yaowang smiled and replied, "Brother Chun is jesting. The title exiled immortal is merely a fanciful name. If you do not mind, you may call me Fu Yao. Fu Yao? Chen Chongqing mused. The Dapeng soars with the wind, ascending 90,000 miles. What a splendid name. After complimenting the mysterious holy son of Yao Wang, Chen Chongsheng turned his attention to the two ladies present. However, upon facing these two ladies, Chen Chongsheng furrowed his brow. I have already met the purple condensation fairy yesterday, but I am not well acquainted with the origins of this fairy. Might you provide me with a hint? I do not possess a significant background. I come from a small sect, one you would not know. The fairy's assertion seemed flawed to Chen Chongsheng. Your claim is unfounded. I still possess some knowledge of the circumstances in the central court. How can you be certain that I wouldn't know if you do not disclose it? In response to Chen Chongsheng's probing, the fairy with a face resembling a big cake and adorned with sesame replied, I am Ma Gu of the Qianshan sword sect. Upon hearing this name, the gathered crowd began to ponder. The Qianshan sword sect is situated 3,800 miles from the Kunlun sacred land. The sect has a small membership, with only one heir per generation. Chen Chongsheng accurately recounted the origins of the Qianshan sword sect, a fact he knew due to his dealings with them 600 or 700 years ago. Interestingly, the Qianshan sword sect had already been in decline during that time. Given the passage of time, it seemed improbable that the sect would still endure. As Chen Chongsheng contemplated this perplexity, Mei Yongxi interjected. According to the records of the Languorous Pavilion, the Qianshan sword sect vanished 300 years ago. I never imagined that I would encounter an heir of the Qianshan sword sect today. It seems our intelligence at the Languorous Pavilion requires a thorough revision. Regarding Chen Chongsheng and Mei Yongxi's accurate revelations about her origins, Ma Gu displayed no discernible emotion, simply stating, my purpose for attending the talented gathering is solely to restore my sect. I do not wish to compete with anyone. Are you not here to gamble on stones? If we do not commence soon, I may just take my leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping smacked his forehead and exclaimed, how could I forget? Today is the day for Brother Chen to showcase his talents. If I delay Brother Chen's important matters, that would indeed be a grave error. With that, Jiang Ping led Chen Chongsheng to several pieces of stone material, where numerous prominent figures were already gathered, evidently having employed their means to probe the stones prior to Chen Chongsheng's arrival. Chapter 85. Assault on the sacred land of Kunlun. The manifestation of Tao patterns upon the arrival of Chen Chongsheng. A glimmer of light flickered in the eyes of numerous formidable beings. The materials within the forbidden area were impervious to scrutiny, yet this young man's inaugural attempt at stone selection yielded remarkable results, showcasing an extraordinary talent. The only uncertainty that lingered was whether he possessed genuine skill or merely stumbled upon fortune. Should he indeed possess such unique abilities, Chen Chongsheng would undoubtedly become a coveted guest among the great powers. Young friend, how did you rest last night? Are you satisfied with the accommodation arranged by our sacred land of Kunlun? Jiang Feng approached Chen Chongsheng with a smile. After a night of inquiry, Jiang Feng had gleaned much about Chen Chongsheng's background. It was revealed that he arrived with the Eastern Wilderness prodigies, but did not align himself with any factions from the Night Moon Kingdom or the Xuanwu Kingdom. This development heightened the likelihood of Chen Chongsheng being courted. Chen Chongsheng responded, thank you for your concern, Elder Jiang. I slept quite soundly last night. However, I shall be leaving with something valuable from the stone workshop today, so please do not be distressed. Just a couple of stones. Our sacred land of Kunlun can certainly afford it. If you're willing to join us, I will be happy to gift you these stones, Jiang Feng offered. Chen Chongsheng smiled, but chose not to engage further on the topic. Jiang Feng, undeterred, quietly accompanied Chen Chongsheng as he selected the stones. A genius easily courted would hardly be worthy of the title. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chongsheng halted his steps. Elder Jiang, these 9 peculiar stones are indeed extraordinary. Yet I fear I cannot discern their qualities from mere appearances. May I employ some techniques? Of course, as long as the stones remain unharmed. You are permitted to use any method. With Jiang Feng's consent, Chen Chongsheng entrusted his companion Yi Hensheng with the small black object he held and began to gesture with both hands. Golden patterns emerged from thin air. At this sight, Zining instinctively exclaimed, Tao patterns. Without a moment's hesitation, she immersed herself in the observation of the Tao patterns that Chun Changxing conjured. Tao patterns are a manifestation of the grand principles of the universe, accessible only to those of unparalleled prowess. While the great sanctuaries possessed some Tao patterns, few could truly comprehend them. These patterns were akin to treasured legacies, seldom revealed to others. The revelation that Chun Changsheng understood Tao patterns left all in astonishment. As Chun Changsheng inscribed the Tao patterns, everyone seized the opportunity to comprehend them. The holy sun of Yaoguang emitted a radiant golden glow, striving to engrave Chun Changsheng's patterns in his memory. Subsequently, he began to levitate, exuding an aura reminiscent of ascension. Others, too, displayed their unique manifestations. Yet none rivaled the grandeur of the holy son of Yaoguang and the holy maiden of Zifu, whose ethereal vision of a serene ocean transformed into turbulent waves beneath a cerulean sky was truly magnificent. The remaining individuals, while lacking visible manifestations, nonetheless exuded formidable presence. Go! Upon completing the golden Tao patterns, Chun Changsheng waved his right hand, embedding the patterns within the 9 stones. As the patterns merged, 9 indistinct images emerged from the stones. An elderly figure, nearly bald, excitedly pointed at a phantom image, exclaiming, "I want that weapon. Whoever dares to contest me shall face my wrath." A spectral divine sword radiated an immense sword aura, causing a prickling sensation on the skin of those present. Such a divine weapon stirred great excitement among the powerful figures. The other 8 stones revealed equally remarkable images, albeit less distinct. After a brief moment, the Tao patterns dissipated, and Chun Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow. The intricacies of the Tao patterns were profound, and managing to inscribe even a small portion was a considerable exertion. In truth, during the ancient Forbidden Era, Chun Changsheng had already perceived the existence of divine sources. However, at that time, he was ensnared in peril, struggling for survival, let alone studying the stones beneath the unparalleled formations of the ancient Forbidden Land. Considering the connection between Tao patterns and divine sources, Chun Changsheng decided to test his understanding, and to his astonishment, it proved effective. "Elder Jiang, I have selected my stone." Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's words, the others realized their opportunity to comprehend the Tao patterns had vanished. Though all present were eminent figures and prodigious talents, the fleeting manifestation of the Tao patterns and the fact that they were merely fragments left them with little to glean. "Oh, which stone did you select, young friend?" Jiang Feng's gaze toward Chun Changsheng grew increasingly fervent. Each time he believed he had witnessed Chun Changsheng's limits, the young man would unveil new abilities. In blunt terms, Chun Changsheng resembled an inexhaustible treasure trove. Such a genius was one that the sacred land of Kunlun could ill afford to overlook. "I have chosen this stone, welcoming pine," Chun Changsheng declared. Upon uttering these words, several ancient figures released a sigh of relief. Although they professed their desire for certain stones, protocol dictated that Chun Changsheng, having arrived first, should have the privilege to choose. The rules against disrupting the Kunlun Stone Workshop were not to be trifled with. Now that Chun Changsheng had made a selection, the remaining 8 stones would be subject to fair competition. Boom! Suddenly, the entire sacred land of Kunlun trembled, and a voice resonated in the ears of all present. "Kunlun's sacred land, I have come to exact my vengeance. Where's that scoundrel Jiang Feng?" Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Feng's expression turned icy. Swish! Jiang Feng appeared above the sacred land of Kunlun, and many formidable beings surged to offer their support. The grand formation of Kunlun was under siege by a colossal figure, while 72 masked experts labored to breach the formation. "Wooly, do you dare return here? Today, I shall not show you mercy. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe I fear you? Come forth and engage me in 300 rounds. Oomph. With a cold scoff, Jiang Feng brandished an ancient bronze sword. Seeing Jiang Feng unleash his true might, Wu Li sneered and swiftly created a fissure in the formation through which he slipped. The arrival of the 72 Wuing caused surprise among the crowd. At this moment, Jiang Ping turned to Chun Changsheng and said, "Brother Chun, one of the 3 beauties of the central court, Gongsun Huaiyu, hails from the 72 Wuing. Why not compete to see who can capture this troublesome woman first? Serving her tea and water could be quite delightful. However, before Qin Changsheng could respond, the previously unassuming Magu interjected. Do you dare to drink the tea I serve? Chapter 86. The Three Great Beauties Gong Sun Huaiyu. Has Qin Changsheng been captured? Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, upon hearing Magu's words, Jiang Ping swiftly turned and struck with an open palm. The powerful shock wave severed numerous trees in the inner courtyard. Meanwhile, many prodigies sealed off all of Magu's escape routes. Mei Yongxi gazed at Magu and remarked coolly, Miss Gong's son, the Qianshan sword sect has been extinct for 300 years. The intelligence from our Languorous pavilion has never been erroneous. It is indeed unwise for you to impersonate a descendant of the Qianshan sword sect and venture into Kunlun's sacred land. Upon hearing this, Magu's expression remained unchanged. Truly deserving of the title Qilin talent, with so many prodigies gathered here, I suspect your influence is at play. It is quite regrettable that the scheme 3 years ago did not eliminate you. Hearing Magu's words, Jiang Ping coldly interjected, May brother, why waste words with her? Since she dares to come to Kunlun's sacred land, we must ensure she does not leave. Wait, just as Jiang Ping was about to act, Magu suddenly called out to everyone. What? Do you have any final words? Not final words, but rather I wish to draw your attention to your own predicament. Although you have long suspected my identity is amiss, have you not noticed something strange? As these words left her lips, a wave of dizziness swept over the crowd. In response to this situation, the holy son of Yaoguang furrowed his brow, radiating a brilliant light before retreating from the inner courtyard. Following suit, Jiang Ping and the others made the same move. Observing the ugly Magu below, the holy son of Yaoguang spoke, This is the sleep curse of Gongsan Huaiyu. Those afflicted will fall into slumber within 30 breaths, but the application of the curse has its limitations. As long as one leaves the range of the curse during consciousness, they can avoid its effects. As he spoke, the holy son paused and glanced at Qin Changsheng, who lay unconscious in Magu's grasp. Her objective this time does not seem to concern us. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the holy son of Yaoguang has deduced everything correctly. I am currently in need of a formidable consort, and I shall take this pretty boy with me. With that, Magu produced a white jade formation platform. The intricate array patterns began to spread outward. Witnessing this, Yi Hensheng shouted, She is trying to escape. Stop her. In an instant, 7 prodigies simultaneously took action, attempting to thwart Gong Sun Huaiyu's escape. Boom! Puffed. Gong Sun Huaiyu spat blood and was sent flying, yet the formation had already been activated, enveloping her and the unconscious Qin Changsheng in a beam of light. Clutching her shoulder, which had been pierced by the holy son of Yaoguang, Gong Sun Huaiyu grinned. Oh dear, you all hit quite hard. I shall remember this grievance. After teasing the crowd, Gong Sun Huaiyu vanished with Qin Changsheng. Sensing the situation, Wu Li struck Jiang Feng back with a punch. The winds are fierce. I shall slay you. The anger surged within Jiang Feng as the unparalleled prodigy he was about to seize was taken from him. TSK, TSK. Do not be so enraged. With so many people in Kunlun's sacred land, taking 1 or 2 is hardly a concern. As he spoke, Wu Li activated a pre-prepared teleportation formation. Seeing Wu Li's figure disappear, Jiang Feng slashed through the void with his sword, plunging into the rift. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle caused the very fabric of space to tremble. Time passed, and eventually Jiang Feng emerged from the spatial fissure, disheveled. The ancient bronze sword was stained with blood, its once resplendent attire now tattered from the rift. I have gravely injured the villain. Kunlun's sacred land shall not rest until we have exacted vengeance upon the 72 wolf smoke. After issuing the command, a trickle of blood escaped Jiang Feng's lips as he vanished. Rest assured, Brother Yi, we at Kunlun's sacred land will ensure Chen's safety. Should that villain dare harm him, I shall offer the head of the 72 wolf smoke in tribute to Chen. Jiang Ping consoled Yi Hensheng with a grim expression. At this, Yi Hensheng responded with evident concern. However, given the gravity of the situation, the group had no leisure for idle chatter and soon dispersed. Once they found themselves alone, Su Tian frowned, Brother Yi, Qin Changsheng, and the 72. Before Su Tian could finish, Yi Hensheng raised a hand to halt him. Brotersu, we should be deeply concerned about Chen Changsheng's safety, correct? Understanding the implication in Yi Hensheng's gaze, Su Tian quickly grasped the underlying meaning. Outsiders were oblivious to Chen Changsheng's history. However, they were acutely aware. Chen Changsheng had deep connections with the 72 wolf smoke and should not be targeted by them. Moreover, given his extensive knowledge of the 72 wolf smoke, how could he have been so easily captured by Gongsun Huayu? To outsiders, it appeared as though Gongsun Huayu had meticulously plotted this, with Chen Changsheng's negligence leading to his capture. Yet, to those privy to the truth, the entire affair seemed exceedingly bizarre. Having pondered the key issues, Su Tian sighed, such as the true essence of the cultivation world. One misstep can lead to utter ruin, and oftentimes, no words are necessary. A mere glance can spell disaster. With that, Su Tian and Yi Hensheng returned to the East Wilderness Courtyard. In the time to come, they would need to feign urgency. Should their act falter and reveal a flaw, the consequences would likely be dire. In an unknown cavern, swish, smack, the injured Gongsun Huayu fell to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Swallowing a healing pill, Gongsun Huayu continued to wail in agony, having been attacked by 7 top prodigies. Her survival was a testament to her extraordinary strength. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have already found their resting place in a coffin. Once her injuries had slightly mended, Gongsun Huayu limped towards the unconscious Chen Changsheng. Slurp, licking her lips at the thought of the bounty. Gongsun Huayu chuckled. It was worth all the trouble to bring you out. To casually spend 400,000 divine sources, you are indeed an unprecedented prize. Let me see what treasures you possess. Just as Gongsun Huayu reached for the items in Chen Changsheng's embrace, another hand firmly grasped her wrist. Girl, despite your severe injuries, you still covet treasures. Are you willing to risk your life? Startled by Chen Changsheng's sudden awakening, Gongsun Huayu jumped in fright. In her panic, she struck out at Chen Changsheng. However, even at her peak, Gongsun Huayu was no match for him, let alone in her current weakened state. In less than 3 moves, Chen Changsheng effortlessly subdued Gongsun Huayu. Chapter 87. Farewell to old friends Chen Changsheng. Have I become my son? After subduing Gongsun Huayu, Chen Changsheng glanced at the surroundings outside the cave. Once he confirmed their safety, he began to remove Gongsun Huayu's garments. Faced with Chen Changsheng's actions, Gongsun Huayu was immediately alarmed. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Chen Changsheng casually retorted as he stripped away the obstructive clothing. Once he completed the preliminary preparations, Chen Changsheng extracted several silver needles from Gongsun Huayu's neck. With the removal of the silver needles, the formerly unattractive Gongsun Huayu underwent a remarkable transformation. Her dark skin became fair and smooth, and her pockmarked face vanished without a trace. Her round face morphed into a perfect oval shape. However, her exquisite visage lacked any color, lending an almost morbid beauty. Having undone Gongsun Huayu's disguise, Chen Changsheng remarked, "This transformation technique is not flawless when in use. The face cannot exhibit much expression. It may fool some naive youths, but it is easily seen through by experts." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng tapped on Gongsun Huayu's shoulder a few times. The close-fitting scale armor was effortlessly removed from one of her sleeves. Gongsun Huayu was left astounded by Chen Changsheng's adeptness. This armor was crafted through secret methods, and without special techniques, it could not be taken off. Furthermore, this transformation technique was a unique skill of the 72 wolves. How could he possibly know it? After extracting shattered bones and trimming away some flesh, Chen Changsheng began to channel spiritual energy to regenerate Gongsun Huayu's bones. Once her skeletal structure was sufficiently restored, he produced a jar and extracted some white ointment to apply to her wounds. The moment the ointment touched her wounds, countless flesh buds began to sprout rapidly. Noticing Chen Changsheng meant her no harm, Gongsun Huayu's spirits lifted. What is this ointment? Its effects surpass even the finest healing elixirs of the Holy Land. You are treating me so well. Could it be that you have feelings for me? In response to Gongsun Huayu's incessant chatter, Chen Changsheng silently continued to heal her. After half an hour, he finally completed the treatment for all of Gongsun Huayu's injuries. With the combined might of 5 top-tier prodigies, Jiangping, Baqilu, Fuyao, Zining, Mei Yongxi, along with Yi Hensheng, a first-rate prodigy, Gongsun Huayu would have surely perished had she not possessed the protective scale armor crafted from Thunder Bee scales. However, judging by her injuries, it was evident that the strongest among the 7 was likely the holy Sun Yaoguang. Among them, only he had breached the defenses of her scale armor, and Qin Changxing sensed that he had not exerted his full strength during their earlier confrontation. I feel much better now. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. Under normal circumstances, I should thank you properly, but bang! Gongsun Huayu, attempting to ambush him, was swiftly knocked over by Qin Changxing, who then sat firmly on her back, pinning her down. Stop it! I'm trying to think. It seems that this trap has been seen through. Gongsun Huayu, are you that strong? Although I have yet to fully recover, you shouldn't be able to subdue me so easily. After a moment of self-reflection, Gongsun Huayu began to engage in some subtle movements. Swish! A fist appeared before Gongsun Huayu, opening to reveal tiny insects slowly descending. Cultivating goo insects is no easy task. Do not waste them on me. You are still too inexperienced to play such tricks in my presence. Gongsun Huayu, are you sent by the heavens specifically to counter me? Why do you always seem to counter my methods? How do you know all of my abilities? As a cup of tea passed, Qin Changxing lifted the pressure he had placed on Gongsun Huayu. All right, take me to the lair of the 72 wolves. In response to Qin Changxing's request, Gongsun Huayu snorted coldly, dream on. Even if you saved me, I shall not lead you there. Glancing at Gongsun Huayu, Qin Changxing remarked, it appears you have yet to receive the latest news. What latest news? You will find out in due time. With that, Qin Changxing grasped Gongsun Huayu's right hand, observing the 3 copper coins adorning her wrist. Hidden within the 3 harmonies gold wings are the 5 yin and 6 yang. Kuan represents yin and qian represents yang. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams govern the constants. These 3 copper coins symbolize your identity as a member of the 72 wolves. You are aware of this, are you not? Swish! Gongsun Huayu retreated 2 steps, her demeanor suddenly wary. The identities of the 72 wolf lords were shrouded in mystery. She only knew a fraction of them, while the complete list was known solely to her master. Anyone privy to such secrets was likely one of the 72 wolf lords. However, all of them were present today. Who could this person be? Do not dwell on it. My origins are beyond your imagination. If you do not reveal the lair of the 72 wolves, I shall seek it out myself, and you may regret it later. Contemplating Qin Changxing's words, Gongsun Huayu declared defiantly, since you are so eager to witness the lair of the 72 wolves, I shall oblige. I hope you do not regret it later. With that, Gongsun Huayu produced a directional array platform. At this sight, Qin Changxing smiled and proceeded to the center of the array, unperturbed by the possibility of Gongsun Huayu playing tricks. The method of transmission through such an array was one he had devised himself. As the progenitor of this art, no one understood it better than he did. After a series of complex transmissions, Gongsun Huayu brought Qin Changxing to a secluded valley. Within this valley lay a hidden village, characterized by orderly houses, fertile fields, and picturesque scenery. The intertwining paths echoed with the sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking, making it truly reminiscent of a paradise. Upon Gongsun Huayu's return, the villagers in the fields greeted her warmly. However, upon seeing the unfamiliar Qin Changxing, they instinctively paused their work, including some formidable individuals. Master, I have returned. Gongsun Huayu cheerfully waved at a farmer working the land. At her words, the farmer's face lit up with a smile, but this expression froze entirely upon noticing Qin Changxing. Throwing aside his hoe, the farmer hurriedly approached Qin Changxing, his right hand trembling as it hovered uncertainly before attempting to touch Qin Changxing's face. Master, what troubles you? Gongsun Huayu sensed something was amiss and instinctively inquired. Tears welled in the farmer's eyes as he replied, Huayu, he is your master's ancestor, by lineage. You should address him as Uncle Master, Qin Changxing. Does he think I am dead? Have I become my son? Chapter 88, The Difficult and Long Road. Troubles left behind. The words of the farmer left Chun Changsheng utterly bewildered, and even Gongsun Huayu beside him wore a face full of questions. How had the supposed great fat sheep transformed into master uncle? Observing the gathering crowd of onlookers, Chun Changsheng calmly suggested, "This is not the appropriate place for conversation. Might we find a more secluded spot? How could I have been so careless?" With that, the farmer led Chun Changsheng to a wooden cabin. Once they secured the doors and windows, the farmer looked at Chun Changsheng with excitement and said to Gongsun Huayu, "Huayu, why are you still waiting? Hurry and greet your master uncle." In response to the farmer's demand, Gongsun Huayu's face was filled with reluctance. At this moment, Chun Changsheng raised his hand and said, "Let's postpone such formalities for now. Come closer. I have something to impart to you." Upon hearing this, the farmer wiped away the tears in his eyes and responded with enthusiasm, "Indeed, my master was a sentimental person. He must have left behind many final words before his passing. Rest assured, I shall fulfill his last wishes." As he spoke, the farmer leaned in. Swish! Chun Changsheng grasped the farmer's ear with his right hand, pulling that simple-minded head closer to his own. Simultaneously, Chun Changsheng's tone turned somewhat cold. "Ali, did I not tell you before that you are not my disciple? Has it been merely a few hundred years, and you have forgotten my words?" Upon hearing that familiar tone, the farmer froze momentarily. Looking up again, the familiar gaze returned. A person's appearance may change, but their eyes cannot lie. For the eyes are the windows to the soul. Though there may be countless individuals who resemble one another, no two hearts are ever identical. "Is it truly you, Mr. Xian? What do you think?" Chun Changsheng replied, releasing Ali's ear. Faced with Chun Changsheng's gaze, Ali appeared like a child caught in wrongdoing, radiating discomfort. Meanwhile, Gongsun Huayu stood beside them, utterly astonished, her jaw slack. She had once heard her master mention that all his skills were taught by a mysterious Mr. Xian. Yet this Mr. Xian had never acknowledged Ali as his disciple, although it had not been explicitly stated. Even a fool could discern that the Chun Changsheng before them was indeed that enigmatic Mr. Xian. Observing Ali's expression, Chun Changsheng gestured to Gongsun Huayu. "You may step outside. I have matters to discuss with your master." In response, Gongsun Huayu cast a questioning glance at Ali. "What Mr. Xian says is my command. Please leave." Although her mind was filled with countless questions, Gongsun Huayu chose to obey her master's command. Thud! After she exited, Ali knelt directly before Chun Changsheng. "I failed to keep my promise and taught the master's techniques without authorization. Please punish me, Mr. Xian." Looking down at the kneeling Ali, Chun Changsheng sighed softly, shaking his head. "I do not blame you for the techniques. What I cannot comprehend is why you failed to remember my admonitions. I once told you that if you wish to carve a path through the world of cultivation, you must not leave yourself any weaknesses. Yet look at your current state. Not only have you taken on disciples, but you have also created a paradise away from the world. Do you truly believe that no one can see through your little tricks? Those sacred lands and aristocratic families have stood on this land for countless years. Their foundations are beyond your imagination. If one day they discover this place, how will you respond?" In the face of Chun Changsheng's inquiries, Ali merely lowered his head in silence, for he knew that creating this paradise had indeed been a grave mistake. The once mighty Thunder Beast clan was ultimately vanquished by my own hand, feeble as I was back then. Now, the 72 smoke signals do not even compare to the Thunder Beasts, and the forces of the sacred lands are exponentially stronger than I was in those days. I am intrigued. How could you have dared to act so recklessly?" Hearing this, Ali's lips quivered slightly as he softly replied, "They are the orphans of my brothers who fought beside me. At one point, their identities were exposed, and if I did not intervene, they would have faced certain death. Did I not tell you that in the path of cultivation, one must let go of emotion?" Chun Changsheng retorted, "If you cannot release this emotion, then why did you tread down this path in the first place? Have you succeeded in doing so, Mr. Xian?" Ali looked up at Chun Changsheng. Faced with Ali's clear gaze, Chun Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. According to the system's regulations, as long as he surpassed a tenth of his total lifespan while awake, he could enter the next slumber. Thus, the fastest and most efficient way to grow stronger was to continuously fall into slumber. Yet, throughout the millennia, Chun Changsheng had always lived to the very limit of his awakening time before sinking into the next slumber. This prolonged method of growth was chosen precisely because Chun Changsheng could not let go of the emotion in his heart. He did not wish to become a cold machine, nor did he want his departed loved ones to perish in endless waiting. After a long pause, Chun Changsheng spoke again. To cultivate while carrying the weight of emotion is a painful and arduous journey. It is precisely because I understand the suffering involved that I wish to spare you. Yet you have ultimately walked my old path. Now do you comprehend why I repeatedly refused Aman? While Aman and I shared a romantic affection, your ties with those outside are akin to blood relations. The pain of severing these two forms of emotion can cut deeper than a knife. I cannot prevent Aman's death, nor can you prevent theirs. In the struggle for the great Tao, bloodshed is unavoidable. Have you truly considered this? In response to Chun Changsheng's words, Ali managed a bitter smile. Mr. Xian, I can no longer turn back. Sigh. Chun Changsheng sighed, helplessly saying, rise. Since there is no turning back, you must tread the path ahead with care. With each death among those outside, your heart will endure another wound. Now tell me of your experiences over the years. How did you come to develop a mortal enmity with the Kunlun sacred land? In response, Ali gathered his thoughts and began, years ago, Jiang Bufan sought to summon you from retirement. When you vanished without a trace, Jiang Bufan became furious. Unable to locate you, he directed his ire towards me in an attempt to force your reappearance. Over time, the conflicts multiplied, and we engaged in a struggle that endured for over 7 centuries. He became the lord of the Kunlun sacred land, while I rose to lead the 72 smoke signals. Understanding the root of the matter, Chun Changsheng lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Chapter 89. The transformation of Master Uncle into Grandmaster, the most suitable cultivation system based on your assertions. It seems that I am unlikely to evade this matter. The only person from Kunlun's sacred land who knew me 7 centuries ago is most likely this Jiang Bufan. If I were to reappear before him, he would surely deduce my secret. Once that secret is unveiled, I would become a target of animosity across the realm. In response to this topic, Ali lowered his head, refraining from further discussion. Ever since meeting Chun Changsheng, he had kept his name from circulating. Initially, he thought this was merely Chun Changsheng's indifference to fame and fortune. Now, he finally comprehended the underlying reason. Over 700 years ago, Chun Changsheng had already attained the realm of transformation, meaning he had lived for centuries by that time. Now, more than 700 years later, Chun Changsheng still thrives. And unlike those lifeless ancient relics, he lives with vibrant vitality. In light of this situation, there is only one explanation. True to his name, Chun Changsheng has indeed achieved longevity. Observing Ali's silence, Chun Changsheng smiled gently and said, enough with the solemnity. My visit indicates that I'm unconcerned about you knowing this secret. Now, let us discuss our forthcoming strategies. Upon hearing Chun Changsheng speak, a smile appeared on Ali's face, as Chen's words affirmed his trust in him, treating him as an ally. Sir, what do you intend to do? What else is there to do? Of course, we must eliminate the threat. I may lack assurance regarding Kunlun's sacred land, but killing a Jiang Bufan is certainly within my capability. He currently holds the position of sovereign in the sacred land, making it impossible for us to take his life there. The only viable option is to lure him out through the conflict of the Great Tao. To achieve this, we must coordinate our efforts seamlessly. Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's intention to return to Kunlun's sacred land, Ali hesitated. Sir, wouldn't this be somewhat perilous? Indeed, it poses certain dangers. But since this affair originated with me, it must also conclude with me. Surely you do not perceive me as someone who merely shifts burdens on others? Hey, how could the sir be such a person? Others may not know you, but I certainly do. You act with integrity, seeking only a clear conscience. It is rare to find someone like you in this world. Stop. Chun Changsheng rolled his eyes, interrupting Ali's flattery. Cease this sycophancy. It does not amuse me. Go fetch your disciple. I have some instructions for her, and I would like her to witness our discourse. It will benefit her future cultivation. What discourse? Ali instinctively inquired, only to be met with a piercing gaze from Chun Changsheng. What? Do you believe your current cultivation system is flawless? Or do you think your abilities surpass mine, rendering me unworthy of engaging in discourse? Embarking on the path of teaching before mastering one's own cultivation is indeed shameless. Faced with Chun Chongqing's words, Ali hastily apologized and exited the room. Inside the chamber, the once mighty Gongsun Huayu now stood like a well-behaved child. There was no denying that Chun Chongqing's background was exceedingly daunting. His own master was taught by Chun, and now he had come to participate in the Talents Conference. It is worth noting that there are stringent requirements for participation. One must not exceed a bone age of 100. Chun Chongqing's successful entry into the Talents Conference indicates two possibilities. First, that his abilities are extraordinary, capable of altering bone age. If this were the case, Gongsun Huayu would merely be astonished by Chun Chongqing's formidable prowess. However, what truly frightened Gongsun Huayu was the second possibility: longevity. This concept has been a mere hypothesis throughout history, yet it has now manifested as reality. Just contemplating it sends shivers down one's spine. Observing Gongsun Huayu's expression, Chun Chongqing remarked, "Child, your intuition has led you to some truths, indicating your remarkable talent. However, discerning truths does not grant you the liberty to speak indiscriminately. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Huayu nodded repeatedly. "I understand, sir. I will not speak carelessly." Witnessing her anxious demeanor, Chun Chongqing smiled gently, choosing not to frighten her further. After all, she was merely a child under 100 years of age, and his playful teasing stemmed from a joyful reunion with an old acquaintance. Continuing his discourse, Chun Chongqing stated, "In this era of great upheaval, countless prodigies are forging new paths in cultivation. I have observed many at the Talents Conference in Kunlun's sacred land. Some approach from the perspective of acupuncture points, while others focus on the extraordinary meridians. Yet, there are those who delve into the realm of intent. Jiang Feng, the Grand Elder of Kunlun's sacred land, is a master of this domain, wielding sword intent that is unparalleled. Having witnessed so many prodigies, which of these paths do you believe excels above the rest?" Faced with this query, both Gongsun Huayu and Ali found themselves at a loss for an answer. In this era of exceptional talents, nearly every prodigy epitomizes a distinct cultivation system. Although there are disparities in strength among these prodigies, determining which cultivation system is the most potent is a challenging endeavor. After pondering for a moment, Gongsun Huayu cautiously asked, "Sir, I cannot answer this question. Do you have insight on the matter?" "Regrettably, I am also uncertain, and it is unnecessary to ascertain." Gongsun Huayu was taken aback. "If you do not know, then why maintain such an air of mystery? You must understand that the path to the pinnacle is never singular. The myriad paths of the world are as numerous as the stars. Each path, when cultivated to its zenith, can lead to the summit. While the golden elixir system may be rejected by the heavens and earth, this does not imply its fallibility. It simply suggests that it no longer aligns with this era. When you become fixated on identifying the most formidable path, you have indeed strayed from the true course. Rather, you should seek a path within the myriad that is the most stable and compatible with this age. Ultimately, only those who laugh last can be deemed victorious." Upon hearing Chun Chongqing's words, Ali's eyes flickered with understanding, and several of his cultivation doubts began to ease. Simultaneously, Gongsun Huayu experienced a moment of enlightenment. "Sir, do you mean to suggest that we should not confine ourselves to the elevation of a particular realm? For instance, a specific cultivation system may be slightly weaker in the second and third realms, yet in the fourth realm, the situation could undergo a dramatic transformation." "Indeed," Chun Chongqing chuckled, pointing at Gongsun Huayu. "Ali, your disciple possesses a keen insight." Gongsun Huayu felt a swell of pride at Chun Chongqing's praise, for it was a commendation from her grandmaster. After calming her excitement, she continued, "Sir, which path among the current myriad is the most suitable?" "Naturally, the path we cultivate: blood vitality, meridians, acupuncture points, intent. These are all avenues I have explored. While these foundations can indeed yield powerful cultivation systems, none are the most fitting for this era. The path that best aligns with this age is none other than body cultivation." "Body cultivation?" "Not merely body refining. is the cultivation of the body. Chapter 90. The precious nature of the 8-9 profound arts and the philosophical discourse of 3 generations of master and disciple upon encountering this entirely new term. Gongsun Huaiyu was beset with questions. Though he considered himself a contemporary prodigy, well-versed in the ways of the world, he had never before encountered the phrase cultivation of the body. Noticing Gongsun Huaiyu's confusion, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, "Do not ponder it. This term is one I have coined, and you have certainly never heard of it. Is that so? May I inquire, what is the distinction between body refinement and body cultivation?" There is indeed a difference, and it is quite significant. Prior to any substantial alterations in the laws of heaven and earth, the dominant cultivation systems on this land were divided into 2 categories: internal cultivation and external cultivation. Internal cultivation primarily focuses on the opening of the dantian and the condensation of the golden core. The advantage of this system lies in the potency of one's spiritual consciousness and spiritual power. However, while the golden core system boasts evident strengths, it also has notable weaknesses, such as a frail physical body and an extreme reliance on innate talent. Ultimately, even the greatest talents will reach their limit. And once the peak of one's potential is attained, the path of cultivation becomes obstructed. In contrast to internal cultivation, the other system is external cultivation, commonly referred to as body refinement. This path is less dependent on innate talent and emphasizes resources and arduous training. To fortify the body, one must engage in relentless daily practice. Upon achieving mastery, one can wield physical strength sufficient to move mountains and fill seas. If supplemented with methods to compensate for deficiencies in spiritual consciousness, the outcome of battles between cultivators of equal skill becomes uncertain. However, among the survivors, there will invariably be body refinement practitioners. These practitioners possess formidable means of self-preservation, yet their shortcomings are equally pronounced, primarily concerning resources. You must be well aware that the resources for cultivation are finite. After listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huaiyu felt a tempest of thoughts surging within him. The concepts he discussed were merely common knowledge within the cultivation realm. Yet, it was the first time Gongsun Huaiyu had encountered someone analyzing the 2 systems with such meticulous detail. Those prodigies had never taken these insights to heart. Their focus had always been on creating more potent techniques, including their own. With this in mind, Gongsun Huaiyu eagerly inquired, "Sir, you have yet to explain what kind of system body cultivation is. I have already imparted that knowledge. Each system has its advantages and disadvantages. Thus, the integration of both internal and external cultivation would yield perfection, would it not?" A look of confusion adorned Gongsun Huaiyu's delicate face. It is common knowledge that one cannot simultaneously balance internal and external cultivation. Countless individuals in the cultivation world have attempted to harmonize both, yet all have failed. That is indeed correct, Chen Changsheng nodded. Historically, internal and external cultivation could not coexist harmoniously. But do you know where the problem lies? At this, Gongsun Huaiyu honestly shook his head. Observing this, Chen Changsheng pointed to his own abdomen and remarked, "The issue resides above the dantian." For practitioners of internal cultivation, the first task is to open the dantian and form a vortex of spiritual energy. Subsequently, they forge the foundation of their path, condense energy into a core, and ultimately give birth to an infant core. To simplify, internal cultivators concentrate all their power in the dantian, which is the very reason their physical bodies are weak. The majority of their strength is siphoned away. Conversely, body refinement practitioners focus on distributing their strength throughout every part of their anatomy. Thus, the 2 systems are fundamentally at odds. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Huaiyu reflected for a moment and responded, "If what you say is true, it seems there may be a solution to this issue. By increasing the acquisition of cultivation resources, could one not achieve a balance between the 2? Theoretically, yes, and there have been those who have attempted it. Long ago, there was a genius who meticulously maintained a balance between internal and external cultivation, expending countless resources to achieve this integration. Yet in combat, that powerful genius was effortlessly defeated. The reason for this defeat was not a lack of strength, but rather the fragility of the balance within their body. At this stage of their discourse, Gongsun Huayu realized she was ill-equipped to continue debating with Chen Changsheng, as her knowledge and experience could no longer contend with the matter at hand. Just then, Alalai, who had been contemplating quietly, spoke up. "Sir, I have some insights I wish to share. If permissible, feel free to express yourself, and let your disciple observe as well. You have largely traversed the correct path, yet you remain just shy of that final step." Upon saying this, Alalai raised his right hand, and a golden energy emanated from his fingertips, taking the shape of a human figure. Though the figure lacked facial features, the meridians and dantian within were vividly depicted. Alalai directly illustrated his own physical condition through spiritual energy, including the flow of his cultivation technique. Child, pay close attention. Such an opportunity is rare. To reveal one's complete state is something even a father and son may not do. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huayu hastily observed her master's technique in operation. The privilege of witnessing a sixth-level cultivator personally demonstrate the workings of their art was something even the scions of sacred lands had not experienced. Sir, if the issue of balancing internal and external cultivation lies above the dantian, then the solution must also be sought there, correct? Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction at Alalai's words. You are quite astute. You have pinpointed the crux of the matter. This cultivation system you possess is founded upon the 8-9 profound arts. In essence, the 8-9 profound arts lean towards body refinement techniques. However, unlike other body refinement methods, the practice of the 8-9 profound arts necessitates the opening of the dantian, utilizing its spiritual energy to temper the flesh. This represents a groundbreaking innovation in the cultivation world, as body refinement practitioners have been unable to employ the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for self-tempering. Yet, there remains a flaw, albeit not a significant one. Since all spiritual energy is devoted to tempering the body, the means of engaging in combat are somewhat restricted. After all, certain spells and evasion techniques require spiritual energy to activate. If another were to create such a technique, they would likely disregard this point, as body refinement practitioners are accustomed to it. However, the formidable being who conceived the 8-9 profound arts was not satisfied with this limitation. Consequently, they devised numerous powerful supernatural abilities to compensate for these shortcomings, such as golden light of the earth and heavenly law of the earth. Thus, the most precious aspect of the 8-9 profound arts is neither the technique itself nor those formidable supernatural abilities, but rather the subtlety of refining the body with spiritual energy. As he spoke, a golden needle coalesced at his fingertip. Lower your defenses. Allow me to assist you in taking that final step. Chapter 91. The Forbidden Land Strikes. Destiny emerges. In response to Chen Changsheng's request, Ali showed no hesitation and dropped his defenses entirely. Under such circumstances, if Chen Changsheng harbored even a trace of ill intent, the commander of the 72 beacon fires would certainly suffer grievous harm, if not death. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng's sword pointed rapidly at Ali's abdomen, and a golden needle pierced through his dantian. Following this action, Chen Changsheng quickly set up a formation around the house. As he withdrew, a visible dryness suddenly enveloped Ali's physical form. Witnessing this transformation, Gongsun Huayu exclaimed, "What have you done?" However, Chen Changsheng paid no heed to her inquiry. His focus entirely on Ali's reaction. Ali had traversed the path of internal and external cultivation further than Chen himself. Yet he remained stuck at the 6th realm due to a crucial deficiency. Now, with Chen's assistance, that deficiency was being addressed. Years of accumulation spanning over 7 centuries. How far could it propel Ali? Chen Changsheng was filled with curiosity. Maintain your composure. Do not panic. Do not deliberately resist or alter anything. Instead, flow with the changes within your body, and it will guide you to the most suitable method. Upon hearing Chen's words, Ali relaxed his control over the surging power within him. As he did so, the energy within began to operate in a rhythmic manner. Spiritual energy, vitality, and mental strength, all were voraciously consumed by Ali's body. After being assimilated, This power coalesced once more in the dantian, ultimately surging forth through a breach. Golden blood-like energy surged incessantly, forming a vast ocean within the dantian. As this extraordinary energy returned through the meridians, Ali's body underwent yet another transformation. A tremendous wave of energy knocked Gongsun Huayu to the ground, causing even Chen Chongqing's formation to tremble slightly. Ali's once desiccated physique visibly filled out, and though his skin appeared delicate, its strength had multiplied exponentially compared to before. Suddenly, Chen Chongqing and Gongsun Huayu found themselves enveloped by a remarkable phenomenon. Gazing at the boundless golden ocean around them, Chen Chongqing marveled, "My dear girl, this cultivation system seems tailor-made for your master. Look over there." Gongsun Huayu, still bewildered by the situation, instinctively followed Chen's. 9 indistinct figures emerged above the golden sea, each crowned by a radiant sun. Subsequently, a broad bridge materialized from the ocean's depths. As the bridge appeared, the golden sea churned anew, sending forth colossal waves. The overwhelming force expelled Chen Chongqing and Gongsun Huayu from the spectacle, shattering the formation he had established. A figure, larger than any seen before, emerged in the valley. At that moment, Ali's hair billowed wildly, each strand radiating brilliance. A thunderous roar echoed across the clear sky, and all practitioners felt the shift in the rules of existence. In the ancient Forbidden Land, the black mountains trembled, and a colossal eye appeared in the sky. After 30,000 years, a bearer of destiny has finally emerged. A voice, tinged with a sense of resignation, resonated through the Forbidden Land, followed by another voice that interjected, "Humph, what of awakening destiny? Only the strong can bear true destiny. Without guardians, even a bearer of destiny shall perish." With that, a coffin soared from the depths of the ancient Forbidden Land. The lid flew open, revealing a handsome young man who inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. "What chaotic world, what a destiny! This destiny rightfully belongs to me," he declared, striding towards the central courtyard. In the sacred ruins, a force comparable to the size of a room erupted. A man with wings sprouting from his back gazed skyward. "This time, the destiny shall return to the ancient clan." As the words fell, a silver spear and a golden scroll flew forth from the depths of the sacred ruins. Arriving before him, after 5 millennia of silence, it was all for this day. The bearer of destiny emanated the aura of profound mastery. Seize the destiny and bring back the essence of that mastery. Hearing the voice from the depths of the sacred ruins, the winged man coldly remarked, "With me, there is no rival. A bearer of destiny is of little concern." As Ali resonated with the heavens and earth, many deep-seated entities became aware of the upheaval. Yet, the true architect of this event reveled in his creation. "My dear girl, do you now understand what it means to cultivate the body? It transcends mere physical enhancement and the absorption of spiritual energy. It involves unearthing one's latent potential. Spiritual energy, vitality, and mental strength. These 3 forces, after being purified by the body, transform into a new form of energy. Through this purification and the blending of mental strength, a practitioner gains greater mastery over this force. Finally, by incorporating certain secret methods from the profound mastery, the issue of spiritual energy failing to strengthen the body is entirely resolved. Thus, the body, cultivation level, and consciousness are all enhanced simultaneously. This is the true essence of body cultivation, a harmonious integration of the internal and external. Listening to Chen Chongqing, Gongsun Huayu stared in awe at her immensely powerful master. At this moment, she comprehended why her master held Chen Chongqing in such high esteem. This admiration was not merely for his strength, but stemmed from his unparalleled genius. What manner of prodigy could conceive such a flawless cultivation method? From every perspective, this cultivation system appeared devoid of weaknesses. Perhaps it represented the true meaning of invincibility. With immense willpower, Gongsun Huayu pulled herself from her astonishment and swallowed hard, saying, "Master, I truly do not know how to praise you. How did you conceive such a method?" In the face of Gongsun Huayu's reverent gaze, Chen Chongqing smiled, and waved his hand dismissively. I cannot take credit for this. The framework of this cultivation system was proposed by your master. What I have done is merely refine it slightly and identify a minuscule yet pivotal aspect. The phenomenon of 9 immortals supporting the sun is timeless. Your master will journey far along this path, unmatched by anyone in the world, not even by me. Just then, Ali retracted the phenomenon and knelt before Qin Changsheng. I never expected that my absurd words from years past would still linger in your heart. I know I am unworthy to be your disciple, but I shall forever regard you as my teacher. With that, Ali respectfully bowed 3 times. Observing this, Gongsun Huaiyu hastily followed suit. Though I too lack the qualifications to be your disciple, I still regard you as my grandmaster. Watching the 2 disciples bow before him, Qin Changsheng neither rejected nor accepted their gestures. It would be disingenuous to say he was not pleased to have such an exceptional disciple. His reluctance to acknowledge this relationship lay solely in the uniqueness of his circumstances. Yet, some bonds in this world do not cease to exist merely because they are unacknowledged. Having such sentiments is sufficient. Chapter 92. The sea of suffering has no bounds. Turning back is the shore, treating her as a granddaughter to raise after a considerable time. Qin Changsheng finally spoke. Get up. Do you not find it cold kneeling on the ground? A new cultivation system had emerged, and, as a pioneer on this path, would you consider giving a name? Upon hearing this, Ali and Gongsun Huaiyu rose to their feet. Sir, without you, this cultivation system would never have manifested in the world. We humbly request you to bestow a name upon it. In response to Ali's request, Qin Changsheng pondered briefly before replying. Based on the current circumstances, this cultivation system encompasses 2 significant realms. Upon attaining the first major realm, 1's Dantian reveals a golden ocean. Let's name it the Sea of Suffering. The Sea of Suffering? Ali repeated the phrase, then chuckled. The Sea of Suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Entering the realm of cultivation is akin to an endless struggle within the Sea of Suffering. Sir, this name is indeed apartment. If the first major realm is named the Sea of Suffering, I believe the 3 smaller realms within it should be named Springhead, Divine Bridge, and other shore. My Dantian at this moment resembles a vast ocean, and where you pierced it is like a springhead continuously surging forth with power. Naming it Springhead is most fitting. Being amidst the Sea of Suffering, turning back leads to the shore. If one refuses to turn back, one must construct a divine bridge to reach the other shore. Once the divine bridge is established, the power of the Sea of Suffering can be summoned at will. Upon reaching the other shore, one enters the next realm, thus escaping the Sea of Suffering. Nodding at Ali's proposed names, Qin Changsheng inquired, what do you intend to name the next major realm? Celestial Cave. And what is the reasoning behind that? Upon reaching the other shore realm, I advanced further and discovered another treasure within my body. This treasure is the birthplace of spiritual power. According to the original cultivation system, this spiritual power would be channeled to the Dantian. However, after transitioning to this new system, that new power unexpectedly converged automatically at the birthplace of spiritual power, creating a unique space there. This space is extraordinarily peculiar, and I have yet to fully uncover its potential. Thus, I have named it Celestial Cave, signifying boundless potential. Listening to Ali's description, Qin Changsheng also made some adjustments to his own cultivation method. Although he had conceived the concept of Springhead, which laid the foundation for the entire cultivation system, Ali was likely to surpass him in subsequent explorations. The reason was straightforward. Over the past 700 years, Qin Changsheng had spent over 200 years accompanying a man on leisurely excursions. An additional 300 years were spent in slumber, leaving him with merely 200 years in which he led a rather unambitious life. Cultivation was merely a pastime for Qin Changsheng. Having rectified some erroneous paths, Qin Changsheng's aura began to surge, and a powerful phenomenon faintly manifested within him. However, he could suppress the anomalies arising from the Sea of Suffering. Thus Gongsun Huaiyu remained unaware of them. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Qin Changsheng remarked, from what I can ascertain, upon entering the Celestial Cave realm, the first step is the birth of divine consciousness. Thus, Let's name the first realm divine consciousness. However, the situation with the second realm is somewhat peculiar, and I have not yet devised a suitable name. As he spoke, Chen Chongsheng's thoughts stirred, and an identical Chen Chongsheng emerged from his body. Upon witnessing this, Gongsun Huayu's expression fell instantly. Please do not do this. Why does growing stronger appear so effortless to you? I have observed the entire development of this cultivation system, yet I still do not comprehend where the springhead of the sea of suffering lies. This is quite disheartening. I am also a prodigy. Why do I seem inferior to you? More like cannon fodder. After silently lamenting, Gongsun Huayu began to scrutinize Chen Chongsheng's avatar. Essentially, this avatar represented the entirety of Chen Chongsheng's divine consciousness. It bore some resemblance to the original essence of the previous cultivation system, but differed in that Chen Chongsheng's divine consciousness avatar was remarkably solid, unlike the ethereal and fragile nature of the original essence. To put it simply, this was entirely another Chen Chongsheng. Realizing this, Gongsun Huayu muttered softly, "Stingy. After all this time, you still refuse to reveal the secret of the sea of suffering springhead. A name can be chosen arbitrarily, since it resembles the original so closely. Why not call it true self?" However, the speaker's words were taken to heart by the listener. Upon hearing this name, Chen Chongsheng's eyes brightened. The name is quite good. The second minor realm not only embodies the manifestation of divine consciousness, but also carries a certain enigmatic charm. To reach the third minor realm, one might need to delve into this aspect. As for whether to transcend the true self or to sever it, that decision rests with you, Ali. Perhaps you may also discover a third option. In response to Chen Chongsheng's guidance, Ali clasped his hands together, saying, "Thank you for your insights, sir. I have already begun to grasp some understanding. On the day of my breakthrough, I shall not disappoint you. As for my time in seclusion, I shall trouble you greatly." After saying this, Ali prepared to retreat to a secluded training area, but Gongsun Huayu grew anxious. "Master, I have yet to grasp the essence of this new cultivation system. Could you not teach me a bit before departing?" Hearing this, Ali shot Gongsun Huayu a look of exasperation. "You are usually quite clever. How could you be so foolish today? I may possess some skill, but your master's master is present. How could I be the one to teach you? Have you lost your senses?" Ignoring Gongsun Huayu's request, Ali vanished from the room. Gongsun Huayu was momentarily taken aback by her master's abrupt departure, as it was not customary for him. Soon, she regained her composure and clung to Chen Chongsheng's arm. "Sir, will you teach me, please?" In the face of Gongsun Huayu's somewhat coaxing tone, Chen Chongsheng replied nonchalantly, "I am not your master. Why should I teach you? But you know my master. Moreover, you share a bond of life and death with him, so you are, in a sense, my elder. It is only natural for an elder to guide a junior. Is it not?" Observing the whimsical Gongsun Huayu, Chen Chongsheng chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "All right, just for the sake of that elder title, I shall offer you a brief insight." With that, Chen Chongsheng and Gongsun Huayu exited the room. With Ali in seclusion, the responsibility of overseeing the 72 beacon fires naturally fell upon Chen Chongsheng. As for Gongsun Huayu, he genuinely regarded her as a granddaughter to nurture. Chapter 93. The Secret of Gongsun Huayu. Chen Chongsheng returns to the Kunlun sacred land in the vast fields of Kunlun. Gongsun Huayu sat cross-legged, while Chen Chongsheng leisurely perused a book nearby. Time passed unmeasured until suddenly, a magnificent vision emerged behind Gongsun Huayu. A blue lotus gradually ascended from the sea of suffering, ultimately blooming in full glory, with 3 9-colored lotus seeds radiating a sacred light. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Chongsheng turned his gaze slightly, a smile gracing his lips. A natural divine ability, quite intriguing, he remarked. As his words fell, Gongsun Huayu opened her eyes. "Master, I have reached the realm of divine consciousness. Not bad. With your current strength, you should be able to withstand 50 strikes from the son of Yaowang." Upon hearing this, the previously joyous Gongsun Huayu's expression instantly fell. "Master, is the son of Yaowang truly that formidable?" "Is not merely my assertion. He surpasses my description. The armor you wear is crafted from the scales of the Thunder Beast clan, known for their exceptional sturdiness. Given the quality of your armor at your current level, you would find it impossible to damage it. However, the son of Yaoguang pierced right through it with a single blow. Had he not shown mercy, you have lost your life. Huh? Gongsun Huayu's face was etched with confusion. When did he show mercy? I recall his strikes being quite fierce. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was using his full strength. Whether he employed his full strength is debatable, yet he undoubtedly held back. At that moment, the 7 great prodigies besieged you. You defended against the son of Kunlun, Jiangping, and the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion, Xining's attacks. The remaining 5 relied solely on your formidable physique to withstand their onslaught. Su Tian and the others understood my connection with the 72 wolf smoke. Thus they only injured you without delivering a fatal blow. But the other 3, Mei Yongxi, Bachelu, and Fuyao, are all exceptional prodigies. As fellow prodigies, you should grasp the myriad of lethal techniques they possess. Not to mention, it would not be difficult for them to shatter several of your meridians using hidden strength. Yet none of them chose to do so, which is indeed curious. Listening to Chun Chongqing's analysis, Gongsun Huayu began to recognize the peculiarity of the situation. The reason she had failed to notice anything amiss before was due to the succession of significant events. Upon reflection, it certainly seemed odd. Master, what do you think is the reason behind this? I do not know. I have only met them once, and you understand them better than I do. How could I possibly fathom their thoughts? However, there is one thing I am more concerned about. What business do you have in the Kunlun sacred land? I had already relayed a message to the 72 wolf smoke, yet upon seeing me, you did not recognize me. If I am not mistaken, you must have sneaked away. Correct? As these words left his lips, Gongsun Huayu's gaze began to wander. Our family's cultivation resources have dwindled. I aim to capture a plump sheep to fill the void. Nonsense. The 72 wolf smoke lacks no cultivation resources, and I have inquired with your master. He stated that you acted without prior approval, venturing out first before sending a message back. So, will you confess, or shall I have your master inquire personally? Faced with Chun Chongqing's relentless questioning, Gongsun Huayu grasped his arm and shook it pleadingly. Master, I will tell you about this matter later. Please do not press me any further. By the way, did you not mention that you would be opening stones today? Please teach me how to identify the materials. Once I possess the strength, I shall surely make them weep. Noticing Gongsun Huayu changing the subject, Chun Chongqing smiled slightly and did not pursue the matter further. Having lived for over a millennium, his insight was remarkably sharp. Gongsun Huayu's little schemes could hardly escape his notice. Though she refrained from speaking, he had already gleaned a hint of the truth. All that remained was for her to gradually reveal her flaws. Very well, if you choose not to speak, so be it. The art of gambling on stones lacks any particular secret. The only surefire method to triumph is to seize them all and open them yourself. Yet Gongsun Huayu did not believe a word of Chun Chongqing's claims. Master, you deceive me. When you open stones from the inner courtyard, there are methods to explain the outcomes. But how do you account for the signs of the Kunlun stone workshop? How did you discover them when so many others have not? Quite simply, for I am well acquainted with the fire dragon source. Long ago, it was not known as the divine source, but rather the spirit source. When the Kunlun sacred land unveiled the entire fire dragon source, I was involved. While everyone else focused on studying that peculiar dragon-shaped spirit source, I studied the stones enveloping it. I uncovered a characteristic of this spirit source. It renders the stones brittle, albeit at a slow pace. The sign of the Kunlun sacred land is carved from the remnants of the fire dragon source. However, the stones enclosing the divine source are exceedingly tough, and the laborers, seeking ease, chose a relatively brittle piece for carving. Thus, I am certain there lies a divine source within. Upon hearing Chun Chongqing's explanation, Gongsun Huayu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. She had never anticipated that the method to acquire the spirit source could be so straightforward. Is it truly that simple? Otherwise, did you think it would be exceedingly difficult? Many matters in this world are not as complex as you imagine. You simply have yet to find a simpler approach. With that, Chun Chongqing produced the welcoming pine from the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop from his system space. At the moment, Gongsun Huayu had made her move. He had stored this stone away in his system. Though battles ensued, one must not lose their possessions. However, just as Chun Changsheng prepared to open the stone, he paused momentarily. Do not rush regarding the matter of the son of Yaoguang. As time passes, you may find yourself surpassing him. Your blue lotus vision is extraordinary. Once those 3 lotus seeds mature, you may well comprehend 3 forms of divine power. The cultivation system I created with your master merely points you in the right direction. The specific path you must tread requires your own exploration. In response to Chun Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huayu nodded repeatedly, yet her gaze remained fixated on the stone before her. Observing this, Chun Changsheng chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to remind her. She was but a child of less than 100 years. A playful heart was understandable. And with the passage of time, she would come to understand. Kunlun's sacred land. Chun Changsheng has returned. A voice echoed throughout the entire Kunlun's sacred land, announcing the return of Chun Changsheng, who had been absent for over 20 days. Moreover, he returned alongside the enchanting Gongsun Huayu of the 72 wolf smoke. It seemed rather peculiar, having snatched a beautiful maiden from the clutches of thieves. How curious this situation appeared. Chapter 94. Gongsun Huayu's embrace of light. Amidst Su Tian's challenge, the alarm bells rang throughout the Kunlun sacred land, as countless formidable experts gathered at its gates, including many prodigies who had come to participate in the Prodigy Conference. Ever since Chun Changsheng had been taken away, the Kunlun sacred land indefinitely postponed the conference, declaring that the event would not commence until he was found, alive or dead. The prodigies did not oppose this stance, as they too sought assurance of Kunlun's might. Their faith in Kunlun's power had driven them from afar to this gathering. Yet now, one of their own had been captured within Kunlun's very domain. This raised grave doubts about Kunlun's ability to protect its prodigies. However, the current situation exceeded even Kunlun's comprehension. At that moment, Jiang Feng stepped forward with a stern expression and declared, Demoness, release my friend Chun, and I shall spare your life today. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Huayu instinctively shrank behind Chun Changsheng. Young master, this person is quite fierce, she exclaimed. Fear not. Elder Jiang is merely concerned for my safety. Once I clarify the situation, he will understand, Chun reassured her. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, bemused by the peculiar dynamic between the two. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed in confusion. What is the meaning of this? He inquired. It is nothing. She has embraced the light, Chun Changsheng casually offered. This explanation left the gathered prodigies wide-eyed, as it seemed absurd, akin to one who had captured Chun Changsheng suddenly abandoning their sect to ally with him after 20 days. Such an outrageous assertion caused Jiang Feng's lips to twitch. Yet, prioritizing the larger picture, he suppressed his emotions and said, Fear not, my young friend. We have ensnared this demoness in an impenetrable net. Regardless of her capabilities, she cannot escape. Whether she has cast a curse upon you or set a trap, Kunlun can guarantee your safety. Elder Jiang, you're mistaken. Miss Huayu has indeed embraced the light. I can vouch for her integrity, Chun Changsheng insisted, unwavering in his defense of Gongsun Huayu. Frustrated, Jiang Feng turned directly to her, demanding, if you claim to have embraced the light, what proof do you offer? With a playful smile from behind Chun, Gongsun Huayu replied, Jiang Feng, I have forsaken the 72 wolf smoke for young Master Chun. I'm not aligning with Kunlun. Why must I provide you with proof? If you doubt my sincerity, we shall forego the Prodigy Conference altogether. With that, she attempted to pull Chun Changsheng away. You may leave as you please, but she shall not. Jiang Feng's voice thundered as he lunged for Gongsun Huayu. Boom! Chun Changsheng intercepted Jiang Feng's attack, utilizing his formidable physique to push him back a half step. This revelation astonished not only the assembled prodigies, but also Jiang Feng himself. The ability of Chun Changsheng to wield Dao patterns led them to reevaluate his strength. Who would have anticipated that he could contend with Jiang Feng? Although Jiang Feng had not unleashed his full power, Chun Changsheng appeared completely at ease. Elder Jiang, Kunlun has previously stated that any prodigy who meets the age requirements, regardless of status, may participate in the conference. Why then do you obstruct Miss Gongsun from attending? Are you, a grand entity, intimidated by a mere girl? Jiang Feng's gaze shifted between the two, contemplating Chen Chongqing's formidable prowess and mysterious background, which suggested he was backed by a significant force. Kunlun had no desire to provoke such an unknown adversary, unless absolutely necessary. Gongsun Huayu, being a direct disciple of witchcraft, would not have come without confidence. Moreover, if Kunlun persisted in its vigil, it would appear rather petty. After consideration, Jiang Feng finally spoke, "You speak wisely. The breadth of Kunlun's tolerance is not to be underestimated by mere brigands. Miss Gongsun, renowned as one of the three beauties of the Central Court, is indeed qualified to participate in the Prodigy Conference. However, given the enmity between the 72 Wolf Smoke and Kunlun, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter once the conference concludes." Hearing the veiled threat in Jiang Feng's tone, Chen Chongsheng smiled lightly. "I have no desire to meddle in the grievances between the 72 Wolf Smoke and Kunlun. However, I must clarify that Miss Gongsun has forsaken her former allegiance. She is no longer of the 72 Wolf Smoke. Surely Kunlun would not trouble a young maiden." "Huh," Jiang Feng scoffed, "of course not. Yet, once I sever the head of the witchcraft sect, should she remain indifferent, what does it matter if she has embraced the light? The Prodigy Conference has been delayed for far too long. Now that you have returned, it shall commence tomorrow. You may proceed." With that, Jiang Feng stepped aside, allowing Chen Chongsheng and Gongsun Huayu to stride confidently into the sacred grounds. As they walked away, the eyes of countless prodigies ignited with fervent ambition. The feats of Kunlun Stone Workshop were nothing short of astonishing, allowing Chen Chongsheng to emerge unscathed from the 72 Wolf Smoke while holding his own against Jiang Feng. Each event served to illuminate Chen Chongsheng's extraordinary presence, and defeating such a peer was a coveted achievement in the hearts of many prodigies. In the Eastern Wilderness Villa, Yi Henxing's lips twitched as he observed the stunning beauty Chen Chongsheng had brought back. He had envisioned countless scenarios for Chen's return to Kunlun, yet never had he imagined this scene. "My room is quite spacious. You may sleep in the adjacent one." Chen Chongsheng casually arranged Gongsun Huayu's accommodations before turning to retire to his own chamber. At that moment, Su Tian blocked Chen Chongsheng's path. "Brother Chen, you once said that after I defeat the three beauties of the Central Court, I may challenge you. May I now challenge Miss Gongsun?" Upon hearing this, Chen Chongsheng scratched his head, glancing at the eager Gongsun Huayu beside him. "Do you wish to fight?" "Young master, the Prodigy Conference is about fighting. Why else would I attend?" She replied. Chapter 95. The True Prodigy. Xuanwu Kingdom versus 72 Wolf. Smoke. Your words indeed seem to hold a grain of truth. Then, by all means, engage in battle, but do so outside in the courtyard where there is ample space. Also, allow me a moment to prepare. Do not rush into action just yet." With that, Chen Chongsheng eagerly dashed into the room. Once Chen Chongsheng departed, Gongsun Huayu, wearing a smile, turned to Su Tian and remarked, "I have heard that you and the young master hail from the same place. I wonder to what extent you share his prowess. Should your strength fall short, it would surely tarnish the young master's reputation." In response to Gongsun Huayu's taunt, Su Tian replied calmly, "True strength is never innate. I can only look up to Brother Chen's abilities, yet I am confident that one day I shall surpass him. You shall serve as the first stepping stone on my path." "Ha!" Su Tian's words elicited a fit of laughter from Gongsun Huayu. "Your abilities may be lacking, but your bravado is certainly commendable. In light of your ambition, I shall ensure you are left unable to rise again, sparing you the embarrassment of tomorrow." With that, Gongsun Huayu pranced away. Observing her retreating figure, Yi Henxing scratched his head and said, "Are you truly going to fight her? The heir of 72 Wolf Smoke is undoubtedly formidable. If you lose, the reputation of Xuanwu Kingdom will be at stake." To Yi Henxing's words, Su Tian turned and declared, "The reputation of Xuanwu Kingdom has never been earned through intimidation. It is forged through repeated challenges against the strong. When I eventually conquer those seemingly insurmountable foes, the world will remember my victories, not my defeats. For in this world, only the outcome matters." With that, Su Tian turned and walked outside. Such individuals, why are their minds so consumed with brawling? Yi Henxing lamented before following suit. After Su Tian's inevitable defeat, it would be his turn to step into the fray. Though he was not fond of reckless combat, it did not imply he would concede to anyone. Outside the courtyard, the confrontation between Su Tian and Gongsun Huayu attracted a considerable audience, including those from the eastern wilderness who had been injured. Although they had been bested by Su Tian and Yi Hensheng, they still regarded the two as the hope of the eastern wilderness. As long as they stood, the eastern wilderness would not be defeated. In contrast to the eager spectators, Chen Changsheng appeared quite leisurely. With a few plates of peanuts and sunflower seeds, a comfortable recliner, and cradling a small black creature in his arms while wrapped in a blanket, he waved his hand and said, "You may commence your battle. I am fully prepared. Why the delay?" In response to Chen Changsheng's urging, Gongsun Huayu rolled her eyes elegantly and replied, "Young master with so many onlookers, what if I win and they swarm me? Would you not simply defeat them all?" Chen Changsheng retorted, "If a prodigy can be intimidated by numbers, they might as well be called worthless." Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu nodded thoughtfully. The young master speaks wisely. Boom! Before her words could settle, Gongsun Huayu suddenly launched an assault on Su Tian, employing a lethal strike right from the outset. This unexpected attack incited outrage among the onlooking prodigies, who condemned her for lacking martial ethics by resorting to such underhanded tactics. "Is this the prodigy you speak of?" Left Jing, with a pale complexion, furrowed her brow and questioned Chen Changsheng. To her inquiry, Chen Changsheng, casually munching on seeds, replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, this is my definition of a prodigy. Gongsun Huayu is a prodigy, as is Su Tian, only you do not qualify. On the battlefield, the difference between life and death is but a hair's breadth. One must never allow distractions at such critical moments." From the moment Su Tian issued the challenge, all his focus was directed at Gongsun Huayu. His concentration was impervious to external influences. The reason he found himself at a disadvantage was not due to Gongsun Huayu's sneak attack. Rather, it was simply because she was stronger than he. Upon hearing this, Left Jing looked around. Yi Hensheng watched the battle with grave seriousness, while others among the prodigies stood at a distance, quietly observing. In their eyes, there was only the opponent and the spirit of combat, utterly disregarding Chen Changsheng's seemingly frivolous demeanor. Conversely, the eastern wilderness prodigies continued to discuss Gongsun Huayu's recent behavior and expressed discontent with Chen Changsheng's attitude. Having witnessed all, a hint of disappointment flickered in Left Jing's eyes. "You are not wrong. The eastern wilderness prodigies indeed resemble a farce. Among them, only Yi Hensheng and Brother Su possess the qualifications to participate in this prodigy convention. Ha! Recognizing one's shortcomings is a step toward improvement. Yet whether one can rectify them remains a personal endeavor." In the interlude of Chen Changsheng's conversation with Left Jing, Gongsun Huayu had already exchanged over 30 blows with Su Tian. After a fierce clash, both retreated to catch their breath. Gongsun Huayu poised lightly on the rooftop, while Su Tian stood amidst a web-laden ground. Observing Su Tian's trembling right hand, Gongsun Huayu pouted playfully and said, "Dear brother, how could you strike so fiercely? I am but a girl. Must you not show a little tenderness?" Despite her seemingly playful plea, Su Tian's heart was flooded with trepidation. She was overwhelmingly strong. Although he was the prodigy of Xuanwu Kingdom, he was no fool solely devoted to cultivation. He had faced countless life-and-death encounters on the battlefield against formidable foes. Yet, he had never felt such pressure as he did now. Gongsun Huayu's techniques were polished to perfection, with not a single flaw to exploit. More astonishingly, her physical strength surpassed even that of Su Tian, a cultivator who specialized in bodily refinement. In every aspect, cultivation, experience, and mindset, Gongsun Huayu dominated. In such circumstances, Su Tian found it nearly inconceivable to envision a path to victory. At that moment, Chen Changsheng, observing from the sidelines, suddenly erupted in exasperation. "What are you all doing? Playing house. After such a long time, not a drop of blood has been shed. If you do not wish to fight, then be gone." Seeing Chen Changsheng's outburst, Gongsun Huayu quickly sobered. "Dear brother, the young master is angry. I shall get serious now." In response, Su Tian coldly stated, "Then bring it on." Woo! Whoosh! A myriad of stars appeared behind Su Tian, while a swaying green lotus manifested behind Gongsun Huayu. Both prodigies unleashed their full power. Despite Gongsun Huayu's superiority, she respected her fellow prodigy by fully revealing her strength. Chapter 96. Chun Changsheng unleashes his full power. Gongsun Huayu defeated with a resounding crash. The two prodigies collided instantaneously, the tremendous shockwave obliterating all structures within 100 feet. Though Gongsun Huayu was a woman, her fighting style was strikingly aggressive. Her movements were bold and powerful, each strike infused with immense strength. With every punch, a faint green light emanated from the azure lotus behind her, rendering her fists unstoppable. Yet, despite Gongsun Huayu's prowess, Su Tian was no mere weakling. The foremost martial art of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the Tiangang body refinement technique, had been perfected by Su Tian. The celestial manifestations seamlessly integrated into his being, bolstering his defense to a terrifying degree. In the span of merely 3 breaths, the two exchanged over 100 blows. Realizing she could not penetrate Su Tian's celestial strength, Gongsun Huayu cried out and invoked the law of heaven and earth. Her stature and aura began to multiply exponentially. Su Tian, who had previously managed to withstand her attacks, was now sent flying. Seizing the advantage, Gongsun Huayu relentlessly pursued, her fists raining down like barrels, overwhelming Su Tian and driving him into a deep pit. With a final, thunderous punch, the formidable Gongsun Huayu straightened her posture, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Su Tian's strength indeed warranted the title of prodigy. Had it been merely 20 days prior, victory would have been far from effortless. However, having traversed the bitter sea and embarked on a new path of cultivation, her power had undoubtedly transformed. Yet, Gongsun Huayu's pride was short-lived. A voice like a tolling bell resonated. "I shall challenge you." Before she could react, a fierce wind surged toward her with astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, Gongsun Huayu could only raise her arms in defense. The metallic clang of the strike reverberated painfully in the ears of the onlookers, as the sheer force drove her feet through the stone slabs into the earth below. In that instant, Gongsun Huayu's foremost thought was one of helplessness. The unknown attack was too swift and powerful. Should she attempt to counter, the blow would surely land upon her head. Despite her invocation of the law of heaven and earth, a direct hit to her head from such an attack could prove fatal. After enduring 9 consecutive strikes, Gongsun Huayu's defense shattered. The mysterious assault ceased, and in her disoriented state, she swiftly retreated, her instincts screaming that further engagement would lead to her demise. Guided by memory, she returned to Chun Changsheng's side, where she finally discerned the identity of her assailant. The towering figure commanded attention, his muscular frame resembling a small mountain, and a massive wooden club slung casually over his shoulder. The unexpected assailant was none other than Bestowed, the prodigy of Nanyuan. "I didn't expect a woman to withstand my blows. It took 9 hits to bring you down. That was merely a sneak attack. Let's have a proper match. You must have many more techniques up your sleeve." With that, Bestowed raised his large club, while Gongsun Huayu silently retrieved a long whip. Naturally, she harbored a burning indignation over being so thoroughly bested. "Enough of this humiliation. I can hardly bear to witness it myself." Just then, Chun Changsheng, who had been counting the divine essence, interrupted the duel. Upon hearing his voice, Gongsun Huayu noticed a sign had been erected beside him. Prodigy Arena. 100 gene of divine essence per match. Upon reading the inscription, her eyes twitched. "Young master, is this price not rather low? Am I worth merely 200 gene of divine essence?" "You are certainly not worth 200 gene, for the additional 100 belongs to Yi Hensheng," Chun Changsheng replied, gesturing for her to look elsewhere. "What remarkable martial arts! I'm truly in awe. Brother May, you overstate. My skills pale in comparison to my masteress. Hardly worthy of mention. However, I was greatly astonished by your techniques. In such a short time, you employed 13 secret arts. Truly, you are deserving of being called the unicorn talent of the Langu Pavilion." As Yi Hensheng and Mei Yongxi exchanged polite words, the surrounding ruined structures bore witness to their recent clash. The moment Chun Changsheng erected the sign, Bestowed and Mei Yongxi promptly paid their dues. regardless of Chun Chongqing's intentions. Such an opportunity for testing without enmity was not to be missed by these combative prodigies. However, unlike Bachelu, Mei Yongxi's approach was primarily exploratory, resulting in a draw. Just then, Chun Chongqing's voice rang out with a reprimand. "What are you still standing there for? Are you not embarrassed? Come here." His commanding tone made Yi Hengsheng tremble. Noticing this, Mei Yongxi feigned concern. "Brother Yi, your talents would shine brightly even among the saints. Chun Chongqing is but your peer. Even if he possesses a slight edge in strength, you shouldn't be subjected to such treatment." Unfazed by Mei Yongxi's provocation, Yi Hengsheng replied coolly, "I am willing. Is it any of your concern?" With that, he hurriedly approached Chun Chongqing without a hint of resentment. Yi Hengsheng's uncomplaining demeanor left Mei Yongxi perplexed. Are those from the East Wilderness all masochists? Three figures stood obediently before Chun Chongqing, with Su Tian appearing the most disheveled. Not only was he covered in dirt, but his injuries were also considerable. "How embarrassing! You've made fools of yourselves." Chun Chongqing pointed an accusatory finger at the trio. "With your ineptitude, how dare you call yourselves prodigies? Spare yourselves the shame and return home to tend to the fields." Having vented his frustration, Chun Chongqing turned to Su Tian and inquired, "What martial art do you practice?" "The Tiangang body refinement technique." "Ah, so you are aware of the technique you are cultivating. I assumed you had forgotten. If the emperors of the Xuanwu kingdom knew you had reduced the Tiangang body refinement technique to such a state, they would likely rise from their graves in fury." Chapter 97. Mei Yongxi's scheming. The world's most foolish sect. The profundity of the Tiangang body refinement technique surpasses your wildest imagination. If it were merely a method for body cultivation, it would not have endured through the ages in the Xuanwu kingdom. Observing Chun Chongqing as he chastised his disciples, Gongsun Huaiyu adopted a spectator's mindset, completely unfazed by the prospect of incurring his wrath. After all, he was quite pleased with his previous performance. Although he had been defeated by Bachelu, it was due to a surprise attack. Had they engaged in a fair confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. While Gongsun Huaiyu was lost in his musings, Chun Chongqing's ire was already directed at him. "You dare to smile. Among the three of you, you are the most inept. Your realm surpasses Su Tian's, and the resources you've acquired exceed his as well. Were I in your position, if I did not leave him battered and bruised within 30 moves, I would find a block of tofu to end my own existence. Do you understand why I mention tofu? Because if it does not kill you, it would certainly humiliate you. Shame in the sense of embarrassment. Who told you that physical prowess necessitates close combat? Do not tell me you excel in hand-to-hand combat. Others are adept at leveraging their strengths while avoiding their weaknesses. Yet you have inverted this principle. Why not establish your own sect? After all, being as foolish as you are is indeed a rarity in the cultivation world. I have even thought of a name for you. The world's most foolish sect." Chun Chongqing's words caused Gongsun Huaiyu's face to flush with indignation. Though he had endured reprimands from his master during his own training, he had never faced such a scathing critique. Chun's remarks struck at the core of the matter, and his method of scolding was refreshingly unique. At that moment, Gongsun Huaiyu would rather suffer broken bones than confront Chun Chongqing's admonition. After successfully rendering Gongsun Huaiyu unable to lift his head, Chun Chongqing exhaled deeply and turned his gaze to the third victim. Upon meeting Chun Chongqing's eyes, Yi Hengsheng felt a surge of anxiety. Simultaneously, he quickly reflected on his own shortcomings, eager to preemptively admit fault in hopes of receiving a less severe reprimand. Your issues are significant, yet they are slightly less severe than theirs. Furthermore, your shortcomings do not lie within you, so we can set this matter aside for now. Come to my room tonight. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Chun Chongqing's sudden gentleness left Yi Hengsheng extremely uncomfortable, and even the onlookers were bewildered. Ignoring the expressions of those around him, Chun Chongqing tossed forth a wooden puppet. Golden threads shot from his fingertips, connecting to the puppet. After orchestrating a few movements, Chun Chongqing beckoned to Mei Yongxi in the distance. "It seems I failed to provide you with an adequate opportunity to unleash your full potential. To compensate for your loss, how about I personally entertain you?" Upon witnessing Chun Chongqing's actions, Mei Yongxi narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile, "I just had an exhilarating exchange with Brother Yi. Perhaps we should leave it at that." Must I be the one to initiate an attack on you? In response to Mei Yongxi's reluctance, Chen Changsheng calmly replied, If you insist. Upon hearing those words, the smile vanished from Mei Yongxi's face. Since Brother Chen has extended such a warm invitation, I shall accompany you to the bitter end. It will be an excellent opportunity to witness your prowess. With that, Mei Yongxi slowly approached. I did not find the previous encounter satisfactory. May I join in? Bachelor chimed in eagerly at the prospect of fight. I only have one puppet. Would you mind waiting a moment? Chen Changxing's tone was exceedingly calm, yet his gaze shifted ominously. Had Ollie been present, he would have recognized the look in Chen Changxing's eyes as the one he bore when he annihilated the Lade Beast clan. Noticing that gaze, Bachelou instinctively stepped back a pace. Having dealt with beasts since childhood, Bachelou possessed a keen sense of danger. On second thought, you appear fatigued today. Let's postpone our duel for another day. Seeing Bachelou retreat, Chen Changxing chose not to pursue the matter further. He had long remembered how the young prodigies had shown mercy and spared Gongsun Huayu at Kunlun Stone Square. The reason he had sent Su Tian and the others outside to fight was to draw them in. Three had the opportunity to eliminate Gongsun Huayu at that time. Bachelou from Nanyuan, Mei Yongxi from Langyi Pavilion, and the holy son of Yaoguang, Fu Yao. After observing them, Chen Changsheng had gained some insight into the first two. Bachelou, though seemingly simple-minded, exhibited a keen attention to detail. The 72 signal fires belonged to the forces of the Central Court. Had Gongsun Huayu fallen at his hands, he would likely not leave the Kunlun sacred grounds. Thus, he was careful not to provoke anyone. Mei Yongxi, however, was different. As an heir of Langyi Pavilion, he ought to have no such reservations. Langyi Pavilion was already at odds with the 72 signal fires and had no fear of them. Under these circumstances, Mei Yongxi should have aimed to eliminate Gongsun Huayu. Yet he refrained. Moreover, Chen Changsheng was certain that Mei Yongxi was up to something. With this thought, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze toward the distant rooftop where the holy son of Yaoguang stood. While he had gained some understanding of the other two, he had yet to decipher the intentions of the holy son. At that moment, the holy son noticed Chen Changsheng's gaze but merely offered a faint smile before disappearing without any intention of engaging. Brother Chen, I seek your guidance. Mei Yongxi had now approached within 10 paces of Chen Changsheng. Faced with this enigmatic figure, Mei Yongxi was fully alert. Casting a glance at the prodigy before him, Chen Changsheng addressed Yi Henshin. You have two masters. One is the Wolf King of Yeyue Kingdom, and the other is the unbeaten Taoist of Shanqing Temple. You must pay close attention now. The unbeaten Taoist boxing technique is not to be utilized in the manner you have demonstrated. With those words, Chen Changsheng commanded the puppet to charge toward Mei Yongxi. Boom! With a single punch, the puppet sent the prodigious talent of Langya Pavilion staggering back. As Mei Yongxi witnessed the puppet's display of boxing prowess, a tempest of emotions surged within him. The technique exhibited by the puppet was identical to that which Yi Henshin had just employed. Yet, their power was worlds apart. If Yi Henshin's technique had an 80% success rate for Mei Yongxi, then he felt he possessed less than 30% against Chen Changsheng's strike. This was merely the technique of a puppet. How could he hope to withstand a blow delivered directly by Chen Changsheng himself? Chapter 98. Beating up the youngsters, a lifeless puppet relentlessly unleashed its martial prowess against Mei Yongxi. This puppet not only mirrored Yi Henshin's fighting techniques, but also adhered to the exact sequence of moves. However, faced with these identical maneuvers, Mei Yongxi found himself utterly defenseless. No matter how many secret arts were employed, it was all for naught against a single, decisive punch. The force of Yi Henshin's strike and that of Chen Changsheng's were as disparate as heaven and earth. Observing Mei Yongxi's retreat, Yi Henshin's eyes widened in astonishment. This nameless martial art was known only to his master, the undefeated Taoist, who had imparted it solely to him. Now that Chen Changsheng had exhibited this skill, Yi Henshin's suspicions were further solidified. As Mei Yongxi, controlled by the puppet, fled in disarray, Chen Changsheng's expression remained impassive. To put it more bluntly, he held no interest in dealing with these children. The prodigies of Kunlun's sacred land were not lacking in prowess, yet they had yet to fully integrate their learnings. Within a mere century, They were tasked not only with arduous cultivation to enhance their abilities, but also with mastering various offensive techniques. Confronted with the current environment, they were compelled to ponder new systems of practice. Coupled with various trivial matters, their time was exceedingly constrained. In contrast, Chen Changsheng, a diligent scholar with millennia of experience, found it exceedingly effortless to best them. Even if he were merely a rank below theirs, he possessed ample means to leave them battered and bruised. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Mei Yongxi's mouth, sending two pristine teeth flying amidst a spray of blood. With Mei Yongxi defeated, Chen Changsheng retracted the puppet. Had this young rascal not incited discord before him, he might not have felt compelled to intervene. Wiping the blood from his lips, Mei Yongxi rose from the ground and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for your guidance." "Guidance, you say? I'm merely engaged in a friendly spar. Next time, refrain from excessive chatter, lest the resolution require more than just a couple of teeth." Confronted with Chen Changsheng's veiled threat, Mei Yongxi turned away with a stony expression. There was little to be said about being outmatched. Chen Changsheng's restraint in not delivering a fatal blow was already a form of mercy. Rather than uttering empty threats, it would be wiser to conserve energy and contemplate how to deal with Chen Changsheng himself. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. As Mei Yongxi's figure receded from view, Chen Changsheng remarked, "The match is concluded. I shall return for rest. You may entertain yourselves." With that, he turned and retreated to the eastern wilderness courtyard, leaving the three individuals behind, each lost in their own thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. A series of raps echoed from outside. Chen Changsheng, leisurely sipping tea, glanced up and said, "Come in." Creaking open, the door revealed Yi Hensheng. "Did I not instruct you to come by in the evening?" In response, Yi Hensheng chuckled, "Brother Chen, your invitation for me to come this evening was merely to avoid the prying eyes of others. With Miss Gongsun out and Brother Su recuperating, this moment is far more opportune. Your reasoning is sound. Please, take a seat." Casting a glance at Chen Changsheng's calm demeanor, Yi Hensheng approached the stool slowly. Thud! Midway through his stride, Yi Hensheng suddenly knelt down. The 46th generation true disciple of the Upper Clear sect greets Uncle Master Changsheng. Faced with Yi Hensheng's kneeling form, Chen Changsheng remained silent, simply savoring his tea. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "How did you discern that?" Lowering his head, Yi Hensheng replied, "My master often encourages me to read during his leisure. Thus, I have come to understand some of the past events. Within the Upper Clear sect's records, I discovered that there had been a glorious era. The sect once flourished in a nation known as the Great Qian Dynasty. My master was born in that time, and according to my findings, there were 10 true disciples in total. The first 8 perished in a great battle, yet the records regarding the last true disciple are scant. Driven by curiosity, I scoured the ancient texts and unearthed this account. The 10th true disciple perished suddenly during training. This record has always puzzled me, but the arrival of the Prodigy Conference finally shed light on my doubts." Hearing Yi Hensheng's words, memories stirred deep within Chen Changsheng. The Great Qian Dynasty, a name that resonated with familiarity. Back then, the Upper Clear sect was at odds with the Night Moon Kingdom. Reflecting on the past, Chen Changsheng mused, "Interesting. How did the Prodigy Conference assist you in resolving this uncertainty?" In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Yi Hensheng replied respectfully, "Initially, my master sent me to seek out an elder known as the funeral bearer. Upon learning of this, my second master visited me specifically. He mentioned that during the Prodigy Conference, I would have a formidable protector, hence he would not accompany me. I was baffled and inquired further. Yet my second master merely remarked, 'His martial arts surpass mine.' Having witnessed Chen Changsheng's martial prowess, Yi Hensheng's conviction solidified. The elder before him was indeed the vanished true disciple. Ha ha ha. Realizing his identity had been unveiled, Chen Changsheng laughed heartily. Your master remains unable to shed his tender-hearted flaws. Had he not revealed this detail, I would have relished the opportunity to engage with you further. While your second master aided you, it inadvertently disrupted your master's plans. Given Wan, Yin Yu's temperament, your second master is surely in for a thorough beating." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng acknowledge his identity, Yi Hensheng exclaimed with excitement, "Uncle Master, why have you not returned all these years?" My master and second master often gaze from the mountain peak, their eyes fixed in your direction. Will you truly not see them? With a soft sigh, Chun Changsheng replied, what would seeing them accomplish? They have their own paths to tread, as do I. Diverging paths lead to disparate destinations. Meeting would only deepen the sorrow of parting. Then why have you chosen to emerge this time? Quite simply, I have matters to attend to, and I wish for certain individuals to survive. The Prodigy Conference heralds the dawn of a new era. Some burdens must be shouldered by someone. If you cannot bear them, then it falls upon your masters. Do you grasp my meaning? Chapter 99. All our family, Chun Changsheng remarked. You will find it difficult to sleep tonight. In response to his words, Yi Hengsheng calmly replied, I understand my master's intent. If you did not harbor hope for us, you would not have scolded us earlier. Our performance in the Tianjiao conference was deemed satisfactory. Yet in the grand contest of the Tao, we were hardly even cannon fodder. As the heavens and earth undergo great changes, no one can predict what lies ahead. However, one truth remains certain. The future will inevitably reveal a supreme contender. This process will be fraught with bloodshed and countless casualties, and you wish for us to share some of the burdens with our masters. After speaking, Yi Hengsheng continued to kneel with his head bowed. Chun Changsheng, pondering for a moment, replied, It seems you grasp the reasoning well, but do you not think it somewhat cruel of me to place such heavy responsibilities upon you? A group of younglings? Yi Hengsheng quickly countered, Master, we have never entertained such thoughts. Had it not been for your intervention, we would have remained forever sheltered beneath our elders' wings. Although their actions stem from goodwill, we do not desire to be mere greenhouse flowers. Even if it leads to our demise, we wish to perish along the path of progress. Seeing the determination in Yi Hengsheng's eyes, Chun Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Your words affirm that I have not erred in my judgment. The forthcoming contest of the Tao is not merely a battle of talents, but also a clash of the forces behind these talents. All beings within this realm cannot escape this calamity. Su Tian possesses an unfiltered nature, better suited to be a formidable warrior than a leader. Gongsun Huayu is clever and valiant, yet her vision is limited, making her fit only for the role of soldier. Only you, with your steady approach and meticulous mind, stand out as the best candidate for a strategist. Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's words, Yi Hengsheng raised his brow in excitement. Master, have you already identified a candidate? Indeed, there is one person you should be familiar with, Wu Li, the leader of the 72 signal fires. Yi Hengsheng's expression turned quizzical, filled with questions. Why would you select an outsider? Master, is there a deeper connection between you and the 72 signal fires? Could it be that you have taken a liking to Gongsun Huayu? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Yi Hengsheng's mind. Observing his reaction, Chun Changsheng chuckled. Do not overthink it. My choice of Wu Li is not based on personal ties, but rather his undeniable capability to contend. Your two masters, as well as the left emperor of the Xuanwu kingdom, all lack certain qualities. Since we're on the subject, let me share some secrets from the past. Your second master, whom I must refer to as senior brother, was still a child upon entering the sect. A portion of his abilities was taught to him by me, and his approach to matters was also influenced by my teachings. As for your first master, I am well aware of her. When she was still a young wolf, I had a confrontation with her. I reverted her to her original form and shaved the fur from her head. Thus, I know her quite well. Yi Hengsheng gasped at the scandalous gossip, nearly wide-eyed from the revelation. The circumstances surrounding his second master were surprising, yet the story about his first master was explosive. He knew all too well her temper, how audacious of his master to shave her wolf fur. It was no wonder he bore the name Hengsheng. Swallowing hard, Yi Hengsheng felt a fiery curiosity ignite within him. What about the left emperor? Zhuo Xinghe is rather straightforward. I once found myself in the Xuanwu kingdom due to certain matters. At that time, 9 princes were vying for the throne, and the eldest, Zhuo Xinghe, sought my counsel, even bestowing upon me the title of national master. He was merely a century old then, constantly trailing after me, which became quite tiresome. Do you believe I am qualified to judge them? Observing Chun Changsheng's amused expression, Yi Hengsheng could not help but smirk. Of course you are qualified. If not you, then who in the world possesses such authority? After a moment of internal lament, Yi Hengsheng queried, "What is the situation with the 72 signal fires? You are not one of its founders, are you?" "Certainly not." A wave of relief washed over Yi Hengsheng. The identity of his master seemed increasingly daunting. However, Wooly's abilities were taught by me. Yi Hengsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "The notorious Wooly, who traverses the central court, is your disciple? Then, Gongsun Huayu must refer to you as her grandmaster. From a theoretical standpoint, that is indeed the case, yet I do not take disciples." Qin Changxing's nonchalant demeanor left Yi Hengsheng utterly speechless. The infamous Wooly, whom even the great holy lands could do nothing against, was his master's disciple. Just how many identities did his master possess? After a brief moment of reflection, Yi Hengsheng's reservations dissipated, although he trusted his master's judgment. The thought of risking his life to assist a stranger was somewhat unsettling. However, knowing Wooly's connection to his master alleviated those concerns. His master hailed from the Shangqing Temple, and thus, Wooly was naturally also affiliated with it. By kinship, Wooly was his senior brother. Assisting his senior brother could hardly be deemed aiding an outsider. It was merely supporting family. Afterward, Qin Changshang stood and stretched leisurely, saying, "I have conveyed all that needed to be said. How you proceed is for you to contemplate. You still have a little time for growth, so make the most of it. I have matters to attend to outside." "Master, wait," Yi Hengsheng interjected. "Is there something more?" "What is it?" Yi Hengsheng, with a beaming smile, continued, "I am curious about your character. Given your disposition, you are not one to meddle in such affairs. What compels you to take such an interest in the contest of the Tao?" A mischievous smile crept across Qin Changxing's face as he regarded Yi Hengsheng's inquisitive expression. "The root cause is simple. I have enmity with Jiang Bufan, the lord of Kunlun's sacred land, and I am likely to eliminate him." Yi Hengsheng gasped in shock. "Master, do not frighten me. This is not a trivial matter. The contest of the Tao will only serve to foster enmity with the sacred lands. And killing the lord of a sacred land is a matter of life and death." "Who is joking? I'm entirely serious." Yi Hengsheng swallowed hard, his mouth twitching. "How deep is your grudge?" "Unless one of us perishes, this matter will remain unresolved."